A traveler unexpectedly awakened a dual beast space during the Beast Talent Awakening, and a mysterious classic of mountains and seas appeared. Today, at Qing No. 1 High School, the Beast Talent Awakening ceremony is being held. The homeroom teacher passionately declared, regardless of your talent level, you are the pillars of the city's development. The audience erupted in thunderous applause. In this perilous world, beyond the iron walls lurk countless terrifying beasts. Birds, animals, plants, and even landscapes can develop intelligence and evolve extraordinary abilities. Humans have the talent to form contracts with these extraordinary creatures, opening beast spaces to aid their growth. Lin Yan, which academy do you want to apply to? A chubby boy asked, turning his head. The skinny monkey next to him laughed. You fatty, who are you looking down on? My brother Lin is definitely aiming for the martial academy. Unlike you, who's only fit to go home and farm. Skinny monkey, are you looking for a fight? Hearing the commotion, Lin Yan rubbed his eyes and looked up. Back at 18, he never expected to be transported to a world of beast mastery. Before crossing over, he lost his parents in a car accident. Afterward, his parents died in a beast tide, leaving only him and his brother, who was studying at Magic Capital University. On the playground, the examiners from the Beastmaster Association began announcing the rules. According to the Dragon Country's Beastmaster law, talents are ranked from F to S, with the Martial Academy requiring AD level or higher. Those who meet the standard are gifted one of 3 elemental beasts: water, fire, or grass. What are those 3 elemental beasts? Lin Yan asked. Flame dog, water cannon turtle, wood spirit sheep, you fatty replied. The awakening ceremony then commenced. The first batch of 5 students had mediocre results, showing only yellow and white colors. The school leaders immediately looked disappointed. At that moment, Bai Shiyu awakened a purple level talent, causing a stir. Finally, it was Lin Yan's turn. He placed his hand on the awakening stone, and his consciousness instantly sank into a dark mental sea. Suddenly, a golden classic of mountains and seas appeared, illuminating 2 inscriptions. 2 beast spaces simultaneously formed, meaning Lin Yan could contract 2 beasts at once. Even more astonishing, the awakening stone emitted an unprecedented red light. Level talent. The crowd was in an uproar. Even Bai Shiyu, who had once rejected Lin Yan, showed regret. The examiner from the Beastmaster Association immediately extended an offer. With your talent, the association is willing to provide a Lord-level potential beast and advancement resources. You can directly join us after graduation. Sorry, I want to forge my own path, Lin Yan politely declined. He knew that level was merely the limit of the awakening stone, not his true potential. His beast space boasted a 300 enhancement and the ability to clear negative effects. A true man should live grandly under the heavens, not remain subservient for long. Lin Yan. A clear, sharp voice echoed down the hallway. Lin Yan turned around to see Bai Shiyu standing at the staircase, her eyes slightly downcast, looking as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Is there something you need, Bai? Lin Yan asked calmly. Bai Shiyu's cheeks flushed slightly as she spoke softly. Well, do you have time this weekend? Would you like to go see a movie together? Sorry, I need to focus on studying this weekend. Lin Yan replied with a polite smile, though there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Once you ignored me, now I'm out of your league. With that, he left without looking back, leaving Bai Shiyu standing there in a daze. She stared at Lin Yan's retreating figure, disbelief washing over her. Didn't he like me? How could this happen? Isn't the script supposed to be? The whispers of nearby classmates snapped her out of her thoughts, making her realize she was making a scene. Her face turned red with embarrassment as she bit her lip and hurried away, silently vowing. Just wait. Lin Yan. Lin, you're amazing. You're definitely getting into the top martial arts academy. Skinny Monkey exclaimed, giving a thumbs up with a look of admiration. Lin, when you make it big, don't forget to look out for us brothers. Lin Yan replied confidently. Okay, stick with me, and we'll live the good life. Let's celebrate after the talent test with 3 bowls of braised beef noodles. Skinny Monkey suggested with a grin. And add 2 sausages and an egg. Fatty immediately chimed in. Soon, the 2 of them completed their talent awakening. Skinny Monkey was a level, and Fatty was the level. This meant Skinny Monkey wouldn't make it into the Martial Arts Academy, as the talent gap was too wide to bridge. The school then reorganized classes based on talent levels for a 2-month intense exam preparation. The martial arts exam classes mainly consisted of level and level talents, with only 6 levels and Lin Yan as the sole level. There were 8 classes for the academic exams. After the awakening ceremony, school ended early. Lin Yan was about to head to the Qing Beast Nurturing Center to collect his free starter trio when the doorbell rang. Hello, please sign for your delivery. The package was from Magic City, a metal box requiring facial recognition. Inside, Lin Yan found a letter and a carefully wrapped egg. The letter read, Dear little brother, I know today is your talent awakening day. Regardless of your talent, a good pet beast can bring you immense benefits. A pet beast can enhance the host's physique, and its growth feedback can strengthen the host's body. This is my latest nurturing achievement, a variant of the water gun turtle, with dual water and ice attributes, now called the glacier turtle. Its potential reaches a mid-level combat general, far surpassing the elite upper mid-level starter trio from the nurturing center. There were originally 2 eggs, but the other is reserved for my graduation thesis. Your brother is currently researching the evolutionary path of the glacier turtle. Wait for my good news. Lin Yan glanced at the message from the literature department of Huodou University on his phone and couldn't help but smile. His brother certainly knew how to cater to his interests, especially since he had a glacier turtle egg waiting to hatch. However, Lin Yan had already made up his mind, was determined to keep both the pet beast from the breeding center and this glacier turtle. As an ordinary student, Lin Yan didn't have many choices. His family relied on pension and some savings to get by. Buying a good pet beast was out of the question, and he had even had to reluctantly turn down a pet beast with lord-level potential that had been offered to him recently. Using the beast taming knowledge he learned in class, he gently placed his hand on the egg and used the inscriptions in his mental sea as a medium to establish a contract with it. This soul-level connection, once established, would bind their lives together. If the master died, the pet beast would perish. If the pet beast died, the master would suffer immense mental trauma. As soon as the contract was completed, a crisp cracking sound came from the eggshell. At the same time, the mysterious Shanhai Jing in Lin Yan's mental sea began to glow again, with the roars of dragons and tigers, and the cries of phoenixes and turtles echoing in his mind, as if all the beasts were singing together. When this phenomenon subsided, Lin Yan opened his eyes just in time to see a tiny paw emerge from the eggshell. Information about the glacier turtle immediately appeared in his mind. Attributes: water, ice. Potential: mid-tier warrior. Level: servant, level 1 star. Skills: water gun, ice shield. Evolution paths: 101 classified as ultimate forms. 1. Baxia, 14 paths. 2. Shineo, 23 paths. 3. Xuanwu, 15 paths. 4. Xuanwu, 22 paths. Seeing these familiar names of mythical Chinese beasts, Lin Yan felt a surge of excitement. Did this mean he could evolve his pet into these legendary beings? If so, he was determined to make Chinese mythical beasts shine in this world. Fortunately, the early stages of these evolutionary paths were largely similar, so there was no rush to make a decision. With this joy, Lin Yan decided to head to the Beast Breeding Center to receive one of the 3 starter pet beasts available to new students. The center's building was grand and impressive, far larger than the water cube, as it had to accommodate the extensive beast breeding operations. Isn't this the genius Lin Yan? What's he doing in a place like this? Can't afford a pet beast. A grating voice called out. Lin Yan immediately recognized by Xiu, who was holding a dark night spirit cat. Information about the spirit cat flashed in his mind. Species: dark night spirit cat. Attribute: dark. Potential: high-tier warrior. Level: servant, level 3 stars. Skill: dark claw. Evolution paths: 152. Bai Shiyu stroked the spirit cat and spoke condescendingly. If you apologize to me in front of the whole school, I might spare some dragon national currency for you to buy a pet beast. Of course, if you join the Bai family, we'll not only help you find a pet beast, but also fully support you. You could follow me to the martial academy. She smirked. What good is level talent if you can't even afford a pet beast? But join the Bai family, and that's no longer a problem. She seemed confident in her allure. Arrogant girl. Lin Yan glanced at her coldly and walked straight into the breeding center. Even if Bai Shiyu had a level talent, what did it matter in front of someone who held the secrets of pet evolution? You. Bai Shiyu stomped her foot in anger and huffed. Humph. Keep acting tough. Let's see if you're still smiling when you end up with a useless pet beast and can only get into a third-rate martial academy. Inside, she couldn't help but feel it was a waste for such level talent to be in his hands. Lin Yan couldn't be bothered to respond and quickened his pace. Proving her wrong with his strength was far more satisfying than any argument. Hello, student. Do you need any assistance? A staff member at the entrance greeted him warmly. I'm a new student here to collect one of the 3 starter pet beasts provided by the breeding center. The staff member led him to a large hall where a long line had already formed. For families of ordinary means, the high cost of pet beasts made the breeding center's benefit a hopeful gateway to the martial academy. Though the wait was long, no one complained, all waiting patiently. After several hours, it was finally Lin Yan's turn. He chose the fire-type pet beast, the Flame Hound. You can choose your preferred pet beast from this group of Flame Hound pups, the breeding center staff member said to Lin Yan. Lin Yan carefully examined the blaze hounds inside the breeding chamber. Using his special abilities as a beast master, the information of each creature appeared clearly before him. Most blaze hounds only had potential up to mid-level elite, with some even being lower and very few possessing upper-level aptitude. Just as the staff was about to urge him, Lin Yan's attention was caught by a blaze hound in the corner. Its data instantly appeared. Species: blaze hound. Attribute: fire. Potential: low-level warrior. Level: 2-star servant. Skill bite. Evolution paths, 233 in total. 1. Tengu 41 paths. 2. Huodou 35 paths. 3. Qiongqi 14 paths. 4. Dieting 12 paths. This is the one Lin Yan decisively chose. The staff nodded and opened the chamber. To his surprise, the usually unruly Blaze Hound surprisingly formed a contract with Lin Yan smoothly. Back home, Lin Yan released the glacier turtle and his newly contracted Blaze Hound. As the saying goes, the simpler the name, the easier they are to raise. You'll be called Little Rascal, and you lucky. No sooner had he spoken than the Blaze Hound bristled and lunged at him, with the glacier turtle not to be outdone, giving him a cold water splash with a water orb. Whoa, are you guys trying to rebel? Lin Yan quickly changed his tune. All right, new names. You are Xuanwu, inspired by Xuanwu. He pointed to the Blaze Hound. And you'll be called Qiongqi. Lin Yan had already determined the final evolution paths for his two pets. Qiongqi, one of the 4 fierce beasts, is the most powerful of the Blaze Hound's potential evolutions. Xuanwu, one of the 4 divine creatures, is a top-tier entity. Upon reviewing the materials needed for evolution, Lin Yan couldn't help but feel a headache. Glacier turtle requires 1 warrior-level water crystal core, 500,000. 1 warrior-level ice crystal core, 500,000. 1 ice plains herb. Blaze Hound requires 5 elite-level fire crystal cores totaling 500,000, either sunlight grass or cave shadow grass. The next day, the intensive training course began at Qing High School. A middle-aged male teacher stood at the podium and introduced, "Hello, students. I'm your homeroom teacher, surname Shi. You can call me Teacher Shi. The morning will be beast mastery theory, and the afternoon will be practical beast mastery. In addition, our school's performance in this talent awakening ceremony was excellent. 1st level, 6th level. Special scholarships of 500,000 for S-level student Lin Yan, and 100,000 each for B-level students by Xiyu, Chen Fan, Zhang San, Li Si, Wang Wu, and Zhao Lu. Lin Yan accepted the bank card issued by the school, feeling delighted. This scholarship came just in time, perfectly suited for nurturing his pet beasts. Now, all that's left for the evolution of the Blazing Hound is to find the sunlight grass. During the morning's Beastmaster Theory class, the teacher vividly recounted a historical battle. The confrontation between the king-level Beastmaster Lu Bu and the trio Lu, Yuan, and Zhang. The mounts of the 3 heroes Wuyun Takshu, Dilu, and Wu zoomed up against Lu Bu's emperor-level pet beast, the red-hair, Yinji beast. This epic battle, 1 against 3, raged on for 3 full days and nights, with such intensity that it seemed to change the very color of the world. As Lin Yan was absorbed in the story, a refreshing sensation suddenly swept through his body. Upon checking his status, he was thrilled to find that both Xuanwu and Qiongqi had successfully leveled up. Just 1 day brought an entire level increase, proving the powerful effect of the mythical beast space opened by the Shanghai Jing. System display. Ice River Turtle Xuanwu species. Ice River Turtle, level, servant level 2-star. Blazing Hound Qiongqi species. Blazing Hound, level, servant level 3-star. The Ice River Turtle showed the most noticeable change, having doubled in size from its original head-sized form. In the afternoon, Teacher Shi led the students to the school's training ground. He first took note of the students who had contracted pet beasts, then laid out the training plan. From today, we will focus on enhancing your combat capabilities. Remember, true combat power isn't just about innate talent or the potential of your pet beast. More importantly, it depends on the synergy between the Beastmaster and their pet, as well as the Beastmaster's combat awareness. I will now randomly select students to battle and assess your practical skills. Teacher Shi activated the draw feature on the Beastmaster Learning app, and the first pair for combat was quickly announced. Lin Yan, Chen Fan, step up. Lin Yan was slightly surprised to be chosen first. He decided to send only the Blazing Hound into battle not because the Ice River Turtle lacked strength, but out of caution. After all, no one in this world had ever started with 2 beast spaces. As a unique existence, he needed to keep this secret until he was strong enough. Chen Fan stepped onto the stage and immediately taunted Lin Yan. You actually dared to turn down Shiyu's invitation. Lin Yan chuckled. Such clownish behavior. What are you laughing at? Chen Fan was infuriated by Lin Yan's dismissive attitude. Don't think S-level talent can let you leap over ranks. Let me show you the real gap between pet beasts. Come out, Gale Wolf. A white wolf with azure patterns appeared on the field. System display. Species, Gale Wolf. Attribute, Wind. Potential, Warrior grade lower. Level, Servant level 3-star. Skill, Claw. Evolution route, 87. Lin Yan evaluated inwardly. Just lower warrior grade potential, nothing impressive. Come out, Qiongqi. Lin Yan summoned, and a fiery red blazing hound with a flame-tipped tail appeared, bearing its intimidating fangs at the Gale Wolf. Friendship first, competition second, begin. Teacher Shi announced. Lin Yan immediately issued commands. Charge, feint, bite. The blazing hound deftly executed a feint, causing the Gale Wolf to miss its strike, then smoothly pivoted to bite its opponent's abdomen. Seeing the blazing hound's agile combat awareness, Chen Fan panicked. Why did his Gale Wolf seem as clumsy as a husky, slow to react to commands? He shouted in desperation, "Attack! Hit him, Gale Wolf!" Teacher Sure nodded in satisfaction from the sidelines. As the school's only S-level talent student, Lin Yan's demonstrated synergy with his beast was indeed exceptional. In such circumstances, how could a low-level pet beast stand against a foe with human intelligence? Lin Yan, with his hands in his pockets, calmly gave the final order. Qiongqi, finish the fight. With a few agile maneuvers, the blazing hound easily pinned the Gale Wolf to the ground. Lin Yan wins. After the battle, Teacher Sure summoned his healing-type pet beast, the pollen spirit butterfly. This elite grade would attribute pet beast boasts elite level 9-star strength. Its specialties are the skills pollen parasite and pollen healing, with the former inflicting continuous would attribute damage and the latter serving as a powerful single-target healing ability. At Teacher Sure's command, the pollen spirit butterfly fluttered gracefully above the Gale Wolf, gently flapping its wings to scatter specks of pollen. The pollen settled onto the wounds of the Gale Wolf, emitting a soft green glow as it began to heal. "All right, let's return it to the beast space," said Chen Fan, promptly recalling the pet beast. With the healing from the pet and the recovery boost from the beast space, the Gale Wolf would soon be fully healed. Witnessing this, Lin Yan resolved to contract a healing-type pet beast himself. After all, with ample beast slots, having a variety of abilities in pet beasts is never too much. Next pair, Yu Dawei and Li Shui. Teacher Sure announced according to the draw results. "Go for it. Fatty Yu, win her over." Lin Yan cheered his friend on. Fatty Yu nodded solemnly in response. Both sides released their pet beasts. Fatty Yu's was not one of the 3 starter beasts, but a metal attribute, Steel Hedgehog. This clearly showed the full support from his family to nurture this talent for the Martial Academy. The Steel Hedgehog had elite-grade potential, and although it was currently a servant level 2-star, it had already mastered the spiked ball crash skill. Li Shui, on the other hand, used a grass-type pet beast from the starter trio with Spirit Sheep. This servant level 2-star pet beast had medium elite potential, but at the moment, it only knew the basic crash skill. The low-level Wood Spirit Sheep couldn't yet perform Wood attribute attacks, which are only mastered at the elite level, except for exceptionally gifted pet beasts. Lin Yan quickly analyzed the information on both sides. This was clearly a one-sided match, with the metal attribute countering wood and the early-stage high attack and defense of metal types. The outcome was already determined. Indeed, when Fatty Yu gave the command, Abeo, spiked ball crash, the Steel Hedgehog immediately curled into a spiky ball and rolled unstoppably towards its opponent. Although the Wood Spirit Sheep tried its best to crash back, this heat-and tactic was doomed to fail, not even breaking through the Steel Hedgehog's defense. The subsequent matches were uneventful, mostly involving battles between starter trio or common pet beasts. Lin Yan took part in a few more rounds, easily securing victories. Next week, there's a friendly match between Class 1 and Class 2. Teacher Sure emphasized before dismissing the class. Don't slack off over the weekend. This is your chance to overtake others. Don't drop the ball. Class dismissed. After several battles, Lin Yan felt that his Flame Hound was on the verge of a breakthrough. He pondered the 3 main ways Beastmasters could level up their pet beasts. First, using the growth boost from the beast space, akin to offline experience. Second, accelerating aura absorption through actual combat, like leveling up by defeating monsters. Third, absorbing same-level beast cores, similar to consuming experience fruits. However, due to differences in species and attributes, the absorption and conversion of cores would also require some time. In the beast taming space, digestion time can be accelerated, meaning the speed at which one absorbs beast cores of the same level is directly proportional to their talent level. Lin Yan looked at the 500,000 Dragon Country currency in his hand, calculating in his mind. A single servant-level beast core costs around 10,000 to 20,000, and this money has more important uses. I can't lose to that guy named by next week, Lin Yan thought to himself, deciding to head out of the city to level up this weekend. The areas near the city are regularly cleared of powerful beasts by the city guard and mercenary groups, so as long as he was cautious, safety was assured. He made a simple purchase of necessary supplies and equipment, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and walked out of the towering city walls. Gazing up at the imposing steel walls, he couldn't help but think of the anime Attack on Titan from Sakura Country. As soon as he left the city, Lin Yan summoned his Flame Hound. As for the glacier turtle, due to its slow movement speed, it was temporarily left in the beast taming space. Entering the beast forest outside the city, scattered beast remains came into view. Those bones were strewn about, their flesh long since turned into nutrients for the forest. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from a nearby bush. Lin Yan decisively summoned the glacier turtle to stand alongside the Flame Hound. Xuanwu water gun. A ball of water instantly formed on the glacier turtle's head, transforming into a sharp stream that shot directly at the bush. The water stream parted the leaves, revealing the figure of a green leaf snake. Species: green leaf snake. Attribute: wood. Potential: high servant. Level: 3-star servant. Skills: fangs, constriction, evolution paths. 181. The water stream hit the green leaf snake, causing it to roll a few times, but the damage was minimal. This was due to both level suppression and the wood attribute countering the water attribute. Lin Yan lamented that the glacier turtle had not yet mastered ice attribute skills, as combining them with the Flame Hound could have produced a melting reaction. Qiongqi, bite its weak spot. The Flame Hound growled twice, scraping the ground with its front paws, and charged forward. With the glacier turtle's long-range harassment and the Flame Hound's attribute suppression, it only took a few rounds to bite the green leaf snake's weak spot. The snake's head twitched, but it had already lost its vitality. This battle allowed the Flame Hound to smoothly advance to a 4-star servant level, with its size growing accordingly. Lin Yan took out a dagger and carefully searched the snake's body, but unfortunately, he didn't find a core, likely due to the low potential of the species. However, the 3-star servant level snake's skin, gallbladder, and fangs were still decent loot. Beast tamers always spend a lot on nurturing their pets, and every little bit helped. After weighing his options, Lin Yan decided to temporarily hold off on nurturing Xuanwu and focus on developing Qiongqi first, using Qiongqi to help Xuanwu grow later. This strategy would avoid the conflict between the evolution needs of multiple beasts and limited resources. After clearing out a few low-level beasts at the edge, Lin Yan continued to explore deeper into the forest. "Hey, you there?" A clear voice called out from behind. Lin Yan was about to pack up his little beast after a battle and hit the road when he heard the call and turned around. In front of him stood a girl with twin ponytails, her hands clasped behind her back. She wore a black short skirt, revealing her long, fair legs. Lin Yan's gaze inadvertently swept over her before he quickly looked into her eyes, trying to act nonchalant. "Like what you see?" The girl with twin ponytails gave him a disdainful look. Ahem. Lin Yan coughed awkwardly, internally berating himself. "Why did I stare? I should have looked at her eyes first. So, what do you need?" "Your pet beast is a 4-star servant level. I want to ask for your help," the girl said straightforwardly. "How do you know my pet beast is a 4-star servant level?" The girl raised her right hand, revealing a blue bracelet on her wrist. "Beast Master Blue Ring." Lin Yan nodded in understanding, thinking, someone well off, better not mess with her. This Beast Master Blue Ring is a product of pet beast appraisers and beast technology, able to automatically recognize the species, rank, and potential of exotic beasts through a cloud database. Despite being just a small bracelet, it's worth over 500,000 Dragon Country currency, far beyond the reach of ordinary people. "What kind of help?" "I'd like you to join me in exploring a cave. There are 2 4-star servant level exotic beasts inside. Although my beast is a 5-star servant level, facing 2 at once is a bit risky." As she spoke, she summoned her pet beast, a Snow White, 3-tailed charm fox. Lin Yan was a bit surprised. A rare psychic-type pet beast? Through observation, he quickly gleaned the detailed information of this 3-tailed charm fox. Super psychic type, high lord potential, 5-star servant level, possessing skills like charm days and psychic impact, with 111 evolution paths leading to ultimate forms like celestial fox and 9-tailed fox. This made Lin Yan reflect on the terms he exchanged for his grade beast mastery talent, sacrificing half his freedom to work for the Beast Master Association in return for a lord potential pet beast and upgrade resources. Clearly, this girl had a significant background. "What's in it for me if I help you?" Lin Yan wasn't the type to be swayed by beauty or profit. "Inside, there's a material for my pet's evolution that I need. You can have everything else." Lin Yan weighed his options. This girl didn't seem to lack money, and at worst, he could gain the components of 2 4-star servant-level exotic beasts, plus with the cooperation of a lord-level psychic-type pet beast, the rewards would be substantial. "All right. My name is Sun Yinshua, and yours?" "Lin Yan. You look about my age. Are you also taking the exams this year?" Sun Yinshua asked. "Yeah." Lin Yan looked at the girl's pet beast, determined to accelerate the evolution of his own. While his grade beast mastery talent ensured the level gap wouldn't be too large, the potential gap between their beasts was significant, much like the base stats in a game, determining the ceiling of their abilities. Lin Yan pondered to himself, realizing that despite having some skills, the gap in economic power between him and others was too vast. This realization sparked a sense of urgency within him. "Don't worry." Sun Yinshua noticed Lin Yan's expression and reassured him. "It seems like you haven't had your contract beast for long, but you've managed to raise the flame dog to a 4-star servant level in such a short time. Your talent in beast taming is definitely not low. Getting into a good martial academy shouldn't be a problem." "Thanks, I'm fine," Lin Yan replied, then confidently added. "But my goal isn't just any good martial academy. That would be a waste of my talent." Before long, the two arrived at the cave entrance. This was where Sun Yinshua had left earlier to seek help, and coincidentally encountered Lin Yan. "Do you know what kind of exotic beasts are inside?" Lin Yan asked. Two earth bears, earth element type. Lin Yan had some understanding of these exotic beasts' terrifying strength, sharp teeth, the kings among their peers. He suddenly grabbed Sun Yinshua and lowered his voice. Wait, I have a plan before we go in. Oh, you have a plan? Sun Yinshua asked in surprise. Earth bears are strong, but they're slower than the flame dog. I'll have the flame dog provoke them and lure them out. If one comes out, we'll take it down quickly. If both come out, we'll seize the chance to slip inside and grab what we need. And if they don't come out, Lin Yan smirked. Then let the contract beast poop on their heads, pee in front of their faces, and bark at the entrance. I don't believe those two dumb bears can hold back. You're so devious. This is called wisdom. Although Sun Yinshua thought the plan was a bit underhanded, she accepted it since it seemed likely to succeed easily. Qiongqi, understand? Be safe and give it your all. Lin Yan patted Qiongqi's head. Qiongqi barked twice to show it understood, then swaggered into the cave. Soon, barking sounds echoed from inside. Roar! A thunderous roar sent the forest birds scattering. The barking grew more frantic, sounding more like a desperate retreat than an attempt to lure. Get ready, Lin Yan reminded. Sun Yinshua nodded. Xiao-san, prepare to use psychic shock. Lin Yan's mouth twitched at the name Xiao-san. It was even more ridiculous than the names he came up with, indicating that Sun Yinshua was just as bad at naming things as he was. He couldn't help but imagine that if someone married Sun Yinshua, it would be like getting a wife and a mistress as a bonus. What are you laughing at? Sun Yinshua asked, puzzled. Nothing, my aunt's kid is about to be born. I'm just happy. Lin Yan made up an excuse on the spot. Just then, the flame dog bolted out of the cave like lightning, leaping several meters away, and turned back to snarl at the entrance. Hot on its heels, a gray bear clad in rocky armor charged out. Species, Earth Bear. Attribute, Earth. Potential, High Elite. Level, Servant level 4-star. Skill, Giant rock palm gathers earth elements into its paw, transforming it into a massive rock to smash enemies. Evolution paths, 63. There's only one, attack it. Xiao-san's psychic shock. The center of the three-tailed fox's forehead lit up with a strange light. Roar! The earth bear suddenly halted, clutching its head with both paws, its face contorted in agony. The Flame Hound seized the opportunity and launched a swift attack. Instead of recklessly targeting the bear's abdomen, it cleverly avoided the massive paws that could strike at any moment and darted to the side, aiming for the bear's waist. With a tearing sound, a chunk of flesh was ripped away. The intense pain brought the earth bear back to its senses momentarily, but Sun Yinshua's command rang out. Xiao-san, maintain control. The three-tailed enchantress fox quickly cast its charm spell, freezing the earth bear in place just as it was about to retaliate. Go, Qiongqi. Strike when they retreat, retreat when they advance. Following the command, the Flame Hound landed a direct hit, tearing open the earth bear's abdomen, causing its innards to spill out. The severely injured bear wildly swung its rocky paws, but the Flame Hound had already retreated to a safe distance. Blood quickly stained the surrounding grass. To conserve energy for another earth bear, the three-tailed enchantress fox ceased its spell. Lin Yan signaled the Flame Hound to maintain its distance and wait for the opponent to exhaust itself. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the colossal creature collapsed with a thud. The perfect teamwork of the two servant-level 4-star pet beasts successfully took down the earth bear. Lin Yan thought to himself that while he could defeat it on his own, a complete kill might not have been possible. The Flame Hound took a few bites of the bear meat to confirm the kill, then signaled Lin Yan. Lin Yan immediately took out his hunting knife and approached, his eyes gleaming with excitement. One of the ancient 8 treasures, a great tonic. He skillfully cut off a pair of bear paws. Watching his eager demeanor, Sun Yinshua covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Take it easy, no one's going to take it from you. Miss, you don't know the cost of living. You have to be frugal to keep the pet beasts well-fed and plump, Lin Yan joked. Suddenly, his hand touched something unusual inside the carcass. Wait, what's this? A dirt yellow beast core appeared in his hand. As per our agreement, this core is mine, Lin Yan said, looking slightly tense as he glanced at Sun Yinshua. Yes, it's yours. Sun Yinshua nodded with a smile. To her, a servant-level core was not significant. Seeing her agreement, Lin Yan finally relaxed and put the core away. They're in. Yes, Sun Yinshua responded. The cave entrance was small, but surprisingly deep. Lin Yan felt that they needed to delve all the way inside to find what Sun Yinshua was looking for. As they ventured further, the daylight gradually faded, leaving only the faint glow of a few strange plants. To Lin Yan's surprise, the Beastmaster's blue ring provided its own light, making him appreciate its value. The deeper they went, the quieter it became, with only the sound of dripping water breaking the silence. The two moved forward cautiously, holding their breath. It's so dark, Sun Yinshua said, clutching Lin Yan's sleeve. Her fear of visiting such a gloomy place for the first time made her instinctively stay close to her companion. Although she was brave enough to team up with a stranger, encountering a predator would be dangerous. Fortunately, Lin Yan was a man of integrity, adhering to the code of a gentleman. In the distance, the heavy breathing of another earth bear could be heard clearly. Roar! A deafening bear roar echoed from the cave entrance, causing Lin Yan's hair to stand on end and his scalp to tingle. Beside him, Sun Yinshua was equally stunned by the sudden roar. Stop standing there in a daze. Let's deal with the one in front first. Lin Yan snapped Sun Yinshua back to reality as they found themselves trapped between enemies on both sides. Sun Yinshua quickly regained her composure. Xiao-san, use mental shock and charm. Qiongqi, like before, give it your all this time. Let's finish this quickly. Before she even finished speaking, their two pet beasts charged at the enemy ahead. Keep moving forward. Don't let that bear behind us catch up, Lin Yan instructed as he maneuvered forward. During the battle, Qiongqi viciously bit off one of the earth bear's legs, while Xiao-san inflicted several bloody scratches on the bear in close combat. Just then, another figure appeared in the passageway they had come from. Lin Yan quickly assessed it. Earth bear, earth attribute, elite high potential, servant level 6 star, possessing the boulder palm skill. Damn, a servant level 6 star. Lin Yan cursed under his breath. We can't hold back any longer, or we might not make it out of this. Dying to a servant level 6 star beast before even leaving the novice village would be humiliating. Come out, Xuanwu. A blue ice river turtle appeared in front of Lin Yan. After the previous battles, Xuanwu had reached servant level 3 star, and its dual attributes made its strength comparable to a 4-star Flame Hound. Sun Yinshua looked at Lin Yan in shock. How? How can you contract two pet beasts at the black iron level? It's a natural talent. Lin Yan shrugged. It's our secret, don't tell anyone. Sun Yinshua nodded solemnly, though she didn't fully believe him. After this battle, they were bonded by life and death, and she had no intention of betraying a friend. Lin Yan quickly devised a strategy. Let Qiongqi handle the already injured 4-star earth bear, while Xuanwu and Xiao-san worked together to contain the 6-star one. With one specializing in mental attacks and the other in ice and water, they were more than capable of stalling the 6-star beast. The battle quickly reached its conclusion. After Qiongqi finished off the injured earth bear, it joined the assault on the 6-star beast. Eventually, the 3-tailed charm fox's mental shock proved to be the final straw, bringing the exhausted earth bear crashing down under the mental attack. Lin Yan carefully scoured the battlefield, collecting 2 pairs of bear paws and a servant-level earth attribute crystal core. Each bear paw could easily fetch 1,000 or 2 long currency, not counting the crystal core. The 3 earth bears they had taken down filled Lin Yan with a quiet joy, bringing his earnings close to 10,000. However, this experience taught him a crucial lesson. Never venture into unfamiliar caves recklessly. As they ventured deeper into the cave, the space suddenly opened up before them. It was a spacious clearing, much larger than the previous passageways. The most striking feature was a solitary crystal flower in the center, emitting a purple glow, looking quite out of place. Around the edges of the cave walls, a few black plants with purple veins grew sporadically. Is this cave shadow grass? Lin Yan's eyes lit up. This black grass was exactly the material needed for his Flame Hound's evolution. He couldn't help but feel a sense of luck at encountering such a fortunate find in the cave. He wasn't worried about Sun Yinshua competing for the materials. The purple glowing crystal flower dream crystal was essential for a 3-tailed enchantress fox to evolve into a 5-tailed enchantress fox. Even with 3 tails, the fox had high potential as a leader, and with 5, its potential was unimaginable. Sun Yinshua and her fox were bound by fate, and it was clear she wouldn't be confined to the small Qing in the future. Perhaps she never truly belonged here, just as it was puzzling why a dream crystal would appear in the den of a mere servant-level beast. I found what I need, that crystal flower, Sun Yinshua said, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. At that moment, she was so dazzling that Lin Yan was momentarily stunned, thinking that the so-called school beauty by Xiu paled in comparison. Need any help? Lin Yan asked. No need, I can handle it myself. Sun Yinshua carefully placed the dream crystal into a specially made container from her storage ring to prevent any loss. Seeing the storage ring, Lin Yan was already numb to surprises. First, it was the Beastmaster Blue Ring, and now a storage ring worth several times more. Such treasures could only be created by rare space-type pet beasts. In this world, the saying space is king, time is supreme held true. After securing the crystal, Sun Yinshua noticed Lin Yan meticulously digging out the black grass by the wall and curiously asked, Is there a purpose to you collecting that? Of course, why else would I be doing this? Lin Yan replied, too busy to explain further. Okay, no need to be so grumpy, Sun Yinshua pouted, crossing her arms in frustration. Looking at this mysterious young man, Sun Yinshua was filled with curiosity. How could he contract 2 beasts? Why did his beasts level up so quickly? Why was he so fixated on these seemingly insignificant weeds? It was her first time sneaking out without telling her family, and she was grateful to have met Lin Yan amidst the danger. She thought about how to thank him, but realized she didn't have enough Longwa currency with her. She had only ventured out because she overheard her family mention the potential presence of materials for the fox's evolution here and didn't want to rely on them for everything. She decided to repay him later. Meanwhile, Lin Yan had collected 6 cave shadow grass plants. These were not highly valued at the Beastmasters Association since few recognized their true worth, resulting in a lack of buyers. The publicly available evolution formula for the Flame Hound primarily uses sunlight grass as its main ingredient. Due to the large number of beast tamers with contracted flame hounds, the demand for sunlight grass far exceeds the supply, causing its price to soar beyond its actual value. For someone like Lin Yan, given his current status and assets, such an expense is quite extravagant. Is this it then? Can I get your contact info, beautiful? Lin Yan asked playfully as they reached the cave entrance. Sun Yinshua lowered her head slightly, a hint of shyness on her face. Where's your blue ring? Let's connect. Lin Yan froze, awkwardly pulling out an old-style mobile phone from his pocket, a waterproof, shockproof, low-energy model he had invested heavily in, capable of holding a charge for nearly half a year with just 2 hours of charging. The atmosphere became instantly awkward. My number is 176. Sun Yinshua quickly broke the silence. All right, got it. See you around. Lin Yan hurriedly jotted down the number and left in a rush, fearing the awkwardness would overwhelm him if he stayed a second longer. After Lin Yan left, Sun Yinshua was about to move when she suddenly saw a familiar figure descend from the sky. Uncle Wang, what are you doing here? Miss, have you had enough fun? It's time to go home, Uncle Wang said as he landed steadily on his 2-winged tiger. Uncle Wang, you saw everything? Sun Yinshua cautiously tested the waters. Yes, I saw everything. Sun Yinshua's heart sank, and she quickly blinked her bright eyes, pleading, can you not tell my parents? Let it be our little secret, okay? All right, everything is up to you, Mississippi. With the promise secured, Sun Yinshua beamed. I knew Uncle Wang was the best. Let's get going. Miss, you go ahead. I'll clear the nearby beasts, Uncle Wang said, summoning a giant wolf pet before disappearing into the forest. Sitting on the back of the winged tiger, Sun Yinshua idly played games on her beast ring, unaware that in the distant forest, Uncle Wang was quietly reporting, Master, the young lady encountered someone. The call ended after a few brief responses from the other end. Miss, I'm back. Let's go, Uncle Wang said with a smile. Meanwhile, nearing Qingqi, Lin Yan suddenly sneezed. Achoo! Damn it, who's talking about me? Once in the city, Lin Yan headed straight to the Beast Tamer Association and purchased 5 elite-level fire attribute crystals at market price. He sold the gains from his forest adventure, totaling 21,201 Dragon Country currency. Of course, he kept 2 crystals for his pet's upgrade. At home, Lin Yan released Qiongqi, his pet beast, a flame hound with a fire attribute, lower warrior potential, and a 4-star slave level. It had 233 initial evolution paths and a bite skill. Following the evolution formula, he first fed Qiongqi a cave ghost grass, waiting for it to emit black mist before allowing it to absorb the 5 elite-level fire crystals. Once the cave ghost grass activated the flame hound bloodline within Qiongqi, Lin Yan placed the 5 crystals in its mouth. The energy from the crystals began to wash over Qiongqi's body, refining and transforming its bloodline to guide a new species evolution. Qiongqi rolled on the ground in pain, clenching its jaws and whimpering as if enduring the agony of swallowing razor blades. Watching his pet in such distress, Lin Yan's heart ached. As time ticked by, Qiongqi's body gradually became enveloped in a thin layer of dark mist. The transformation began with its limbs, where sharp bone spikes emerged from the roots, and a lava-like crimson glow faintly emanated from beneath its black fur. With the complete absorption of the power from 5 elite-level fire crystals, Qiongqi's strength was rapidly increasing. Evolution complete. Lin Yan eagerly checked Qiongqi's information panel. Species: Hell Lava Hound. Attributes: Fire Dark. Potential: High-level Warrior. Level: Servant level 7-star. Skills: Flame Bite upgraded from Bite, with added fire damage effect. Inferno Flame can unleash hellfire infused with dark power. Evolution Paths: 53. Hell Lava Hound. Lin Yan was secretly thrilled. The name itself sounded far more formidable than Flame Hound. With its 7-star servant-level strength and high-level warrior potential, he was confident he wouldn't lose to Baxia. Even more exciting was that the original Bite skill had been upgraded to Flame Bite, and it had gained the powerful Inferno Flame skill. Typically, ordinary beasts at the servant level could only possess 1 skill, with a 2nd skill only acquired upon reaching the elite level. Of course, Sun Yinshua's celestial pet and his own dual attribute Xuanwu were exceptions. I need to quickly raise Qiongqi to the elite level before the martial exam, Lin Yan calculated. This way, I can have an additional beast slot, and Xuanwu can come out openly. As Qiongqi evolved, Xuanwu's level also rose to servant level 4 stars. The newly evolved Qiongqi immediately jumped up to enthusiastically lick its master's face upon seeing him. All right, Lin Yan quickly pushed Qiongqi away. I just washed my face. Here, take this and absorb it in the beast space. He handed Qiongqi a 5-star servant-level crystal. Although the level wasn't high for Qiongqi now, absorption and transformation still required time. After making all the arrangements, the exhausted Lin Yan collapsed onto his bed and quickly fell asleep. As a black iron-level beast master, his physical endurance was far inferior to that of the beasts. The intense focus, fierce battles, and strenuous activity along the way had pushed him to his limits. It wasn't until Monday morning, when a ray of sunlight pierced through the curtains, that he was awakened. Oh no, I'm going to be late. Lin Yan hurriedly threw on his school uniform, stuffed a sausage into his mouth, and sprinted towards First High. Hey, Lin, what a coincidence. Long time no see, skinny monkey. The two of them sprinted towards school, one after the other. In the afternoon, on the training field, students from 2 classes had already gathered. The school director stood on the platform announcing the rules. Since both classes are here, let's go over the rules. Each class will send 5 students for random unknown battles to determine the strongest. The winner will represent Qing First High in the Qing martial exam training camp. As Lin Yan listened, he wondered if Sun Yinshua would also participate in the training camp. But that was irrelevant. With his current strength, dealing with these novices at First High was a breeze. He was determined to secure this spot. The first match, Chun Fan versus Fatty Yu. At this moment, Chun Fan had trained his Gale Wolf to servant level 4 stars, while Fatty Yu's Iron Hedgehog remained at servant level 2 stars. The talent gap between beast masters was clearly evident. Of course, Chun Fan's rapid pet enhancement was also due to absorbing beast crystals. However, in Lin Yan's eyes, this level of strength was still far from sufficient. Lin Yan remained humble in the face of victory. Whenever he thought of Sun Yinshua's spirit beast, he realized he was just a frog in a well in Qing. Only by stepping out of this place could he see a broader world. In the first match, Yu Pengzi's Iron Hedgehog quickly lost under the level suppression of the Swift Wind Wolf. Following that, Lin Yan faced off against Zhang San in the second match. Although Zhang San had a level Beastmaster talent, his spirit beast was the same as Lin Yan's previous one, a flame dog. When Lin Yan elegantly summoned Qiongqi, Hell Lava Dog, Zhang San's flame dog instinctively took a few steps back, feeling the suppression of bloodline and the absolute difference in species level. What kind of spirit beast is that? It's so cool. Isn't Lin Yan's spirit beast supposed to be a flame dog? The students in the audience were filled with shock and envy. Teacher Sure, have you seen Lin Yan's spirit beast before? A school leader asked. No, I haven't. Previously, he only had a flame dog, although it was stronger than the average one, Teacher Sure answered, adjusting his glasses. The school leader nodded in satisfaction. A servant level 7-star spirit beast and its level Beastmaster talent lets reserve a spot for him in the Qing martial exam special training camp. He chose to attribute Lin Yan's spirit beast transformation to fortune, deciding not to delve into it further and risk offending a talented student. Teacher Sure gladly agreed, thinking about the generous year-end bonus he would receive. Another homeroom teacher felt a tinge of regret, but had no objections. For a high school student who had just awakened his talent to reach the level of a 7-star Iron Beastmaster was indeed rare in Qing, especially since Lin Yan came from a humble background. Unaware of these undercurrents, Lin Yan easily won the match, defeating his opponent's flame dog without even using any skills. In the following matches, Lin Yan faced by Xiyu. Her Dark Knight Spirit Cat had reached the servant level 5-star, thanks to her talent and the enhancement of crystal cores. Among the students at Qing No. 1 High School, her spirit beast strength was second only to Lin Yan's. In the final match, Lin Yan went up against Bai Xiyu. The spectators saw it as a playful duel between a talented young man and a beautiful girl, but to Lin Yan, it was just a drama of unrequited love turning into resentment. You? How did your spirit beast become like this? Bai Xiyu angrily questioned upon seeing the evolved Hell Lava Dog. It was supposed to be one of the 3 commoner spirit beasts, a flame dog. How did it get so strong? You talk too much. How about this? If you call me Dad, I'll tell you. Lin Yan sighed with a hint of playfulness. Dark Knight Spirit Cat, attack. Only the servant level 5-star Dark Knight Spirit Cat obeyed its master's command and launched an attack on the servant level 7-star Hell Lava Dog. Black Claw. Bai Xiyu's order was clear and concise. Although Lin Yan was confident of victory, he remained vigilant. Qiongqi Hellfire. The Dark Knight Spirit Cat darted around the arena like a ghost, constantly closing the distance between itself and Qiongqi. Suddenly, flames erupted from Qiongqi's body, and a dark red blaze spewed from its mouth. The Dark Knight Spirit Cat was forced to retreat to avoid the attack, but the flames on the ground only burned more fiercely. As the sea of fire spread, the cat's movement space became increasingly restricted. Qiongqi, Flame Bite. In this fight, Lin Yan commanded calmly. Qiongqi charged forward with hellfire under its feet, matching the speed of the Dark Knight Spirit Cat. When the cat's black claw struck Qiongqi's forearm, leaving only a shallow mark, Qiongqi's fangs had already sunk deep into its opponent's abdomen. The flesh around the wound turned black instantly, and the Dark Knight's spirit cat writhed in pain as the persistent burning continued to ravage its body. I surrender. Please save my pet. Qiongqi cried out anxiously. Teacher Shi quickly summoned the pollen spirit butterfly for healing, but due to the lingering burn effects, the Dark Knight spirit cat had to be taken to the infirmary for further treatment. Lin Yan wins, the teacher announced. Cheers erupted from Class 1. Lin Yan is awesome. Lin Yan, you're our big brother now. Meanwhile, apart from Lin Yan's friend Yupongzi, the students from other classes wore expressions of disappointment. Teacher Shi addressed the class. Lin Yan, come with me. The rest of you, return to self-study. Turning to Lin Yan, he said, great performance, keep it up. In the principal's office, Lin Yan greeted respectfully. Hello, principal. The principal set down his teacup and smiled. Lin, given your outstanding performance in the competition, the school has decided to offer you a spot in the Qing martial arts exam training camp. Would you like to go? What is the Qing martial arts exam training camp? Lin Yan asked curiously, thinking that this training camp, which only Qing number 1's top student could attend, must offer significant benefits. The principal gave a slightly reproachful look at Teacher Shi, then explained in detail. The Qing martial arts exam training camp is designed for top high school martial arts exam students. It starts in 3 days and lasts for a month. The chief instructor is a diamond-level beast master from the city guard, who will provide professional, systematic, and comprehensive martial arts exam training. There are rewards based on performance, and there's an opportunity for special college recruitment, allowing for admission without an exam. After hearing this, Lin Yan had a clear understanding of the training camp. These top students from schools would represent Qing in the martial arts exam, and their improvement was directly linked to Qing's overall performance in the exam. I'm willing to go, Lin Yan agreed without hesitation. Who wouldn't take up such a great opportunity? Only someone with a hole in their head. What attributes does your pet beast have? The principal asked. Fire and dark attributes. The principal raised an eyebrow at this. A dual attribute? No wonder you got first place. He turned and carefully searched through a row of safes. A moment later, he retrieved 5 crystals and approached Lin Yan. I don't have any dark attribute servant-level crystal cores, so these 5 fire attribute ones are a personal gift from me. I hope you can achieve great results at the training camp and bring glory to Qing First High School. Lin Yan accepted the crystal cores with both hands, feeling touched. Don't worry, principal. From now on, this school is like my home, and I won't let you down. Seeing how sensible he was, the principal nodded with satisfaction. Good job. If you ever face any difficulties, just let the school know. This is your second home. After returning home, Lin Yan immediately summoned Qiongqi and showed it the 5 fire attribute crystal cores given by the principal. Qiongqi, here's your new food. These crystal cores are all yours. He gently petted Qiongqi's head as it took the crystals back to the beast space to slowly absorb them. With these fire attribute crystal cores, Qiongqi should reach servant level 8 stars in 3 days. It should do well in the special training camp, Lin Yan calculated. To be fair, he also summoned Xuanwu and gave it a servant level 4-star earth attribute crystal core. Although absorbing different attribute crystal cores is slower, it's still much faster than natural growth. Just then, Lin Yan's phone buzzed with a message. Sun Yinshua. Xiaoyan, which martial arts school do you want to apply to? This unexpected message from the young lady surprised Lin Yan. For him, the Martial Arts Academy of Huodou University was the ideal choice not only because his brother was at Huodou University, which would allow them to look out for each other, but also because Huodou's Martial Arts Academy is one of the 6 great academies. To become a great academy, a school must have a king-level expert who commands an emperor-level pet beast, a presence strong enough to guard an entire city. The 6 great academies in Longhua are Longqing Martial Arts Academy, Huodou Martial Arts Academy, Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy, Poseidon Martial Arts Academy, Panshir Martial Arts Academy, and Liuli Martial Arts Academy. I want to try for Huodou Martial Arts Academy, Lin Yan replied. Got it, Sun Yinshua responded briefly. This cryptic exchange left Lin Yan puzzled. Is she planning to go to Huodou Martial Arts Academy too? He wondered. Shaking his head, he decided to focus on himself first. Facing talented beast masters from all over the country, especially those well-resourced second generation from Longqing, he knew he needed to improve his strength. It's possible that some have already reached the silver level. The school gave him 3 days off to prepare for the training camp, but Lin Yan didn't idle. He took Qiongqi and Xuanwu to the wild to level up. The wild beasts here were more ferocious and battle-hardened than the school's pet beasts. Qiongqi and Xuanwu had to work together to take down a servant-level 8-star beast, but unfortunately, they didn't obtain a crystal core this time. Unlike the previous encounter, this time they were accompanied only by fearsome beasts and the silent forest. 3 days later, Qiongqi successfully advanced to a servant-level 8-star, and Xuanwu reached the servant-level 5-star. Following the address provided by the school, Lin Yan needed to head to the Qing martial exam training camp outside the city. The journey to the training camp was not easy. The dense forest was teeming with various exotic beasts, and it was mandatory to travel alone. For inexperienced newcomers, this forest could become their graveyard. However, for Lin Yan, it was familiar territory. He cautiously summoned Qiongqi as a precaution, while temporarily leaving Xuanwu in the beast space. Lin Yan's backpack was filled with antidotes and anti-swelling ointments, a result of many encounters with venomous snakes and insects. Those unprepared newcomers would suffer, having to fend off beast attacks while enduring the painful bites of insects. Inside the training camp, a massive electronic screen displayed the real-time performance of the trainees. The screen was divided into numerous small squares, each representing a trainee's status. A military uniformed instructor stood at the front, with subordinates at computers conducting comprehensive evaluations. At that moment, Lin Yan on the screen was engaged in a fierce battle with a servant-level 7-star rampaging water buffalo. This exotic beast had a water attribute and possessed a savage charge skill, with 217 evolution paths. Qiongqi attack. With Lin Yan's command, Qiongqi agilely leaped to the rear of the rampaging water buffalo, biting its flank. A regular flame dog might struggle to inflict significant damage on a water attribute beast, but the evolved Hellfire Lava Dog, Qiongqi, had enhanced power due to its dark attribute. The rampaging water buffalo, in pain, frantically spun and jumped, trying to shake off Qiongqi. However, its horns couldn't reach behind, allowing Qiongqi to embed its claws deeply into the buffalo's flesh. A burst of hellfire roasted the buffalo's side to a crisp, even making Qiongqi drool. With a thunderous crash, the rampaging water buffalo collapsed. Qiongqi immediately bit through its neck, ensuring the prey's death. This was the timely finishing move Lin Yan had trained. He skillfully extracted a water element crystal core and placed it in the beast space for Xuanwu to absorb. Cores of the same attribute had higher absorption efficiency. In the camp, the instructor took notice of Lin Yan's performance. This kid is impressive, already a black iron 8-star beast master. Check his records. Reporting, sir. His name is Lin Yan, 18 years old, orphaned, with one brother. He possesses S-level beast master talent, and his flame dog has undergone some mutation, the subordinate quickly reported. The military's information network was evidently extensive. The instructor nodded approvingly. A promising talent. However, soon the screen displayed a girl holding a black cat, feeding cat food to stray cats in the wild. Damn, who is this girl? On vacation or something? The head instructor pointed at the screen, angrily questioning. She's a girl from the Bai family, got in through connections. They've sponsored quite a lot. The assistant instructor replied in a low voice. Get her out of here. I can't stand people who use connections. The head instructor scoffed dismissively. And what about the Bai family's resources? He inquired. The resources stay. Just send them a banner from the city. The head instructor replied with a snort of indifference. The girl being discussed was Bai Shiyu from Qingqing High School No. 1. As the trainees arrived at the camp, Lin Yan found himself among a dozen students from various schools. Qingqing has over 60 high schools specializing in beast mastery, with about 50 securing spots at the camp, making it the perfect size for a single class. Hi, I'm Su Tianyi from Qingqing High School No. 2. You're from No. 1, right? A boy with gold-rimmed glasses introduced himself. Yes, Lin Yan from No. 1. Lin Yan replied, shaking his hand. I thought it would be the Bai family girl. Didn't expect you to take the spot. Su Tianyi adjusted his glasses. She's just a pretty face with no skills. Lin Yan dismissed with a wave. Su Tianyi gave him a thumbs up in agreement. Suddenly, a loud bang. Boom echoed. As the dust settled, a girl with a high ponytail, wearing the uniform of high school number 36, stood with one foot on the corpse of a beast. Wow, she's fierce. Su Tianyi exclaimed. Kind of impressive, Lin Yan admitted, intrigued. The girl had skin as fair as the moon, exuding an aura of youthful charm, but with a fierceness that set her apart. Her appearance perfectly matched Lin Yan's taste. What surprised Lin Yan more was her pet Baxia combat-type exotic beast from the Wild Ape clan. This beast, standing 2.5 meters tall with black fur, had a servant-level 8-star power and mastered skills like the Wild Thunder King Kong Fist, with 59 evolution paths. Combat-type beasts are born for battle, their sharp instincts and formidable muscles honed through countless fights. The contrast between the pure-looking girl and such a beast was striking. Hello everyone, I'm Ming from 36th High. A young girl waved to the crowd at the camp, her clear voice echoing all around. Hello sister you. A few voices responded from the crowd. The girl's energetic demeanor had already caught the attention of several admirers. Do you want to go and introduce yourself? Su Tianyi turned to Lin Yan and asked. No need. Lin Yan shook his head calmly. A month is a long time. There will be plenty of opportunities. Soon, more talented students began to arrive. Some rode on majestic companion beasts, others soared in on flying ones, and a few even appeared with unique rolling entrances. Before long, everyone had gathered. 3 instructors strode in front of the group. The leading man spoke. I am your head instructor, Wang Long. Just call me Instructor Wang. These are Instructor Li and Instructor Chun. After a brief introduction, He added, the upcoming training will mainly be handled by them. With that, he turned to leave. Head instructor, won't you personally train us? A student raised a hand, a hint of dissatisfaction in their voice. Instructor Chen responded, with your current abilities, you're not qualified for Instructor Wang's personal guidance. A bunch of self-proclaimed geniuses. Let's give you a reality check first. What do you mean by not qualified? How can we get the head instructor to teach us? Clearly, someone was provoked by the remark. It's simple, Instructor Chen replied nonchalantly. Become one of the top 3 students first. At this point, Instructor Li, dressed in military attire, added, the training camp operates on a points system. Points can be exchanged for crystal cores, materials, and even rare evolution methods for companion beasts, but they cannot be purchased with Dragon Country currency. Each week, the bottom 5 will be eliminated. Now, I'll announce your initial points. She pulled out a list. Yu Ming, 98 points. Lin Yan, 95 points. Yu Yi, 87 points. And so on until Su Tianyi, 82 points. Among the 51 students, the highest was 98 points, and the lowest was 10 points. Lin Yan was quite satisfied with his 95 points. Meanwhile, the 2 students who had questioned earlier received only 30 and 23 points. Get familiar with the surroundings today. Training starts officially tomorrow. Dorms are on the right, single rooms, with your names on the doors. Dismissed. Instructor Chen ordered. The students dispersed in small groups or individually. Lin Yan and Su Tianyi headed straight to the points exchange area, carefully browsing the list on the touchscreen. Servant level crystal core for 2 points, elite level for 20 points, warrior level for 100 points. Lin Yan roughly calculated that 1 point was worth about 5,000 Dragon Country currency. He then switched to the materials category, searching for evolution materials. Although the evolution materials for Qiongqi were still expensive, as a Suntobe silver-level beast master, he decided to start collecting the materials needed for Xuanwu's evolution. Lin Yan was browsing the points store when something caught his eye. Icefield grass, 100 points. He calculated silently. This material, which could slightly enhance an ice-type pet beast's elemental control, wasn't too overpriced. However, combined with the 300 points needed for Xuanwu's evolution, it would cost a total of 1.5 million Dragon Country currency. Xuanwu, Qiongqi, your dad is struggling. Lin Yan sighed deeply. As a high school student, supporting this family of 3 was no easy task. Although he could potentially become wealthy by selling pet beast evolution methods, the risks were too high. Evolving a Flame Hound into a Hellfire Lava Hound might be seen as luck, but if he revealed more evolution methods, who would believe it was just a high schooler's chance discovery? There were plenty of ill-intentioned people in the world, and he wanted to avoid unnecessary trouble. In the end, Lin Yan and Su Tianyi each exchanged for a batch of servant-level crystal cores to ensure their pet beast growth needs in the near future. 10 fire attribute, 5 water attribute, and 5 ice attribute crystal cores were exchanged, leaving Lin Yan with only 55 points out of the original 95. Watching his points dwindle, Lin Yan felt a pang of heartache, but he quickly motivated himself. Earn more points. No matter how tough it gets, I can't let my kids suffer. I'm the future Beast King. I can't be defeated by money. Lin, are you alright? Su Tianyi noticed his pale face and asked with concern. I'm fine. Let's keep going, Lin Yan replied, adjusting his mood. The camp was well equipped, with dormitories and a cafeteria in the living area, and a battle platform, training rooms, and gym in the training area. The medical room and points exchange center were located between the 2 areas. When Lin Yan returned to the dormitory, the 20 servant-level crystal cores were already neatly arranged there. The delivery is fast. The goods arrived before I did, he thought to himself. A single servant-level crystal core of the same attribute usually took half a day for a pet beast to fully absorb. This batch of crystal cores would last about a week. However, since Xuanwu and Qiongqi had just leveled up, they wouldn't see significant breakthroughs for now. After distributing the crystal cores to them, Lin Yan let them restart training would be counterproductive, and a balance of work and rest was key. By his estimation, once these crystal cores were used up, it would be time for the pet beasts to level up again. The next day, the training officially began. Instructor Chen was already waiting in the training area. Once all the trainees had gathered, he checked his watch and said, "Good, no one is late. Today, we're scheduling a ring competition with 3 rings operating simultaneously. Each person has 1 challenge opportunity. The ring master earns 10 points for a successful defense, and the challenger earns 5 points for a victory. The competition continues until no one challenges anymore, and the final ring master receives an additional 30 points." Hearing the word points, Lin Yan's eyes shone with excitement. "Kids, get ready. Dad's going to show off." Additionally, the instructor added, to prevent continuous matches, there will be healing-type pet beasts available for treatment after each battle, along with a half-hour rest period. Who wants to be the first ring master? First come, first served. After the instructor asked the question, the room fell silent. Although the students were top performers from various schools, they glanced at each other, hesitant to make the first move. Their eyes revealed a sense of calculation, clearly aiming for the 30 points awarded to the arena master. I'll go. Lin Yan decisively raised his hand, his clear voice breaking the silence. Instructor Chen nodded with satisfaction, a hint of approval in his eyes. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Yan confidently strode towards one of the arenas. Suddenly, a spirited voice rang out, I'll join too. Ming swiftly moved towards another arena, exuding a heroic aura. Anyone else? The instructor looked around. Then I'll take the last arena master spot. A frail-looking boy raised his hand. Lin Yan recognized him as Yu Yi, who ranked third in yesterday's points, and couldn't help but feel curious about his strength. All right, once the arena masters summon their beasts, challengers can choose their opponents, Instructor Chen announced. The three arena masters quickly summoned their respective beasts. Lin Yan's slave-level 8-star Hellfire Lava Dog stood majestically. Yu Ming's slave-level 8-star Wild Ape had an imposing presence, and the seemingly frail Yu Yi called forth a Purple Thunder Haka, slave-level 6-star top-attack beast with thunder attributes and flying capabilities, capable of paralyzing with its lightning talents. The spectators below eyed these formidable arena masters, with many breaking into a cold sweat. Two high-star powerhouses and a flying type that countered ground opponents. None of them were easy to deal with. I want to challenge Yu Yi. The first challenger summoned a slave-level 7-star wind attribute flying beast, eager to engage. I challenge Lin Yan, another voice declared. Lin Yan perked up, leaning down to whisper to his Hellfire Lava Dog. Win, and you'll get extra treats. This seemed to flip a switch, as his beast's eyes lit up, fixating on its opponent with anticipation, almost drooling. The challenger opposite, introducing himself as Wang Yong from 5th School, was visibly startled by this scene and summoned his silver-horned rhino. This was a slave-level 7-star metal attribute beast, with its main skill being the silver-horn drill. However, from his demeanor, it was apparent he hadn't paid much attention in class. Lin Yan looked at his opponent's silver-horned rhino, a slight smile playing on his lips. A metal attribute beast against a fire attribute one, and not even at an advantage level. This opponent was certainly overconfident. He whispered to Qiongqi, hold back a bit, or there won't be anyone left to challenge us. Qiongqi nodded in understanding. The battle started with a clear advantage. The massive silver-horned rhino, despite its tough hide, was hindered by its bulkiness, limiting its mobility. Qiongqi, with its superior potential and level, easily dodged its attacks, leaving the rhino bloodied with a few fiery bites. I surrender. Wang Yong shouted regretfully. He realized too late that he had been too impulsive and should have let others test the waters first. But now it was too late for regrets. His only chance was gone, and he was left to be a spectator in the remaining matches. Meanwhile, Yu Ye's Purple Thunder Eagle was decisively overpowering its opponent's flying beast. On the other hand, Yu Ming's arena was left unattended, leaving her bored on the stage. Perhaps her dominant performance yesterday had intimidated everyone, or maybe her innocent appearance discouraged any challengers. Lin Yan quietly calculated his chances against Yu Ming. If Qiongqi were to face off against the wild gorilla alone, his chances were about 40-60, with him at 40. But with Xuanwu in the mix, it would be more like 90-10. However, when he saw Yu Ming easily toss her opponent's beast out of the ring with just a few moves from her wild gorilla, he reconsidered. 3070 seemed more accurate. Yu Ming seemed to sense his gaze and shot him a challenging look. As time went on, the students began to understand the strengths and weaknesses of each arena leader, and their enthusiasm for challenges grew. Even those with less skill didn't want to miss out, preferring to give it a try, even if it meant taking a beating. Lin Yan specifically instructed Qiongqi to go easy on those with a significant skill gap, as they could be future clients. In contrast, the other two arenas saw much fiercer and more evenly matched battles. By nightfall, the battles at Yu Ming's and Yu Ye's arenas had long ended, but Lin Yan's battles continued unabated. Despite having breaks, both Lin Yan and Qiongqi were exhausted. Ultimately, each of the three arena leaders earned 30 points, with Lin Yan's total reaching an impressive 335 points. Looking at the day's hard-earned rewards, Lin Yan couldn't help but chuckle. What are you grinning about? Yu Ming asked, unable to resist her curiosity at his silly smile. Just look at these points. They're so big and plentiful. Get lost. Lin Yan checked his points and found that he had just enough to purchase the materials needed for Xuanwu's evolution, with a little left over. He immediately went to the points exchange center and ordered a warlord-level ice crystal core, a warlord-level water crystal core, and some ice grass. Watching his account balance quickly drop to a few dozen points, he didn't feel any regret. Back in his dormitory, Lin Yan carefully locked the door and began preparing for Xuanwu's evolution ritual. He closely examined the two crystal cores and was very satisfied with their quality. These cores not only surpassed the stock at the Beastmaster Association, but were also reasonably priced without any markup. These materials were prepared by the Academy for students, but they had to be earned through strength. Lin Yan summoned the glacier turtle, Xuanwu, and followed the sequence. First, he had it swallow the water crystal core, followed by the ice grass. Since Xuanwu had a water attribute, its ice attribute was relatively weak, and the ice grass helped with the attribute transformation. Finally, he fed Xuanwu the ice crystal core. In an instant, a piercing cold erupted from Xuanwu, enveloping it completely. The chill was so intense that Lin Yan had to wrap himself in a blanket to keep warm. Xuanwu, originally a 5-star servant-level creature, quickly broke through to 6 stars, and its aura continued to rise. Its body began to expand, and a layer of crystalline ice formed on its shell. After a night's evolution, Xuanwu completed its transformation. Species: Ice Armor Xian Water Turtle. Attributes: Water Ice. Potential: Lower Lord. Level: 8-star Servant level. Skills: High Pressure Water Gun, Enhanced Water Gun Attack. Mysterious Ice Shield can form an ice shield within 2 meters at will. Ice Spike can condense ice spikes for long-range attacks. Evolution Paths: 49. By now, Xuanwu was as large as a bed, its shell covered in thick ice, radiating cold. Sharp ice spikes had grown from its back, giving it a majestic and imposing appearance. Lin Yan reached out to touch Xuanwu's head, only to pull back his hand quickly from the cold, unable to hide his inner joy. I never expected Xuanwu's potential to reach the Lord level. Not accepting the Beastmaster Association's invitation was the right choice, Lin Yan thought to himself. The mysterious ice shield skill alone was enough to make countless Beastmasters envious. He began considering Xuanwu's next evolution plan. There were currently 2 options. 1. A Lord-level Ice Crystal Core, a Lord-level Water Crystal Core, plus a Warlord-level Space Crystal Core and a Space Stone, following a space development path. 2. A Lord-level Ice Crystal Core, a Lord-level Water Crystal Core, combined with a Lord-level Dragon Crystal Core and a Dragon Blood Herb, following a Dragon development path. Both options had their pros and cons, and the required materials were extremely rare, leaving Lin Yan in a dilemma. The final choice might depend on which materials he could acquire first. In contrast, the evolution plan for the Hell Lava Dog was much simpler, with the materials clearly showing the strength difference. It could directly take the strongest route, requiring 5 Warlord-level Fire Crystal Cores, 5 Warlord-level Dark Crystal Cores, and an Evil Fruit. After a full day of intense battles, Qiongqi, which normally needed 4 or 5 days to level up, was now close to reaching the peak of 8-star Servant level. At this moment, Lin Yan felt even more confident about the upcoming National Martial Exam as long as he could reach the silver level. Admission to one of the 6 sacred academies was within reach. The next morning, just as dawn broke, the 2 instructors led the group of trainees out of the camp and into the depths of the forest. These 2 gold-level beast tamers navigated the outskirts of the forest near the city with ease, using the exotic beasts they encountered along the way as excellent teaching material. The instructors demonstrated the essence of beast taming techniques in real combat. In battle, you can't just mindlessly unleash skills. The combat techniques of your pet beasts are equally important. Instructor Chen explained while demonstrating and specifically praised Ming. Her wild ape had shown combat abilities beyond its level, holding its ground even against a 9-star servant-level exotic beast. As long as they didn't encounter beasts with special attributes like psychic, spatial, or dragon types, she could almost guarantee victory in same-level battles. In the servant-level area, the instructors led the trainees in a thorough search. These future college students were not only free labor, but were also contributing to the city. Considering the inefficiency of collective action, the instructors announced a new task arrangement. Form your own teams, no more than 5 people per team, and choose a team leader. You must kill 10 servant-level exotic beasts within 2 days and provide photos as proof. For each one missed, 5 points will be deducted, and if you don't have enough, it'll be on credit. Send your location immediately if you encounter danger. I don't want to have to collect bodies. With that, the 2 instructors turned and returned to the camp. Su Tianyi was the first to approach Lin Yan. Lin, how about we team up? Sure, Lin Yan agreed readily, thinking that having another person could help share the workload. Yu quickly joined in as well. Lin Yan could see through Yu's intention of wanting an easy ride, but he allowed him to join anyway. I'll join too. Ming appeared in front of the trio, bouncing with energy. What are you doing here? Lin Yan asked, puzzled by Ming's presence given her strong capabilities. With your strength, you could easily handle this on your own. Ming crossed her arms with a hint of pride. I see potential here and thought we might be able to challenge elite-level exotic beasts together. Elite-level crystal cores. Lin Yan's eyes lit up. That's a whopping 100,000 Longwa currency. Su Tianyi and Yu were initially stunned, but then their eyes glimmered with greed. With such an opportunity, why not give it a shot? The 4 quickly reached an agreement and formed the strongest team in the training camp. However, choosing a team leader became a challenge. I won't be the leader, too much thinking involved. Ming was the first to express her disinterest. Neither will I. Yu maintained his easygoing attitude. All right, since everyone agrees, Su Tianyi will be the leader, Lin Yan decided. Su Tianyi looked confused. Su Tianyi, like Lin Yan, is a civilian beastmaster, but he doesn't have Lin Yan's talent or the opportunities from the classic of mountains and seas. He has relied solely on hard work and intelligence to get to where he is today. Faced with the task at hand, Su Tianyi accepted without hesitation. After all, what difference does it make if there's a team captain when you have a lineup of 3 champions? If we're going to challenge elite-level beasts, we need a beast master with a support-type pet in the team, Su Tianyi said, adjusting his glasses and analyzing seriously. Elite-level beasts have mastered attribute skills and are far more powerful than servant-level ones. With a support-type beast master, we can better handle the situation. All right, Captain, I know someone who has a contract with a support-type pet. Yu Ming's eyes lit up, and she quickly ran towards a group of students forming teams nearby. Moments later, she returned, dragging along a long-haired girl. The girl blushed upon seeing the unfamiliar group, especially the 2 champions she had seen the day before, and spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Hello, I'm Sun Ming from 17 High, pleased to meet you all. Hi, what abilities does your pet have? Lin Yan got straight to the point. Sun Ming summoned her Peta Spirit Flower Fairy with 4 dragonfly-like wings. This wood and fairy attribute pet, though only at servant level 8 stars, had the potential to reach higher ranks. It possessed 2 skills, Siphon and Sweet Scent, which allowed it to inflict wood attribute damage and drain energy from enemies, as well as remove negative effects and heal non-lethal injuries for allies. A fairy attribute pet, Lin Yan exclaimed in surprise. If it were an attack type, you'd definitely be a champion. You're too kind, Sun Ming said, her eyes sparkling with aspiration. I don't like fighting. I want to attend Lioli Martial Academy. It's a haven for support beast masters. Now that we have 5 people, we need a team name, Su Tianyi suggested. It's important for team cohesion. Let's call it the Cosmic Super Invincible Beast King Squad, Yu Ming excitedly proposed, only to be unanimously ignored by the other 4. How about whatever you say, squad? Yu Yi quietly suggested. You 2 should form your own team. Lin Yan couldn't help but tease. So what do you suggest? Yu Ming glared at Lin Yan defiantly. Let's go with War God Squad, Su Tianyi suggested with relief. The other 3 immediately agreed, leaving only Yu Ming protesting, still attached to her Cosmic Super Invincible Beast King Squad. Lin Yan gently freed himself from her grip on his collar, thinking how nice it would be if she were a bit gentler. But he dared not say it out loud. Let's go, it's time to hit the road. On May 20th, 2021, in the Dragon Kingdom calendar, the War God Squad was formed. Shortly after its formation, the team faced their first challenge. Yu Ye's flying pet beast, while scouting from the sky, was the first to spot the presence of a 6-star servant-level exotic beast. Let me handle this. You haven't seen me in action yet, Su Tianyi declared confidently as he stepped forward, summoning his pet beast, the 2-headed waterfire serpent. This unique exotic beast had 2 heads, one blue and one red, representing the opposing elements of water and fire. The blue-scaled head wielded the power of water, while the red-scaled head controlled flames. Despite their conflicting attributes, the 2 heads worked in perfect harmony, flicking their tongues without any sense of discord. A creature with both water and fire attributes is indeed rare, Lin Yan remarked to himself. This 2-headed serpent is a mutated species. Before hatching, it appears no different from a regular 2-headed serpent, which is why Su Tianyi was able to form a contract with it. The battle was imminent. Su Tianyi commanded the water-fire serpent to launch a series of skills: water breath, flame breath. The blue-head stream of water struck the exotic beast first, followed by the red-head's flames, which burned a large hole in the beast's surface. This tactic impressed Lin Yan. It involved using a water-based skill to create a damp environment, then triggering an evaporation effect with a fire-based skill to significantly increase damage. It reminded him of game mechanics he had encountered before. With a level advantage and elemental superiority, Su Tianyi easily claimed victory. After taking a photo to report to their instructor, the War God Squad continued to venture deeper. Through constant battles, the 5-member team became increasingly coordinated. Su Tianyi served as the midfield commander, Sun Ming provided rear support. Yu Ming's wild gorilla was the main attacker, Lin Yan's hell lava dog acted as secondary support, and Yu Ye's pet beast moved flexibly to assist. By midday, the team had ventured into areas inhabited by 8-star and 9-star exotic beasts. While they remained vigilant against the risk of encountering a group of 9-star beasts, they made significant gains, with Lin Yan's Qiongqi successfully advancing to a 9-star servant level. Half and half. No worries, Lin Yan whispered to Yu Ming. They had already taken down more than 10 exotic beasts on the first day, but their real target was the stronger elite-level exotic beasts. Meanwhile, in the camp, the chief instructors closely monitored the performance of the various teams. This year's students from Qing are generally stronger than previous years, especially this team. Chief Instructor Wang Long said, pointing to the projection of Lin Yan and his team. All 5 of them have the potential to enter the 6 great sacred institutes. These kids are fearless, Instructor Chen remarked as he watched them continue deeper into the territory. It looks like they're aiming to challenge the elite-level exotic beasts. Xiao Chun, keep an eye on them. Once they go deeper, the sky, I won't be able to track them. If this team encounters any problems, our Qing squad will end up at the bottom in this martial exam. Chief Instructor Wang Long instructed sternly. Yes, sir. Xiao Chen responded immediately. Lin Yan and his team moved cautiously through the forest. Su Tianyi turned to Yu Yi and asked, have you spotted any beasts? Yu Yi frowned and shook his head. It's strange. There's not a single beast around. It's understandable that elite beasts are scarce since they have fixed territories, but not seeing even common beasts is really unusual. Something's not right, Lin Yan said with a serious expression. You guys wait here while I scout ahead. As the only team member who could ride a beast, his mobility was unmatched. Although Yu Ye's purple thunder eagle could fly, it was challenging to observe the ground in such dense forest, and it might attract elite flying beasts. I'll go too, Yu Ming insisted. Lin Yan sighed inwardly. He had hoped to let Xuanwu stretch his legs, but that seemed impossible now. Su Tianyi intervened. Lin Yan, take Yu Ming with you. It's good to have backup in case of danger. We'll rest here and await your return. The eerie silence of the forest was indeed unsettling. Lin Yan patted the sturdy back of his Qiongqi. You sit in front, I'll be behind. I'll sit in the back. Yu Ming nimbly leapt onto Qiongqi's back, holding onto Lin Yan's waist. Be careful, Sun Ming called out from behind. Qiongqi swiftly carried the two into the dense forest. Despite the lack of a saddle making the ride bumpy, Lin Yan could clearly feel the soft touch from behind him. He couldn't help but think of Yu Ming's fierce combat style, making the contrast all the more striking. Suddenly, a faint sound came from ahead. Lin Yan signaled Qiongqi to slow down and approached cautiously. Through the gaps in the underbrush, they saw several people wearing white masks conducting some kind of experiment, with 3 warlord-level beasts guarding them. I know who they are, Yu Ming whispered in Lin Yan's ear. They belong to a notorious organization from Longhua called the Genesis Society. They conduct experiments under the guise of creating true gods, using any means necessary. It's said they once sacrificed an entire city to create an emperor-level monster, which was eventually destroyed by 3 king-level beast tamers. Lin Yan suddenly understood. No wonder there aren't any elite beasts around. They've all been captured for experiments. Having such an organization near Qingcheng is trouble. We need to inform the chief instructor immediately. Using the dense vegetation for cover, they stayed hidden nearby and overheard one of the masked individuals complaining. We came here 6 or 7 years ago, and now we're sent back to this godforsaken place to do grunt work again. There are only a few diamond-level beast masters in the city, and the headquarters can't spare anyone, a masked man grumbled quietly. Keep your voice down. Don't let the boss hear you. Another person warned nervously, then continued in a hushed tone. Wasn't there a beast tide caused by a failed experiment a few years ago? This time, with a new route, as long as there's enough flesh and blood, we can summon directly. Lin Yan was shocked. The beast tide 6 or 7 years ago. That was when his parents sacrificed themselves. He stared intently at the group, his fists clenching involuntarily. Even though he had crossed over, the memories of his past life were still vivid, and the scene of his parents' death was etched in his mind. Revenge is a dish best served cold, Lin Yan muttered through gritted teeth. But reason told him that with his current strength, it was too early to speak of such things. However, a gentleman takes revenge, even if it takes 10 years. Lin Yan, should we notify the instructors first? Yu Ming asked quietly. Though usually carefree, she couldn't help but feel nervous in the face of a discovery that threatened the safety of the entire city. Let's move further away before sending a message, Lin Yan said cautiously. And tell Su Tianyi and the others to retreat. Let's go. The two had barely retreated a few hundred meters when Yu Ming began drafting a message to report what they had witnessed. But just then, a piercing alarm sounded from the camp of the Genesis Society. A signal source has been detected nearby. Identify the direction, and everyone else prepare to relocate, came the calm orders from within the camp. As an organization that survived under the Dragon Nation's suppression, their counter-surveillance capabilities were evidently quite professional. Northwest, 920 meters away, moving quickly. Numbers 3 and 4, go after them. Yes. The response came from 2 beast masters with warlord-level pets. 2 gold ranks against 2 iron ranks, of vast difference in strength. Qiongqi carried Lin Yan and Yu Ming as they fled rapidly, but Lin Yan soon noticed 2 black dots in the sky, growing larger, a dark purple 4-winged demon lion and a golden feathered eagle. Damn, I'm really out of luck, Lin Yan muttered with a wry smile upon seeing the strength of their pursuers' pets. Just 2 brats, kill them, Number 4 ordered coldly. 4-winged demon lion, dark magic orb, Number 3 commanded. The dark purple 4-winged lion opened its massive mouth, forming a deep black magic orb, which it then shot towards Qiongqi. In the state of high-speed movement, summoning a pet was nearly impossible, and Xuanwu in the beast space couldn't release any skills. Lin Yan gritted his teeth and suddenly leapt off Qiongqi's back. Lin Yan, what are you doing? Get back up here, Yu Ming shouted in terror. Lin Yan only glanced back at her and said softly, once you're strong enough, remember to avenge me. This wasn't an act of heroism, but the most rational choice between both dying or one sacrificing themselves. Besides, dying to protect a companion was, for a Chinese person, an honorable end. Come out, Xuanwu. Lin Yan called softly, feeling a pang of guilt in his heart. I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Ice shield. With his summons, a massive shield of ice formed in front of him, blocking the incoming dark sphere. Ming turned to look, seeing Lin Yan's figure appearing especially towering behind the ice shield. His unique ability to contract multiple beasts seemed insignificant at this moment. Tears uncontrollably slipped from the corners of Ming's eyes. No one had ever been willing to risk their life to protect her. Boom. The dark sphere collided with the ice shield, shattering it like a mirror. Seeing his master in danger, Xuanwu leaped forward without hesitation. Crash. Amidst the flying dust, Lin Yan fell beneath Xuanwu, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his internal organs injured by the tremendous impact. Xuanwu's situation was even more severe, with a grim wound splitting its shell, blood gushing out. Lin Yan quickly summoned Xuanwu back into the beast space for healing, also to prevent it from falling into the hands of the Genesis Society. He lay helplessly in the massive crater left by the explosion. Just an iron level, yet you survived my attack? Quite an interesting specimen. A member of the Genesis Society sneered. You bastards from the Genesis Society die? A familiar angry roar echoed. Lin Yan barely opened his eyes. Chun, Instructor Chun. 2 energy beams shot forth, sending numbers 3 and 4 along with their beasts flying back dozens of meters, crashing through countless giant trees before stopping. As a 6-star gold beast master, Instructor Chun held the upper hand even against 2 opponents. Seeing Instructor Chun repel the enemies, Lin Yan's tense nerves finally relaxed, and his consciousness began to fade. Before losing consciousness, he seemed to see the figure of Qiongqi and felt someone calling his name. His lips touched something soft and moist. Lin Yan, Lin Yan, Ming cried, rushing to his side, trembling as she checked his vital signs. Finding his breathing weak but his pulse still present, she bit her lip. Right, artificial respiration. Lin Yan, this is my first time. Her tears and sweat dripped onto Lin Yan's face, but he was already unconscious. Time passed, and the morning sunlight streamed through the curtains, falling onto Lin Yan's face. He slowly opened his eyes, realizing he was lying in the camp's infirmary, with Ming asleep beside the bed. Lin Yan gently covered her with a blanket, intending to get up and stretch his stiff body. Just as he was about to stand up, his legs gave way, and he fell heavily to his knees. The sound of his knees hitting the ground startled Ming, who was nearby. Lin Yan? You're awake. Ming's eyes glistened with tears as she saw Lin Yan regain consciousness. The usually bold and lively girl looked particularly charming with reddened eyes. Lin Yan looked at Ming and realized the awkward position he was in. With an embarrassed smile, he said, I'm awake. Could you help me up? My legs are a bit sore. Seeing his predicament, Ming couldn't help but chuckle softly. What are you doing? The floor's cold, get up. She quickly stepped forward and carefully helped Lin Yan back onto the bed. How long have I been asleep? Where's Qiongqi? Why are you here with me instead of at special training? Lin Yan asked a flurry of questions. Ming patiently answered. You've been asleep for 3 days. Qiongqi is resting outside. It's been eating free energy crystals these past few days. Due to the incident with the Creation Society, the special training camp in Qingcheng has been suspended. We've returned to Qingcheng and are now at the 3rd Beastmaster Hospital. Oh no, I haven't used up my points. Lin Yan said, frustrated. Ming smiled gently. Don't worry, Chief Instructor Wang Long from the City Defense Army gave you a reward 10 elite-level energy crystals, plus 5 each of fire and dark attribute crystals. There's also a personal grant of 500,000 Dragon Country currency. As she spoke, she handed Lin Yan a box containing the crystals. Lin Yan took the box, his mood instantly lifted. He quickly checked his beast space and found that Xuanwu's shell wound was almost healed, and its level had reached the peak of servant level 9 stars. Qiongqi, Lin Yan called out. Qiongqi immediately rushed in from outside, coming to the bedside. Lin Yan petted its head and noticed that the rest had allowed Qiongqi to reach the peak of servant level 9 stars, soon to break through to the elite level. Thank you for taking care of me these past few days, Lin Yan said sincerely to Ming. Under Ming's attentive care, Lin Yan quickly recovered and was discharged from the hospital. During this time, she not only took care of his daily needs, but also personally prepared meals for him and accompanied him on walks and talks. Members of the War God Squad frequently visited, and the fruit baskets by his bed piled high. Before parting, Lin Yan handed half of the crystals to Ming, saying, I've taken up so much of your time. These are for you. Ming just smiled and shook her head. I don't need these, you keep them. After being discharged, Lin Yan decided to start training. He went to the Beastmaster Association and confidently took out a black card, saying, give me a high-level fire attribute training room for 6 hours. He patted Qiongqi's head and laughed. Now that Dad's got money, I'll treat you to the best. Xuanwu, Don't worry, when you reach the peak of 9 stars, Dad will get you a room too. The staff from the Beastmaster Association led Lin Yan to the entrance of the training room. You have 6 hours of usage time. Any time over that will be charged by the hour. Enjoy your session. All right. Thank you. Lin Yan nodded in appreciation. As soon as he entered the fire element training room, a dense wave of fire elements engulfed him, with the air thick with heat. Lin Yan immediately summoned Qiongqi and took out an elite-level fire crystal core from his storage space, handing it to the beast. Qiongqi slowly absorbed the energy from the crystal core, drawing the surrounding fire elements toward itself as if summoned. Soon, its entire body was engulfed in roaring flames, but rather than showing any pain, it appeared to savor the energy, greedily absorbing it. As time went on, its aura continued to grow, and the room's temperature rose significantly. Lin Yan was forced to summon Xuanwu to cool himself down. He relaxed on a bench, crossing his legs and enjoying an ice pop created by Xuanwu. Suddenly, Qiongqi's aura reached a critical point, instantly absorbing all the surrounding fire elements. Its size increased again, growing to the size of a tricycle, successfully breaking through to elite level 1 star. Simultaneously, Lin Yan felt his own aura elevate to a new level. So this is the power of a silver-level beast master? He marveled, looking at his hands, instinctively knowing that he could now overpower a bull with ease. Next, Lin Yan attempted to open a third beast space. He closed his eyes and meditated, searching for his personal inscriptions as he did during his first awakening. 2 already bright golden inscriptions circled around the Shanghai Jing, and in the next moment, the Shanghai Jing glowed again, pulling 2 more inscriptions from the depths of darkness. 2 more. Lin Yan was ecstatic. Most silver-level beast masters could only contract with 2 beasts, yet he could contract with 4. At this moment, Lin Yan officially advanced to a silver-level beast master. He carefully checked Qiongqi's status. Species: Hellhound of Lava. Attributes: Fire Dark. Potential: High Warlord. Level: Elite level 1 star. Skills: Flame Bite, a bite with fire damage. Hellfire, spits hellfire from its mouth, infused with dark power. Burning Body, covered in hellfire. All attacks during this skill carry a burning effect, enhancing the attribute damage of all skills. Evolution Paths, 53. Not bad. The skill gained upon reaching elite level is a buff skill. Lin Yan nodded in satisfaction. Qiongqi affectionately nudged him, expressing its closeness. As the training time was nearing its end, Lin Yan didn't want to pay an extra hour for just a minute or 2 over the limit, so he recalled both beasts into their spaces. Since he was at the Beastmaster Association, he decided to take the opportunity to get certified as a silver-level beastmaster. In the Dragon Country, certification allowed one to receive a monthly subsidy of 3,000 Dragon Country currency, provided they agreed to follow military orders in times of danger. This was not a problem for most beastmasters, as protecting their loved ones was instinctual. So, consider this subsidy in Dragon Country's currency as a benefit for beast tamers from Dragon Country. Lin Yan stood in the lobby of the Qing Beast Tamer Association, facing a receptionist who wore a professional smile. Hello, how can I assist you today? I'd like to apply for Beast Tamer certification, Lin Yan stated directly. The receptionist looked at the young boy in front of her and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Little brother, there's no need for a certification for Black Iron Beast Tamers. Come back when you reach silver level. I'm here to certify for the silver level, Lin Yan replied calmly. What? The receptionist's eyes widened in surprise. You're only how old, and you're already at the silver level? I just turned 18 this year, Lin Yan said, touching his nose with a slight smile. The receptionist quickly picked up the phone and dialed a number. In a place like Qing, an 18-year-old silver-level beast tamer was indeed a rare sight. Soon, a middle-aged man with a kindly smile approached the reception desk. From the receptionist's respectful demeanor, it was clear that this man held a high position. Young friend, is it you who wants to certify as a silver-level beast tamer? The middle-aged man asked warmly. After Lin Yan confirmed, he led the young man to a room filled with various testing equipment. The beast tamer certification requires testing 2 criteria: the tamer's own strength and whether the pet beast's level reaches silver, he explained, pointing to one of the machines. Hit here with your maximum strength. After a brief warm-up, Lin Yan took a step rune up and struck the machine hard. The numbers climbed rapidly, 100, 200, 300, finally stopping at 521. Your strength is at the silver level. The middle-aged man nodded in satisfaction, then explained the strength standards for different levels of beast tamers. Summon your pet beast. When Lin Yan summoned the Hellfire Lava Dog, Qiongqi, the middle-aged man was visibly taken aback. Such a pet from another dimension was indeed rare. Congratulations on successfully certifying as a silver-level beast tamer, the middle-aged man said seriously. I'm Zhou Yan, the vice president of the Qing Beast Tamer Association, and I sincerely invite you to join the association. What are the benefits? What would I need to do? Lin Yan inquired. His understanding of the Beast Tamer Association was limited, knowing only that, in Dragon Country, Besides the official and military organizations, the Beast Tamer Association and the 6 great academies were the most influential forces. President Zhou chuckled heartily and explained to Lin Yan, the Beastmaster Association regularly issues commission tasks. Upon completion, you can earn corresponding rewards. These tasks can be freely chosen based on your own abilities. City affairs are complex. The military handles external matters while the government deals with internal ones, but there are always some things they can't cover. Along with commissions from other Beastmasters, these are all managed by our association. Lin Yan pondered over the proposal carefully. As a newcomer without any background, gaining resources through completing commissions was indeed a good option. He immediately expressed his decision. I decide to join. Excellent. President Zhou said with satisfaction. From today on, you are a Silver Deacon of the Beastmaster Association. You can accept commissions at any branch across the nation, and there are many benefits waiting for you to discover. We will later send your Silver Deacon credentials and other items to your residence. Looking at this 18-year-old Silver Beastmaster, President Zhou was filled with anticipation. As long as he avoids any premature setbacks, this young man's future is limitless. The sense of mission and introducing fresh blood into the organization filled him with excitement. With these young people, the nation will certainly thrive and prosper. After confirming the credentials were correct at home, Lin Yan headed straight to Daxia Mall. This is a large chain mall in the nation, offering everything from materials and crystal cores to weapons and pet beasts. Although the Beastmaster Association also sells crystal cores, those are mostly hunted by its members and are not as varied or plentiful as those at Daxia Mall. Having experienced the pursuit by the Genesis Society, Lin Yan felt the need to arm himself. Previously, minor skirmishes might have been harmless, but in life-and-death moments, personal strength is the ultimate guarantee. He couldn't help but think that if he had armor back then, he wouldn't have been in such a dire situation. Upon entering Daxia Mall, Lin Yan was struck by its scale, luxurious decor, expansive space, several times larger than the Huodou Bazaar. Following the signs, he arrived at the equipment section. Young man, what equipment do you need? A sales assistant enthusiastically greeted him. I'll look at weapons first, Lin Yan said as he walked into the weapons area. This section was divided into several subsections for swords, knives, short blades, bows, and more, but there were no firearms. Although this world has energy cannons and laser cannons, such weapons are almost entirely controlled by the military. Lin Yan headed straight to the short blade section. As the level of beasts he hunted increased, their hides would become tougher, making it hard for ordinary daggers to cut through, affecting the efficiency of extracting crystal cores. With the principle of sharpening one's tools before doing a good job, he carefully browsed through the various short blades, and his gaze was finally drawn to a rusty short knife. What's the story behind this short knife? He asked the sales assistant beside him. This is a short dagger made from an unknown material, found deep in the forest. Due to its hardness, it is priced at 5,000 Dragon Country coins, the attendant explained, pointing to a rusty dagger on display. Lin Yan glanced at the old dagger, deliberately placed in a prominent position, and couldn't help but twitch his lips. The way it was displayed, it seemed like they were waiting for some naive teenager to fall for it, fantasizing that an old man with a white beard would pop out of the dagger to offer guidance. 5,000 Dragon Country coins, he calculated in his mind. This piece of scrap metal, which deserves to be called the Blade of Tetanus, probably has the enchantment effect of giving you tetanus if you cut yourself with it. Ultimately, Lin Yan turned to other displays and selected a sleek black alloy short sword, spending 20,000 Dragon Country coins. He then moved to the armor section and chose a mithril chainmail priced at 100,000 Dragon Country coins. This chainmail, made of mithril, could withstand a full-force attack from a 7-star servant-level exotic beast without breaking and could also absorb impact through the vibrations between the links. Wearing the mithril chainmail, Lin Yan felt an unprecedented sense of security. He continued to the pet beast area to choose a second pet beast. As a silver-level beastmaster, he could contract 2 more pet beasts. The pet beast area was crowded with students around his age, accompanied by their parents, choosing their first pet beast. Seeing this, Lin Yan couldn't help but sigh. This is the difference. A service staff member quickly approached him. Do you need a particular type of pet beast? How about considering a support type? Young man, I suggest choosing an attack-type pet beast as your first one. It will be more beneficial for college entrance exams, the staff member kindly advised. Lin Yan smiled slightly and calmly pinned a silver badge to his chest. Ahem, I'm here to contract my second pet beast. The staff member froze upon seeing the badge, then bowed deeply. I apologize for my oversight. Please follow me. He thought to himself, astonished to encounter such a prodigy destined for greatness. As Lin Yan walked past other students choosing pet beasts, he clearly heard the murmurs around him. Look at him, the same age as you and already a silver-level beastmaster. He's here to contract a second pet beast, and you're still hesitating. The gap is just too big. The embarrassed students could only mutter to themselves. It's not that we're not good enough. It's that he's just too strong. Lin Yan straightened his back and continued forward, experiencing for the first time the feeling of being the model child, a sensation that was indescribably satisfying. Lin Yan counted his wealth. After deducting the expenses for his newly purchased equipment and adding the inheritance from his parents, he was left with 520,000 Dragon Country coins. This amount was enough to buy a decent pet beast. Standing in the pet beast shop, his eyes scanned the rows of cages. Unlike the novel's depictions, searching for wild beasts to form a contract with outside the city was far too dangerous. Those beasts, having grown up fighting in the jungles, were already filled with hostility. Even if a contract was reluctantly formed, there was no guarantee it wouldn't end up like the stories of the farmer and the snake, or Mr. Donghua and the wolf. Lin Yan knew that with his luck, searching for a young beast in the wild would likely end in disaster. Either he wouldn't find any, or he'd be hunted down. The shop, however, had a dazzling array of choices. There were several pollen spirit butterflies like Mr. Shi's pet beast, but rare fairy-type beasts like Sun Mingming's were limited to 2, and their prices were beyond Lin Yan's reach. He first checked the support-type pet beast section, only to find that most species didn't have ultimate evolution routes, indicating their limited racial abilities. Although the starter trio was common, at least they all had the potential to become ultimate forms. Young man, not finding anything you like? The staff member asked, noticing his furrowed brow. No, Lin Yan replied tactfully. I suddenly want to see the flying pet beasts. In the flying pet beast section, 2 choices immediately caught his eye. Little Wind Eagle, wind and flying dual attributes, mid-level elite potential, servant level 3 stars, with the scratch skill. It has 112 evolution routes and can evolve into ultimate forms like Qiongqi and Golden Winged Rock. Priced at 250,000. Little Ice Sparrow, ice and flying dual attributes, high-level elite potential, servant level 2 stars, with the Peck skill. It has 242 evolution routes and can evolve into ultimate forms like Kunlun Blue Yuan, Peacock King, Jingwei, and Xianbird. Priced at 450,000. Lin Yan weighed his options carefully. Although Little Ice Sparrow had higher potential, he already owned an ice attribute pet beast, and having duplicate attributes could easily be countered in battles. While Little Wind Eagle's talent was slightly inferior, the resources needed for its first evolution were less than 100,000 Dragon Country coins. More importantly, he simply liked the look of Little Wind Eagle. Hello, the total for this purchase is 250,000 Dragon Country coins. Would you like to pay in installments, or in full? I'll pay in full. Lin Yan responded decisively. Half of his wealth was gone in an instant, but he had no regrets. Lin Yan invested another 88,000 in purchasing the wind attribute crystals and materials needed for the evolution of his Little Wind Eagle, reducing his account balance to 182,324 Long Country currency. With his top-tier beast taming talent, he easily completed the contract with the Little Wind Eagle. Back at home, Lin Yan eagerly prepared for the Little Wind Eagle's evolution. Currently, the Little Wind Eagle was about the size of a washbasin small, but destined to grow robust as its level increased. He summoned Qiongqi to guard the Little Wind Eagle, while Xuanwu continued training in the beast space, striving to reach the elite level. Xiaopeng, let's begin, Lin Yan said gently. Since both ultimate forms of the Little Wind Eagle had Peng in their names, this nickname was fitting. The Little Wind Eagle tilted its head innocently, eyes filled with trust for its master. Lin Yan carefully fed the crystal and wind spirit grass into the Little Wind Eagle's beak. Instantly, a whirlwind erupted around Xiaopeng, toppling the furniture in the living room. Lin Yan sighed helplessly at the scene. Another cleaning session was inevitable. But having experienced this many times, he had grown accustomed to such minor inconveniences. Compared to Qiongqi and Xuanwu, Xiaopeng's evolution process was noticeably shorter, reflecting its slightly lesser potential. Starting later naturally meant a lower initial ceiling. As the evolution progressed, the Little Wind Eagle's body gradually expanded, and the surrounding winds grew stronger. Once the fierce winds subsided, Xiaopeng's evolution was complete. Species: Wind Riding Eagle. Attributes: Wind, Flying. Potential: Warrior grade lower. Level: Servant grade 5-star. Skill: Swift Claw. Evolution paths: 37, with ultimate forms including Qiongqi, Golden Winged Rock, etc. For Xiaopeng, the future choice lies between becoming a Qiongqi or a Golden Winged Rock, with other paths lacking ultimate forms being ruled out. However, the materials required for the next evolution made Lin Yan gasp. 5 elite grade wind attribute crystals, 5 elite grade metal attribute crystals, and a piece of golden amber. With 3 gold-devouring beasts at home, even the god of wealth would steer clear. Lin Yan shook his head with a wry smile. While his peers were troubled by romance, he was busy earning a living, a stark contrast in life priorities. Suddenly, a humorous thought crossed his mind. If only I could find a wealthy patron, then a few more gold-devouring beasts wouldn't be a problem. Kids, Daddy Lin is willing to sacrifice his body for you. At that moment, Lin Yan felt a surge of joy. He sensed that Xuanwu had reached the 9-star peak. This life-and-death trial had brought a qualitative leap for both of his pets. Undoubtedly, continuous battles are the only path to true strength. Glancing at his account balance, Lin Yan made a decisive move. Let's go, Xuanwu. Daddy keeps his promises. He skillfully opened another ice attribute training room. This time, Qiongqi provided warmth for Lin Yan, while Xuanwu successfully advanced in a similar time frame. Species: Ice-armored black water turtle. Attributes: water ice. Potential: Lord grade lower. Level: Elite grade 1 star. Skills: high-pressure water gun, a more powerful water gun attack. Ice shield: condense an ice shield within 2 meters at will. Ice spike: condense ice spikes for ranged attacks. Frost mist: create a white mist within 10 meters. Attacks inflict frost effects. Evolution paths: 49, with ultimate forms including Baxia, Divine AO, Xuanwu, Dragon Turtle, and Spiral Turtle. With the addition of the Frost Mist buff, Xuanwu now possesses a decent attack power. Lin Yan nodded in satisfaction as he felt a warm current flowing into his body, gradually enhancing his physical strength. As his power quickly increased, Lin Yan felt invigorated, and even his skin seemed to become a bit fairer. More importantly, his body gained partial immunity to ice and water-type damage, with his resistance to both elements improving. At this point, Lin Yan had developed resistance to fire, darkness, water, and ice. Although these resistances were not yet strong, they would continue to grow as his beast's strength increased. Lin Yan decided to save the remaining servant-level crystal nuclei as snacks for Xiaopeng. After all, once a pet beast advances to the elite level, the effect of servant-level crystal nuclei diminishes significantly. In the absence of elite-level crystal nuclei, self-cultivation remained more practical. Looking at his depleted wallet, Lin Yan realized that although there was still some time before the martial arts exam, his current funds were insufficient to support the expenses of nurturing his pet beast. He gently stroked Xuanwu's turtle head and decided to visit the Beastmaster Association the next day to see if there were any suitable commission tasks available. The next day, Lin Yan arrived at the commission office of the Beastmaster Association with his silver steward credentials. "Are there any silver-level commissions?" he inquired, presenting his credentials. The staff quickly pulled up the silver-level commission details and displayed them on a blue screen for Lin Yan to review. Commission tasks were divided into 3 tiers based on the Beastmaster's level: iron, silver, and gold. Each tier was further subdivided into easy, normal, hard, and held difficulty levels. Association members could select tasks according to their capabilities. Lin Yan primarily focused on the rewards offered by the commissions, which varied from crystal nuclei to materials or longwa currency. He carefully browsed through the task list. Silver Commission: hunt an elite level 1-star thorn deer outside the South City Gate. Reward 50,000 longwa currency. Difficulty normal. Silver Commission: hunt an elite level 3-star blue-eyed lynxie and retrieve its intact spirit horn. Reward 10 wind attribute servant level crystal nuclei. Difficulty normal. How many commissions can one person take on at once? Lin Yan asked. 3. But be mindful of the deadlines. If you exceed the time limit, the client might reduce the reward, the staff member explained patiently. Lin Yan nodded and decided to take on 2 tasks. The first was the commission to hunt the blue-eyed lynxie, as the 10 wind-type crystal nuclei would be perfect for helping Xiaopeng level up faster. The second was a task to acquire a pet beast egg. Silver Commission: retrieve a snake egg from the nest of an elite level 3-star azure snake suspected of laying eggs. Reward 700,000 longwa currency. Difficulty normal. This task seemed to have been recently posted and had not yet been taken. Although there was a risk of returning empty-handed, and the azure snake species generally had potential only up to a lower warlord level, the 700,000 longwa currency reward for the egg was reasonable. Lin Yan contemplated the habits of the azure serpent, reasoning that an elite 3-star beast couldn't possibly lay just 1 egg. If it truly was a single egg, he'd forego the 700,000 and directly contract the azure serpent, which would be more worthwhile. However, facing 2 elite 3-star beasts, even with his 2 elite 1-star pet beasts, still posed a significant risk. He quickly pulled out his phone to call for backup. With Yu Ming's talent, she should have raised her pet beast to a 9-star servant level by now, making it comparable to an elite 1-star in combat power. "Hey Yu Ming, meet me tomorrow morning in the little forest on the east side of the city." "Huh? This?" Yu Ming's voice suddenly became shy, and her cheeks flushed. In broad daylight, isn't that a bit improper? Yu Ming was torn internally. He had saved her life, so maybe she should see it as repaying a debt? But was she being too hasty? Just as she was conflicted, Lin Yan's voice came through. "Of course, it has to be during the day. It's easier to hunt beasts in daylight. We didn't finish off that elite level 1 last time, so let's make up for it this time." "Oh." Yu Ming quickly hung up the phone. Lin Yan looked at the disconnected call screen, muttering, "How rude." As for the other members of the Battle God squad, he decided not to inform them. His special ability was currently known only to Sun Yinshua and Ming, and adding another person would mean dividing the spoils further. With preparations complete, Lin Yan purchased the necessary equipment. Early the next morning, as soon as he arrived at the small forest on the east side of the city, he saw a lively figure already waiting. Over here, Ming, dressed in casual sportswear, exuded youthful energy as she waved at him cheerfully. She always prioritized comfort and rarely wore fancy clothes. "What kind of beasts are we hunting today?" she asked curiously. "A green-eyed rhinoceros and an azure serpent, both elite 3-star, Lin Yan replied calmly. "Elite 3-star? Ming exclaimed. "Aren't you overestimating me? I'm here, trust Lin, and you'll be fine," Lin Yan said confidently. Finally, it was his turn to lead as the top-tier wild king. Ming pouted skeptically. In her mind, Lin Yan couldn't even beat her before, though that was only when using Qiongqi. Even with 3 9-star servant-level pet beasts, the odds of taking down an elite 3-star beast were slim. She was unaware that Lin Yan had advanced to a silver beast master, now possessing not only 2 elite-level pet beasts, but also a flying pet. This mysterious man was far beyond what she could currently comprehend. According to Lin Yan's plan, they would first deal with the green-eyed rhinoceros before searching for the azure serpent. If there were indeed azure serpent eggs, the battle would be complicated by the need to protect them. Based on intelligence, the green-eyed rhinoceros resided on a small plain by the river. The area was open with little cover, indicating a direct confrontation was inevitable. The massive form of the sapphire-eyed rhino stood imposingly on the open plain, its sheer size intimidating. This elite 3-star beast, possessing earth attributes, had mastered skills like charge and war stomp, with an impressive 25 possible evolution paths. "So, what do you say? Should we just charge in and take it down?" Ming eagerly waved her small fists. Lin Yan cautiously surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no other elite beasts were nearby, then nodded in agreement. "Come on out, Qiongqi Xuanwu." The sudden appearance of 2 elite companion beasts left Ming speechless. You, you, she exclaimed, covering her mouth in shock. "What are you waiting for? Summon your beasts and join in," Lin Yan urged. The next moment, the wild ape joined the battlefield. "Get it!" At Lin Yan's command, the 3 companion beasts charged at the sapphire-eyed rhino, their heavy footsteps causing the ground to tremble. Realizing its territory was being invaded, the rhino snorted angrily, glaring at the intruders. Despite the slight level difference, the 3 Ginstone advantage was clear. On the battlefield, the 4 beasts engaged in a fierce battle, the sound of their clashes echoing continuously. Soon, a freezing mist released by Xuanwu enveloped the area, obscuring the scene. Through his mental connection with the beasts, Lin Yan could still gauge the battle's progress. Flames, frost, water, and shards of rock crisscrossed the battlefield. At this level of confrontation, Lin Yan and Ming could only watch from the sidelines. Lin Yan activated his element master mode, directing precisely. "Xuanwu, apply water. Ice spikes, aim for freezing. Keep the high-pressure water gun going, add water elements. Qiongqi, use blazing fire. Hellfire, aim for evaporation." Under the freezing control, Qiongqi's evaporative damage and the wild ape's brute force were perfectly in sync. The sapphire-eyed rhino was soon severely injured, much of its body charred, with the burning effect continuously eroding it. Several ribs cracked under the pressure. Caught between ice and fire, the formidable beast ultimately had its neck twisted by the wild ape. "Yay, we won!" Ming cheered, jumping with joy. Watching her excitement, Lin Yan couldn't help but smile. Despite her fierce combat style, her usual gentle and considerate demeanor made him appreciate her even more. After Qiongqi confirmed the target was completely dead, Lin Yan retrieved an alloy dagger to collect their spoilsa 3-star Earth-type crystal core and an intact rhino horn, successfully completing a commission. After a brief rest, the 2 continued their journey. It was midday, and they still had 3 to 4 hours to reach the azure serpent's nest. To avoid the dangers of a nighttime battle, Lin Yan released Xiaopeng for low-altitude reconnaissance. Since Ming knew he could bond with multiple beasts, being open with each other could only strengthen their trust. On the way, Lin Yan encountered 2 elite-level, 1-star beasts. With Qiongqi as the main attacker and Xiaopeng as the support, they successfully defeated them. Lin Yan seized this opportunity to train Xiaopeng's combat skills, raising its level to servant level 6 stars. Upon reaching their destination, Lin Yan and Ming gracefully dismounted from Qiongqi's back and carefully approached the nest. At the bottom of a rock fault, they discovered an entrance to a cavern large enough for several people to pass through. Dense vegetation concealed the entrance so well that it would have been hard to notice without Qiongqi's keen sense of smell. Having learned from the last time when they were caught in a pincer attack, Lin Yan was particularly cautious this time. Faced with a potentially crucial mission involving millions, he decided to have Ming stand guard at the entrance while he, along with his pet beasts, ventured inside to investigate. He analyzed the situation. If the azure serpent inside had just laid eggs and was in a weakened state, the two pet beasts could easily subdue it. If the serpent was still at its peak strength, they would need to retreat immediately. Xiaoming, you stay outside and keep watch. If you encounter an elite-level beast below 1 or 2 stars, hold it off for me. If it's stronger, retreat quickly, Lin Yan instructed. What? Trying to play hero alone again? Yu Ming puffed her cheeks, looking somewhat annoyed. Every time there's danger, you try to send others away. It's always like this. Lin Yan awkwardly scratched his nose. He couldn't admit to having explored caves with other women before, so he vaguely said, with you outside to cover me, I feel more at ease. It's settled then. With that, he led Qiongqi into the cave. As they ventured deeper, the space inside the cave gradually expanded. Snakes generally have poor vision and hearing. Even mystical beasts are no exception, and their sense of smell is inferior to that of a hellfire hound. This meant that the azure serpent's chances of detecting them before Qiongqi spotted it were slim. Before long, Qiongqi signaled that they had reached the target location. Lin Yan cautiously approached and saw a spacious stone chamber with a several-meter-long azure serpent coiled in the center, guarding a few snake eggs. The system immediately displayed detailed information about the azure serpent, species azure serpent, would attribute, potential lower-tier warlord, current level elite level 3 stars, skills constriction, greenwood tail whip, 187 evolutionary paths leading to ultimate forms like the azure dragon, white dragon, and black dragon. Qiongqi, hellfire, strike first. Lin Yan decisively ordered. A dark red fireball shot towards the coiled azure serpent. Come out, Xuanwu, he called out, summoning a second pet beast to stand in front of him. The usual tactic, use attribute advantage to take it down. While the azure serpent focused on fending off the attacks from the two pet beasts, Lin Yan quietly maneuvered towards the snake eggs. His eyes lit up, 3 azure serpent eggs. He planned to keep one for himself, give one to Yu Ming, and deliver the remaining one to fulfill a commission in exchange for 1.4 million Dragon Nation currency. Even more delightful was the presence of 3 stalks of wood spirit grass beside the eggs, essential for the first evolution of the azure serpent. It seemed the serpent mother had prepared them as nourishment for her offspring. This also confirmed that while mystical beasts could instinctively locate the necessary treasures, they didn't know how to use them for evolution. The weakened celestial azure snake eventually succumbed to the assault of the 2 dual-attribute exotic beasts, making a feeble final struggle. Finish it, Lin Yan said calmly. With a deafening crash, the celestial azure snake collapsed to the ground. Lin Yan approached with an alloy dagger to inspect his spoils, and the sight made him click his tongue in surprise. The snake's body was half charred and half covered in frost, a grim demise. He quickly collected the elite level would attribute crystal core, snake gall, and fangs, calculating that the elite beast's teeth would fetch a good price as bone knives. Then, Lin Yan turned his attention to the 3 snake eggs, examining each one closely. The first egg, celestial azure snake species, unhatched, would attribute, elite upper-level potential. The second egg, celestial azure snake species, unhatched, would attribute, warrior lower-level potential. This warrior lower-level one might be worth considering, though it seems a bit ordinary, Lin Yan pondered, stroking his chin. When his gaze fell upon the last egg, the information stunned him. Celestial azure snake species, unhatched, lightning attribute, warrior mid-level potential. Lightning attribute. Lin Yan's eyes lit up. Although wind and lightning both originate from wood, they each have unique features. The lightning attribute is undoubtedly a top-tier offensive attribute, making the wood-based celestial azure snake's mutation into a lightning attribute an unexpected bonus. A warrior mid-level potential pet beast like this would be worth millions at the Daxiao Mall. However, Lin Yan had no intention to sell it, as it would be his 4th battle pet. He called Yu Ming, who was waiting outside, and got straight to the point. You should reach silver level before the martial exam. Do you need a pet beast? Not really, but I haven't found one that I'm particularly satisfied with, Yu Ming replied, her tone hinting at disappointment, as the pets recommended by her family didn't appeal to her. Lin Yan placed the warrior lower-level potential celestial azure snake egg in front of her. If you trust me, contract with this one. I trust you. Yu Ming immediately embraced the egg, understanding the significance of Lin Yan giving her his first gift. Seeing her enthusiasm, Lin Yan handed her a piece of wood spirit grass, fabricating a story. My brother is a top scholar in beast evolution research at Huodou University, and that's the secret behind my pet's evolution. He's also studied the celestial azure snake. He then explained the 2 evolution methods for the celestial azure snake in detail, though his own lightning attribute egg had a more unique evolution path, with the ultimate form of lightning attribute pets offering more divine beast options. This is our little secret. Don't tell anyone else, Lin Yan smiled and advised. Yu Ming nodded happily, secretly pleased knowing such a valuable evolution path clearly meant Lin Yan considered her one of his own. Finally, Lin Yan stationed Qiongqi and Xuanwu at the cave entrance while he and Yu Ming prepared for the contract ceremony inside. Lin Yan immediately decided to form a bond with the azure serpent egg. With practiced skill, he connected the runes, quickly establishing a link with the serpent embryo inside the egg, feeling its strong heartbeat clearly. With a crisp crack, the egg broke open. The azure serpent, invigorated by the contract energy, emerged, and its attributes were immediately displayed by the system. Species, azure serpent. Attribute, thunder. Potential, warrior. Level, servant level 1 star. Skill, fangs. Evolution paths, candle dragon, Yinglong, Qinglong, black dragon, white dragon, and 231 others. As soon as the little snake poked its head out, it fixed its bright eyes on Lin Yan, affectionately flicking its tongue. It quickly devoured the eggshell, and its body expanded visibly, soon advancing to servant level 3 stars. You'll be called Xiao Tian from now on, the fourth in the family, got it? Lin Yan said as he stroked Xiao Tian's smooth scales. The name derived from its species, the azure serpent, and also symbolized his hope for its eternal happiness. Xiao Tian's appearance was slightly different from ordinary azure serpents, with darker blue scales edged with a white glow, resembling a fine piece of art. Its evolution materials were also more demanding, requiring 2 warrior-level thunder crystals, 2 warrior-level fire crystals, plus a lava fruit, consuming even more resources than Xuanwu's evolution. After placing Xiao Tian into his beast space, Lin Yan left the cave with another azure serpent egg. The commission is complete, time to head into the city. He sighed with relief, grateful for the safe journey. Lin Yan helped Ming onto the back of the Qiongqi, sitting behind her. The fresh scent of her hair wafted over, and to maintain balance, he had to hold onto Ming's waist. Lin Yan, keep your hands to yourself. Ming shouted, blushing. Startled by her outburst, Lin Yan froze. Seeing him settle down, Ming lowered her head, her face still flushed, secretly disappointed. She had hoped for a date-like experience, only to find him focused solely on completing the task. Xiao Peng kept watch in the sky, while Qiongqi carried the two through the forest. Thinking of the 700,000 rewards soon to be his, Lin Yan couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, a thunderous beast roar echoed from afar, causing Qiongqi to halt and bare its teeth warily in the direction of the sound. Should we check it out? Ming asked. Let's go see, Lin Yan replied, his instincts on alert. After all, military support and reinforcements from other cities were still on their way, leaving Qingcheng in a state of vulnerable defense for the next 3 or 4 days. In this world of challenging transportation, railways only connected neighboring cities, with vast wilderness and numerous exotic beasts making long-distance travel extremely difficult. As they approached the source of the sound, the roars of various beasts grew louder. Standing at the edge of a canyon and looking down, Lin Yan's pupils contracted sharply. Could this be a beast tide? Dark clouds obscured the sky, as if plotting some great terror. One side of Qingcheng was clear and sunny, while the direction of the forest was shrouded in dense clouds, creating a stark contrast. Wang Long, dressed in military uniform, stood on the city wall, his gaze fixed on the churning clouds above the distant forest. A sense of foreboding welled up inside him, causing his brow to furrow. Just then, his phone suddenly rang in his pocket. Hello, Wang Long answered the call quickly. Officer Wang, we've received more information about that student from the Genesis Society discovered a few days ago. Instructor Chen's voice was heavy with concern. A beast tide has been spotted. There are photos to prove it, and the scale is in the thousands of beasts, though their levels are not yet determined. Wang Long's hand trembled slightly as he held the phone. How far are they from Qingcheng? 2 to 3 hours away. Silence stretched between them. The shadow of the tragedy from a few years ago still lingered, but this time they had some time to prepare. Raise the red alert. Prepare all forces for battle. Wang Long took a deep breath and issued the command resolutely. The alarm soon echoed throughout Qingcheng. The Beastmasters defending the city were taken aback. This was the first red alert they had encountered since joining the ranks. Under the organization of the military and government, all active Beastmasters were swiftly deployed to the front lines, while civilians were orderly evacuated to shelters. Meanwhile, beneath the thick clouds, Qiongqi was carrying Lin Yan and Ming at high speed. They were racing against death, as the scene behind them was terrifying. In the Great Canyon, countless beasts were gathering. Crawling on the ground, flying in the sky, they all shared a common target: Qingcheng. In this world, beasts coveted everything humans had: land, resources, even flesh and blood. Some beasts even acted like monarchs, issuing commands and organizing vast armies to attack human cities. Cities with weak defenses often vanished overnight. Even more troubling, not everyone could obtain the support of the 3 families, leaving many ordinary people powerless against the beast tide. A few years ago, Lin Yan's parents died defending Qingcheng from a beast tide. Now, it was his turn to take on the responsibility of protecting the city. Glancing at Ming beside him, he couldn't help but smile wryly. Why did every trip outside the city with a girl end in danger? But now was not the time to ponder such questions. They needed to return to Qingcheng as quickly as possible. Fortunately, Lin Yan eventually returned to the city safely. But he knew this was only the beginning, and the real battle lay ahead. As the alarm echoed throughout Qing, the beast tamers outside the city began to return one after another. Standing on the city wall, directing the defense forces, Instructor Chen noticed Lin Yan's arrival and immediately called out, "You're back? Hurry to the shelter, don't add to the chaos here." There was a note of concern for the young talent in his voice. "Xiaoming, you should head back first." Lin Yan turned to Yu Ming. "What about you?" Yu Ming asked cautiously. "I'll join you soon," Lin Yan replied with a well-intentioned lie, eventually convincing Yu Ming to leave first. Watching her disappear into the distance, he shook his head lightly. Alone in the world, he chose to stand alongside the city's defenders. Suddenly, a thunderous roar pierced the sky above Qing. Lin Yan quickly turned around to see a gray sky enveloping the city. In the vast open field, a few scattered exotic beasts appeared first clearly, the vanguard of a larger force. On the wall, Wang Long rapidly issued commands. "Charge the energy cannons. Long-range tamers, summon your beasts. Support units, provide assistance. Aerial units, prepare for air combat." Under the barrage of attacks from the long-range summoned beasts, the vanguard fell before reaching the walls. Cheers erupted, slightly easing the tension. However, on a distant mountaintop, several mysterious figures in white masks observed Qing intently. "The first test of the demon god plan. Let's see if it succeeds," the leader inquired. "Still 87 to go. Withdraw immediately upon completion." On the wall, Lin Yan watched the approaching swarm of black dots with a furrowed brow. A Lord-level exotic beast entered his view, a mountain ridge dragon, with earth and dragon attributes, Lord-level 2-star. The beast, like a small mountain with fan-shaped ridges on its back, exuded a suffocating aura. But soon, Wang Long, a diamond-level tamer, summoned his trump card. With a flash of purple light, the red flame thunder leopard appeared, possessing thunder and fire attributes, Lord-level 4-star. Despite the attribute advantage, the level suppression was more decisive. However, this confrontation meant that their strongest force was now tied up. Other beasts began a large-scale assault, ranging from warlord level to servant level, continuously pouring in. "Is the energy cannon charged yet?" Wang Long shouted, clenching his fists. 15 minutes left. Although the Crimson Thunder Leopard is not as massive as the Mountain Dragon, its terrifying abilities are equally formidable. As Lord-level beasts, both have mastered the rudimentary form of a domain, allowing them to enhance themselves and weaken their opponents within it. The essence of a battle between Lord-level beasts lies in the clash of these domains. The beast masters on the city wall looked down at the dense army of beasts below, feeling a chill run down their spines. Even with the tall city walls as a barrier and the ability to use long-range skills to wear down the enemy, the flying beasts within the army were a cause for concern. "Eagle Squad, intercept them," the commanding officer ordered. A line of beastmasters, clad in sky-blue military uniforms, quickly summoned their battle pets, the violet-eyed eagles, universally bred by the Qing army. With their potential reaching the lower tier of war generals and their formidable combat capabilities, these flying pets have become the first choice for airborne combat in ordinary households. In no time, the violet-eyed eagles of the Eagle Squad were locked in battle with the flying beasts of the enemy army. The city defense forces dispatched gold-level beastmasters to confront the war general-level beasts, leaving the servant-level and elite-level beasts to the others. "Xiao Peng, go up and help, but stay safe," Lin Yan shouted. In the chaos of the battlefield, no one bothered to count how many pets each person summoned, and once Xiao Peng joined the fight, it was impossible to tell who it belonged to. "A beast has climbed up." Suddenly, a shout came from not far away. An elite-level human-faced ghost spider had scaled the wall, its spear-like legs piercing a beastmaster's chest instantly. Without the protection of their pets, beastmasters were as vulnerable as chickens before the beasts, and in a flash, blood and gore were everywhere. This was the first time Lin Yan had witnessed such a scene. Despite feeling uneasy, he had to persevere on the front line. "Come forth, Qiongqi. Unleash hellfire." The Qiongqi, clad in fiery armor, resembled a demon from the underworld as it spewed hellfire at the human-faced ghost spider. The spider tossed the beastmaster's corpse into the flames, reducing it to ashes in moments. "Damn it," Lin Yan cursed under his breath. "Xuanwu, go help. Let's take it down together." Xuanwu, who had been guarding Lin Yan, immediately conjured several ice spikes and launched them at the spider. The surrounding beastmasters each found their opponents, while the beasts continued to assault the walls relentlessly. Reinforcements from Qing were still on their way, and the main forces of the military and experts from other cities would take 3 days to arrive. These 3 days would be the darkest for Qing. Commander Wang Long summoned 2 more war general-level pets and joined the battle personally. "Contact the Beastmaster Association and have them organize the remaining experts in the city to establish a second line of defense," he ordered loudly. The city wall, this first line of defense, was merely to buy time, as much as possible. "Energy cannon. Aim at that stupid lizard and fire," Wang Long roared. Watching the soldiers sacrifice themselves, the blood of beastmasters, their pets, and the beasts mingling on the battlefield. His eyes were bloodshot as he drew his alloy battle knife and charged into the fray himself. With his diamond-level beastmaster skills and extensive battle experience, he is indeed capable of holding his own against warlord-level beasts. On the battlefield, 2 energy cannons emitted a low hum, followed by 2 blinding energy beams that struck the mountain-like ridge dragon. One beam pierced through its massive leg, while the other was blocked by its timely earth element skill. Seizing the opportunity, the Crimson Thunder Leopard launched a crescent-shaped blade infused with lightning and flames through the air. Amidst the roaring sound, smoke billowed, and the Crimson Thunder Leopard charged into the haze without hesitation, determined to deliver a decisive strike. With a thunderous dragon roar, lightning and fire intertwined within the smoke, quickly subsiding into silence. As the smoke cleared, the Crimson Thunder Leopard had sunk its teeth into the ridge dragon's throat, which lay lifeless on the ground. Well done. Go on, drive these damned beasts out of Qing. The soldiers cheered for the victory on this lord-level battlefield, their morale soaring. Meanwhile, Lin Yan led Qiongqi and Xuanwu in the elite-level battlefield, bravely slaying enemies and occasionally clearing a few servant-level beasts. In this life-and-death beast tide, there was no time to collect crystal cores. As the soldiers said, if the city fell, what use would crystal cores be? During the battle, Qiongqi also advanced to elite level 2-star, gradually reversing the disadvantage for the defenders. Ah Cheng, your sacrifice was not in vain. Qing is safe. A defending soldier looked at his comrade lying in a pool of blood, tears welling in his eyes. As night fell and the battle raged on, they looked forward to the reinforcements arriving in 2 days, when they could properly bury their fallen brothers. However, Wang Long frowned in thought. Logically, the leader was dead, and the beast horde should be retreating. Why were they still charging madly? Suddenly, a massive fire erupted in the distant forest, and within the smoke appeared a gigantic shadow resembling the ridge dragon. Lin Yan's eyes widened as he stared at the figure, cold sweat running down his back. He trembled as he revealed the terrifying creature's information. Species: infernal 3-headed decay. Attributes: fire, dark, ghost. Potential: High Lord. Current level: 1-star Lord. Although the summoning is incomplete, its current strength is roughly 4-star Lord level, but it will grow stronger with the increase in deaths, eventually reaching true Lord-level power. This news was terrifying. A Lord-level beast was something only a Master-level beast master could contend with, and the strongest in Qing was merely Diamond level, with no Master level among them. If the infernal 3-headed decay regained its Lord-level strength, it would spell disaster for Qing. Though not yet at Lord level, the infernal 3-headed decay's domain, only fully mastered at Lord level, was already present. Decay of all life. Ghostly lights enveloped the beast horde, driving them into a frenzy, as if they no longer felt pain, charging relentlessly. The defenders felt the pressure intensify. Damn it, Crimson Thunder Leopard, hold them off. Wang Long shouted. If the infernal 3-headed decay broke through the defenses, it would feast on the hundreds of thousands of civilians behind them, threatening not just Qing, but neighboring cities as well. All hopes rested on the Crimson Thunder Leopard, bearing countless lives on its back. We can't fill the gap, retreat quickly. Several beasts tore open the defense line, allowing more to flood in like a breach in a dam. A massive boulder flew towards Lin Yan, but a defender riding a giant tiger intervened just in time. The soldier looked at Lin Yan's young face with reproach and said, "Kid, what are you doing here? Fall back, we're retreating to the second line of defense." Lin Yan didn't say much as the situation was urgent, and explaining would only waste precious time. Qiongqi, Xuanwu, Xiaopeng, retreat, he ordered decisively. With the main forces withdrawing, staying behind would be meaningless and only increase the danger. The city's complex terrain served as a natural barrier, which humans could use to their advantage in dealing with the beasts. The Beastmaster Association quickly established a second line of defense between 3 key buildings: the Mall, the association headquarters, and the Pet Cultivation Center, forming a triangular defense zone to protect the refuge. Officials from the Dragon Nation were organizing a systematic evacuation of the populace through underground tunnels. Although the tunnel leading to an abandoned military camp outside the city was narrow and could only accommodate a limited number of people at a time, it was much safer than facing the beast tide within the city. The endurance of the association's second line of defense was now crucial. The Lord of Qing, an official diamond-level beastmaster, was present with a furrowed brow. Although he wished to support the city's defending troops, he needed to remain with the people to provide confidence and hope, serving as the city's final safeguard. At the city gate, the battle between the Hell 3-headed Wither and the Crimson Flame Thunder Leopard continued. Although the Crimson Flame Thunder Leopard could still contend with its opponent, Commander Wang Long was unaware that as time passed, the disparity in strength would only widen. This bizarre creature from another world couldn't even be identified by blue ring species detection. Lin Yan darted between tall buildings, with Xiaopeng on low altitude alert while he rode Qiongqi, searching for isolated beasts. After a night of fierce combat until dawn, he had collected 5 elite-grade wind, metal, and fire element cores, along with several servant-grade cores. He was only 1 golden platinum away from Xiaopeng's evolution materials, which brought him some joy. However, it was too soon to focus on that, as surviving the beast tide was the immediate priority. Suddenly, a massive force struck from behind. Lin Yan was thrown forward, his chainmail shattering on impact. Fortunately, the chain rings absorbed most of the damage. He slammed into a wall, blood trickling from his mouth. His communication device was destroyed in the attack, its screen frozen on 2 unread messages. Brother Lin Yu, I saw the news about the beast tide in Qing. Are you safe? And Xiaoyan, are you okay? Lin Yan looked towards the attacker. Seeing a large hole in the ground, no wonder Xiaopeng hadn't detected it. The creature had emerged from underground. Damn it, my 100,000 yuan was ruined by this beast, he cursed, glaring at the hideous, black-furred, tusk-bearing creature before him. Species, abyssal black rat. Attribute, dark. Potential, elite high. Strength, elite 1 star. Seeing its master attacked, Qiongqi unleashed hellfire in a fit of rage. However, the cunning abyssal black rat sensed the heat wave approaching and swiftly dodged. Come out, Xuanwu. Lin Yan stood up with difficulty and immediately summoned Xuanwu. Just as he was preparing to face the two-known battle, an unsettling hissing sound came from the pitch-black cave entrance. In the blink of an eye, 4 abyssal black rats emerged from the cave, causing Lin Yan to instinctively step back half a step, his back pressing against the cold wall. 5 elite-level 1-star beasts surrounded him. Lin Yan tightly gripped the alloy dagger in his hand, his gaze resolute. Qiongqi, Xuanwu, Xiaopeng, fight to the death, he shouted hoarsely. Lacking combat experience, Lin Yan could only rely on the power fed back by his 2 beasts to maneuver around the enemy. He was hit several times in succession, blood seeping continuously. Qiongqi fought 2 at once, barely holding on, but was overwhelmed by attacks from both front and back, covered in wounds, baring its teeth, and glaring at the enemy. Soon, the 5 abyssal black rats forced Lin Yan and his pet beasts into a corner. One of his legs became stiff from blood loss, forcing him to have Xuanwu freeze the wound with cold air, enduring the pain. Why am I always in such a sorry state? Lin Yan looked at his injuries and laughed self-deprecatingly. I should have gone to the shelter with Ming. Although he was a silver-level beastmaster and the battle might not change because of him alone, if everyone shrank back, how could humans build cities and resist the beasts? The abyssal black rats let out a taunting hiss, as if mocking their prey, just as they launched their final attack. Boom! Lin Yan, playing hero all by yourself again. A familiar voice rang out, carrying a tone of reproach. Upon looking closely, it was that familiar graceful figure. Yu Ming, Ming. Lin Yan's heart leaped with joy. Yu Ming immediately stepped forward to bandage Lin Yan's wounds, her eyes flashing with concern as she saw his injuries. Stop calling her Ming. It's like you only have eyes for her. Don't forget the rest of us are here too. Su Tianyi teased. You should be the captain of the war god squad. I can't lead it, Lin Yan said, noticing Su Tianyi glance meaningfully at Yu Ming, likely having suffered from her strong personality. Su Tianyi, Yu Yi, Sun Ming, and Ming, the war god squad is all here, Yu Yi said with a smile. Su Tianyi and Yu Ye's pet beasts, having reached servant level 8 stars, worked together to suppress 1 elite-level beast. The 9-star peak wild ape single-handedly restrained another, easing the pressure on Qiongqi, Xuanwu, and Xiaopeng. Sun Ming summoned the spirit flower fairy to assist Yu Ming in healing Lin Yan and his pet beasts. Yu Ming was so worried she brought us here, saying she couldn't find you and was almost in tears. Sun Ming giggled, covering her mouth. I wasn't. You're making it up. Ming, just you wait. Yu Ming glared at Sun Ming, looking like an angry kitten. Seeing the adorable girl in front of him, Lin Yan felt warmth in his heart. If they could survive the beast tide, the martial arts exam was imminent, and after that, everyone would go their separate ways, with little chance of meeting again. Perhaps she would meet someone else. Remembering past regrets, he didn't want to repeat the same mistakes. Lin Yan gazed at Yu Ming, gently holding the hand she was using to bandage him. Yu Ming felt the warmth spreading from his hand, her face turning crimson, looking at Lin Yan in disbelief. As their eyes met, Yu Ming's heart raced. Feeling flustered, she softly asked, What do you mean by this? Yu Ming didn't dare to look directly into Lin Yan's eyes, fearing his confession might just be a joke. Her heart raced, and her hands twisted together unconsciously. Will you be my girlfriend? Lin Yan asked, his gaze steady and his tone earnest and gentle. Sun Ming suddenly squealed with excitement. What are you screaming about? He wasn't talking to you, Su Tianyi said, flicking Sun Ming's forehead in exasperation. Yu Ming shyly lowered her head, a blush spreading across her cheeks, and softly replied, I accept. Boom. Bang. A series of explosions interrupted the tender moment. Damn it. Stop dawdling and move. Yuya's shout rang out. He was at the front, vigorously commanding his pet beast in battle, sweat covering his forehead. More exotic beasts had detected the fight, and several servant-level beasts were closing in on them. The situation was critical. If they didn't retreat immediately, the war god squad might face total annihilation. Lin Yan quickly put away his weapon, and with Su Tianyi carrying him, the five of them swiftly retreated to the second defensive line. At the second defensive line, the remaining city guard and members of the Beastmaster Association were valiantly resisting the first wave of exotic beasts. Healing-type Beastmasters were busy treating the wounded withdrawn from the front line. The president of the Qing Beastmaster Association, a peak gold-level Beastmaster, was directing this line of defense. In the city, several powerful Beastmasters formed teams, utilizing their familiarity with the terrain to engage in street battles with scattered exotic beasts. However, as the number of exotic beasts increased, the surrounding skyscrapers shook under the constant impact and were soon to crumble into ruins, losing their protective advantage. The president summoned his warlord-level, 9-star pet beast to guard the forefront and frowned as he asked, "How long will the evacuation of residents take?" "At the current pace, at least a whole day." This answer made the president frown even more. The first defensive line, along with the city guard, couldn't hold out for a day, and the second line would be even harder to sustain. They could only hope that the high-level Beastmasters on their way could arrive in time. Lin Yan and the others received treatment at the defensive line, and his injuries were somewhat alleviated. Although there was still pain, it no longer hindered his ability to fight. His pet beast was also recovering quickly in the beast space. "Let's go, Lin Yan. As long as we live, there's hope." Yi noticed Lin Yan's hesitation and advised him. Lin Yan was silent. His pet beast's combat power was nearly exhausted, and even releasing the servant-level Xiao Peng and Xiao Tian would only be a burden. But he couldn't help wanting to remind them. Lin Yan quickly made his way to the Beastmaster Association and found the familiar vice president. His expression was serious, and his tone urgent. "President Zhou, the situation with the beast on the front lines is more dangerous than we imagined. It grows stronger over time and will eventually reach a monarch-level power. We must stop it before it fully recovers." President Zhao's face changed dramatically upon hearing this. "Monarch level," he repeated in disbelief. "If it truly is a monarch-level beast, it would be catastrophic for Qing. Is this information reliable?" He scrutinized the 18-year-old standing before him. "My hell lava hound seems to share the same origin, so I can sense some of its information," Lin Yan answered briefly, not offering further explanation. Whether they believed him was up to them. The War God Squad, though consisting of only 5 middle school students who hadn't taken the martial arts exam, had already achieved considerable success. Especially Lin Yan, who had single-handedly slain over a dozen elite-level beasts and a significant number of servant-level beasts. More importantly, they issued an early warning hours before, allowing the city guard to prepare. If they had been caught off guard like a few years ago, facing the rapidly growing power of the Hell Three-Headed Wither, Qing might not have even had a chance to establish a second line of defense before falling. Upon receiving the message from the Beastmaster Association, the Lord of Qing immediately rushed to the front lines to support General Wang Long. Although 2 diamond-level Beastmasters might not be able to completely annihilate the Hell Three-Headed Wither, which once possessed monarch-level power, they could at least weaken it and slow its recovery. As long as they could buy time for the residents to evacuate safely and for reinforcements to arrive. The fires of war still raged within the city, but these were no longer Lin Yan's concern as he left the battlefield. He just wanted to get some sleep and relieve his highly strained nerves. The shelter was filled with various sounds. "Mom, I'm scared." "Honey, do you think we'll survive?" "Child, don't be afraid. The city guards will protect us." Fear, despair, sadness, and hope intertwined. If not for the city officials and military beastmasters maintaining order, a stampede might have already occurred. At dusk, Lin Yan and his group finally got the chance to enter the tunnel leading out of the city. In the distance, they could faintly see a glimmer of white light, the exit. The sight of hope invigorated the spirits of everyone. "I didn't expect something like this to happen before the martial arts exam," Su Tianyi complained softly. "It must be the work of the Genesis Society," Lin Yan declared firmly. "A creature like the Hell Three-Headed Wither wouldn't appear near Qing naturally. It's too unusual. If not for the Genesis Society's meddling, things wouldn't have turned out this way. The blood feud of Qing's soldiers, both the Genesis Society and that Hell Wither, must pay," he vowed silently. The evacuees could see the towering flames in the direction of Qing from afar, a place that must have become ruins. Many people wept loudly, while others shed silent tears, mourning the loved ones who would never leave the city. Lin Yan searched among the crowd for people he knew in Qing. Teachers, classmates, neighbors who had helped him, Fatty Yu. But there was no sign of Skinny Monkey. He found Skinny Monkey's family, but they wore expressions of grief. A sense of foreboding washed over him, but he didn't ask impulsively. Later, he learned from others that Skinny Monkey had perished at the hands of beasts, and Lin Yan felt a sharp pain in his heart. as if pierced by a needle. Evacuating an entire city in such a short time proved to be an immense challenge. Many residents couldn't escape in time and could only watch anxiously from temporary camps outside the city, gazing toward Qing. The night sky was lit with blazing flames, making the city resemble a massive furnace. At dawn, a ray of sunlight pierced through the thick clouds. Lin Yan woke up from Ming's lap, rubbing his weary eyes. Cheers erupted in the distance, and as he looked up, he saw a well-organized squadron of flying beasts on the horizon. It was reinforcements from the military. Each flying beast exuded an aura no weaker than the elite peak level, and the beast tamers wore the standardized uniforms of the military, advancing with great momentum. The reinforcements quickly divided into two groups. One coordinated the placement of refugees at the camp, while the other charged directly toward the Qing battlefield. On the front lines, the Qing city lord and General Wang Long faced the hellish three-headed beast that had recovered to a formidable lord-level 8-star status, their expressions grim. "How much longer can we hold?" the city lord asked. General Wang Long gave a wry smile. "Half an hour, maybe. Soon, the red flame thunder leopard, and I will make a last stand to buy you some time." The city lord nodded solemnly, but before he could respond, a thunderous explosion echoed. The hellish three-headed beast was blasted hundreds of meters away. Standing atop a majestic crystal elephant was a man with a scarred face, looking every bit the military commander. "Xiaolong, you've got guts. Just what I'd expect from our military." The scarred man laughed heartily. "Sir." Wang Long saluted, struggling with exhaustion. "Go rest. Leave this to me." The scarred man casually returned the salute. "Sir, that creature has the strength of a monarch-level beast, although it's not fully recovered yet." Wang Long quickly warned. Go on. Go on. A mere monarch-level 1-star beast can't stump me." The scarred man waved dismissively. With the support of the reinforcements, the tide of battle quickly shifted. The beast tamers were no longer trapped behind the second line of defense. Instead, they launched a full-scale sweep from bases at the Beast Tamer Association, Daxiao Mall, and Dragon Nation Pet Beast Breeding Center. The breaches in the city walls were sealed, and the remaining beasts were thoroughly eradicated. This sweep lasted an entire week. Every inch of land, ground, sewers, and underground was meticulously scanned to ensure no threat remained. When the battle finally concluded, Qing was left unrecognizable, ruins and devastation everywhere. Restoring the city to its former glory would likely take several decades. Too many lost loved ones, too many lives were gone forever, leaving the city with wounds that may never heal. Lin Yan sat in his old room, his gaze sweeping over the damaged walls, feeling a sense of melancholy. After Qing suffered severe damage, it struggled to maintain itself, and even with the stationed troops, their numbers had dwindled. The resources needed for rebuilding were immense, and the surrounding cities could only accommodate the refugees from here. The once familiar faces would gradually disappear. "Xiaoyan, what do you plan to do next?" Ming snuggled up beside Lin Yan and asked softly. Feeling the warmth from her embrace, Lin Yan's tense nerves slightly relaxed. "I'm planning to go to the Magic City and try to get into one of the 6 great academies, the Magic City Martial Academy." "What about you?" Ming's eyes lit up. "I want to go to the Rock Martial Academy. I have relatives there. Why don't you come with me? I'll take care of you." She looked at Lin Yan with anticipation. Hearing this, Lin Yan's heart stirred. Is this what it's like to be supported by a wealthy woman? But on second thought, with his current strength, going there rashly would likely lead to being looked down upon. He must first improve his skills before meeting her parents. By then, he would truly be the legendary battle god, the Dragon King's son-in-law. "No, Xiaoming, I still choose the Magic City Martial Academy. A man's ambition should be like the Yangtze River rushing to the sea, not lingering in the comforts of a gentle hometown," Lin Yan declared passionately. Ming listened to his grand words, her eyes sparkling with admiration, and nodded obediently. "Okay." Just then, a polite knock on the dilapidated door was heard. Although the door was so damaged that anyone could easily enter, the visitor still maintained basic etiquette. Lin Yan, holding Ming's hand, went to the door, and a hearty voice immediately rang out. "Haha, hope I'm not disturbing you." "Officer Chen, why are you here?" Lin Yan exclaimed in surprise, then noticed the figure behind him. "Commander Wang, please come in." Major General Wang Long nodded and entered, getting straight to the point. "Lin Yan, trainee of the special training camp, you sent back crucial intelligence during the Beast Tide, performed excellently in battle, and reported enemy situations in a timely manner. On behalf of the military, Qing commends you. Considering that too much publicity might provoke retaliation from the Genesis Society, the military decided to keep a low profile until the situation stabilized, which is also a form of protection for the heroes. This is the Beast Tide Hero Medal. Tell me, what reward would you like?" Lin Yan's heart skipped a beat, wondering if he should tentatively put forth his request. After hesitating for a moment, he gathered his courage and said, "I want the crystal core of that mountain ridge sub-dragon." Major General Wang's expression stiffened. He had expected Lin Yan to ask for some Dragon Nation currency, not to directly request the highly valuable item that far exceeded a normal Lord-level crystal core. Seeing the general's troubled look, Lin Yan quickly said, "Commander Wang, if it's too difficult, forget it. I was only helping Qing voluntarily." Reverse psychology, huh? Major General Wang's temper flared. "No way. The Mountain Ridge Subdragon's crystal core, right? It's yours." With that, he retrieved the crystal core from his storage ring, tossed the box to Lin Yan, and turned to leave. Unable to resist slamming the door on his way out, the doorframe flew off, but he pretended not to notice and left in a hurry. Instructor Chun, seeing this, quickly said goodbye to Lin Yan and followed after the Major General. Lin Yan opened the box, and upon seeing the item inside, was so shocked he couldn't speak. It was a dragon-type crystal core. Lin Yan had expected the Mountain Ridge Dragon to drop an Earth-type crystal core, but to his surprise, it turned out to be a dragon-type core. As he gazed at the faintly glowing core in his hand, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. The image of General Wang Longjuan's pained expression flashed in his mind, making him laugh even more freely. Yu Ming, standing beside him, watched with a hint of helplessness, yet there was a fondness in her eyes. Lin Yan quickly composed himself and began contemplating the use of this precious crystal core. It was not only a material for Xuanwu's evolution, but would also be essential for Xiao Tian's future evolution path. It needed careful planning. As night fell, despite his reluctance, Lin Yan decided to let Yu Ming go home. After all, they had only just defined their relationship, and rushing things wasn't his style. Before parting, he pulled Yu Ming into a secluded corner and gently kissed her on the lips. His hands became a bit bold, but this time, Yu Ming allowed his affection. "That's enough, you should go," Yu Ming said, blushing and speaking in a voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. Reluctantly, Lin Yan let her go. "Goodbye, Xiaoming." Afterward, Lin Yan joined the convoy heading to the Demon City. Before leaving, he asked Yu Ming for a new communication device, saved her number, and assured both his brother and Sun Yinshua of his safety. Now that he had a girlfriend, he reminded himself to stay faithful. Before departure, he didn't forget to share the evolution method of Su Tianyi's ice and fire double-head snake, attributing the credit to his conveniently absent brother. This was another strategic move in building his own team, as the familiar War God Squad was the best choice. During the 3-day journey, his pet beasts all made progress. Xiao Tian advanced to servant level 4 stars, Xuanwu reached elite level 2 stars, matching Qiongqi, and the greatest achiever, Xiaopeng, leaped 2 stars to reach servant level 8 stars. Finally, the convoy arrived at the Demon City. Lin Yan looked up at the city walls, towering several times higher than those of Qing. The orderly technological patterns added a futuristic touch to this beast-dominant world. After passing through security, he smoothly checked in as a refugee from Qing and received a substantial relief fund. Standing on the crowded streets of the city's outskirts, Lin Yan, for the first time, truly felt the atmosphere of a big city. He began to plan. First, to ask his brother for some gold coins, then to sell the crystal core at the mall and purchase evolution materials. Before the martial arts exam, he could enhance his power once more. The crystal cores obtained from this beast tide were rare treasures indeed. As Lin Yan drove towards the heart of the city known as the Magic City, he could see the towering skyscrapers in the distance, especially the iconic Pearl Tower piercing the sky like a sharp sword. His brother, Lin Yu, had taken a day off specifically to pick him up. At their meeting place, Lin Yan immediately recognized the familiar face. "Brother?" he asked tentatively. "Little brother," Lin Yu exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace him. As his only family, he couldn't bear the thought of losing his brother again. Lin Yan was touched by his brother's genuine affection. Everything's fine, everything's fine. Come on, today I'll treat you to a feast to welcome you back," Lin Yu said with a smile. Lin Yan agreed that a meal to celebrate their reunion was in order, and there was no rush to buy supplies. "By the way, little brother, I haven't asked about your abilities yet. What level is your pet beast now?" Lin Yu inquired. Without a word, Lin Yan took out his Beastmaster Association certification and handed it to his brother. This document recorded not only his awakened abilities, but also his current certification level. Strength talent. Silver Beastmaster. Lin Yu was astonished as he looked at the certificate. "Oh my god, our Lin family finally has a Beastmaster genius. Giving you that glacier turtle was worth it. It has the potential to become a battle general." The brothers enjoyed a day full of fun. Late at night, Lin Yu even suggested going for a foot massage, but Lin Yan politely declined. Fueled by the alcohol, Lin Yan revealed the truth about their parents' death in the beast tide years ago. The culprit was the Genesis Society. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu slammed the table in anger, vowing to make the Genesis Society pay, even if his own strength was lacking. "I'm here too, so don't feel too pressured, big brother," Lin Yan comforted him. "The heavens haven't abandoned our Lin family," Lin Yu said gratefully, looking at his brother. The next morning, Lin Yu went back to his research work at the Magic City Academy. He only returned to this residence during holidays or breaks. Before leaving, He gave Lin Yan a sum of 100,000 as living expenses and to help him nurture his beast. Lin Yan first went to the Magic City Beastmaster Association to register his Silver Steward information, preparing for future missions. Nearby was the Magic City Mall. Although the Daxian Mall was larger, it was further away, so he chose to handle his business locally. Following the GPS to the riverbank, Lin Yan found the road ahead blocked. Unfamiliar with the area, he summoned Xiao Peng to fly him across the river to the mall. He sold off unnecessary servant-level crystal cores and azure serpent eggs at market price, and with the aid money, his total assets now amounted to 1.1 million. In addition, he still had a Lord-level Dragon-type crystal core, 5 elite-level fire, gold, and wind-type crystal cores each, and 7 servant-level wind-type crystal cores. Currently, the evolution materials for Xuanwu and Qiongqi were too expensive, and those for Xiao Tian were far from ready. These assets were only enough for Xiao Peng to complete one evolution. Although Xiao Peng had the lowest potential, as the team's only flying beast, its role was irreplaceable. Now he only needed one piece of gold amber for its evolution. So Lin Yan didn't hesitate to spend 500,000 on the best quality gold amber. Knew he couldn't afford to neglect his beast. As Lin Yan passed through the pet beast area, he couldn't help but be amazed by the sight before him. Compared to Qing, the variety of pet beasts here was vast, each exuding immense potential. However, recalling how Xiao Peng had saved his life during the beast tide, Lin Yan had no regrets about purchasing it in Qing. As for Xiao Tian, it was nothing short of a divine gift. Lin Yan arrived at the Beast Tamer Association and rented a wind attribute training room. The security here far surpassed that of ordinary hotels, ensuring no privacy issues like hidden cameras. He summoned his wind-riding eagle, Xiao Peng, whose sharp green eyes gleamed with intensity. "Let's begin, Xiao Peng," Lin Yan said, gently stroking Xiao Peng's smooth feathers as he fed it an elite-level wind core, gold amber powder, and 5 gold cores. Over time, golden feathers began to sprout on Xiao Peng's body, each as hard as iron and capable of being used as concealed weapons if plucked. Xiao Peng cried out in pain, its feathers trembling from the agony, with the new golden feathers still stained with blood. Lin Yan comforted it, saying, "Hang in there. The first time is always painful, but once you push through, you'll be reborn. This is the path to a higher realm." 6 hours later, Xiao Peng's feathers were completely renewed, and its aura surged. Suddenly, a sonic boom echoed through the air elite level. Lin Yan felt the energy feedback from Xiao Peng's advancement, gently transforming his own body. He estimated that his current strength was enough to contend with an elite-level 1-star beast, although he couldn't match the combat skills of someone like General Wang Long. Xiao Peng's status panel was updated as follows. Species, 4-winged golden eagle. Attributes, wind, gold. Potential, high warrior class. Level, elite level 1-star. Skills, gale blade, golden feather. Evolution paths, 26 options, including ultimate form golden winged rock, Qiongqi, etc. Now, Lin Yan was a standout among silver beast tamers with 3 elite-level pet beasts. Even when facing elite-level 5-star opponents, he wouldn't be afraid, thanks to the 3-and-0 advantage. He also fed Qiongqi 5 elite-level fire cores, hoping to level it up once more before the martial exam to increase his chances of entering the Sacred Academy. However, Lin Yan had already decided to keep Xiao Peng as a hidden trump card during the martial exam. Although Xiao Peng's attack power couldn't match Qiongqi's, and its defense was not as strong as Xiao Wu's, its exceptional speed and flight made it the perfect life-saving asset. As for attack power, it would likely take Xiao Tian's growth to rival Qiongqi. Just as he was leaving the training room, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Taking it out, he saw it was a call from Sun Yinshua. After hesitating for a moment, he answered the call. "Hello, Xiao Yanzi." Sun Yinshua's pleasant voice came through from the other end. "Miss Su, is there something you need from me?" Lin Yan looked at the sudden message on his phone screen, feeling a bit puzzled. "Can't I just reach out without a reason? Are we drifting apart?" Sun Yinshua replied, pretending to be upset. This was her first time contacting Lin Yan since the beast wave in Qingqing. "Are you still in Qingqing?" "No, I moved to Shanghai to stay with my brother," Lin Yan answered honestly, since he planned to apply to the Shanghai Martial Arts Academy in the future. "You're in Shanghai too? That's great. Want to go outside the city and hunt some beasts? I've been bored out of my mind these days." Sun Yinshua, excited to hear her friend was also in Shanghai, immediately extended the invitation. Lin Yan politely declined. "After everything that's happened, I just want to find a quiet place to nurture my pet beasts." He had 2 concerns. 1. He already had Ming and didn't want to be a player. 2. With his notoriously bad luck, taking someone along could spell disaster. Qingqing was already destroyed, and he didn't want the same fate for Shanghai. 1 million, are you in or out? "I'm in. Wherever you say, Miss Su." Lin Yan quickly changed his tune. Hesitating even for a second over a million Longwa currency would be disrespectful to money. No wonder she's a young lady of wealth, casually offering 1 million. Her wealth even surpasses Xiao Ming's. "Send me your location, I'll pick you up tomorrow." Sun Yinshua, feeling victorious, thought to herself, humph. Greedy Lin Yan. Although Longwa currency is just a number to her, none of the rich young men in Shanghai piqued her interest. They all relied on family resources to reach the silver level without real skills, like flowers in a greenhouse. Lin Yan was still the best. The next morning, Sun Yinshua arrived early at Lin Yan's apartment complex, wearing a dress and sporting twin ponytails. Her driver discreetly left after dropping her off. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Yan, toothbrush in mouth, opened the door. Seeing her arrive so early, he immediately opened his payment app, subtly signaling for the transfer. Despite pouting, Sun Yinshua dutifully completed the transaction. Remember, we're going to take on elite-level beasts. You're at elite level, right? Lin Yan nodded. Yes. With his 3 elite-level pet beasts, an elite-level beast core was worth 100,000, so being hired for 1 million was a bit of a bargain. Do you have a plan for our trip outside the city, or are we just winging it? Lin Yan asked, worried about disappointing his generous sponsor. I know some places where we might find rare resources to enhance our pet beast's strength. But since I've paid in Longwa currency, the materials will be mine. You can have any beast cores we find. I don't need them, Sun Yinshua stated. Clearly, she wasn't in the business of losing money. Lin Yan weighed his options 1 million plus elite beast cores. It was a definite win. All right. The two of them stepped out of the walls of Magic City, greeted by a sizable residential area outside the city. The houses here were noticeably more rudimentary compared to those within the city, mostly hastily constructed by unscrupulous developers for people who couldn't afford city housing. Although it wasn't as safe as living inside the city, the presence of the Magic City garrison ensured that the area remained relatively secure. They boarded a bus heading towards the outskirts. Inside the bus, Sun Yinshua turned to Lin Yan and asked, you mentioned wanting to apply to Magic City Martial University last time. Are you planning to take the martial arts examination? Is there any other way? Lin Yan had heard of special admissions at other martial arts academies, but he wasn't sure if prestigious institutes like the 6 Great Sacred Academies offered such a route. The 6 Great Sacred Academies do have a special admissions process, Sun Yinshua explained in detail. You can register for an interview at the academy 2 months before the martial arts exam each year. With your ability to contract with 2 black iron grade beasts, securing a special admission spot at Magic City Martial University shouldn't be difficult. However, she also knew that Lin Yan was unlikely to reveal this secret just for a special admission spot. Let's forget about it. Lin Yan shook his head. I can try the martial arts exam, but it's better to keep the dual black iron contract a secret. Until his strength was fully realized, it was wise to keep some cards close to his chest. If his future opponents were in high positions, they might dig into his background, leaving him vulnerable. Where are we heading? Lin Yan changed the subject. To a goblin lair, where there are a few low-star elite goblins. Goblins? Lin Yan's mouth twitched, surprised that the small creatures from Western tales existed in this world too. What are goblins? Sun Yinshua asked, curious. Just a name from back home. Don't worry about it. Lin Yan waved it off. The terrain here was much flatter than the area around Qing, which was mostly mountainous, whereas this was an endless plain. Once they entered the forest, Lin Yan summoned Qiongqi was too slow to walk, and they wouldn't reach their destination before nightfall. Elite level 2 stars. Sun Yinshua was also surprised to see Qiongqi's level. She knew Lin Yan's situation and admired his talent and effort in nurturing his beast to this level despite limited resources. Sun Yinshua gracefully sat behind Lin Yan, her delicate hand resting lightly on his waist, yet maintaining a respectful distance. Goblins reproduce quickly. There might be many low-level goblins in a lair, so be careful not to get surrounded, she cautioned. Lin Yan had heard of the sinister legends of goblins, but the goblins here might differ from their legendary counterparts. Following Sun Yinshua's guidance, they arrived under a giant ancient tree. Among the tangled roots was a sizable tree hole leading underground, pitch black inside, obscuring the view. Come out, Shaosan. Sun Yinshua summoned her beast. Lin Yan noticed that during this time, Shaosan had evolved and now had 5 majestic tails. Witnessing this, Lin Yan couldn't help but think to himself. Having connections really helps. Even the evolution path and materials are well taken care of. Species, 5-tailed enchanting fox, attribute, psychic, potential, low monarch, level, elite 3-star. This fox has mastered 3 skills: enchantment, psychic shock, and barrier. Its enchantment ability can stun enemies, with the duration decreasing as the enemy's strength increases. The psychic shock inflicts mental damage, while the barrier forms a protective shield around it, reducing incoming damage. It has over 61 evolutionary paths, capable of evolving into forms like the ultimate 9-tailed fox or celestial fox. Mention of the low monarch reminded Lin Yan of the hell 3-headed decay that appeared during the Qing beast tide. The destructive power of that monarch-level creature in destroying a city was still vivid in his memory. Let's go, Sun Yinshua said, activating the illumination function of the blue ring. Lin Yan sighed, ready to delve into the dark, damp cave once more. As they progressed, a faint light source became visible ahead, and the passage gradually widened. Lin Yan gestured for Sun Yinshua to turn off the blue ring's illumination. Kakaka! A piercing screech startled Lin Yan. 2 goblin guards had spotted them. These creatures had green skin, pointed ears, hunched bodies barely a meter tall, and carried crude stone spears. Species: low goblin, attribute: fairy, potential, upper servant, level, servant 4-star. This lowest tier of evil species had once caused humans significant trouble, but after humans grew stronger, they were largely eradicated. Although goblins could be contracted, their ugly appearance, evil nature, and low potential made them undesirable to beast tamers. Psychic shock. At Sun Yinshua's command, the 2 servant-level goblins fell to the ground. However, the commotion from deeper within the cave indicated that the goblins' cries had attracted attention. Let's push through, Lin Yan said decisively, advancing forward. Due to space constraints, he couldn't summon Xiao Peng and only summoned Xiao Tian for leveling up. Sun Yinshua was not surprised, as reaching the silver level would add another beast slot, complementing his dual beast taming talent at the iron level. As they ventured further, the space expanded, but more goblins surged forward. Suddenly, a large figure blocked the path of the numerous goblins. It's a goblin guard. Elite 2-star, Sun Yinshua said after scanning with the blue ring. These goblin guards evolved through life and death struggles, often reaching higher levels and potentially mutating into new species like ice goblins or flame goblins. There's more than one goblin guard. Lin Yan frowned, noticing several tall figures deeper in the cave. Come out, Xuanwu. A massive ice armor Qiongqi turtle appeared, making the spacious area feel cramped. Your second pet is also elite level? Sun Yinshua looked in awe at the ice armor Qiongqi turtle exuding a powerful aura. This is a beast with lord potential. When they last met, Lin Yan's pets were just a flame dog and an ice turtle. Now, upon meeting again, both of these creatures have evolved, indicating that he has encountered some significant opportunities. Sun Yinshua assessed quietly that although this was remarkable in the eyes of ordinary people, from her perspective, it still seemed immature and could only be attributed to good luck. Come out, Xiaowang. Sun Yinshua called softly. A light monarch butterfly appeared gracefully, possessing light and flight attributes, with potential reaching the lord level, currently at elite 1-star. It had 2 powerful skills: flash, which could emit dazzling light to cause blindness, and healing light, which could heal and restore energy to a group. Even more astonishing was that it had 43 evolution paths, including the ultimate forms South Sea 100 Illusion Butterfly and Twin Liang Zhu Dream Butterfly. Wow! Lin Yan was taken aback. Even the butterflies transformed from Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai have become mythical creatures? This classic of mountains and seas must have a lot of significance. However, he quickly composed himself, knowing that such mysteries were beyond his current understanding. Go! Lin Yan waved his hand, and Qiongqi and Xuanwu immediately launched an attack on the goblin guards ahead. Yinshua, focus and take out one goblin guard first. Xiaosan, follow up with the damage. Mental impact. The 3 pets attacked simultaneously. Qiongqi unleashed blazing body, lighting up the dim cave with its flames. The goblin guard, with bulging muscles and wielding a massive stone axe, swung at the ice shield condensed by Xuanwu. The collision shattered both the shield and the goblin guard. Taking the opportunity, Lin Yan dissected the deceased low-level goblin but failed to find a crystal core. Not a single one, he muttered under his breath, sneaking a glance at Sun Yinshua. Could she have tricked me? With the goblin guards at the rear yet to arrive, Lin Yan leaned in to whisper to his pets. It's okay to slack off a bit. Just pretend I didn't see it. He even gave them a meaningful look. What are you mumbling about? Sun Yinshua asked, unable to resist as she saw him acting suspiciously. Just building rapport, don't worry about it. At this moment, 3 goblin guards from the rear had arrived, 2 at elite 1-star and 1 at elite 5-star. Although slow in movement, they were incredibly strong, and a single hit could be life-threatening. Following Lin Yan's guidance, Qiongqi and Xuanwu chose to tackle the 2 1-star guards, while Sun Yinshua's pet dealt with the 5-star one. Watching Lin Yan's pets cleverly select their opponents, Sun Yinshua was so annoyed that she gritted her teeth. In the battle, Qiongqi and Xuanwu fought steadily, skillfully suppressing the guards. Meanwhile, Sun Yinshua had to rely on her pet's long-range advantage to keep moving and wearing down the opponent. Just then, while dissecting a goblin guard's corpse, Lin Yan felt something hard. Could this be a crystal core? An elite-level demon crystal core? Lin Yan's eyes lit up. Qiongqi, Xuanwu, give it all you've got. In an instant, the 2 pets unleashed their enhancement skills simultaneously. Bang! 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 The battle erupted instantly. Qiongqi was the first to take down a goblin guard and quickly moved to assist Xuanwu. The 2 pet beasts worked in perfect harmony, and within a few rounds, they defeated the second guard. Under the combined assault of the 3 beasts, the elite 5-star guard finally fell with a thud. After a careful search, Lin Yan discovered a second crystal core inside the 5-star guard. 2 elite-level demon-type crystal cores. These are rare finds. A regular elite-level core is worth 100,000 Dragon Nation coins, while a demon-type can sell for 300,000. Having obtained 600,000 in one go, it would take ages to earn that much through regular work in the city. Without Sun Yinshua's family background, I can only seek breakthroughs in battle, Lin Yan thought to himself. Starting from scratch, I'll become a first-generation beastmaster. Let's go and see if there's anything you need inside, Lin Yan said with a smile. Goblins are known for their greed, so there must be unexpected treasures deeper in the cave. The two of them swept through the cave, slaying any beast they encountered, even sparing no goblin infants. A race that would harm even defenseless humans deserves no sympathy. Although Sun Yinshua was witnessing such a scene for the first time, she only showed slight reluctance and didn't say much. After the battle, Xiao Tian was promoted directly to a 5-star servant level, and although he couldn't yet use thunder skills, his potential remained intact. In the deepest part of the cave, several shabby wooden chests came into view. Lin Yan kicked open a lid, and the shiny contents dazzled him. Dragon Nation coins, crystal cores, and various materials. Yinshua, Lin Yan suddenly put on a pitiful expression. I've put in quite a bit of effort, so why not let me make use of the materials you don't need? Sun Yinshua was amused by his sudden change. All right, you can have whatever I don't need. The final tally of their loot, 121,032 Dragon Nation coins, transferred to the account, 2 elite-level water crystal cores, 1 elite-level wind crystal core, and several servant-level crystal cores. Most importantly, they found the lava fruit needed for Xiao Tian's evolution among the materials. See, Xiaoyan, stick with me, and you'll have plenty to eat. Sun Yinshua said proudly. Sister Su, wherever you lead, my heart will follow. Having lived through 2 lifetimes, Lin Yan knew the importance of such flattering words. This proud Sun Yinshua, after all, had a good heart. If he were adventuring alone, he would probably just be aimlessly grinding levels. After confirming nothing was left behind, the two of them headed towards the cave entrance, mindful of the need to hurry to another location. Suddenly, they heard faint voices coming from the entrance, prompting Lin Yan to quickly stop Sun Yinshua. Wait, someone's coming, Lin Yan warned in a low voice. The footsteps grew closer, indicating someone was about to enter the cavern. Lin Yan furrowed his brow and instinctively shielded Sun Yinshua behind him. As an experienced beast master, he knew the dangers of encountering threats in the wild. With the lovely Sun Yinshua at his side, he couldn't risk encountering anyone with ill intentions. The cavern was vast and barren, offering no cover. Only Qiongqi and Shaosan stood guard in front of them. Lin Yan decisively leapt onto Qiongqi's back, pulling Sun Yinshua up with him. Let's charge out first. Staying here could be more dangerous, Lin Yan whispered, his eyes fixed warily on the cave entrance. Qiongqi, carrying the two of them, shot out of the cavern like an arrow. Outside, 3 individuals were startled by the sudden appearance of the massive creature and quickly assumed a defensive stance. Lin Yan took a closer look and saw 2 men and a woman, each accompanied by an elite-level pet beast. One was a white bear clad in silver armor, crackling with electricity. It was a thunderstorm white bear, with a lightning attribute and mid-level lord potential, at an elite 3-star level. The other was a goblin greatsword warrior, with pointed ears and a larger build than a typical goblin, wielding a specially crafted alloy greatsword. It had fighting and fairy attributes, with high warrior potential, at an elite 1-star level. The 3 of them clearly did not look like they were from the Dragon Country, with their high noses and fair skin indicating foreign origins. The leader spoke in broken Dragon Country language. Honorable Dragon Country people, we are exchange students from the Royal Academy of the White Bear Country. It's a pleasure to meet you. Seeing that their pet beasts were elite level as well, Lin Yan relaxed slightly and extended his hand in greeting. Hello, I'm Lin Yan, and this is Sun Yinshua. How did you find this place? Oh, beautiful lady, hello. The leader, a man named Nikolai Karen, bowed elegantly to Sun Yinshua. You can call me Karen. This is Weiss and Paul. We're here to hunt goblins to evolve our contracted beasts. Oh, I believe you call them goblins here. Lin Yan nodded in understanding. The White Bear Country was located to the north of the Dragon Country, and there were significant cultural differences between them. They referred to these powerful creatures as magical beasts, and the racial distribution there differed from that of the Dragon Country, primarily consisting of the human White Bear Country, Dwarf Mountains, and the Elven Realm, among other tribes, with goblins being one of them. However, in the Dragon Country, these malevolent tribes had long been driven out by powerful beast masters. A piece of unofficial history Lin Yan learned in his history class at Qing No. 1 High School suddenly surfaced in his mind. It was about the legendary expedition of Yuan of the Shang dynasty to the North Sea, and his famous battle with Odin, the Norse god. Legend has it that Yuan blitz attack blinded one of Odin's eyes, giving birth to a divine eye. This history made Lin Yan reflect that, compared to other countries, although the Dragon Kingdom had powerful exotic beasts, it rarely formed large, intelligent tribes, making it much safer. As he listened to Karen recount her experiences abroad, A peculiar glint appeared in Lin Yan's eyes, and he couldn't help but imagine forming a bond with an elven girl. Karen, sensing his thoughts, promptly warned him, "You better dismiss that idea. The elven kingdom is guarded by emperor-level powerhouses." Her words brought Lin Yan back to reality, realizing that an emperor-level being could easily send him flying with a mere breath. "Are you the exchange students to the Magic City Martial Arts Academy this year?" Sun Yinshua suddenly asked. "Yes, my lovely lady," Karen replied gracefully. Lin Yan and Sun Yinshua exchanged a glance, and she pulled him aside, lowering her voice to say, "I know a place with heavenly treasures, but there are quite a few exotic beasts. Should we take them along?" "What kind of treasure?" Lin Yan's interest was piqued immediately. "Spirit-enhancing fruits," Sun Yinshua explained. "A pet beast below the warlord level can increase a star level by eating one, but it can only be used once. I only need two." Lin Yan sneaked a glance at Karen and her companions, then cautiously asked, "How many is quite a few?" 9 elite-level exotic beasts. Despite his reluctance to share, Lin Yan approached Karen to discuss the matter. After some negotiation, they agreed. Yinshua would get 2 fruits first, and the remaining ones would be split between Karen's group and Lin Yan. If there was an odd number, the extra fruit would go to Karen, but she would need to compensate Lin Yan at the market price of 2 million. The 5 of them set off on their respective pet beasts, and along the way, Lin Yan learned more about the outside world through conversation. While some small countries had vanished under the onslaught of exotic beasts, the major nations still stood strong. Karen, with her blue ring and storage ring, clearly had a significant background in White Bear country. Seeing the details of Sun Yinshua's pet beast, he couldn't help but admire the heritage of the Dragon Kingdom. After 2 or 3 hours, they arrived at their destination, a bottomless sinkhole, with a giant tree faintly visible within. The primary challenge was figuring out how to safely descend to the bottom. Lin Yan hesitated about whether to summon Little Pong, knowing that doing so in front of Karen and the others meant he couldn't summon the stronger Little Wu, which made him reluctant. "Do any of you have flying or climbing-capable pet beasts?" Lin Yan asked the group. Sun Yinshua's bright emperor butterfly was clearly unable to bear the weight of a person, and Karen shook his head in agreement. Although the goblin sword master was strong, having it carry someone down was too risky and could easily lead to both of them falling. "Come out, Xiaopeng," Lin Yan summoned, and a magnificent 4-winged eagle covered in golden feathers appeared before everyone. Sun Yinshua's mouth dropped open in amazement. This was Lin Yan's 3rd elite pet beast. She quickly covered her mouth, reminding herself to keep this secret between the two of them. Gently stroking Xiaopeng's golden feathers, Lin Yan mounted its back. "I'll go down first to scout the situation before we make any plans." He needed to assess the strength of the beasts below. If they were too powerful, they would have to temporarily retreat. He also needed to confirm the number of spirit ascension fruits. Everyone agreed with his plan. Just as Lin Yan was about to depart, Sun Yinshua hurriedly stepped forward and tied her blue bracelet around his wrist. "Lend it to you. Don't forget to return it, and be careful." Lin Yan smiled and nodded. Although the bracelet wasn't particularly useful to him, he accepted it graciously to avoid revealing his own strength. "I'm not worried about you. I'm just afraid you'll lose my precious blue bracelet," Sun Yinshua said stubbornly, crossing her arms as Lin Yan looked at her with a smile. "Fly, Xiaopeng." At Lin Yan's command, Xiaopeng spread its wide wings, creating a gust of wind that lifted them into the air. This was Lin Yan's first time riding Xiaopeng and soaring above the others, a feeling of commanding presence washing over him. After circling briefly, they flew into the depths of the chasm. Inside the 100-meter-deep pit, the spirit ascension fruit tree reached up to a third of the pit's depth. Lin Yan soon spotted the beasts guarding the tree-9 poison mist salamanders, their brown, slick skin coated in mucus. Through his senses, he identified the strongest among them as a 6-star elite, with the other 8 below 5 stars. Scanning the tree, Lin Yan counted the purple spirit ascension fruits. There were 6 in total. According to the plan, Sun Yinshua would receive 2, and he would also get 2. "Xiaopeng, aim for the nearest fruit and eat it quickly." Seizing the moment before the salamanders noticed, Lin Yan made a swift decision. Xiaopeng dived down, snatched a fruit, and instantly advanced to a 2-star elite. However, the salamanders had now detected the intruder and unleashed a cloud of poison mist, the purple haze rapidly rising from below. Xiaopeng flapped its wings, creating a powerful gust that temporarily halted the ascending mist. Lin Yan seized the opportunity, directing Xiaopeng to dart through the air and daringly snatch a second fruit before quickly storing it away. "Fly up, Xiaopeng." With the poison mist closing in, they narrowly escaped its reach through their seamless teamwork. Above the chasm, the 4 companions anxiously awaited, and suddenly a golden figure burst through the opening. "Lin Yan." Sun Yinshua immediately stood up. Lin Yan landed smoothly, quickly dismounting with agility. The scene before him was alarming. 9 elite-level toxic mist giant salamanders were entrenched below, the strongest among them reaching elite level 6 stars, while the target fruit tree bore only 4 precious spirit ascension fruits. Poison-type magical beasts. Karen turned to the blonde girl behind him. Weiss, your contracted beast would be perfect for this situation. Weiss nodded in agreement and summoned her pet beast, a nearly transparent peach blossom jellyfish, gracefully floating in the air. Although this water-type pet was only elite level 1 star, it possessed the extremely valuable skills of water healing and water purification, providing crucial support to the team. The group quickly devised a strategy. Karen and Paul would be tied together with ropes, while Sun Yinshua and Weiss would ride with Lin Yan on Xiaoping. Sorry for the inconvenience, Brother Karen, Brother Paul. Lin Yan consoled with a smile. Despite their reluctance, the two accepted the arrangement. Under the protection of the peach blossom jellyfish's purification skill, the team landed safely. They immediately deployed their pet beasts for battle, with Lin Yan summoning his Qiongqi. Qiongqi, ignite with blazing fire. The battle commenced in an instant. Fortunately, the bright emperor butterfly continuously replenished the jellyfish's magic, maintaining the purification effect for the entire team. Make it quick, Weiss urged, clearly aware that the jellyfish's energy was not limitless. The 9 toxic mist giant salamanders, realizing their poison was ineffective, launched a fierce attack. The thunder leopard bear and goblin greatsword warrior coordinated seamlessly, quickly taking down an elite level 1-star salamander. The thunder leopard bear engaged in a fierce duel with the elite level 6-star salamander, showcasing its thunderous fury. On Lin Yan's side, Xiao San and Qiongqi worked in close harmony, successfully dispatching a salamander. Xiaoping, carrying the goblin greatsword warrior, descended from above, taking another one down. The battle swiftly concluded with an overwhelming victory for Lin Yan's side. For poison-type crystal cores, let's split them evenly, Lin Yan proposed to Karen while collecting the spoils. Since Sun Yinshua didn't need them, Lin Yan received 2 additional elite-level poison-type crystal cores. The group gathered the spirit ascension fruits, giving one to Lin Yan. He immediately fed it to Qiongqi, whose power surged to elite level 3 stars amidst swirling flames. Meanwhile, Sun Yinshua's 2 pet beasts and Karen's thunder leopard bear each advanced by a level. After the battle, Lin Yan piloted Xiaoping to return everyone to higher ground. Brother Karen, this is where we part ways. Until we meet again. Lin Yan waved goodbye to Karen and his group, who continued their search for the goblin nest. He was confident they would soon reunite at the academy. After Karen left, Lin Yan returned the blue ring to Sun Yinshua, and the two of them rode Qiongqi back to the city. As the sun set and the sky darkened, Lin Yan was well aware that the forest would soon become a hunting ground for the beasts at night. Xiao Yanzi, are you okay? Sun Yinshua asked softly, sensing Lin Yan's low spirits while riding on Qiongqi's back. As he gazed at the imposing walls of the distant city of magic, Lin Yan couldn't help but think of his hometown, trampled by beasts, and the departure of his friend Shouhou. I'm fine, just feeling a bit sentimental, Lin Yan replied, shaking his head as he forced himself to stay strong. Don't be sad, Xiao Yanzi. If you need anything, just let me know. At the worst, you can owe me. Sun Yinshua paused, offering some comfort even though she couldn't fully understand the pain brought by the Qing beast tide. On the way back, when Lin Yan mentioned he had a girlfriend, Sun Yinshua felt a twinge of disappointment but quickly adjusted her mindset. So he has someone else in his heart, but we're still good friends, and that won't change, she reassured herself silently. Once they returned to the city, the two parted ways. Lin Yan gave the remaining spirit ascension fruit to Xuanwu, allowing it to successfully advance to elite level 3 stars. Qiongqi, already on the verge of a breakthrough, also reached the peak of elite level 3 stars with the fruit, just a step away from 4 stars. Lin Yan then took stock of his assets. 3.62 million dragon country currency, a lord-level dragon-type crystal core, a lava fruit, and 2 wood spirit herbs. He carefully reviewed the evolution requirements for his 4 pet beasts. The Hellfire Lava Dog needed 5 general-level fire-type crystal cores, 5 general-level dark-type crystal cores, and an evil fruit. The Ice Armor Black Water Turtle had 2 evolution options. Option 1. 1 Lord-level Ice-type and 1 Water-type crystal core, plus a general-level Space-type crystal core and a Space Stone. Option 2. 1 Lord-level Ice-type and 1 Water-type crystal core, plus a Lord-level Dragon-type crystal core and a Dragon Blood herb. The 4-winged Golden Eagle required 2 general-level Wind, Gold, and Wood-type crystal cores each, along with 2 Wood Spirit herbs. The Sky Blue Snake needed 2 general-level Thunder-type crystal cores, 2 general-level Fire-type crystal cores, and a lava fruit. After checking the market prices, Lin Yan learned that a Lord-level ordinary crystal core cost 4 million dragon country currency, 8 times that of a general-level core. After careful consideration, he decided to evolve Xiao Peng first, immediately spending 3 million to purchase the necessary crystal cores. As night fell, Lin Yan felt no fatigue and headed straight to the 24-hour Beastmaster Association. He eagerly opened a gold attribute training room and, following the method he remembered, fed the crystal cores, and would spirit herbs to Xiaopeng. This was the third time Xiaopeng had evolved. Lin Yan watched his pet beast's transformation with great anticipation. In comparison, Xuanwu, the first beast he had bonded with, had only evolved once, highlighting Xiaopeng's remarkable potential. Xiaopeng, now an elite 2-star, was slowly improving, its feathers growing brighter. Its body was undergoing a gradual transformation, evolving into a new species form. Keep it up, Xiaopeng, Lin Yan encouraged softly. The fierce winds around them cut like knives, but Lin Yan, having been strengthened many times, paid them no mind. After a long wait, Xiaopeng's evolution finally concluded. The system displayed its new attributes. Species: 9 Heavens Golden Eagle. Attributes: Wind, Wood, Gold. Potential: Mid-tier Lord. Level: Elite 5-star. Skills: Gale Scars. Unleashes multiple blades of wind on the enemy. Carefree. Restores its own energy and temporarily boosts speed by 100. Golden Feather Storm. A storm composed of sharp golden feathers. The evolution path showed 14 routes, including ultimate forms like the Golden-Winged Roc and Qiongqi. Materials required for the next evolution included 1 Lord-level core each from the wind, wood, gold, and water elements, along with a deep sea spirit stone. Mid-tier Lord potential. That's higher than Xuanwu. Lin Yan exclaimed happily as he looked at Xiaopeng. Meanwhile, Qiongqi had also reached elite 4-star level. Lin Yan decided that for either special recruitment or martial arts exams, he would use Qiongqi and Xiaopeng. An elite 4-star combined with an elite 5-star would be overwhelming. As for Xuanwu, it would serve as a trump card, ready to take a hit when needed. Evolving the pet beasts again in the short term seemed nearly impossible due to the exorbitant cost of materials. However, the current potential of his beasts was sufficient, and there was no need to hastily improve just to compete with the second-generation beast tamers. Once he entered the Sacred Academy, accessing resources would be more convenient. Returning home exhausted, Lin Yan chatted on the phone with his girlfriend, Ming, until he fell asleep during their video call. Listening to his snores, Ming hung up the phone with a sigh. The next morning, Lin Yan inquired about the special recruitment from Sun Yinshua and then headed to the Magic City Martial Arts Academy. Standing at the entrance square, he gazed at the sprawling campus and the towering dragon statue, guessing it must be the pet of a powerful beast tamer. While looking around like a country bumpkin in a grand mansion, Lin Yan noticed a student volunteer from the academy. "Excuse me, senior, could you tell me how to get to the special recruitment exam?" The beautiful senior was surprised. "I advise you to take the National Martial Arts exam instead." "Why is that, senior?" Lin Yan asked, puzzled. She explained that the special recruitment exam could severely injure the pet beasts. Although the academy assured that the beasts wouldn't die, it might affect their performance in the subsequent martial arts exam. For Lin Yan, this wasn't a big issue. If a beast got injured, it could recover, or he could use another one in battle. Pulling him closer, the senior whispered, "The real issue is that the special recruitment spots are practically predetermined every year. Those who understand, understand. So don't waste your energy on it. Just take the martial arts exam." Lin Yan understood immediately. It seemed with enough connections, even the Sacred Academy could be manipulated. Second generation of the elite. At this moment, Lin Yan didn't consider himself weaker than them. With determination in his eyes, Lin Yan turned to the senior and said, "I still want to give it a try. Can you show me the way?" Seeing her persuasion was futile, the senior sighed, entered Lin Yan's information as a current year candidate according to the rules, and then personally led him to the special admissions office of the Martial Arts Academy. She knocked 3 times on the door. "Teacher, someone wants to take the special admissions exam." "Come in," came the voice of the examination teacher from inside. "Go on, junior. I wish you success." With that, the senior turned and left. Lin Yan pushed the door open, and the scene before him made him pause slightly. It resembled a small sports stadium, with an impressively spacious interior. 3 examiners sat at the judging panel, and in the center of the venue, a young man in a white suit was already waiting. His meticulous attire hinted at his prestigious background. The examiners on the stage were reviewing the profiles of the 2 candidates. One was a descendant of a prominent beast-taming family from the capital, and the other was a refugee from a remote area in Qing. The disparity was evident. "I am your chief examiner, Professor Wang," said the middle examiner with a bushy beard. "We will now retest your talent level." The 2 candidates turned their attention to the test stone nearby. Unlike the ordinary test stones at local beast-taming associations, which could only measure up to S-level talent, the test stone at the Martial Arts Academy in the capital could detect up to SS level. And S-level beast-taming space had at least a 100 enhancement, S-level 150, and SS level a staggering 200. "Lu Yifan, you go first," Professor Wang instructed. Lu Yifan stepped forward with a composed demeanor, clearly confident in his abilities. After a moment, Professor Wang nodded at the results and said, "A level talent, qualified." "Your turn, Lin Yan," Professor Wang added. "Just a reminder, the minimum requirement for special admissions is a level talent, while for the martial exam, it's B level." Although it seems like only a 10 difference, for a pet beast with potential to reach the Lord level, a level talent would struggle to cultivate it to that level, whereas an level talent could succeed. Lin Yan stepped forward and placed his hand on the test stone. In an instant, a dazzling array of colors lit up. This is SS level talent. Professor Wang's eyes widened, unable to hide his shock. It was known that throughout the entire country, only about 10 people awakened SS level talent each year, mostly from prominent families. Even the Martial Arts Academy in the capital, one of the 6 great sanctuaries, couldn't guarantee the enrollment of an SS level genius. Congratulations, Lin Yan, you have been admitted. Professor Wang excitedly grasped Lin Yan's hands, as if fearing this genius might suddenly change his mind. The other 2 examiners were so astonished that their jaws nearly hit the table. Who could have imagined that an SS-level genius would walk through their doors this year? Lin Yan was taken aback by the professor's enthusiastic reaction. I thought it would be tough to get into the Magic City Martial Academy, one of the 6 great academies. Turns out, it was a breeze, Lin Yan remarked with a relaxed smile. Professor Wang stroked his graying beard and laughed heartily. No more assessments needed. Just wait for the term to start and report in. Lin Yan nodded, smiling to himself, thinking it was indeed fortunate to enter the academy with ease, unlike other organizations that offer benefits but impose restrictions. I don't accept this. What? Lu Yifan suddenly spoke up, his face dark with displeasure. He had always been the one shining in front of everyone, and now a country boy was stealing his thunder. He's got an SS-level talent. How do you compare? Professor Wang said impatiently, waving his hand dismissively. Talent isn't everything. Strength decides success. Lu Yifan stubbornly retorted to the assessment teacher. Lin Yan chuckled at this. Strength? I'll use my strength to make you submit. Then let's duel. Lu Yifan immediately challenged. Professor Wang observed Lin Yan's confident demeanor and, after a moment of contemplation, said, All right then, let's have a match. After all, geniuses are often proud, and a bit of competition could be beneficial. Lu Yifan sneered and summoned his first beast. Come out, Frost Giant Lizard. A massive lizard, clad in blue scales, appeared in the arena. Species, Frost Giant Lizard, attribute, Ice, potential, lower lord, level, elite 2-star. It possessed skills like Frost Breath and Ice Claw, with 124 possible evolution paths. Come out, Qiongqi. Lin Yan called out calmly to his beast. In the next moment, a hellhound engulfed in dark red flames emerged, its presence menacing. Having fought countless battles, Qiongqi had no trouble dealing with this sheltered opponent. Frost Giant Lizard, use Frost Breath. Lu Yifan commanded urgently. Qiongqi, being an elite 4-star beast, and with fire naturally countering ice, unleashed its hellfire without hesitation, clashing against the Frost Breath. Within seconds, the frost was melted and evaporated by the fire, the intense heat closing in on the Frost Giant Lizard. The examiners on the stage nodded in satisfaction at Qiongqi's performance. Professor Wang stroked his beard, sighing, I didn't expect such extraordinary talent and a remarkable beast. He's a promising candidate. Lu Yifan felt a suffocating pressure, sweat beading on his forehead. Damn it. If that's the case, I won't hold back anymore. His face twisted into a sinister smile. I've hidden this for so long, but now I'm forced to reveal it. Come out, little spider. A giant golden spider appeared in the arena, its 8 sharp legs gleaming coldly. Species, diamond spider, attribute, metal, potential, upper lord, level, elite 4-star, possessing skills like 8 spider spears and diamond spider body. 2 elite beasts, both with decent potential. Looks like this year's recruitment was a success. Professor Wang remarked with a satisfied smile. Lin Yan looked at the Vajra spider summoned by Lu Yifan and smirked. Your trump card seems smaller than mine, you little punk. With a wave of his hand, a brilliant flash of gold appeared, followed by a piercing eagle's cry that echoed across the sky. A massive 9 heavens golden eagle named Shao Peng soared above, its golden feathers gleaming in the sunlight. Lu Yifan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the powerful flying beast. Damn it, I didn't expect this country bumpkin to have such a trick up his sleeve, he thought, realizing his Vajra spider was at a disadvantage against a flying creature, especially one of a higher level. The battle was imminent. Lin Yan commanded Qiongqi and Shao Peng to attack, methodically suppressing their opponent. Although the Vajra spider demonstrated impressive strength, Shao Peng maintained a certain advantage. Qiongqi, with its vast combat experience, skillfully dodged the Frost Giant Lizard's attacks, landing a precise hit and leaving a gruesome wound on its opponent. Qiongqi, stop slacking off. Let's finish this quickly, Lin Yan said calmly. Ever since teaching Qiongqi and Xuanwu some lazy tricks last time, Qiongqi had become increasingly lackadaisical. Responding to Lin Yan, Qiongqi charged at the Frost Giant Lizard, engulfed in dark red hellfire, resembling a blazing meteor. The enemy's frost breath evaporated before it could even touch Qiongqi. It struck the lizard's old wound with precision, delivering a powerful blow that sent it flying several meters. The frost giant lizard fell, struggling, with its wounds still burning. Seeing this, Qiongqi quickly turned to support Xiaopeng. In the two-known situation, the Vajra spider was soon covered in wounds and unable to hold on. Lu Yifan clenched his fists, his face pale with frustration. I concede. Stop. Lin Yan calmly retracted Qiongqi and Xiaopeng. Professor Wang intervened at the right moment to mediate. It's just a competition. You'll all be classmates in the future, no need to get upset. Turning to Lin Yan, Professor Wang spoke enthusiastically. Lin Yan, your talent is exceptional, and your beasts are outstanding. Welcome to the Shanghai Martial Academy. His tone cooled as he addressed Lu Yifan. Lu Yifan, you've also met the special admission criteria. Consider this an early glimpse of what Shanghai University has to offer. Lu Yifan retrieved his beasts, his dreams of making a splash in the special admission exam thoroughly shattered. Lin Yan, you're from Qingcheng, right? Professor Wang asked, stroking his beard, evidently aware of the recent beast tide tragedy in Qingqing. The incident had spread throughout the Dragon Nation, with various regions actively aiding the Qingqing survivors. Lin Yan nodded in acknowledgement. Sigh, those bastards from the Genesis Society, the professor lamented. And so, Lin Yan successfully passed the special admission exam, awaiting the start of the school year on September 1st. Lin Yan felt a sense of relief upon realizing he no longer needed to participate in the National Martial Arts examination. While his peers were still anxiously preparing for the September 1st exam, he had already secured admission to Huodou University. Having thoroughly researched, Lin Yan was well acquainted with Huodou University's setup. The university comprised two main campuses, the Martial Arts Academy in the south of the city and the Liberal Arts College in the north. The Martial Arts Academy, situated near the city walls, boasted a higher number of exotic beasts and more expansive training grounds, playing a crucial role in defending the southern part of Huodou City. It offered three major disciplines: combat, support, and comprehensive studies. In addition to the mandatory courses, students could choose from a variety of electives such as materials science, military studies, evolutionary science, and traditional martial arts, as long as they did not conflict with their core classes. With more than 2 months until the start of the semester, Lin Yan decided to make the most of his time. After sharing the good news with brother Yu, he planned to visit his beloved fiancée at Panshir Martial Arts Academy in Chang'an City. Through a phone call, he learned that Ming had successfully passed the special admission exam for Panshir Academy. Although not as prestigious as the top 3 academies in Longqing, Huodou, and Jiangnan, Panshir still held a rich history. Lin Yan packed his belongings and booked a spot on a long-distance coach. This intercity coach was equipped with a gold-level Beastmaster, and the vehicle was more robust than those within the city. Although the 5-day journey cost 30,000 Longwa currency, the coach could accommodate over 30 passengers, making the total revenue quite worthwhile, especially given the safety it ensured for its passengers. Once all passengers were on board, the coach set off for Chang'an City. Sitting next to Lin Yan was a young girl with brown hair cascading down her shoulders. She wore a white top and black skirt, her fair skin and delicate features exuding a fresh and sweet charm. Hey there, what's your name? Are you traveling to Chang'an City for a vacation? She asked in a bright, friendly voice. I'm Lin Yan, heading to Chang'an to see my girlfriend. What about you? Lin Yan was surprised at how talkative the charming girl beside him was. My name's Xianing. She flashed a sweet smile, causing Lin Yan to blush slightly. He silently reminded himself, stay focused. I'm a taken man. Is your girlfriend studying in Chang'an? Xianing inquired curiously. Yes, she's at Panshir Martial Arts Academy, Lin Yan replied politely. She must be really outstanding, unlike me. I still don't know where I can get accepted. Xianing sighed with a hint of dejection. After all, as one of the 6 holy academies, Panshir was a revered institution in the hearts of students nationwide, admitting only the most gifted or those with prominent family backgrounds. Globally, the 6 holy academies were among the top institutions. You look quite young, Lin Yan. Are you a recent exam candidate? Yes, but I'm a special admit at Huodou Martial Arts Academy, Lin Yan said calmly. This revelation left Xianing wide-eyed with surprise. Huodou Martial Arts Academy, one of the top 3 academies? And your girlfriend is at Panshir? You two are truly a match made in heaven. Since Xianing found out she was a special recruit at the Magic City Martial Arts Academy, she hadn't stopped talking. Lin Yan covered his face with his hands, looking helpless. 3 days. Do you know how I've survived these 3 days? Miss Xia, please, just let me sleep for a bit. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed something off about Xianing's voice. Sneaking a peek, he saw her eyes slightly red. This made Lin Yan panic. You don't think I'm annoyed with you, do you? It's not that. I'm just worried that talking so much might make your throat dry. Just then, a loud boom echoed all around them. The vehicle they were in suddenly flipped over and crashed heavily into a large tree by the roadside. Thankfully, they were wearing seat belts. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Xianing, wake up. Lin Yan found that Xianing had been knocked unconscious, her whole body leaning against him. Damn, another crash. Why is this world so dangerous? He quickly unbuckled their seat belts and hoisted Xia Ning onto his shoulder. Her slender waist made it easy to carry her steadily. Lin Yan looked around and saw that the large vehicle was nearly wrecked, with the runes that guided spiritual power misconnected and threatening to explode at any moment. Despite having a gold-level beastmaster in the convoy, they were still attacked, indicating their assailants were no ordinary foes. He carefully carried Xia Ning out of the vehicle. By now, some passengers had regained consciousness and escaped, but many were still unconscious. However, a greater crisis awaited them. The familiar outfits made Lin Yan grit his teeth. Those damned members of the Genesis Society. Xia Ning began to regain consciousness, her eyelids fluttering. You're awake? Are you all right? Lin Yan asked. Could you move your hand and put me down first? Xia Ning said softly, her face flushed. She was wearing a dress, and Lin Yan's hand was awkwardly placed. Outside, the convoy's gold-level beastmaster was already engaged in a fierce battle with a white-masked member of the Genesis Society. The clash of two warlord-level beasts had caused the vehicle to overturn. Although the Genesis Society members this time were not as formidable as those in the Qing battle, with their strongest only at gold level, it was still a high-level confrontation for Lin Yan. Several silver-level beastmasters emerged from among the passengers, while those at iron level would only be courting death by joining the fight. Surrounded by white masks, Lin Yan shielded Xia Ning behind him with one hand. Stay back, I've got to, I'll protect you. Be careful, brother Lin, Xia Ning said worriedly. Ha, just what we needed, fresh specimens delivered right to us. The white masks sneered, their eyes filled with malice. Lin Yan weighed his options. Summoning Xiao Peng would help them escape, but it would endanger the other passengers. He decided to engage in a probing fight first, and if things got too dangerous, he would prioritize escaping with Xia Ning better than him. Come out, Qiongqi. Surrounded by over a dozen elite-level beasts from the Genesis Society, the summoned Qiongqi showed no fear. When it comes to serious matters, Qiongqi never hesitates. Besides Lin Yan, there are only 6 elite-level beast tamers on his side, while the Genesis Society has dispatched 12 elite-level experts. Of course, if Lin Yan's strength is counted as 3, the situation isn't too unbalanced. Is this a creature from hell? A member of the Genesis Society wearing a white mask exclaimed in surprise. Then he let out a scornful laugh. Haha, this is too easy. We just needed such exotic beast blood as a catalyst. Lin Yan was annoyed by the opponent's arrogance. Come out, Xiaopeng, he said in a deep voice. Qiongqi, Xiaopeng, go together. The two beasts obeyed the command. The Genesis Society was left with only 6 elite-level beasts ranging from 1 to 5 stars. In such an evil organization, the weakest beast tamers naturally had limited potential for their beasts. Though Qiongqi was held back by several beasts, Xiaopeng had the upper hand in the sky. A 1-star elite wind eagle was quickly defeated, losing its balance and plummeting to the ground. The white-masked member who had spoken disrespectfully earlier was so scared that his legs went weak, and he retreated repeatedly. However, it was too late. Under Xiaopeng's sharp claws, he quickly lost his ability to fight. The other Genesis Society members felt a chill in their hearts at the sight. Brother Lin is amazing, Xia Ning genuinely praised. A silver 8-star beast tamer in the convoy also gave an approving nod. Well done, young man. Hope reignited in the eyes of the other passengers. The battle shifted from 6 versus 12 to 8 versus 10. Xia Ning stole glances at Lin Yan, her mind filled with thoughts, and whenever Lin Yan looked her way, she would shyly avert her gaze. Xiaopeng, use the Gale Scar to trigger a spreading reaction with Qiongqi's Hellfire. Lin Yan commanded. The originally basketball-sized flames of Qiongqi swelled to the thickness of a person's embrace, and the scorching power intimidated the enemy beasts. Geniuses should be nipped in the bud, a blue-haired, white-masked man sneered, pulling out a bottle of red potion. Trading my future for your life is a great deal. Without hesitation, he injected the potion into his beast. In the next moment, the Bloodfang boar went berserk. Lin Yan felt a chill. It was a rare blood-type beast. In the Dragon Kingdom, blood-type beasts are rare attributes, typically represented by mosquito-type beasts, while in the West, there are terrifying creatures like vampires. Bloodline pet beasts have distinct characteristics. They can be incredibly powerful or extremely weak. The strong can dominate, while the weak are as fragile as ants. Lin Yan stared at the bloodline pet beast in front of him, his expression growing more serious. This Bloodfang wild boar was already at an elite 6-star level, and with its blood rage ability and the mysterious liquids enhancement, it could likely rival an elite 9-star beast. Although having Qiongqi and Xiaopeng team up might hold it off, doing so would surely lead the enemy to deploy other elite forces against their weaker allies. Weighing his options, Lin Yan made a decisive call. Xiaopeng, harass it and try to stall. Using its flight advantage, Xiaopeng launched continuous ranged attacks, but they only left shallow marks on the enraged Bloodfang wild boar. In contrast, Qiongqi's attack power was more formidable, becoming Lin Yan's main reliance. At this moment, Xiaoning suddenly stepped forward. Lin, let me help you. She summoned her own pet Biasta, nearly meter-long demon king queen bee. This queen bee not only possessed poison and flight attributes, but also powerful skills like cross slash and demon king poison sting, with a stinger capable of paralyzing enemies up to 5 stars. You should have told me earlier you were a silver-ranked beastmaster, instead of making a grand entrance, Lin Yan remarked, somewhat exasperated. He thought to himself that girls' choices in pet beasts are always surprising. Yuan Ming chose a gorilla, while Xiaoning went for a giant hornet. Perhaps he should broaden his thinking. Maybe one day he could consider contracting a fairy princess. Go, little bee. Xiaoning commanded her pet to join the battle. Although bloodline pet beasts are naturally resistant to poison types, the Bloodfang wild boar's potential was limited. Xiaopeng, team up with the big hornet to land a poison sting on that stupid boar. Lin Yan shouted. The Bloodfang wild boar was already in a blind rage, having lost its senses. If not for the slight soul bond with its beastmaster, it might have already turned on its master. Xiaopeng, golden feather storm with gale trace to create an opening for the big hornet. Little bee, demon king poison sting. Xiaopeng risked itself to engage in close combat harassment. During one charge, the Bloodfang wild boar's massive tusk pierced through Xiaopeng's golden wing. Xiaopeng, come back quickly, Lin Yan shouted anxiously. At the moment Xiaopeng was injured, the demon king queen bee's stinger successfully pierced the Bloodfang wild boar's body, and the venom began to spread rapidly within. At this moment, the aggressive demeanor of the Bloodfang boar was accelerating the spread of the toxin within its body. Lin Yan quickly treated Xiaopeng's wound, and then returned him to the beast's space, hoping this would help Xiaopeng recover better. Dodging a fatal blow from an elite-level 9-star attack was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. The Bloodfang boar's eyes were bloodshot as it frantically chased the nimble demon queen bee in the sky. Soon, the boar collapsed with a thud, its limbs convulsing violently, and blood gushed from its mouth. Qiongqi, go and kill that blue-haired beastmaster, Lin Yan ordered coldly. Faced with these ruthless foes, he decided to show no mercy. Xiaoning, assist the others. I need to avenge Xiaopeng. Qiongqi, seeing its comrade fall victim to such cruelty, bared its sharp fangs at the blue-haired beastmaster. Following Lin Yan's command, it lunged at the target. Without the protection of pets, the blue-haired beastmaster was as vulnerable as any ordinary person before Qiongqi. Boom. A cloud of smoke suddenly enveloped the blue-haired individual's white mask. Ha ha, I've remembered your two beasts, and I will find you again, a boastful voice echoed. Lin Yan looked up, his pupils narrowing sharply. The blue-haired, white-masked figure had mounted a flying pet Biasta blood-eyed vulture. This was a 9-star servant-level flying pet beast, equipped with skills like Blood Eye Mark and Mental Mark to enhance precision and damage, and also mastered hookbeak dive attacks. It had 151 evolutionary paths, with its ultimate form being exceedingly powerful. Damn it, Lin Yan cursed under his breath. With Xiaopeng severely injured, combating a flying enemy was truly challenging. Qiongqi, finish off that dead boar first. Qiongqi bit into the boar's neck and unleashed hellfire, roasting the carcass with a fragrant sizzle. At this point, the beast masters from the Genesis Society seemed to receive some command, swiftly directing their pets to retreat, soon vanishing into the depths of the forest. Lin Yan felt helpless. Pursuing them was not a wise choice. This outing not only resulted in an ambush, but also left an unresolved threat. The escape of the white-masked individual left him frustrated, as if he had punched a pillow. Nonetheless, the opponent lost a pet beast, which must have been a blow to them as well. Besides, the enmity with the Genesis Society was inevitable. Confrontation was merely a matter of time. Once he joined the martial academy in Huodou, these people would not dare to act recklessly. Brother Lin, are you okay? Xiaoning asked with concern. I'm fine. Let's check on the others. The golden-level beast master in the convoy was covered in wounds, and their pet beast was receiving treatment from a silver-level beast master's healing pet. Clearly, they hadn't fared well against the Genesis Society. Fortunately, the opponents retreated in time. Otherwise, if the golden-level battlefield had been lost, they might not have survived. Originally a team of 6, excluding Lin Yan and Xiaoning, now only 4 remained, with 2 having perished in battle. After all, not every beast master excels in combat. Lin Yan first entrusted Xiaopeng to the healing pet for treatment, then retrieved a short alloy knife and approached the Bloodfang boar's corpse. Luckily, he found an elite-level blood-type crystal core within it. The convoy originally had over 30 passengers, but now only 21 remain. The survivors are either crying or panicking, clearly still shaken from the recent attack. Those who perished either died in the crash or fell victim to the hands of the Chuangshu Society. A seasoned beast master stood up, his voice steady as he reassured everyone. Don't be afraid. Help will arrive soon. We've already sent a distress signal to the nearby ancient city of Luoyi. Mentioning Luoyi, Lin Yan couldn't help but think of his friend Su Tianyi. This ancient city, echoing the grandeur of Chang'an, is not only one of the 5 great ancient capitals of the Dragon Nation, but is also renowned for its strategic terrain, often described as encircled by rivers and mountains, unmatched in its beauty. Su Tianyi once said that if he couldn't get into one of the 6 great academies, he would settle for furthering his studies at a top martial arts academy in Loi. After parting ways at Qingsheng, he came here to participate in a special recruitment examination. As he pondered, Lin Yan took out his phone, fiddling with a translucent blood crystal core while dialing a number. Hey, Xiaoming, something came up here, so I might be a bit late in meeting you. Probably off enjoying time with some girl, aren't you? Ming replied sarcastically. I can wait, but I wouldn't want to interrupt your fun. You don't have to come. Her tone was reminiscent of Lin Daiyu, leaving Lin Yan momentarily speechless. He had to explain, no, Xiaoming, we were attacked by the Chuangshi Society, which delayed my plans. What? Are you hurt? Where are you? I'll come to find you. Ming's tone immediately shifted to concern. I'm fine. It's not safe outside right now, so stay in the city, Lin Yan replied without revealing his exact location. Just then, Xiaoning approached. Brother Lin, who are you talking to on the phone? Lin Yan's heart skipped a beat, sensing a dangerous aura. Remembering Ming's unreasonable temper, he quickly hung up and tossed the phone a few meters away, barely avoiding trouble. What's up, Miss Xia? Lin Yan changed the subject. Are you hungry? They're distributing food over there. At that moment, the convoy was handing out the remaining food to everyone. It said that the rescue team will arrive within an hour, allowing the battle-weary beast masters and the frightened passengers to regain their strength and calm their nerves. Continuing the journey with the threat of the Chuangshi Society possibly returning was undoubtedly too risky. Lin Yan pondered the Chuangshi Society's activities near Loi. After encountering them in Qingsheng, a beast tide broke out shortly after. However, Loi, as one of the 5 great ancient capitals of the Dragon Nation, possesses strength far beyond that of Qingqing. If the Chuangshi Society plans to stir up trouble here, they will need to carefully consider their capabilities. Brother Lin, look. Following Xianing's direction, Lin Yan saw a convoy of military trucks speeding towards them. Help has arrived. The rescue team leader quickly organized the personnel, with some members pursuing the retreating direction of the Genesis Society, while others focused on assisting the survivors of the convoy. The seriously injured were prioritized and sent to the ancient city on trucks, while the rest returned with the team after registering their information. Soon, the silhouette of the ancient city of Louis became clearer. In June, outside the ancient city, fields of peonies complemented the old city walls. A local resident shared a legend about the peonies with Lin Yan. According to unofficial histories, during the Tang dynasty, Empress Wu Zetian banished the peony fairy to Louis due to a misunderstanding. Since then, the ancient city has been known as the City of Peonies. Is this peony fairy a human or a mythical beast? Lin Yan asked curiously. It's a mythical beast, and the king of peonies at that, Xiaoning explained. It was kept in the royal gardens. Although it was just a kept beast, its strength was extraordinary. However, the St. Tang Palace had absolute power to suppress any rebellion, so there was no fear of them causing trouble. This story challenged Lin Yan's understanding, but considering that even something as unbelievable as when Taisher's blitz on Odin had happened, he accepted it. After entering the city, Lin Yan checked into a hotel, coincidentally finding Xia Ning staying next door. Oh, Brother Lin, what a coincidence that you're staying here too. Xia Ning exclaimed in surprise. What a coincidence, Lin Yan replied politely, and then headed to the agreed meeting place with Su Tianyi's in-bake. Lin Yan, over here. Su Tianyi recognized him from afar and waved. Long time no see, Tianyi, Lin Yan greeted. Having stayed in Luoyi for a while, Su Tianyi offered to show Lin Yan around the ancient city. During the tour, Lin Yan learned that Su Tianyi had advanced to elite level, successfully completed the first evolution of the Frostfire Twin Serpent, and was specially recruited into the Luoshui Martial Academia top-tier institution just below the 6 great academies. The architecture of the ancient city left Lin Yan in awe, especially the majestic and imposing statues at the Longmen Grottos. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to find that these statues contained life, being earth element mythical beasts in a dormant state. As he prepared to further investigate the level of these statues, a familiar figure caught his attention. The blue hair and build were strikingly similar to a member of the Genesis Society he had seen before. Lin Yan, where are you going? Su Tianyi asked, puzzled, as Lin Yan suddenly walked away briskly. Wait for me here, I'll be back soon. To keep Su Tianyi from getting involved with the Genesis Society, Lin Yan followed the blue-haired man away from the Longmen Grottos, eventually reaching the stone tower inside Xiangshan Temple. Is it him? Watching the man blend in with the tourists, Lin Yan began to doubt his own eyes. However, once he entered the stone tower, the man seemed to vanish into thin air. Darn, I lost him. The man with blue hair mysteriously vanished after entering Xiangshan Temple. Lin Yan stood at the temple entrance, carefully observing the flow of tourists, but he never saw the man reappear. He frowned and thought, unless there's another exit. Lin Yan entered the temple to take a closer look. Several solemn Buddha statues stood quietly, seemingly ordinary, yet he felt something was amiss. But even if there was an issue with the statues, he couldn't act recklessly. It might be illegal. Report it to the authorities? There was no evidence to support it. Maybe I'm still haunted by the shadows of the attack, imagining things. Lin Yan pondered to himself. But I should still look into the history here. The situation was unfavorable for him. The enemy was in the shadows, while he was exposed. Given his age, the resources and connections he could mobilize were quite limited. He didn't want the tragedy of Qing to repeat in Luoyang ancient city, but how could he break the deadlock? It seemed developing his own influence needed to be a priority. After all, joining someone else's group would only lead to being controlled. Lin Yan, what are you doing here? Su Tianyi came running, out of breath. I thought I saw someone I knew, but I was mistaken. Lin Yan waved casually. Who did you think it was? A girl? Does Ming know? Su Tianyi teased, nudging Lin Yan with his elbow. A guy, what are you thinking? Lin Yan suddenly thought of Xiaoning. If you want a girl, I do know a pretty lady to introduce to you. Really, godfather? Just wait. Son, your godfather will set it up now. Lin Yan immediately took out his phone to contact Xiaoning. Miss Xia, do you have time this evening? Would you like to have dinner together? I have time. Miss Xia, so sudden? Are we going now? Miss Xia, wait for me to get ready. Send me the location. Xiaoning replied with a cute hamster emoji. Lin Yan gave Su Tianyi an okay gesture. It's done. Reliable. Su Tianyi gave a thumbs up. On the way, Lin Yan asked thoughtfully. Tianyi, do you know the history of Shangshan Temple? Why the sudden interest? Are you planning to worship Buddha? No, just inspired by the culture here. I want to learn more. Lin Yan lied with a straight face. I heard from an old professor neighbor that during the Tang dynasty, a great monk from the kingdom of Tianzhu named Dipankara came here to preach. When he asked the empress for leave, he received a precious treasure and later passed away here. Dipankara, Lin Yan pondered. Could the Genesis Society be after that treasure? No. If there were truly a treasure, it would have been taken by the higher-ups in long ago, not left for these outlaws. But since it involves Buddhism, maybe I can start from there. As they talked, they reached the meeting place. In the distance, a brown-haired girl approached, wearing a light yellow long dress, her fair calves faintly visible, her delicate face as radiant as a pearl. Su Tianyi was stunned, wiping his mouth. Wow, Lin Yan, you know a beauty of this level. You have no idea, Lin Yan thought, not having shown him Yinshua's photo yet, who was even more beautiful than Xiaoning. Lin Yan silently compared the styles and temperaments of the two, feeling that it was inappropriate to compare them together, but that was just his subjective opinion. Xiaoning, Lin Yan called out. Xiaoning turned at the sound, her eyes lighting up with a bright smile like the early spring. But her smile froze when she noticed Su Tianyi beside Lin Yan. Why is there someone else? Lin never mentioned this. She muttered to herself. At Su Tianyi's enthusiastic recommendation, the three of them went to a restaurant famous for its peony swallow dish. Now with some means, Lin Yan took the initiative to pay the bill. Watching Su Tianyi's awkward demeanor in front of the pretty girl, Lin Yan couldn't help but sight his guy clams up around beautiful women, focusing solely on eating. I haven't had a drink in a while, let me show you something, Lin Yan said, picking up a Qingyao beer. With the strength of his silver-level teeth, he bit off the cap and downed the entire bottle in one go. Lin, slow down. Xiaoning quickly pulled out a tissue to help him wipe, but Lin Yan politely declined. Not wanting to be outdone, Su Tianyi tried to mimic Lin Yan, raising the bottle, but ended up choking and spilling beer all over himself. Everyone burst into laughter. Xiaoning took a few sips too, and soon her cheeks were flushed, her eyes dreamy. An hour later, Lin Yan looked at the two slumped over the table and shook his head helplessly. Great, I'll be carrying bodies tonight. He first hoisted Xiaoning onto his shoulder, feeling her warmth even through her dress. Then he grabbed Su Tianyi by the collar, dragging him out, the latter leaving a unique trail as he staggered and vomited. Once Su Tianyi was done, Lin Yan called a taxi. At the hotel, he tossed Su Tianyi onto the bed. Next time you drink, you should sit with the dogs. As he escorted Xiaoning to her room, she looked at Lin Yan in a daze. Huh? Why are there two of you, Lin? Just one, you're drunk. Lin Yan was about to leave, but Xiaoning hugged him from behind. Her eyes were misty, almost spilling over, as she leaned into Lin Yan, their faces so close they could feel each other's breath, her warm breath brushing against his cheek. You? Lin Yan made a swift leap, dodging several meters away, but he was still a split second too slow. Looking at the mess around him and his soiled clothes, he couldn't help but feel like crying. The chaos of the night had left him completely drained, both physically and mentally. After tidying up a bit, he gently closed Xiaoning's door and returned to his own room. Just as the door clicked shut, Xiaoning sat up in her room, a smug smile playing on her lips as she looked at the closed door. While they slept, Lin Yan began to research. With his current physical condition, going several nights without sleep was no problem. He opened the browser, and at the top of the trending list was the Qing beast tide incident, a topic likely to dominate the headlines for a long time. News flashed rapidly on the browser. The national martial exams were postponed to June 29th due to the beast tide. A poison-type exotic beast had caused a plague in Chu City, prompting the military to dispatch a diamond-level beast master with thunder and fire-type pets to suppress it. A popular actress was caught in an extramarital affair scandal with a married executive from a beast company, breaking countless young hearts. The ancient city of Loi is steeped in history, especially the mysterious Luo River that flows through it. Folklore records that during the Three Kingdoms period, the great beast master Qiao Ji signed a pact with the river god of Luo and wrote the famous Rhapsody on the Luo goddess. There are also legends from the time of Yu the Great about a divine turtle emerging from the Luo, though these are often regarded as mere myths. Lin Yan put down his phone and rubbed his aching temples, feeling as if something was growing inside his head. He went to the sink to wash his face, only to notice something unusual in the mirror. A small green sprout seemed to be growing from his nose. At first glance, it could easily be mistaken for a nose hair. The system immediately displayed information. Species, flower demon parasite. Attributes, wood, fairy. Skill, absorb. Characteristic, spreads through pollen, parasitizes the host, absorbs the host's life force to grow, and nourishes the main body. Flower demon parasite? When did I get infected with this? Lin Yan was perplexed, having encountered no exotic beasts recently. He tried to pull out the green sprout, but the root remained stubbornly lodged inside. Suddenly, he thought of something and quickly went to Su Tiany's bed, adjusting his sleeping form to examine his nostrils. Sure enough, the same parasitic sprout. Su Tiany slowly opened his eyes to find Lin Yan's face uncomfortably close, and his eyes widened in shock. What the heck? He shouted, hurriedly pulling the blanket around himself as if fearing Lin Yan had ill intentions. Don't get the wrong idea, Lin Yan began to explain. Stay away from me. Su Tiany cried, burying his head in the blanket, sobbing. I'm not clean anymore. Lin Yan, exasperated, pulled out his phone. That's your own vomit. I have a video, look. He played the clip, and Su Tiany watched, falling into an awkward silence. Come look in the mirror, Lin Yan urged, dragging him over. Why look in the mirror? Su Tiany asked, puzzled, but when he saw the green sprout in his nose, his eyes widened in shock. What the heck is this? Parasite, wake up, let's go to the Beastmaster Association, Lin Yan said steadily. He understood that this situation was beyond what he could handle alone. What worried him more was that this parasitic phenomenon might have already spread among millions of people. While a single life may seem insignificant, the consequences could be unimaginable if it affects a large number. It must be the work of those creation society bastards, Lin Yan muttered through gritted teeth. Every encounter with this organization brought trouble. The Beastmaster Association building was brightly lit, bustling even at night, especially with night owls who were accustomed to working after dark. Hello, could you contact the president? Lin Yan asked at the front desk. The receptionist politely replied, the president is resting. You can make an appointment, and he will contact you when he's available. An appointment? Lin Yan knew that with their status, even making an appointment wouldn't get a response. I am a silver steward of the association. This is an urgent situation. Can you make an exception? Lin Yan presented his credentials. Silver stewards are common here, I'm sorry. I'm a special recruit from the Magic City Martial Arts Academy and have the Qing Beast Tide Hero Medal. Lin Yan opened the Academy network and showed the medal issued by General Wang Long. The receptionist's expression turned serious as she carefully verified the documents. A special recruit from the 6 great sacred academies, she marveled. All right, please wait a moment, I'll contact the higher-ups. Lin Yan nodded and waited, taking out his phone to call President Zhou of the Qing Beastmaster Association. Although Shang was in a difficult situation, President Zhou, as vice president, had some connections in the industry. Hello, President Zhou, this is Lin Yan. Lin Yan? I remember, the talented young man. What's going on so late? President Zhao's tone was kind, showing care for this promising junior. President Zhou, I found clues about the Creation Society in the ancient city of Luoyi. Can you help contact the local authorities? Creation Society? Luoyi Ancient City? Where exactly are you now? I'm at the Beastmaster Association here. All right, don't move, I'll contact them immediately. Time ticked by, and Lin Yan was anxious. He knew how crucial it was to act quickly in such situations. Qing's lessons taught him how much could be saved by timely detection and rapid response. Who is Lin Yan? A gruff voice suddenly called from the entrance. Lin Yan turned to see a bald, burly man striding in. I am. Old Zhao said you have leads on those bastards. Come upstairs for a detailed discussion. The bald man clearly held a high position, and people stepped aside for him. Hello, President Qiong. Hello, President. The staff around greeted him respectfully. Upon arriving at the office, Chairman Qiong plopped down into his chair and took a big gulp from the cup on his desk. Go on. What clues do you have? Lin Yan began to recount in detail the attack by the Genesis Society at Shangshan Temple in the city. As Chairman Qiong listened, his brow furrowed deeper. Shangshan Temple is not a simple place. He mused. Moreover, Lin Yan said, pulling a paper packet from his pocket. We found a parasitic plant on many people. He carefully handed the green sprout he had removed from his nose to Chairman Xiong. Chairman Xiong examined it thoroughly but couldn't make sense of it. You need to come with me to Luoshui Martial Academy. Luoshui Martial Academy? Lin Yan was taken aback. Now? It's hard to get a cab. Did you drive here? Driving is too slow. Follow me. Chairman Xiong led Lin Yan straight to the rooftop. Come out, Fei. With those words, a purple-gold Pegasus appeared out of thin air on the rooftop. Its massive purple wings unfurled in the moonlight, exuding an aura of majesty like a deity of the night. Species Poplunged Golden Pegasus. Attributes Dark, Flying. Potential High Lord. Level 2-star Lord. Skills. Dark Canopy Domain. Enhances attacks within range, accelerates spiritual power recovery, affects enemy vision. Shadow Charge. Inflicts single target damage with a chance to stun. Heavenly Kick. A descending kick that tramples the enemy. Evolution Paths 64 Ultimate Forms. Shuhu, Ingzhao. Wow, that's impressive. Lin Yan couldn't help but express his admiration. Chairman Xiong gently stroked the Pegasus and gestured, hop on. Lin Yan obediently climbed onto its back. Although he could summon his own creature, Xiaopeng, he was eager to experience riding another species. As they soared through the night sky, Lin Yan gazed down at the city lights below, the ancient-style architecture making him feel as if he had traveled back to the prosperous era of the Tang dynasty. This place was once a secondary capital of the Tang dynasty and still retained its vibrancy. Luoshui Martial Academy was nestled on the north bank of the Luoshui River, surrounded by mountains and water. Not only was it a picturesque location, but it also played a crucial role in defending the ancient city of Luoyi and warding off beasts from the forests and rivers. Although Lin Yan had visited the Shanghai Martial Academy, he was still awestruck by the grandeur before him. Who goes there? An authoritative, elderly voice emanated from the security booth, making Lin Yan's heart skip a beat. Old Yuan, it's me. I have an urgent matter, please let us through. Even Chairman Xiong didn't dare to be presumptuous. Lin Yan was secretly amazed. Even the security personnel were highly skilled, like hidden masters. He realized he needed to keep a low profile in the future. With no further sound from the security booth, Chairman Xiong breathed a sigh of relief and continued onward with the Pegasus. They finally landed in front of a modern-looking low building. Its sign read, Luoshui, Beast Mastery Technology Research Building. Professor Wei, still immersed in your research? Chairman Xiong greeted a middle-aged man with graying temples. Big Xiong, what brings you here? This young man brought something for you to examine. I can't figure it out. Chairman Xiong handed over the green sprout. Professor Wei placed it under a microscope for careful observation, his brow gradually furrowing. Even after being severed for so long, it still has active vitality. Look at these patterns. It's not simple. Chairman Xiong and Lin Yan exchanged puzzled glances, clearly not understanding. Professor Wei, could you just tell us what this thing is? Chairman Xiong rubbed his shiny head, his face filled with embarrassment. Lin Yan nodded in agreement, and then began to explain in detail. This is a plant of the Peonia genus in the Ranunculaceae family, a perennial deciduous shrub. Based on current observations, there is a 90% chance it's a peony, but it's a parasitic variant. A peony flower? Chairman Xiong frowned in thought. You mean it's some kind of mutated peony creature? The ancient city of Luoyi is full of peonies. This is quite troublesome. He turned to Professor Wei. Is there any way to remove this parasitic variant? Professor Wei adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting the laboratory lights. According to preliminary tests, this parasitic variant only affects individuals below the silver level. Even in the worst-case scenario, it won't be fatal, at most causing mild weakness. After all, it's just a parasite with limited growth. Below the silver level. Chairman Xiong's expression grew more serious. That means millions of people in Luoyi could be affected. Professor Wei quickly added, currently, there are two direct solutions. One is surgical removal, but given the large number of affected people, it may not be feasible. The other is to eliminate the host. I'll contact the military immediately to coordinate an investigation. Chairman Xiong decided promptly. At this point, Lin Yan posed a critical question. Professor Wei, could this parasitic variant be providing life force to the host? The question stunned Professor Wei, and a sense of foreboding crept over him. Even a bead of cold sweat appeared on Chairman Xiong's bald head. If that were the case, how terrifying would the host's power be? With millions continuously providing energy, it would be inexhaustible. Professor Wei immediately began an experiment, using lab mice to test the absorption of life force and observe energy changes. Soon, he slumped into his chair, confirming Lin Yan's suspicion. Chairman, Lin Yan reminded, there are people from the Genesis Society in the city. We should avoid alerting them and prevent a repeat of the Qing tragedy. Chairman Xiong nodded in agreement. You're right. Although you're from Qing, in such critical times, advice is just advice. He left his contact information and hurriedly departed, instructing Lin Yan to inform him of any new discoveries. The laboratory was left with only Professor Wei and Lin Yan. Lin Yan's gaze was drawn to a glass jar containing a bare paw connected to an ape-like arm. Professor Wei, what is this? This is my research project, Professor Wei explained. The goal is to help disabled individuals regain wholeness, and it's currently in the animal testing phase. This is truly a remarkable study, Lin Yan pondered. If successful, could humans gain the powers of exotic creatures? A peculiar glint appeared in Professor Wei's eyes. You think so too? Lin Yan paused before saying, I just fear that some might use live humans for experiments in their quest for power. Professor Wei nodded silently, acknowledging that he hadn't found an effective way to prevent this research from being abused. In front of the main hall of Shangshan Temple, a middle-aged man wearing a baseball cap and work clothes stood quietly. Inside, monks were chanting sutras before the large Buddha statue, with the sound of Buddhist hymns echoing. Sir, we're about to close. A monk in a yellow robe reminded him with hands clasped together. You speak of compassion, yet you have suppressed a woman for over 1,000 years. How ironic, the man said with a sly smile. What is the gentleman talking about? I don't understand, the monk replied. Don't understand, the man said as he slowly put on a white mask, his shadow elongated by the night. How about now? The eerie smile on the mask made the monk's expression change instantly. The Genesis Society, he exclaimed, stepping back repeatedly. The man clapped his hands, and a group of Genesis Society members emerged behind him. The redrobed abbot of Shangshan Temple stepped forward to stand in front of the monks. Don't bother trying to contact the outside world. The signal here is blocked, the man said as he released his beast. Domain expansion. Life is but a dream. Before he finished speaking, the monks swayed and collapsed to the ground, falling asleep without even having the chance to summon their beasts. Meanwhile, after leaving Luoshui Martial Arts Academy, Lin Yan headed straight to the Beastmaster Association. Su Tianyi was anxiously waiting and asked as soon as he saw him, Lin Yan, how did it go? If the sky falls, the taller ones will hold it up, Lin Yan replied nonchalantly as he began to handle the blood-type crystal nuclei in his hands. Now holding over 1 million dragon country currency, which might be a fortune for ordinary people, it was just enough to cover the pet food for a beastmaster. He bought some elite-level crystal nuclei for Qiongqi, Xuanwu, and Xiaopeng, and exchanged the remaining tens of thousands for regular attribute, servant-level crystals for Xiaotian to absorb. After all, lightning-type crystal nuclei were expensive, and Xiaotian didn't need to exert effort yet. In the Shanghai beast space, Xiaotian enjoyed top-level growth buffs, having reached servant-level 6 stars. Let's go. It's late. Let's head back to the hotel, Lin Yan said, suddenly catching a glimpse of a familiar figure leaving the hotel. He quickly pulled Su Tianyi behind a tree. Isn't that Xianing? Su Tianyi asked. I saw her. There's something off about that woman. Lin Yan frowned. Earlier, she was vomiting badly, and now she's moving around easily. The two followed Xianing from a distance, watching her walk stop and go, turning here and there, clearly wary of being followed. Thanks to Su Tianyi's familiarity with the terrain, they maintained a safe distance. This direction, it's Shangshan Temple. Lin Yan's alarm bells rang. He recalled the blue-haired man he suspected of being from the Genesis Society at Shangshan Temple earlier, and remembered Xia Ning not summoning her beast to defend against the Genesis Society's attack during the convoy ambush. She stepped into a shadowy corner near Shangshan Temple, and when she reappeared, she was wearing a mask. This sight made Lin Yan's heart skip a beat. She was likely a member of the Genesis Society. Su Tianyi, go and contact Chairman Xiong from a distance. Have him gather reinforcements and come here immediately, Lin Yan whispered. Ever since being hunted by the Genesis Society in the Qingqi forest, he had become increasingly wary of this organization, knowing that it must have highly skilled members. Su Tianyi adjusted his glasses and left without a word. He understood that hesitating at such a critical moment would only delay their response. Under the moonlight, Shangshan Temple was eerily quiet, with only the sound of insects echoing through the forest. The dim lighting cast an eerie hue over the temple. As Lin Yan carefully followed, he pondered. The temple, bustling with worshippers during the day, was now deserted, which was indeed suspicious. Suddenly, footsteps approached, and Lin Yan quickly hid inside the nearest building. Soon, he heard voices outside. Once we complete this mission, the rewards from the society will be enough for us to retire. After this job, I'm done for good. Who isn't forced into this? Working like a horse in the society, hiding outside. I heard even some young masters from beast-controlling families have joined. Mind your own business and focus on patrolling. Once the two had moved away, Lin Yan realized he was inside the 9 Elders' Hall. He recalled that Bai Ji once lived here in seclusion, known as the Shangshan Hermit, and was ultimately buried in the White Garden atop the mountain. The Genesis Society's activities here were surely a disturbance to the ancestors. Lin Yan remembered an anecdote. Bai Ji, while serving as the junior tutor to the crown prince in Luoyang, had contracted a koi fish. This place, located on a dragon vein, originally had the potential to transform into a dragon. However, due to Yuan and others damaging the Luoyang dragon vein to prolong the Holy Tang dynasty. The koi fish only reached the state of a flood dragon and couldn't fully become a dragon. He quietly climbed to a small hill behind the main hall, peering through a window crack to observe inside. The original Great Buddha statue had collapsed, split open to reveal a deep well. Genesis Society members were distributed around, and he immediately recognized the brown-haired Xianing and the blue-haired man. The gold-level beast master he had seen before was merely standing on the periphery, indicating that even higher-level members were gathered here. Looking at the masked Xianing, Lin Yan couldn't help but reflect. He had thought he encountered an innocent and lovely girl, but she turned out to be a cunning member of the Genesis Society. Her previous act of pretending to be drunk was likely to create an alibi for herself. Lin Yan's gaze fell beneath the giant Buddha. Could the treasure of Daibahara be hidden here? Unfortunately, he couldn't see the treasure or confront the crowd, so he could only hope that Chairman Xiong would bring powerful reinforcements soon. Lin Yan stared at the unconscious monk, suddenly feeling a violent sensation of something being ripped from within him. The peony demon seed was being extracted. The Genesis Society was clearly preparing for their final move. This place is a death trap, he thought to himself as he quietly retreated. Boom! A thunderous crash descended from above, shattering the roof in an instant. A majestic purple-gold Pegasus soared in, looking down upon the retreating members of the Genesis Society. Domain expansion, dark canopy. A familiar gruff voice echoed throughout the area. Lin Yan's heart leaped with joy. It was President Xiong. In an instant, a massive black dome enveloped the entire area, blocking out all light. Humph! Someone from the association, one of the Genesis Society leaders sneered. Come out, ghost-faced scorpion. Instantly, a terrifying giant scorpion appeared, its attributes showing as a poison-type Lord level 3-star. Several Genesis Society gold-rank beast tamers summoned their beasts to engage in battle. However, President Xiong still had 3 gold 9-star beasts at his disposal, more than enough to handle this skirmish. Nightmare, are you done? We've been discovered, the beast tamer of the ghost-faced scorpion shouted towards the deep well, his voice echoing within. The battle raged on, but there was no response from the well. Hurry up, the military is almost here. Finally, after about 5 minutes, a response came. It's done. A shadow flickered, pulling a beast tamer out. Lin Yan was taken aback. It was a monarch level. The nightmare beast, with its dual attributes of psychic and dark, was a monarch level 2-star, possessing powerful skills like ephemeral dream, nightmare spirit, and demonic touch. President Xiong remained unfazed. Monarch level? What a coincidence, we have one too. As he spoke, a colossal silhouette obscured the sky. Lin Yan looked up, recognizing the crystal elephant, taller than the Grand Hall, as the pet beast of the Grandmaster who once aided Qing. Genesis Society scum, your reckoning has come. The military leader stood atop the crystal mammoth with commanding presence. The crystal mammoth, with its earth and metal dual attributes, was a monarch level 5-star, mastering skills like brilliant diamond and war stomp. The fierce battle erupted instantly, its shockwaves demolishing the surrounding stone buildings, causing the ground to tremble incessantly. Everyone retreated, fearing they might be accidentally harmed by these massive creatures. Both sides summoned 4 beasts each, engaging in a chaotic melee, leaving only some weaker opponents on the field. Lin Yan's eyes sharpened, a surge of vengeance boiling within him. Dad, Mom, Skinny, I will avenge you. Qiongqi, Xiaoping. He decisively summoned his beasts, swiftly taking down 2 of the Genesis Society's silver-rank beasts with a single strike. This sudden attack caught President Xiong by surprise. This kid, he's got guts. The blue-haired man spotted Lin Yan from afar, a flash of anger in his eyes. You dare to fight anyone, huh? Last time you got away, but this time you won't be so lucky. Lin Yan retorted without backing down. Nearby, Xianing paused in surprise at Lin Yan's sudden appearance. She wondered why he was there. Had he followed her? Ignoring the tense atmosphere between the 2 men, Xianing turned to Lin Yan and said, You have great talent. Would you like to join the Genesis Society? With your skills, you'd definitely be nurtured as a core member. Lin Yan glanced at the situation around him, weighing his options. On one side was a diamond-level beastmaster, and on the other, a master level 1. Switching sides now would be suicidal. He shook his head and deliberately raised his voice. The Genesis Society is too low tier, a bunch of rats hiding in the shadows. If I go anywhere, it's to the military or the Beastmaster Association. As he spoke, he subtly glanced at the 2 leaders, thinking his declaration might pave the way for future connections. Lin Yan, I'm here to help you. Su Tianyi's voice suddenly came from the entrance. He immediately summoned his evolved pet beast, guided by Lin Yan, a beast with 3 serpent heads, each eye glinting with a different color and a tricolor crown. This 3-headed serpent possessed water, fire, and grass attributes, with potential reaching high warlord level and an elite 2-star rank. Let's do this together, Lin Yan said, considering the beast's impressive capabilities. The key would be Su Tiany's ability to skillfully use elemental theory to create effective reactions. Lin Yan, hang in there a bit longer. The military and association support will arrive soon, Su Tiany quietly reminded. Lin Yan nodded in acknowledgement. Qiongqi, Xiaoping, take care of that blue-haired guy first. I can't stand him, Lin Yan ordered. Xiaoping, with its unparalleled speed in its tier, dashed forward. Qiongqi unleashed blazing flames to block other beasts, while Xiaoping maneuvered effortlessly through the obstacles, ultimately defeating the blue-haired man, with his beast collapsing as well. Brothers, we're here. The arrival of reinforcements relieved Lin Yan. He didn't want to reveal his multiple beasts' secret in front of the Genesis Society. Several gold-level beastmasters summoned their beasts, cornering the Genesis Society members. The diamond-level beastmaster coordinated with President Xiong to severely wound the ghost-faced scorpion. Yet, the master-level beastmaster, codenamed Nightmare, remained silent, as if everything was going according to plan. Suddenly, an unusual sound emanated from the deep well of clear, ethereal female breath. The ground split with several cracks, as though something was about to emerge. Lin Yan instinctively stepped back, feeling a sense of foreboding. What the hell is this? A gold-level beastmaster exclaimed as a green vine wrapped around his leg. With a scream, the beastmaster was swiftly dragged underground. The sight stunned every Yoni a gold-level beastmaster subdued so easily. Lin Yan acted decisively, recalling Qiongqi and leaping onto Xiaoping's back, pulling Tiany up with him. They watched from above as the ground continued to crack. Suddenly, an ethereal female voice echoed throughout Xiangshan Temple. It's been so long since I've seen the moon, so beautiful. The next moment, the entire floor of the grand hall began to collapse. What on earth is this creature? Su Tiany stared in shock at the scene before him. Lin Yan remained silent. As a silver-level beast tamer, he knew this situation was far beyond the level of diamond or masterclass experts. The heavens must think I have too many beasts and are giving me a real challenge. The members of the Genesis Society, having achieved their goal, scattered and fled. At this moment, the Beast Tamer Association and the military of the ancient city of Lui were too preoccupied with a more formidable enemy to chase after these remnants. A massive pit was revealed where the hall had collapsed, with a large bronze bell standing at the bottom. The bell was intricately carved with mysterious patterns that seemed to harmonize with the universe, yet there was a noticeable crack at the base. The Qishi Divine Bell, it's broken. Chairman Xiong's heart sank as he looked at the bell. The broken Qishi Divine Bell was gently lifted by green plants. A pair of jade feet, adorned with small bells, floated in the air, revealing glimpses of fair legs, modestly covered by red silk ribbons. A thin veil draped over her body, hinting at her delicate skin beneath. Under the moonlight, her face was enchanting and alluring, captivating everyone present. I swear, she's the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Su Tiany couldn't take his eyes off her, afraid to miss any detail. Lin Yan was also momentarily stunned by her beauty, but he quickly recognized the terrifying power of this seductive woman. The system displayed. Species, Peony Fairy. Attributes, Wood Fairy. Potential, Low Emperor. Level, 1-star Emperor. Skills, Blossoms in full bloom domain level. Greatly enhances control over wood attributes within range, accelerates recovery. Evolution path, 2 ultimate forms of Peony Flower Goddess Emperor. Looking at the fairy before him, Lin Yan felt a sense of powerlessness. With just a thought, she could obliterate everyone present. Only the military commander might have a chance to struggle. Even back in Qing, they had only summoned a monarch-level beast. The peony fairy turned to the military commander, her red lips parting slightly. Humans, after imprisoning me for over 1,000 years, are you ready to pay the price? Even during the Holy Tang period, such power was considered top tier, let alone now within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom. The commander felt immense pressure, his back drenched in cold sweat. Xiaoyi, I'm here to help you. An old voice called out from the horizon. Lin Yan looked towards the voice and saw it was Elder Yuan from Luoshui Martial Academy. Isn't that the old security guard from our martial academy? Su Tiany recognized the familiar face. Even more surprising was Elder Yun's Biasta Gale Winged Dragon. Species, Gale Winged Dragon. Attributes, Dragon, Wind, Flying. Potential, High Monarch. Level, 7-star Monarch. Although the Winged Dragon was a sub-dragon species, it was top tier in its class. However, the opponent was an Emperor-level beast. Lin Yan never expected that the Academy's seemingly humble custodian was a 7-star master-level expert. Domain Expansion, Brilliant Diamond. Domain Expansion, Whirlwind Fury. The domains of the 2 beast companions intertwined and shimmered in the sky, but Peony Fairy merely cast a disdainful glance, a flicker of disgust in her eyes. She didn't even bother to unleash her own domain, casually raising her hand as a red light flashed. In an instant, the ground cracked open, and several massive vines burst forth, coiling around the gigantic crystal mammoth like giant pythons. Simultaneously, within the windstorm wyvern's domain, countless peony petals began to drift, defying the wind's direction and swirling against it. At the Emperor level, these flashy skills are nothing but the subtle manipulation of elements, the peony fairy sneered. Bloom. At her command, the entire Xiangshan erupted in a riot of flowers. As the queen of flowers, her control extended far beyond just peonies. Demonkind. Before her words had fully faded, the peony fairy's aura surged, clearly drawing life force from the peony demonkind. Her power rapidly ascended to the peak of the Emperor level 1 star, just a hair's breadth from 2 star. Chairman Xiong, I'll leave the evacuation of the people of Luoyang to you. Commander Yi said gravely. Chairman Xiong nodded in agreement, turning to leave on his purple-gold Pegasus. Seeing this, the peony fairy waved her delicate hand, sending a giant flower to engulf Chairman Xiong. Hurricane Wyvern, block it! Elder Yin shouted urgently. The Hurricane Wyvern had to use its skills 5 times in succession to barely fend off this casual attack. The peony fairy looked distantly at the statue of Empress Wu in the Longmen Grottos, smirking derisively. To command us on a whim because of your whims, and to suppress protests for 1,000 years, how absurd. Without your empire, who can stop me? Before her voice had died away, countless petals gathered around her, and the plants beneath her feet spread wildly, their roots quickly covering all of Xiangshan, preparing to absorb human life force. But first, I'll get rid of these pesky insects, she scoffed. With a bang, a thick branch struck the Hurricane Wyvern, shattering its scales and drawing blood. The crystal mammoth was even more tightly bound by layers of vines, unable to move. Suddenly, a low, deep breathing sound emanated from the direction of Yuan, causing the peony fairy's heart to skip a beat. She frowned towards the source. What is that? Could it be that Empress Wu left a contingency? Is 1D Pahi Luo not enough to suppress us? Furious, she unleashed her domain, frantically commanding the plants to surge towards the source of the sound. If you wish to intervene, then I'll take your life first. Endless petals swept through Yuan, and the roots underground spread like wildfire. Seeing this, Lin Yan quickly directed Xiaopeng to move away from the battlefield to avoid the collateral damage of the Emperor-level battle. At that moment, a rhythmic heartbeat echoed from beneath Yuan, and a powerful pressure swept over the area. The Hurricane Wyvern in the sky was immediately forced to the ground. A majestic voice reverberated through Xiangshan. A mere flower demon, a plaything for the royal court, dares to disturb Baifu's eternal rest. In the next moment, a burst of white light appeared, and a figure shot up into the sky, soaring straight into the clouds. Look, it's a dragon, shouted the beastmaster below, gazing upwards in astonishment. Through the mist, a massive silhouette with a cold, white glow appeared intermittently. It was a colossal Tianshui Jiao dragon, its elongated body gracefully coiling in the sky as it slowly lowered its head, surveying everything below like a supreme ruler, including the imperial-level peony fairy. Could this be the legendary pet of Bai Juyi? Lin Yan exclaimed in awe as he looked at the creature in the sky. As an experienced beastmaster, he understood the bond between a beastmaster and their pet. If the beastmaster was killed, the pet would perish as well. If the beastmaster died naturally, the contract would dissolve, allowing the pet to return to the world, much like an expired work contract. Lin Yan recalled records he had seen at the Jiao Lao Hall. This Tianshui Jiao dragon had originally been just an ordinary koi, evolving over a long period to achieve its current might. Its basic attributes were dragon, water, and flight, with potential reaching mid-imperial level, and it had now ascended to imperial level 6 stars. It wielded a powerful domain skill, Water of the Heavenly River, capable of controlling all water flows in the heavens and earth. Even more astonishing was its growth journey. It had practiced for 100 years in a damaged dragon vein to leap over the dragon gate and become a Jiao dragon, then spent a millennium purifying its dragon lineage to enter the dragon transformation phase, needing only a sea spirit stone to complete its final metamorphosis. Another imperial level, but it seems to be on our side, Lin Yan calmly analyzed. The peony fairy scoffed. A diamond master is one thing, but an imperial level wants to join the fray too? Then let's fight. Who are you? White Jiao, under Bai Xiaofu's command. The Tianshui Jiao dragon replied tersely. Although the two imperial-level powerhouses hailed from different eras, and the Jiao dragon might know the peony fairy's origins, the latter was clearly ignorant of it. The battle erupted instantly. The peony fairy unleashed her domain, causing countless flowers to bloom and dance in the air. The Tianshui Jiao dragon summoned torrents of river water to pour down, forming 3 water tornadoes that trapped the flower demon. Little flower demon, how laughable, the Tianshui Jiao dragon said without hesitation, opening its massive maw to strike at the peony fairy. Despite the flower demon's ascent to imperial level 2 stars, under the oppressive aura of the Jiao dragon's dragon fury, she was like a captive in invisible bonds, only managing a muffled groan as she watched the enormous dragon mouth approach. The red silk on her body flickered with a defensive glow, barely withstanding the lethal bite. Upon seeing the flower spirit's stubborn resistance, The Tianshui dragon swung its massive jaws, its tail whipping like a long whip, striking her fiercely. With a thunderous crash, the peony fairy was slammed into the ground, creating a deep crater. Before she could get up, the dragon delivered another sharp blow with its tail. The clear sound of a bell echoed through the forest as the peony fairy collided heavily with a large bronze bell. Please, please spare me. Have mercy, my lord. The flower spirit pleaded desperately, her red silk garments torn and unable to cover her, as she leaned against the bell. Why should I spare you? The dragon coldly looked down at her. I'll do whatever you wish, my lord. The peony fairy lowered her head in shame, her voice barely audible. Her ambiguous words made those present let their imaginations run wild. Despite the difference in species, dragons were known for their amorous nature. Remove your enchantment. The Tianshui dragon commanded with authority from above. Yes, my lord. The peony fairy closed her eyes and performed a spell, causing countless peony petals to scatter. With an ethereal call, wilt. Lin Yan felt a tickle in his nose as a withered root fell away, and simultaneously, the people of the ancient city of Loi were freed from a potential threat. Flower spirit, since you haven't caused great harm, remain in Xiangshan and tend to the White Garden. I obey. The peony fairy was relieved. She knew she was not skilled in combat, and preserving her life was fortunate. Moreover, if she had stayed in the capital, she might have perished with the dynasty's fall. Commander Yi, concerned for the city's safety, bravely stepped forward. Pardon my interruption, but may I ask what your plans are, senior? Rest assured, young man, your former leader treated me well, and I have no intention of harming the people of Longhua, the Tianshui dragon replied gently. I will leave this place to seek the method of transforming into a true dragon. A hint of melancholy crossed its eyes as it lamented the brevity of human life. Hearing this, Commander Yi was relieved and promised to send people to restore the White Garden and Xiangshan Temple to their former glory. Lin Yan, intrigued by the dragon's quest to become a true dragon, realized the potential benefits of forming a friendship with a powerful being. The other troubles seemed insignificant in comparison. Senior dragon, I might know some legends about transforming into a true dragon, he said, approaching on his small mount after setting down Su Tianyi. What are you doing, kid? Get back here. President Xiong called out urgently. The Tianshui dragon observed Lin Yan with interest. It's fine, let him speak. Senior dragon, may I speak with you alone? I don't have much patience. If you're wasting my time, don't blame me for eating your beast companion. Below, General Yi and Chairman Xiong, along with other beast tamers, watched intently as Lin Yan rode his pet beast step by step towards the majestic Tianshui Jiao dragon. Although the others couldn't feel it, Lin Yan was sweating profusely under the immense pressure of the dragon's aura. Even though the Tianshui Jiao dragon had deliberately restrained its aura, its emperor-level presence was still intimidating. If the dragon hadn't held back, this pressure would have been enough to render Lin Yan and his pet immobile. Mr. Dragon, if my information is useful to you, what kind of reward could I expect? Lin Yan joked, trying to ease the tension and also gauge what an emperor-level being might offer in return. That depends on how useful your information is, the dragon replied with authority. Lowering his voice, Lin Yan said mysteriously, Mr. Dragon, actually, to transform into a true dragon, all you need is a sea spirit divine stone. Upon hearing this, the Tianshui Jiao dragon's eyes narrowed sharply. As an oriental dragon, it knew the value of the sea spirit divine stone. I see, haha. The dragon suddenly laughed, finally understanding the key to its transformation. It had always believed that enhancing its dragon bloodline was the way to become a true dragon, but this young man's words revealed the truth. Finding such a crucial item among countless treasures was indeed challenging. So, Mr. Dragon, isn't that useful information? Lin Yan asked cautiously, with a fawning smile. Smart lad, it's useful. Tell me, what do you want? The dragon's tone carried a hint of approval. Lin Yan thought to himself, asking to become a pet beast would be suicidal. Perhaps, could you lend me a hand once when I'm in danger, Mr. Dragon? He dared not ask for too much, afraid of angering the emperor-level being and ending up with nothing. With his elite-level strength, he was nothing but an insect before the dragon. 3 times, I will assist you 3 times, the dragon said, as 3 silver scales floated towards Lin Yan. Keep these scales safe, and when you're in danger, infuse them with spiritual power, and I will know. Lin Yan was overjoyed, quickly thanking. Thank you, Mr. Dragon. I wish you a swift transformation into a true dragon. He carefully stored away the 3 scales, akin to life-saving talismans, secretly delighted. With an emperor-level protection, who would dare bully him? However, he knew to save such trump cards for critical moments. Suddenly, an idea struck Lin Yan. Mr. Dragon, leaving this little flower demon here could be a risk. I have a suggestion for a better place. I can hear you. A cold female voice interrupted, startling Lin Yan. A better place, sister, don't be angry. Lin Yan quickly appeased with a smile. None of these powerful beings were to be offended. Oh, what better place? The dragon, in a good mood, was willing to hear more. To the northeast of the country, towards the Ghost Gate, there's a small nation called Sakura Country. There, Sister Peony can freely unleash her demon powers and enhance her strength. This suggestion appealed to the Peony Fairy. She was aware of that place, known as Hua Country during the Tang dynasty. Compared to being confined in the White Garden, the freedom to roam was much more attractive. All right, Flower Demon, let's go together. After saying his piece, the Tianshui dragon swiftly vanished into the clouds, leaving only a shadow behind in the moonlight. The Peony Fairy let out a cold snort, her red ribbons fluttering as she followed closely behind, accompanied by a flurry of petals. Lin Yan breathed a sigh of relief as he slowly descended on Xiaopeng's back. President Xiong, riding on a golden Pegasus, flew to his side and teased him. You gutsy kid. President Xiong, did I do well this time? Is there a reward? Lin Yan asked, grinning cheekily. You rascal, always thinking about benefits. President Xiong shook his head in mock exasperation. Don't worry, you'll get your share within 2 days. Commander Yi, standing nearby, chimed in. Kid, have you thought about joining the military? He admired not only Lin Yan's talent, but also his courage and character. Commander, I still have to finish my studies at the Martial Academy. Let's talk about it after graduation. Lin Yan politely declined. Commander Yi didn't press further, understanding that the academy had produced legends like Yun Lao, and Lin Yan's future was equally promising. Head back for now. We'll notify you once the reward is ready. We still need to track down those scoundrels from the Genesis Society. President Xiong waved him off. Got it, Brother Xiong. A catastrophe that could have destroyed the ancient city of Luoyang was quietly averted in the dead of night, ensuring that the tragedy of Qingshang would not be repeated. Upon returning to the hotel, Lin Yan inquired at the front desk and learned that Xia Ning had already checked out. She's still alive. Lin Yan frowned. Although the blue-haired individual had been eliminated, the threat from the Genesis Society remained. What worried him more was that Xia Ning not only knew he was a special recruit from the Moda Martial Academy, but was also aware of Yu Ming's existence. With this in mind, Lin Yan immediately called Yu Ming, advising her not to go out alone, especially to secluded places. After briefly explaining the situation, Lin Yan thought to himself, it seems I need to head to Chang'an City soon. He was no longer a lone wolf. He had someone he cared about, friends, and a brother. Although he was a cultivator, he was still just a person with emotions and desires. He only wished to protect those around him from harm. The next morning, the media reported on the loud noises and ground tremors from the previous night. The military simply stated that a monarch-level pet beast had gone berserk but had been subdued. Some truths were best left unsaid to avoid panic. For the city's peace, there were always those who bore the burden silently. Following the battle, Xiaopeng advanced to elite level 6-star, and Qiongqi was on the verge of breaking through to elite level 5-star. Lin Yan messaged President Xiong, asking if he could exchange his reward for crystals and materials. Upon receiving approval, he filled out the form with the items he needed. Lord level ice and water crystals for Xuanwu's evolution, with dragon blood grass at the top of the list. To avoid suspicion, he deliberately included some low-value crystals as a decoy. 3 mornings later, Lin Yan hummed the tune of Love Like Fire as he briskly walked to the Beastmaster Association. You're smiling, I'm the crazy one, he sang, lost in the music, when President Xiong's voice suddenly echoed at the door. Lin, you're here. Hello, President Xiong. Lin Yan rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. President Xiong led him through the hallway straight to the office. President Xiong, this seems mysterious. Is there something good? Lin Yan couldn't contain his curiosity. You're in luck, kid, President Xiong said, pulling a ring from the drawer and presenting it to Lin Yan. What is this? A spatial ring. What? A spatial ring. Lin Yan was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Oh my, this is amazing. President Xiong watched his childlike expression and explained, this is your official reward. The association and the military's rewards are all inside. Eagerly, Lin Yan slipped the ring onto the middle finger of his left hand, but struggled to figure it out. How do I use this thing? Communicate with it using your mental power. Suddenly enlightened, Lin Yan immediately attempted to open the spatial ring. Inside were precious dragon blood grass and several lord-level ice and water crystals. These were the crucial materials needed for Xuanwu's evolution and were notoriously hard to collect for any pet beast. Additionally, there were 5 warlord-level fire crystals, 2 warlord-level lightning crystals, and 10 elite-level crystals. Excluding the spatial ring itself, the total value was approximately 15 million Dragon Country currency. This was the largest fortune Lin Yan had ever received. The level of this battle was high, and many in the military and association weren't aware, so the reward is particularly generous. You've done a great service. President Xiong patted his shoulder. I know you're a top student at the Modu Martial Arts Academy, and you'll eventually leave Luoyi Ancient City. Come back and visit whenever you can. You're always welcome here. Definitely, Brother Xiong, Lin Yan replied warmly, already thinking that reaching the diamond-level Beast Master status was inevitable for him. and that day wasn't far off. After bidding farewell to President Xiong, Lin Yan began planning the evolution of his pet beasts. Now that he had all the evolution materials for both Xiaotian and Xuanwu, he only needed a quiet place to start. Considering Xuanwu's lower level and the high species level he aimed to evolve into, he might endure more pain. In comparison, Xiaotian's evolution process would be relatively easier. Lin Yan decided to evolve Xiaotian first and rented a fire element training room. "Come on, Xiaotian, it's finally your turn for the first time," he said with a smile, then followed the evolution method, feeding the crystals and lava fruit to Xiaotian. "Xiaotian, it might hurt a bit the first time, but hang in there." Xiaotian flicked its forked tongue and nodded slightly, indicating it understood its master's words. As time passed, its body began to emit a red glow and gradually expanded in size, soon reaching the dimensions of an average python. Although this size wasn't particularly large for a mythical creature, the transformation was still impressive. 3 hours later, Xiaotian's form finally stabilized. Its entire body was covered in pale red scales, while its belly retained its original green hue. The most striking feature was the newly grown pair of purple snake crests on its head, with faint arcs of electricity dancing between them. The system immediately displayed Xiaotian's detailed information. Species: Red Lotus Thunder Serpent. Attributes: Thunder, Fire. Potential: Lower Lord level. Level: 8-star Servant level. Skills: Red Lotus Fire, releases Red Lotus Flames. Thunder Strike, inflicts Thunder attribute, single target damage. The evolution path offered 101 options, including ultimate forms like Zhulong, Yinglong, and Qinglong. Thunder and Fire dual attributes, not bad, Lin Yan exclaimed, happily stroking Xiaotian's head, only to feel a tingling sensation spreading up his arm. Checking the materials required for the next evolution, Lin Yan frowned. Both options were challenging. 1. 1 Lord level Thunder Crystal Core, 1 Lord level Fire Crystal Core, plus a Warlord level Space Crystal Core and a Space Stone. 2. 3 Lord level Dragon Crystal Cores, along with a Blood Coagulation Spirit Stone. Space Crystal Cores and Dragon Crystal Cores again, Lin Yan sighed. And this time it requires 3 Dragon Crystal Cores, which are more expensive than Xuanwu's evolution materials. Once this job is done, I'll have to work hard to earn more money. This realization made Lin Yan resolve that after reaching the gold level, unless encountering an exceptionally rare pet beast, he would refrain from contracting new ones and focus on accumulating wealth. With the day only halfway through, Lin Yan decided to take the opportunity to let Xuanwu also evolve. Although there was no dragon training room, the ice training room would suffice. Xuanwu had undergone multiple evolutions before. Despite the excruciating pain during the process, the immense power it gained was always irresistible. As it swallowed the Lord-level Dragon Crystal Core, a powerful aura forced Lin Yan to step back. Xuanwu's body swelled with this energy, its agonized roars echoing in the training room. Only after consuming dragon blood grass did its condition begin to stabilize. Subsequently, Xuanwu successfully absorbed the Lord-level Ice and Water Crystal Cores. This evolution took a full 8 hours, completing by evening. During this time, Lin Yan could only pass the hours in the training room, playing the game Plant-type Pet Beast versus Wild Mythical Creatures. When the evolution finally concluded, Xuanwu had grown to the size of a large truck. It exuded a faint, subtle dragon aura, which currently had limited impact on enemies. However, once it reached the Lord level and acquired domain skills, the power of its dragon aura would significantly increase. Its turtle head had become more dragon-like in shape, and its sturdy shell was covered with a thick layer of ice, adorned with shimmering icicles along the edges. Xuanwu tilted his head back and let out a roar of fury, feeling the abundant spiritual energy surging through his meridians. The training room's soundproofing was excellent, so the roar did not reach the outside. Lin Yan carefully examined Xuanwu's attribute panel. Species: Frost Dragon Turtle. Attributes: Ice, Water, Dragon. Potential: Low Monarch. Level: Elite 7-star. Skills: Frost Storm Domain. Area damage with a chance to cause dizziness. Water Tornado not yet mastered. Ice Dragon Break. Summon an Ice Dragon for an attack. May trigger freezing. Glacier Barrier. Defensive skill. Evolution path. 21 options, including Ultimate Baxia and Xuanwu. 3 Lord-level Crystal Cores for this kind of improvement. Totally worth it. Lin Yan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Xuanwu not only advanced to Elite 7-star, but also reached Monarch-level potential, which means it might help him achieve the Master Realm in the future. The materials required for the next stage of evolution were clear. 5 Lord-level Ice Crystal Cores. 5 Lord-level Water Crystal Cores. A piece of Tenthasandier Ice Essence. A drop of Water Essence. These materials were still out of reach for Lin Yan at the moment, but with Xuanwu's current strength, he could easily rank among the top tier, even at the Magic City Martial Academy. After parting ways with Su Tian, Lin Yan purchased a Harley mountain motorcycle. With his excellent coordination and memory, he quickly mastered the driving skills. This motorcycle used energy liquid refined from crystal cores as its power source, and he had prepared ample supplies in his storage ring. At 18, it's the perfect time for a spontaneous journey. Lin Yan revved the engine and shouted with excitement. After leaving the ancient city of Luoyi, he prudently turned off the music to avoid attracting any beasts in the forest. At this pace, it would take about a day and a night to reach Chang'an City. Suddenly, a beast leaped out from the jungle. Lin Yan reacted swiftly, executing a perfect drift to narrowly avoid the lethal fangs missing his neck by just a fraction of a millimeter. But within just a quarter of an incense stick's time, the fierce beast lay on the ground like a dead pig. A spectral wolf suddenly emerged from the forest. Its attribute was darkness, and it had the potential of a high-ranking warrior at elite level 9 stars, mastering skills like Shadow Claw and Shadow Sprint. Elite level 9 stars? This is going to be a high-level battle. Lin Yan quickly stored his motorcycle into his storage ring to prevent it from being damaged in the fight. He definitely didn't want to use Qiongqi as a ride. That would be too uncomfortable. Come out, Xuanwu. At Lin Yan's command, a large figure appeared in the forest, standing protectively in front of him. Take him down. Although Xuanwu was only elite level 7 stars, 2 stars lower than the spectral wolf, its higher species value and potential, along with more practical skills, made it a worthy opponent. This was a perfect opportunity for the newly evolved Xuanwu to adapt to its new strength. The spectral wolf sensed the dragon's aura emanating from Xuanwu and instinctively retreated a few steps. Facing this timid opponent, the defense-specialized Xuanwu had to take the initiative. Water swiftly gathered in the air, forming a water tornado that charged at the wolf. Howl! The wolf's cry echoed through the forest. Damn! I forgot wolves are pack animals. Lin Yan smacked his forehead in frustration and immediately summoned all his pet beasts. Come out, Xiaopeng, Qiongqi, Xiaotian. Focus fire and take it down. Seeing this, the spectral wolf widened its eyes and tried to flee, but Xiaopeng's skill, carefree, blocked its path. It attempted to dodge Xiaopeng's whirlwind mark, but was surrounded. Qiongqi on the left, Xuanwu's ice river barrier, and Xiaotian's lightning attacks on the right, and Xuanwu advancing from behind. Trapped in a dire situation, the wolf launched a desperate attack at the weakest point of the formation. Xiaotian was forced to retreat, but the attack was completely blocked by the ice river barrier. Hearing responding howls in the distance, Lin Yan knew trouble was coming and immediately ordered all 4 beasts to launch their skills simultaneously. Under the concentrated barrage, the wolf collapsed, its life force rapidly diminishing. Seeing this, Lin Yan quickly recalled his other pet beasts and mounted Xiaopeng to hover at low altitude, surveying the situation. Soon, 5 spectral wolves emerged from the forest, gathering around their fallen comrade's body, sniffing and howling in sorrow. Lin Yan observed closely. It was a small family, 2 at elite level 6 stars, and 3 at elite level 1 star, slightly weaker than him. Since they're here, let's fight. As Lin Yan descended on Xiaopeng, the wolf pack spotted him and charged. His pet beasts quickly formed a formation, protecting him in the center, ready for battle. Kids, after this job, I'll treat you to a feast. Lin Yan's eyes were sharp as he focused on his prey, issuing orders to his pets. The 6 netherworld demon wolves were right in front of him, presenting a rare opportunity. The pets, including Qiongqi, perked up at his words and pounced eagerly at the enemies. The battle was swift, and in no time, the 6 wolves lay on the ground. While inspecting the spoils, Lin Yan's eyes lit up at the sight of 3 elite-grade energy cores, quite a haul. He distributed the cores among his 3 elite-grade pets, as Xiaotian didn't need any subordinate-grade cores for the moment. As night fell, Lin Yan decided not to continue traveling. He chose a tall roadside tree as a temporary shelter. This road, connecting the ancient city of Luoyang to Chang'an, was bustling with travelers, and the thick foliage provided good cover. Although he was not far from Chang'an, limited visibility at night posed the risk of ambush by lurking beasts. Just as he prepared to rest, footsteps sounded below. Lin Yan became alert, lying on the branch to observe closely. In the dim light, he saw a group of people emerge from behind the tree. Though they were all Asian, they spoke an unfamiliar language, with phrases like Yoshi Yoshi audible. What are people from the Sakura nation doing in Chang'an? Judging by their similar ages, could they be exchange students from Rock Academy? Lin Yan wondered. The group didn't linger, seemingly intent on traveling by night. His drowsiness vanished, and he decided to follow them to investigate. The party from Sakura Nation consisted of 3 people, a man accompanied by 2 maidservants. Soon, they encountered 2 monks approaching. I've long heard of the talented 3rd son of the Abe family of Onmyoji from Sakura Nation, and today I see it is indeed true. Wonderful, wonderful, one monk praised, hands joined in respect. In Sakura Nation, those who contract spirit beasts are known as Onmyoji, contracting Shikigami instead of the pet beasts contracted by Dragon Nation's beast tamers. The 2 nations differ greatly in strength, with Sakura Nation revering spirits as gods, while Dragon Nation views spirits and gods as incarnations of people. You flatter me, master. Please lead us into Chang'an. Abe Shomei responded in halting Dragon Nation language. With the rampant disruptions by the Creation Society, entering Chang'an required strict identity verification, necessitating an introduction by someone with standing within the city. Please, young master, the monk said, summoning his own pet beast. The crimson-crowned crane, a creature of fire and flight, had the potential of a lesser lord and was ranked as a one-star lord-level beast. Lin Yan hid in the shadows, listening intently to the conversation, his heart sinking. The man named Anbei Shomei was planning to smuggle into Chang'an City. Even more shocking was the fact that there was an accomplice inside the city. Was it for profit, or had a spy been planted long ago? Who's there? Come out. The bald monk suddenly turned and shouted harshly towards Lin Yan's hiding spot. At such a close distance, evading the perception of a lord-level beast was a fool's dream. That's it, I've been exposed. Lin Yan immediately summoned Xiaopeng. Run. Xiaopeng spread its wings and soared into the depths of the forest. The only flying beast on the opposing side was the crimson-crowned crane, but that alone was deadly enough. Crimson-crowned crane, kill them, leave no survivors. Cold sweat beaded on the monk's forehead. If that kid escaped, his fate would be sealed. He knew the beast-master laws of the Dragon Kingdom all too well. Xiaopeng, accelerate. The crimson-crowned crane's figure loomed ever closer from behind, a blazing fireball whistling through the air. Fortunately, Lin Yan had been keeping an eye on the rear, guiding Xiaopeng to narrowly avoid the lethal attack. Damn it, I just got this life-saving means and now I have to use it. Lin Yan cursed under his breath, then taunted over his shoulder. Try catching me now. The crimson-crowned crane, a lord-level beast, could understand simple human speech. It was incensed that this ant dared to provoke it, causing its flames to surge, turning it into a newborn sun in the night sky, illuminating the entire area. The beasts on the ground scattered in fear under its oppressive aura. Just wait, I'll call for backup. Lin Yan retrieved a piece of white dragon scale from his storage ring, infusing it with his spiritual power. The scale emitted a blinding light, almost rivaling the crane's fiery glow. Dragon Lord, with your emperor-level strength, you should arrive quickly. Lin Yan prayed, hoping the azure dragon would reach him before he became a corpse. Roar! Just 10 seconds later, a thunderous dragon roar reverberated through the forest. The crimson-crowned crane froze in fear, staring towards the source of the sound. Dragon Lord, save me! Lin Yan shouted. In a flash of white light, the crimson-crowned crane's body was sliced in half, blood and remains plummeting to the ground. Meanwhile, the monk's body stiffened and he fell backward. Master, what's wrong? Anbei Shomei rushed to check on him. His spirit is wounded. Could it be that his Shikigami has died? Kid, you wasted your chance on such trash? The azure dragon looked at Lin Yan with a hint of disdain. Dragon Lord, I'm only at the silver level. How could I possibly stand against a lord-level beast? Lin Yan protested. Bai Fu at your age. Never mind, you're not worthy of comparison to Bai Fu. The azure dragon sighed, as if recalling old memories. 30 years west of the river, 30 years east, never underestimate the youth. Lin Yan retorted defiantly. Oh, faced with this indifferent response, Lin Yan grinned and rubbed his hands together. Dragon Lord, there are still some of my enemies up ahead. How about dealing with them too? That would require another payment. Do you want to use another scale? Never mind, never mind. With the crisis averted, using a white scale on these people would indeed be wasteful. Dragon Lord, were there any powerful beings in Chang'an during your time? Lin Yan asked cautiously. Given that the ancient city of Luoyang already had beings like the Peony Fairy and the Tianshui Flood Dragon, it was likely that Chang'an, with its rich history, also harbored formidable creatures. The Tianshui Flood Dragon looked thoughtful and replied slowly. Bai Fu once told me that when he inscribed his name on the Wild Goose Pagoda in Chang'an, he was only 27 and already a significant figure. That pagoda was personally designed and supervised by the great Master Xuanzang, so it must have some hidden means. Master Xuanzang. Lin Yan's eyes widened in surprise, as the name was all too familiar to him. Indeed, the Tianshui Flood Dragon said, a tone of longing in its voice. He contracted 3 spiritual beasts as his disciples, fought through 81 trials, and made his way to the west to seize the true scriptures, strengthening our great Tang. Seize the scriptures and strengthen the great Tang? Lin Yan questioned incredulously. Those 3 disciples wouldn't happen to be Sun Wukong, Zhou Wuning, and Sha Wujing, would they? That's right. However, on their journey to the west, they were better known by their titles. Sun the Enforcer, Zhou of the 8 Realms, and Sha the Endless Slayer. Seeing Lin Yan fall silent, the Tianshui Flood Dragon added, you needn't worry too much. During the change of dynasties, only a few powerful beings survive. A new dynasty never allows the strong of the old era to exist. Hearing this, Lin Yan visibly relaxed and, after thanking the Tianshui Flood Dragon, saw the great being off. To avoid being tracked by certain people, Lin Yan decided to take a longer route to Chang'an. Although he should logically retreat to the magic city to avoid trouble, he was no longer alone. Ranger Yuan Ming was waiting for him in Chang'an. Besides, he had 2 dragon scales as his trump cards. If anyone dared to challenge him, he could turn Chang'an upside down. Lin Yan took a mountain bike out of his storage ring, filled it with energy fluid, and hummed a tune about his beloved little motorcycle that never gets stuck in traffic as he headed toward Chang'an. Along the way, any elite-level beasts he encountered were swiftly dealt with using his alloy dagger, and their crystals were given to his pet beasts to absorb. By the next evening, the ancient and mysterious walls of Chang'an finally came into view. After passing through the identity check at the city gate, Lin Yan was stunned by the sight before him: colorful lanterns, melodious music, and graceful dancing everywhere, showcasing the bustling nightlife of the city. If not for the towering skyscrapers in the distance, one might have thought they were in the golden age of the great Tang. Hey, Xiaoming, I've arrived in Chang'an. Come pick me up. You're here. I'm coming. I'm coming. However, in the brightly lit and crowded city of Chang'an, finding Yu Ming proved to be no small challenge. Amongst a sea of people, Lin Yan suddenly spotted a familiar figure sprinting towards him. Xiaoyanzi. Yu Ming dashed into Lin Yan's arms, hugging him tightly like an octopus. Looking at the lovely woman in his embrace, Lin Yan couldn't help but plant a gentle kiss on her lips. Hey, what are you doing? Yu Ming quickly pulled away, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Girls should be reserved, she chided. Lin Yan looked her over with a smile and said, have you gained weight? He noticed she was a bit fuller than before, which only made her look more mature and captivating. A bit more would be perfect. A little chubbiness is always the best. Go away, Yu Ming retorted playfully. Shouldn't you get down now? Lin Yan reminded her. Yu Ming then realized the impropriety of her actions, especially with the curious yet kind smiles from passers-by and the knowing looks from the elders around them. Oh, I can't stand you. Yu Ming crossed her arms, feigning annoyance. Have you encountered anything strange recently? Lin Yan asked with concern, worried that the people from the Creation Society might trouble her. Nope, everything's been normal. Yu Ming replied with a bright smile, then pulled a blue beast ring from her pocket and placed it on Lin Yan's hand. I noticed you didn't have a blue ring, which makes school inconvenient, so consider it a Children's Day gift. Just as Lin Yan was about to thank her, Yu Ming pressed a finger to his lips. No need for thanks, she said. Seeing her radiant smile, Lin Yan felt warmth spread through his heart. Since his parents passed away, apart from his brother, he had always been alone. He wasn't afraid of solitude, failure, or pain. But when this ray of warmth entered his life, he began to fear returning to darkness, fearing the loneliness of waking up one evening. As the saying goes, I could endure the darkness if I had never seen the light. Is your second pet beast the azure snake? Lin Yan asked. Yes, and you gave it to me. It's already evolved twice, just like you said it would. Yu Ming replied proudly. Although pet beast battles were prohibited within the city, merely summoning them for display was allowed. Yu Ming then summoned her pet beast, the azure bull python, with wood and earth attributes, and a potential of mid-level lord, currently at elite level 1 star. It possessed skills like forest patrol python, nature's creation, and earth rock armor, and could eventually evolve into one of 86 ultimate forms, such as azure dragon, white dragon, or black dragon. Lin Yan pondered silently, thinking that the lord level potential might not be enough. However, to avoid unnecessary attention and trouble, he decided not to tell Yu Ming about the subsequent evolution methods for now. My little monkey has evolved once too. Wanna see? Yu Ming asked mysteriously. No, what's so great about a gorilla? You have to look, Yu Ming insisted, showcasing her blood-eyed demon ape, with blood and fighting attributes, a high-level lord potential, and already at elite level 4 stars. It possessed skills like bloodthirsty rampage, sonic heavy punch, and mount time meteor drop, with the potential to evolve into one of 32 ultimate forms, such as Zhu Yan, Zhu Fu, six-eared macaque, or Ling Ming stone monkey. Blood combined with fighting? That's a perfect match, Lin Yan exclaimed. The combination of these two attributes produced effects far greater than the sum of their parts. Throughout the journey, Lin Yan shared his experiences with Yu Ming in detail, including some amusing tales about the Peony Fairy. As they were talking, a white sports car pulled over, and a young man with neatly parted brown hair and dressed in a suit stepped out, walking directly towards them. Xiaoming, what are you doing here? Who's this guy next to you? The young man's tone carried a hint of arrogance. Yu Ming frowned, clearly displeased. How many times have I told you not to call me Xiaoming? This is my boyfriend, and I don't want you bothering me anymore. She instinctively moved closer to Lin Yan, tightly holding his arm. Lin Yan understood the situation. A girl like Yu Ming, with her striking looks, affluent background, and gentle personality, would naturally attract many suitors. But this man calling her Xiaoming was clearly overstepping his bounds. And who might you be? Lin Yan turned to ask. Yu Ming leaned in to whisper in Lin Yan's ear, Tang Ao, a sophomore at Panshir Martial Arts Academy. He's been pestering me since the special admissions exam. I've turned him down many times. His family has some influence in Chang'an, so it's tricky to offend him too much. Lin Yan chuckled. Pretty powerful? Do they have any king-level experts? Tang Ao looked Lin Yan up and down with disdain. Who are you? I'll give you 5 million to leave you, Ming. Judging from Lin Yan's ordinary attire, Tang Ao assumed he wasn't from a prominent family and didn't bother to show any respect. I'm your father, Lin Yan replied coldly, pulling Yu Ming away. In his view, one's status was determined by strength when out in the world. You. Tang Ao's face twisted with anger. I'll remember you. Just wait. Lin Yan felt contemptuous. At the Magic City Martial Arts Academy, one of the top 3 among the 6 great academies, the Tang family couldn't stir up much trouble. If they dared to harm Yu Ming, the Tang family would have no reason to exist. They found a hotel to rest, as the continuous travel and battles had left Lin Yan physically and mentally exhausted. Before parting, he and Yu Ming agreed to meet her parents the following evening. This made Lin Yan a bit anxious, unsure of what gift to prepare too cheap would look bad, but he couldn't afford anything too expensive. The next day, Lin Yan decided to try his luck at the pet area of the Chang'an Mall. He carefully considered Yu Ming's needs. She already had frontline and assassin roles, so she needed a support. He headed straight to the healing pet section, where the selection was much more varied than in Qing's Daxia Mall, and the average talent of the pets was generally higher. After cashing in the crystals, materials, and exotic beast parts he had collected, Lin Yan had 1.6 million Dragon Country currency. With his 3 elite high-star beasts, his earnings from fighting beasts in the wild were substantial. Generally, the value of a lower warlord-level exotic beast was under 1 million. Hey there, young man. Have you spotted a pet beast you like? The attendant in the pet beast section of Chang'an Mall noticed Lin Yan's youthful appearance and approached him with enthusiasm. No need for that. Just show me the pet beasts with mid-tier potential for battle, Lin Yan said directly. The attendant's eyes lit up with excitement, secretly pleased. This young man must be from a wealthy family to inquire about battle-level pet beasts right away. Thinking of the potential sales and bonuses, he immediately gestured invitingly. This way, please. You must be a silver-level beast master already. Looking for your second pet beast, perhaps? Indeed. I'm at the silver level, but this time it's a gift for someone else, Lin Yan replied as they walked. Soon, a pet beast egg with purple patterns caught Lin Yan's attention. He examined the egg's details. A moonlight rabbit, unhatched, with attributes of light and psychic types, and potential reaching high-tier battle level. Its skills included Moonlight's single heal, and it had 172 evolutionary paths, capable of evolving into a moon rabbit, long-eared light immortal, or stellar celestial rabbit, among others. Lin Yan pondered that in this world, most wild beasts were oviparous due to harsh environments, as live birth had a high mortality rate. Only some species living in groups retained live birth. How much for this egg? Lin Yan asked, pointing to the purple egg. This moonlight rabbit egg, with mid-tier battle potential, is priced at 1.5 million Dragon Country currency. The attendant replied after checking the manual. Any discounts for full payment? Of course. You can enjoy a 3 discount. Lin Yan nodded. Saving 45,000 wasn't bad. He retrieved a savings card from his storage ring. I'll pay by card. The attendant, seeing the storage ring, was even more convinced that Lin Yan was a wealthy young master and began planning how to celebrate after work. After completing the transaction, Lin Yan placed the pet beast egg in his backpack. Though he had a storage ring, it lacked air, making it unsuitable for storing living creatures to avoid suffocation. With half a day left before visiting the Yu family, Lin Yan decided to explore a nearby temple, hoping to find the diamond-level beast master who had once pursued him. He chose the Great Wild Goose Pagoda, associated with Master Xuanzong. In front of the towering pagoda, the statue of Xuanzong stood solemn and majestic, while the temple's bell resounded gracefully, echoing the ancient chants from 1,000 years ago. Pilgrims came in droves, seeking blessings or fulfilling vows. A materialist warrior never believes in this. Lin Yan muttered softly as he observed the crowd praying. Yet he still found himself in front of the God of Wealth Hall, purchasing the most expensive incense and performing a standard kneeling ritual. God of Wealth, bless me. Make me rich beyond measure. I scoff at superstitions, yet here I kneel before the God of Wealth. Although Lin Yan didn't find any clues at the Daisen temple, he felt an indescribable sense of peace, as warm as sunlight. What comforted him even more was that Xiao Tian had advanced to a 9-star servant level, just a step away from the elite level. Once Xiao Tian breaks through to the elite level, the spiritual energy he gains through feedback will make Lin Yan's physical strength sufficient to rival elite-level beasts. Thinking back to his days hustling in the streets and alleys, Lin Yan couldn't help but smile. Despite lacking formal combat training, he had mastered street fighting techniques like 2 dragons playing with a pearl, monkey steals the peach, and crow flies the plane, with great skill. In the evening, Lin Yan, accompanied by Egg, followed Yu Ming to her home. What met his eyes was a villa that perfectly blended classical and modern styles. An elegant pavilion with blue tiles and white walls glistened in the sunset, and a delicate pavilion adorned a small pond nearby. Do you live here? Lin Yan asked, swallowing hard at the sight of the grand building. Yeah, don't feel pressured. My parents are actually easygoing, Ming reassured him. She knew well that Lin Yan had a difficult life due to his poor background. Introducing him to her parents was her way of hoping to gain some support for him from her family. I'm fine. Let's go, Lin Yan replied, trying to appear calm, though he felt anxious inside. Who wouldn't be nervous meeting their future in-laws for the first time? Entering the pavilion, the elegant corridor was adorned with precious calligraphy and paintings. Underfoot was a soft carpet. Dad, Mom, Lin Yan is here, Ming called into the house. Yu's mother came out with a beaming smile. Ming's back. This young man is quite handsome. Our daughter sure has good taste. Following her was a middle-aged man in an apron holding a spatula. Yu's father had a stern expression, scrutinizing Lin Yan with a look that sent chills down his spine. Hello, Uncle and Auntie. I'm Ming's boyfriend, Lin Yan, he greeted respectfully, bowing and placing a gift on the floor. This is a small token of appreciation. There's no need to bring gifts. Yu's mother waved her hand dismissively. Take it back, we don't need these, Yu's father said coldly. Yu Zhenyang, try acting tough again. Yu's mother shot him a sharp look, and he immediately backed down. All right, I'm sorry, it's just hard to see my precious daughter being taken away. Come on in, the food is ready. The dining table was laden with delicacies, silver-shelled abalone of general rank, elite-level retractable sea cucumber, and blood-toothed wild boar head meat, emitting an irresistible aroma. Once seated, Yu Zhenyang spoke from the head of the table. Lin Yan, Ming has told me about you. It's impressive to become a special recruit at the Huodou Martial Academy as a civilian. Since Ming likes you, we won't stand in your way. He paused, his tone turning stern. But if you ever make my daughter sad or upset, humph. Enough, Zhenyang. What are you doing saying such things on the kid's first visit? Yu's mother quickly intervened. Rest assured, Uncle and Auntie, I will take good care of you, Ming, and never let anyone harm her, Lin Yan promised earnestly. But talk is cheap. Yu Zhenyang looked at Lin Yan coldly, his tone filled with disdain. You're only at the silver level. How can you protect her? Seeing Lin Yan at a loss for words under her father's scrutiny, Ming couldn't help but speak up. Dad, how can you say that? Witnessing the situation, Lin Yan decided to reveal a bit of his true strength to reassure his future in-laws. No more pretending, I'll lay it out, he said softly, taking out a dragon scale emitting a peculiar glow from his storage ring, showing it to Yu Zhenyang for a few seconds before quickly putting it away. Is that the aura of an emperor-level being? Yu Zhenyang's eyes widened in shock. An emperor-level expert? That's terrifying. Yes, an emperor-level expert has agreed to assist me once, Lin Yan cautiously replied, deliberately withholding some information. The atmosphere grew tense, and Yu's mother quickly intervened. Let's eat. Let's eat. Dad, Lin Yan might face challenges at the Martial Arts Academy in the Magic City. Didn't you say you would offer him some help? Ming asked carefully, considering Lin Yan's situation. Yu Zhenyang shook his head with a sigh. My daughter has grown up and is siding with outsiders. He took out a black card and handed it to Lin Yan. There's 10 million Dragon Nation currency in this card, begged for by Ming in my ear every day. You can't let her down. Lin Yan gratefully accepted the card, thinking that this sum would be enough to purchase a rare attribute, Lord-level potential pet beast, and the materials needed for Qiongqi's evolution. Rest assured, anyone who dares to harm Ming will have to go through me first, he promised solemnly. Yu Zhenyang continued. I only have one precious daughter. If you want to do business in the Magic City, the Yu family can offer support. Thank you, Uncle. What kind of support can the Yu family provide? Lin Yan seized the opportunity to ask. Talent, funding, connections, whatever you need. Yu Zhenyang replied clearly. Lin Yan immediately responded. Then, Uncle, I'll start preparing as soon as I get back. He then added Yu Zhenyang's contact on Blue Ring, already starting to plan for the future in his mind. Then, let's establish a breeders' association. Lin Yan decided silently. Bang! Tang Ao hurled the glass across the floor of the presidential suite, shattering it into pieces. What did you say? That kid Lin Yan came out of Ming's house, he roared into the phone. The stunning woman on the bed was startled by his sudden outburst, her face paling as she cautiously asked, Brother, what's going on? Tang Ao glanced at her coldly, his tone indifferent. Don't ask questions you shouldn't. There's 300,000 in the card, take care of yourself. With that, he fastened his belt and tossed a bank card onto her. She hesitated for a moment, then gleefully secured the card. After leaving the room, Tang Ao immediately dialed another number. Xuanwu, are you interested in learning how to evolve your pet beast? A deep voice responded from the other end. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Go cripple someone named Lin Yan, a silver-level beastmaster. I've sent you his appearance and location. I might end up in jail. Xuanwu hesitated. Don't worry, we're not killing him, just crippling an outsider. The Tang family can handle it. Once it's done, not only will you get the evolution method, but I'll also provide the necessary materials. Tang Ao calculated in his mind that killing someone in Chang'an, especially someone from the Magic City Martial Arts Academy, was a different matter. But if he were merely crippled, it would be seen as bad luck for crossing the wrong people. With the Tang family intervening, the academy wouldn't pursue it too much. By then, how would Ming ever look at a cripple? I agree. Chen Buyu no longer hesitated. The reward was too tempting. His pet beast had reached 3-star battle general level, hitting the ceiling of its racial potential. To advance further, evolution was the only option. While he could contract a high-potential pet beast anew, the time and cost far exceeded that of evolution. After the banquet, Lin Yan didn't return to the hotel. With a $1 million black card in hand, he couldn't resist the urge to spend and headed straight to Chang'an Mall to purchase materials needed for Qiongqi's evolution. 10 battle general level crystal cores cost him 5 million, plus a 2 million evil fruit, leaving him with just 3 million from the originally ample funds. However, these materials were enough for Qiongqi's evolution, which was urgent because he felt Qiongqi's power was lagging behind his current opponents. In a fire-type training room, Lin Yan released Qiongqi. I wonder what you'll look like after evolving. If I can't ride you, that'll be a problem, he said while patting Qiongqi's head. The current heat from Qiongqi was already uncomfortable. If he evolved into a creature covered in flames, that would be troublesome. Following the method, Lin Yan fed Qiongqi the materials and summoned Xuanwu. Xuanwu, cold wind, and ice pops. Immediately, a scorching heat wave surged from Qiongqi. Fortunately, with Xuanwu acting as a living air conditioner, it wasn't too unbearable. This evolution process was notably faster, taking only 2 hours to complete. Qiongqi had shed its canine pet beast appearance, becoming more robust, engulfed in black flames, with sharp fangs and claws, and fluid muscle lines. The ancient flame beast, Qiongqi, stood towering in front of Lin Yan, exuding an intimidating aura of both fire and darkness. This formidable pet, with midlord potential and elite-level 8-star status, possessed a powerful area attack skill called Wildfire Spread. Its flames not only inflicted massive damage, but also caused enemies to suffer from burning. The awakening of its demon god form further enhanced all its attributes by 30 for a limited time, although it would become weakened afterward. Most terrifying was its single-target dual attribute attack skill, Hellfire. As an ancient flame beast with 24 evolution paths, it could evolve into ultimate forms like Qiongqi, Huodou, Tengu, and Diding. The name, Ancient Flame Beast, sounds impressive, Lin Yan remarked, nodding in satisfaction at the newly evolved Qiongqi. Now, even if he encountered a low-star gold-level beastmaster, he could hold his own in a battle if not in a single fight, then certainly in a group attack. Late at night, Lin Yan left the training room and headed toward the hotel. The ride-hailing app showed the nearest driver was 31.8 kilometers away, forcing him to walk. The dimly lit street was shrouded in the gloomy moonlight, with only street lamps casting a faint yellow glow. As he crossed an alley, a sudden chill ran down his spine. Relying on his sharp instincts, Lin Yan swiftly sidestepped. Bang! A cloud of smoke exploded where he had just been standing, enveloping him instantly. Cough, cough. Damn, who's trying to kill me? Lin Yan coughed as he got back on his feet, grateful for his quick reflexes, as that attack could have cost him his life. You're lucky to be alive. A young man wearing a black mask emerged from between the buildings. It was Chen Biyu. But Lin Yan's attention was drawn to the pet beside him, a dual attribute Sunblaze spirit dog of fire and light, a 3-star warlord with lower warlord potential. It was one of the many evolution paths of the Blaze dog, opposing the dark path Hellfire Lava dog. Come out, Qiongqi. Lin Yan summoned his ace, a massive flame beast that dwarfed the opponent's Sunblaze spirit dog. To be safe, he also called out Xuanwu. The combined efforts of the elite-level 8-star and 7-star pets barely held off the initial onslaught of the warlord-level pet. Why did you attack me? Lin Yan demanded, glaring at the masked man. Villains usually die from talking too much, so I won't tell you. Chen Buyu sneered. Lin Yan quickly contemplated who might be behind this. The Genesis Society, the monk colluding with the Sakura Nation, or the Tang family he had offended before. Who sent you? Whatever they promised, I'll pay double. He attempted to negotiate while secretly holding back his third pet. If you calculate it, it's 3 million Dragon Nation currency. 3 million? Why don't you just rob a bank? Lin Yan was surprised at his own worth, but soon realized the other was bluffing. Trying to swindle me out of money? No way. Come out, Xiao Peng and Xiao Tian. Give it to them hard. Chen Biyu was stunned as he faced his opponent, unable to believe his eyes as 4 beasts appeared simultaneously. Was this truly a diamond-level beastmaster? The display of power seemed disproportionate to the level. However, the battle had already begun, leaving him no time to ponder further. As a beastmaster with limited resources, Chen Biyu quickly summoned his only 2 backup beasts, a 3-star elite flying beast and a 9-star servant-level insect beast. This, one strong, many weak, beast setup was typical for civilian beastmasters. Qiongqi, Xuanwu, hold them off for a while. Xiaoping, take out that bird first. Lin Yan decisively commanded, aiming to quickly free up forces to support the warrior-level battlefield. The battle erupted instantly. Xiaoping, a 6-star elite, demonstrated overwhelming superiority in the air. The opponent's 3-star elite flying beast was helpless against its agile skills, being toyed with embarrassingly. Xiaoping, golden feather storm, finish it. With a clear cry, Xiaoping's feathers emitted dazzling golden light. Sharp golden feathers struck the opponent like lightning, leaving deep scars. In a final strike, the feathers condensed into a spear, piercing the opponent's body precisely. Blood spurted as the flying beast's life quickly faded. Xuanwu was dealt a severe blow, the intense pain forcing him to clutch his head, struggling against the thunderous agony in his mind. Lin Yan seized the opportunity. Xiaoping, take out that servant-level beast, then join Xiaodian to support Qiongqi and Xuanwu. Meanwhile, he quietly approached the battlefield. Just as Xiaoping neared the servant-level beast, Lin Yan suddenly sprang into action. Watch me take down a gold level. With an alloy dagger in hand, he targeted Xuanwu's vital spots. Although a silver-level beast master's physique was usually no match for a gold-level one, the circumstances were different now. The wind blade cut through, and the servant-level beast was neatly severed. Seizing the moment of Xuanwu's second severe blow, Lin Yan struck with a slash. A head rolled, blood splattering, drenching Lin Yan in crimson. Despite his lack of finesse, the result was effective. Xuanwu's headless body wobbled for 2 seconds before collapsing, his gold-level beast howling in pain at its master's demise, then falling silent. In a world fraught with danger after the Qing beast tied, one person's death seemed insignificant. Lin Yan quickly organized the aftermath. Xiaoping, Qiongqi, slice and burn, clean it up. He changed out of his bloodstained clothes and assigned tasks. He would personally deal with enemies. Xuanwu would clean up the scene. Xiaoping and Qiongqi would handle the disposal, while Xiaodian stood guard. Finding Xuanwu's phone without a password, Lin Yan frowned at the browser content and promptly deleted the cloud records. A contact named AO Go in the chat app caught his attention. Tang AO, Lin Yan realized with a start. It seemed Tang AO had finally made a move. If there was no response for a while, the other party might take further action. By then, it would likely surpass the power of a gold-level 3-star beastmaster. Lin Yan looked at the message from AOJ on his phone screen and replied briefly, all is well. His plan was progressing smoothly, making the opponent believe he was dead, waiting for the right moment to strike back. Meanwhile, he could take this opportunity to rest for a few days. He added another message. AOJ, the items you wanted have been delivered to your home. This is the end of it. If I find out you leaked anything, you know the consequences. After sending the message, Lin Yan turned off his phone and glanced around the site of the recent battle. The ground was left with only pitted marks and a few charred tiles. The bodies of the beasts had turned to ashes, except for the valuable parts that were collected. The Tang family. Lin Yan muttered coldly, staring at the charred marks on the ground. He had mentioned the Tang family to his father-in-law before, noting that their strength was comparable to the Yu family. He wasn't sure about Tang AO's exact power, but if given the chance, he wouldn't mind eliminating this problem before leaving. By this time, it was deep into the night. A haunting pipa melody drifted in from afar, like a clear stream flowing through the silent streets. The tune seemed to come from all directions, making it difficult to pinpoint its source. Lin Yan listened for a moment before deciding to return to the hotel to rest. The next morning, the pipa sound had vanished amidst the city's bustle. Suddenly, there was a rapid knock on the door, accompanied by Yu Ming's call. Xiaoyan, time to get up. Lin Yan waited a moment before opening the door. Outside stood Yu Ming, dressed in a white t-shirt and short shorts, even matching them with white stockings. Her loose top accentuated her curves. Dressed like that, aren't you afraid I'll make a move? Lin Yan joked half seriously. Oh, do you dare? Yu Ming replied with a hint of challenge in her voice. Lin Yan pulled her into the room, pinning her against the wall and kissing her deeply. Yu Ming's breath quickened, her cheeks flushed. Despite feeling Lin Yan's restless hands, she seemed frozen, unable to resist. The room filled with an intimate atmosphere as they fell onto the bed. Don't do this, Yu Ming whispered softly, her eyes filled with tenderness. At the critical moment, a deafening explosion echoed from afar. Lin Yan quickly pulled back the curtains, revealing a massive mushroom cloud rising on the horizon. Several powerful figures streaked across the sky, rushing towards the explosion site. What happened? Yu Ming asked, lying on the bed and looking at Lin Yan, who was standing by the window. That location, it seems like something happened at the Beastmaster Association, Lin Yan said, frowning. I'm a silver deacon of the association, I need to check it out. A blast of this scale is too dangerous to ignore without understanding the situation. Although Yu Ming nodded in agreement, she couldn't hide her disappointment. Being interrupted at such an intense moment was truly frustrating. After a quick preparation, the two set off for the Beastmaster Association. The streets were filled with panicked crowds fleeing in the opposite direction. Lin Yan held Yu Ming's hand as they moved against the flow. He stopped a frantic man to ask about the situation. Run, young man, the man warned kindly. A giant white ape appeared up ahead, and many people have died. A white ape. Lin Yan was taken aback, quickly thanked the man, and let him leave. He began to analyze the situation. A sudden appearance in the city and a major assault on the Beastmaster Association could mean an ancient beast like the Tianshui dragon or peony fairy, or it could be a terrifying attack like the one from the Sakura country people they encountered before. Worse, both scenarios might be true. Is there any legend about white apes in Chang'an? Lin Yan asked, turning to Yu Ming. Yu Ming thought for a moment. If we're talking about monkeys, there's of course the Beastmaster Xuanzong's son Xingxia. As for white apes, oh right. She suddenly remembered. During the Shang Tang period, there was a legend. A white ape that could speak human language was bought by the lady of the state of Guo for a fortune and transformed into a handsome man. Later, it was taken by the captivating Yang Yuan for careful nurturing, but eventually vanished without a trace. Yang Yuan, Lin Yan murmured. With the lady of the state of Guo's flirtatious nature, keeping a shape-shifting white ape, she likely wasn't up to anything virtuous. When they arrived at the scene, the Beastmaster Association was already in ruins. A gigantic white ape stood amidst the rubble, beating its chest and letting out earth-shattering roars. Various influential figures from the city had gathered, watching the white ape with grave expressions. The head of the Yu family was also present, standing with the forces of the Panshir Martial Institute. Lin Yan gazed at the ferocious white ape in front of him, quickly analyzing its attributes. Shoutian white ape, a combat type with potential reaching the lower Emperor level, rated as Emperor Grade 1 star. Its most powerful skill is Ape Roar to 9 Heavens, a domain skill that not only boosts attack power, but also intimidates enemies. The white ape's evolution path leads to the ultimate form, Zhou, also an Emperor-level existence. As Lin Yan pondered, he exchanged a glance with his father-in-law. To his surprise, his father-in-law appeared calm and even gave them a reassuring look. Xiaoming, what level is your dad? Lin Yan asked in a low voice. He's a peak diamond grade beastmaster. What? Nothing, just curious. Lin Yan nodded to himself. A peak diamond grade is indeed formidable. No wonder his father-in-law is so composed. Besides, a 1-star Emperor-level white ape poses no threat to Chang'an City with the Rock Sacred Institute overseeing it. The institute houses a king-level expert. Filthy monkey, how dare you harm the people of Chang'an? You're courting death. A powerful voice echoed from the sky, followed by a massive ice spear slicing through the air. Although the Shoutian white ape noticed it in time and caught the spear with its hands, the force still pushed it back over 100 meters. Dean Xia is here. Dean has arrived. The surrounding officials rushed forward with flattery, but Dean Xia had no time for them now. Lin Yan looked up to see a silver-winged sky wolf hovering in the air. Its body was covered in snow-white fur, and its blue eyes emitted a chilling glare. This was an ice frost sky wolf, adept in ice and flight, also of lower Emperor level, but had reached Emperor grade 3 stars. Its domain skill, Frozen World, not only slowed enemies, but also added a freezing effect to its attacks. Domain Unleash, Frozen World. With Dean Xia's command, the temperature of the whole area plummeted, and heavy snow began to fall in the middle of June. Seeing this, Lin Yan quickly retrieved a coat from his storage ring and draped it over Yuan Ming. Don't catch a cold. At that moment, Lin Yan's peripheral vision caught a familiar figure at the edge of the crowd, the bald monk. The person had also noticed Lin Yan and was quietly retreating. Although it wasn't the right time to act, Lin Yan mentally noted this encounter. Yuan Ming, call your dad over. I need his help with something, Lin Yan said. Huh? Oh, okay. Although puzzled, Yuan Ming trusted Lin Yan and waved to her father. Yu Zhengyang noticed, and, after saying something to the person beside him, walked over. What's up, Ming Ming? Is this brat bullying you? Yu Zhengyang rubbed his fists, glaring fiercely at Lin Yan. No, it's Zhou Yanzi who needs your help. Yuan Ming quickly explained. Uncle, I just spotted a suspicious person who previously chased me. Oh, why did he chase you? I found out he was secretly colluding with someone from Sakura country, plotting something unknown. Yu Zhengyang pondered for a moment, finding his future son-in-law's words credible, and asked, who is it? Where did he go? A bald monk, he went down that path. I remember what he looks like. Lin Yan pointed to a nearby trail. Xiaoming, it's too dangerous there. You should go back, Lin Yan advised. No, if you can go, why can't I? Yuan Ming crossed her arms, puffing her cheeks in defiance. All right. Yu Zhengyang glanced at his daughter and didn't object. In his view, having his daughter by his side was the safest option. Uncle Yu, why is that monk heading this way? Lin Yan finally asked in a low voice after tracking for some time. Being unfamiliar with the layout of Chang'an, he couldn't determine the monk's destination. Yu Zhengyang, with eyes sharp as an eagle's, thought for a moment and replied. Since he's a monk, he's probably heading towards the Shiji Temple. What is the strength of the abbot of Shiji Temple? Lin Yan suddenly inquired. Weaker than me by a bit, a high-star diamond-level beast master. He was also present earlier. Yu Zhengyang paused mid-sentence. Lin Yan's eyes narrowed, as if he had realized something. Could this be a diversion? Should we inform the abbot of Shiji Temple? Yu Xingyang shook his head and said, "No, we can't. We can't be certain if the monk has betrayed the Dragon Kingdom, nor can we determine if the abbot is also a traitor. If we alert them prematurely, we might uncover nothing." Lin Yan nodded in agreement. "You're right, father-in-law." Sure enough, the monk went straight into Shiji Temple. Standing outside, Yu Xingyang fell into deep thought. If this is connected to the Sakura Kingdom, Shiji Temple could very well be their target. He recalled a piece of history. The great master Jinjin once practiced here before traveling to the Sakura Kingdom. According to unofficial history, Jinjin had a golden turtle beast that had once defeated an attacking dragon king in the East Sea, reclaiming the sacred Tang white glaze relic jar. Later, during the Sakura Kingdom's Kamakura period, they crafted a national treasure-level golden turtle reliquary tower based on this golden turtle. "Uncle Yu, should we break in or sneak in?" Lin Yan softly reminded Yu Xingyang, who seemed lost in thought. "Let's sneak in. I want to see what secrets Shiji Temple holds." The three of them climbed over the side wall of the temple, and the scene before them was shocking. Several young monks lay on the ground, their chests pierced, pupils dilated. Judging by their expressions of disbelief, it was evidently the work of someone they knew, and they hadn't been dead for long. Yu Ming, upon seeing the bloody scene, looked uncomfortable. Lin Yan asked with concern, "Xiao Ming, are you all right?" "I'm fine, I can handle it." Yu Ming forced herself to stay strong, not wanting to be a burden to Lin Yan. In the square in front of the main hall, a group of people had gathered: monks, people from the Sakura Kingdom, and a demon wielding a pipa. Shoming checked his watch and smiled at the female demon. That foolish monkey is truly infatuated. It only took the pipa with a sandalwood inlay, gifted by Yang Guifei 1,000 years ago, to awaken it, saving us a lot of trouble. The pipa demon bowed slightly. This treasure is full of spirit. If played by someone unskilled, it refuses to make a sound. If left unplayed for too long, it also declines to resonate. Shoming nodded, thinking that if it weren't for his spirit adept at playing, this task wouldn't have fallen to him. He turned to the monk and asked, "Master, how long will it take to extract the supreme secret?" This supreme secret was said to unlock the mysteries of the Golden Turtle Reliquary Tower, and there was no room for error. For this reason, the Grandmaster-level elder escorting him had already been killed on the way by a Dragon Kingdom military expert. "Half an hour will suffice." "Thank you, Master." Lin Yan and his companions stood still, witnessing the entire scene unfold. It was undeniable that the monks from the Shiji Temple had colluded with people from Sakura country to steal the treasured artifact of the Dragon Kingdom. Yu Xingyang scoffed. "These scoundrels are courting death. Come forth, Bloodblade." A crimson figure darted to the front of the main hall. It was a Bloodblade mantis, a combat and blood attribute pet beast of the monarch's lower tier, with the power of a 9-star lord. Its most powerful skill is the Blood Battle Domain, which reduces skill consumption and increases critical attack rate within its field. Domain Unleash, Blood Battle Domain. In an instant, the area in front of the main hall was filled with a bloody aura. The Bloodblade mantis transformed into a merciless killing machine, cutting down the traitorous monks one by one. Father-in-law is truly formidable. Lin Yan was in awe, finally understanding where Yu Meng's fierce nature came from. Seeing the situation turn dire, Shoming panicked. "Bakayuru, Master, hold them off." He then retracted his Kodo Demonis and summoned a flying Shikigami to carry him away in a hasty retreat, abandoning his two maidservants and the monks. "Master." The two maidservants, after their Shikigami were shredded by the Bloodblade mantis, drew short blades and shouted, "Long live the Sakura Emperor," before committing seppuku. The monk's lord-level fiery red-crowned crane had been torn in two by the dragon, leaving him with no means of escape. In a fury, he summoned his last resort. "Come forth, Hui Jin." A furied golden toad, shining brightly, appeared. It was a mid-tier lord pet beast with the Golden Legend domain, which greatly enhances defense and accelerates recovery. Domain Unleash, Golden Legend. The Bloodblade mantis's strikes only left dents on the toad's back before being ensnared by its long tongue. Yu Xingyang sneered. "You think the Bloodblade can't cut through you?" The Bloodblade mantis crossed its blades and delivered a cross slash, severing the golden tongue. Realizing defeat was imminent, the monk was drenched in sweat. "Uncle Yu, I'll chase after that Sakura countryman," Lin Yan offered, noticing Yu Xingyang lacked a flying pet beast. "All right, be careful." Yu Xingyang agreed, knowing the young man had limited strength, while Lin Yan had an emperor-level trump card. "Come forth, Xiaopeng." Lin Yan took Yu Ming and mounted Xiaopeng to prevent any reinforcements from the enemy. The radiant Xiaopeng swiftly caught up with Shoming's trail. Seeing the golden light approaching, Shoming hurriedly directed his Shikigami towards the outskirts of Chang'an City. Although the city guards had noticed, they were too late to intercept as he burst out of the city. Lin Yan was close behind. Realizing the diamond-level powerhouse wasn't pursuing, Shoming breathed a sigh of relief and turned to face them outside Chang'an City. "You dare chase me with just the two of you?" Shomei raised his sword finger, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Command, Shikigami, return to your true form, Kodo Maiden. Before his words had fully faded, a female demon holding a pipa appeared out of thin air. Lin Yan's eyes narrowed as he quickly assessed the attributes of this sound-type pet beast. The Kodo Maiden, a dual attribute of sound and fairy, with potential at the mid-lord level, and a battle general rank of 1 star. She possessed 2 major skills, Soul Melody, which could disrupt the enemy's mind, and Sonic Slash, capable of delivering a deadly sound wave attack. Even more astonishing was her 31 evolution paths, including ultimate forms like Juxiao, Huanpei Xian, and Luchi. A sound-type pet beast, Lin Yan exclaimed. As a dimension attribute, sound type, alongside psychic and space types, was extremely rare. This led him to wonder whether Abe Shomei had a deep background or just incredibly good fortune. Come forth, Qiongqi. Lin Yan quickly summoned his own battle beast. Draped in flames, Qiongqi emerged and unleashed a blast of hellfire. Xiaopeng followed closely, releasing the mark of the gale to fan the flames. Meanwhile, Ming summoned the azure bull python and the blood-eyed demon ape. The ape, in a state of bloodthirsty frenzy, had eyes as red as the notorious Xiaodian white ape of Chang'an. Outnumbering me, Ape Shomei sneered. I also have 3 Shikigami. Command, Shikigami, return to your true form, Tengu. An elite 8-star Tengu, with attributes of fighting, darkness, and flying, appeared. Coincidentally, I have 4, Lin Yan declared, summoning Xuanwu and Xiaotian. Today, you will not leave Dragon Country. The battle erupted instantly. Xuanwu faced off against the Tengu alone, neutralizing its fierce attacks with strong defenses while slowly accumulating damage. Xiaopeng suppressed Abe Shomei's flying Shikigami, especially after employing his soaring free, gaining the upper hand. The remaining 4 beasts coordinated to attack the Kodo Maiden. Despite being surrounded, the Kodo Maiden played her pipa, with the music shifting from gentle rain to crashing thunder, using sound barriers to deflect attacks from all sides. Xiaopeng, finish quickly and help Xuanwu capture that foolish dog, Lin Yan shouted. Qiongqi cast a puzzled glance at Lin Yan, who quickly clarified. Not you. Qiongqi, focus on the fight. Under Xiaopeng's fierce assault, the flying Shikigami soon plummeted to the ground, becoming easy prey. As the Shikigami fell, Abe Shomei staggered backward, as if struck, collapsing to the ground. We can't delay any longer, he muttered darkly, realizing that if he didn't escape soon, even the Tengu would be lost. What is your name? He never expected a silver-ranked Onmyoji to be able to contract 4 Shikigami. Unheard of. Unheard of indeed. This person will surely become a major threat to our Sakura nation in the future, and must not be allowed to live. A flash of shock crossed Abe Shomei's eyes, quickly replaced by a cold intent to kill. He stared intently at the young man before him, already seeing him as a threat that must be eliminated. Lin Yan sensed the hostility from the other side, and met Abe Shomei's gaze fearlessly. He stood tall, loudly declaring, My name is Tang Ao from Chang'an, and I stand by it. Very well, Tang Ao from Chang'an. I will remember you. Abe Shomei sneered, a hint of malice flashing in his eyes. His mind raced, calculating how to eliminate this potential threat. Lin Yan was on high alert, thinking, why would a dead man remember my name? He carefully observed Abe Shomei's expression, trying to discern if he had any other tricks up his sleeve. Meanwhile, he was also calculating his own options, confidently thinking, can you really take me down in an instant? Abe Shomei suddenly gave a chilling smile and arrogantly declared, Foolish people of the Dragon Nation, this time next year will be your death anniversary. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Abe Shomei swiftly retrieved a strange purple scale from his storage ring. The scale was crystal clear, like a finely crafted piece of crystal, exuding an ominous aura. Lord Yamada, lend me your strength. Abe Shomei shouted, continuously channeling spiritual power into the scale. In an instant, the purple scale erupted with a blinding light, and a thick beam shot up into the sky, piercing the clouds. Lin Yan looked up to see a massive vortex forming in the sky, centered around the beam. The once clear sky turned dark and menacing in an instant, with howling winds and swaying trees, as if the apocalypse had arrived. This astonishing scene shook everyone present, especially Ming, who involuntarily stepped back, her face full of terror. Having never seen such a scene before, it was 100 times more terrifying than the beast tide she had previously faced. Lin Yan was also taken aback by the spectacular sight, exclaiming, This entrance animation is just too impressive. He recalled the arrival of the peony fairy, which seemed insignificant in comparison. At the center of the vortex, a pair of eerie green eyes could be vaguely seen. However, as the vortex spun, more eyes gradually appeared, 8 pairs in total. Information about this creature quickly flashed through Lin Yan's mind. Species, Yamada no Orochi. Attributes, darkness, water, wind. Potential, Emperor. Intermediate level, Emperor level 5-star. Skills, Shadow Wind Tsunami Domain Skill, induces fear within range, reduces defense. Evolution paths. 2. Ultimate forms. Jiuing, Xianglu, Yamada no Orochi. Lin Yan murmured. The name was not unfamiliar to him, known to be a formidable entity among Sakura Nation specters. These sneaky little devils, calling for backup, huh? Lin Yan cursed inwardly, feeling frustrated. I have to use another scale. How annoying. Without hesitation, he retrieved a white scale of the heavenly water dragon from his storage ring and quickly infused it with spiritual power. Dragon Lord, save me. Lin Yan shouted to the sky, and the white scale began to glow brightly. Moments later, a thunderous dragon roar echoed from miles away. A massive hole appeared in the vortex above, and torrents of heavenly water cascaded down. Unlike the shadowy water of Yamada no Orochi, the heavenly water exuded a more righteous aura. In contrast, the water of Yamada no Orochi was dark and foreboding, its mere presence discomforting. Kid, you found me a worthy opponent this time. The voice of the heavenly water dragon came from above the vortex, carrying a tone of excitement and battle readiness. Hearing the Dragon Lord's voice, Lin Yan felt reassured. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Go get him, Dragon Lord." Then, Lin Yan turned his gaze back to Abe Shomei below, tauntingly asking, "What other tricks do you have? Show me." Abe Shomei glared at Lin Yan, his eyes filled with resentment and hatred. There's an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom. Villains often meet their end because they talk too much, he spat through gritted teeth. Talking about me? Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized. No. Wait. You're the villain here. You're using my lines. Block the Qing demon. Take him down first. The battle commenced in an instant. 5 summoned beasts surrounded the Qing demon, who clutched a treasure, while Qiongqi charged solo at Abe Shomei. Lin Yan sneered. That treasure in the hands of the Qing demon is like casting pearls before swine. Its powers are severely limited. How can a mere Sakura demon let the treasures of the Dragon Kingdom shine again? Such a treasure can only truly shine in my hands. Abe Shomei watched in terror as the flaming Qiongqi rushed towards him. Panicked, he shouted, "Baka!" Trembling, he pulled out a katana from his storage ring, barely managing to assume a fighting stance. Despite being a gold level on Myoji, he felt powerless against a silver level, 8-star beast. He had assumed that with his Emperor level trump card, he was bound to succeed, never expecting to fall into the hands of this young man. Qiongqi's claw swatted the katana away effortlessly, leaving Abe Shomei defenseless. Tang, don't kill me. I can give you anything you want, he pleaded desperately, opting for bribery over threats. Oh, what can you offer me? Lin Yan asked, intrigued. Money, treasures, beauties, whatever you desire. Abe Shomei eagerly embellished his offer as he saw Lin Yan's interest. Lin Yan stroked his chin, about to speak, when Ming saw through his thoughts and gave him a sharp pinch on the waist, twisting it a full 180 degrees. Hiss. Lin Yan drew a sharp breath, struggling to maintain his composure in front of others. Tang, come here. I have a Sakura Kingdom treasure just for your eyes. Abe Shomei said with eager anticipation. Qiongqi, kill him. Lin Yan ordered decisively. Qiongqi's sharp claw pierced through Abe Shomei's abdomen, blood gushing out. In disbelief, Abe Shomei stared at Lin Yan in his final moments. You. A dagger slipped from his sleeve, clattering crisply to the ground. Deceitful scoundrel, Lin Yan muttered, kicking the corpse, relieved he hadn't fallen for the ruse. Meanwhile, the soul of the Qing demon, clutching the Zetonwood pipa, gradually faded away. Hey, this thing is pretty nice, Lin Yan remarked, gently stroking the pipa before storing the Tang dynasty treasure in his storage ring. This battle taught him an important lesson. In this world, beast tamers can be more dangerous than the beasts themselves. Not every opponent fights with honor. A moment of carelessness could lead to a swift and deadly assault. It seems that once school starts, I should ask the professors at the Martial Arts Academy for advice. As Lin Yan pondered, he carefully examined the storage ring belonging to Abe Shomei. 10 warrior-grade crystal cores, 10 elite-grade dark element crystal cores. He counted, suddenly his eyes lit up. This is a deep-sea spirit stone. This is the key material for Xiao Peng's evolution. Now, only 4 Lord-grade crystal cores are needed for Xiao Peng to evolve again. As for the sacred treasure of the Tang dynasty, the Zetonwood pipa, although it's a historical artifact of the Dragon Kingdom, Lin Yan didn't plan to hand it over. Firstly, it might provoke retaliation from Sakura Nation, and secondly, it might not bring any benefits, only trouble. Here, Xiaoming, these are for you. Lin Yan handed over the materials from the storage ring that would be useful to Ming, including the main material for the evolution of the Moonlight Rabbit. Given Ming's family background, acquiring the evolution method for the Moonlight Rabbit shouldn't be difficult, although it might not compare to the numerous evolution routes in the classic of mountains and seas. Ming silently accepted it with a nod. At that moment, Lin Yan felt a refreshing sensation. Xiao Tian had leveled up. An abundant energy circulated within him, clearing his meridians. This was the 3rd pet beast to reciprocate spiritual power, yet there was still much to improve. The mysteries of the human body are far from simple. Rather than spiritual power infusion, it's more like gradually unlocking the seals of the body's potential. Lin Yan not only grew taller, but also became more handsome. Xiao Tian had advanced to elite grade 1 star, meaning all of Lin Yan's pet beasts had reached the elite level. He clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within, thinking that this punch might carry the strength of 18 years of cultivation, though he wondered if elite grade opponents could withstand it. However, aside from this brute force, he feared he might still fall short in actual combat. Above them, under a massive vortex of clouds, blood rain poured down as the Tianxue flood dragon and the Yamada no Orochi engaged in fierce battle. The roars of the snake and dragon mixed with the crashing waves, and although the Tianxue flood dragon had the advantage in level, the fight remained intense. Suddenly, a commanding voice pierced the sky. Those who dare to offend the Dragon Kingdom shall be punished without mercy. A middle-aged man in military uniform sat steadily atop a flying white tiger. It was the Tiansong white tiger, with dual attributes of wood and combat, possessing Emperor Grade 7-star potential, and mastering the Tiansong Divine Domain skill, which enhances strength and optimizes combat techniques comprehensively. That's the Dragon Kingdom's war god, always guarding the border, Ming explained. Lin Yan remembered seeing this legendary figure on television. The situation was clear. Sakura Nation's Emperor-grade beasts were already at a disadvantage in unknown battles, and now with an even stronger figure arriving, the outcome was inevitable. However, in such high-level battles, a single misstep could be fatal, and Lin Yan had no intention of risking his life here. Let's go. Let's find my dad, Lin Yan said. That's my dad, Ming protested, pouting. Same. Lin Yan laughed, pinching her cheek. Before leaving, Lin Yan called out to the Tianxue flood dragon. Uncle Dragon. Thanks, just one more time. Got it. Get lost, you brat, the Tianxue flood dragon replied gruffly. In the fierce battle against the sky water dragon and the sky white tiger, the Yamada no Orochi lost 2 of its heads and a tail. In a desperate situation, it had to sacrifice a tail to use a secret technique to escape. Now, hovering above the Pacific Ocean, the six-headed, six-tailed serpent was furiously stirring up storms and waves, but its power had dwindled to just a 1-star emperor level. Cursed serpent. Cursed kitten. And that boy named Tang Ao, it roared internally. Impressive, Dragon Lord. With just a slight effort, you've already demonstrated the peak of emperor-level strength. Lin Yan, sitting on Xiaoping's back, complimented with a grin. The sky water dragon ignored the flattery and turned its attention to the god of war. Who might you be? Su Zhantian of the Dragon Nation's military greets you, senior. The god of war replied politely with a cupped fist. He had heard a bit about the events in the ancient city of Loi and knew the sky water dragon's identity, so addressing it as senior was more than appropriate. In the art of beast mastery, there's neither rank nor order. The accomplished are teachers. If Bai Fu were still here, he would surely praise you, the sky water dragon remarked. Su Zhantian placed his right hand on his chest and bowed slightly. You flatter me, senior. Thanks to your assistance, the ancient cities of Luoyi and Chang'an were spared from disaster. On behalf of the people of Dragon Nation, I extend my gratitude. He then turned his gaze to the young man riding on Xiaoping in the distance. By the way, young man, I saw you in both the ancient cities of Luoyi and Chang'an. What's your name? Are you asking me, god of war, sir? My name is Lin Yan. Lin Yan replied, both surprised and honored. Lin Yan. Su Zhantian murmured the familiar name, as if he'd heard it before, but couldn't quite recall. Excellent. Our Dragon Nation is full of talented young people, huh? The Sky Water Dragon inquired about the Sea Spirit Stone from Su Zhantian. Trusting the unfeigned righteous aura exuded by the military man, it vanished into the thick clouds after obtaining the information it needed. Young Lin, I must return to guard the national gate to prevent another invasion by beasts like the Yamada no Orochi. Once you graduate, do consider joining our military first. With that, Su Zhantian rode off on the Sky White Tiger. Lin Yan quickly took out his phone and captured a handsome shot of Su Zhantian's departing figure, thinking it would be a perfect story to boast about with his college roommates, the god of war of Dragon Nation, coming from afar to save the prodigy. We should head back as well. Lin Yan directed Xiaoping towards Chang'an City, contemplating that after so much time, the roaring sky white ape, which had destroyed the Beastmaster Association, should have been subdued by the Rock Martial Institute's headmaster. He needed to check if his father-in-law was all right. As they approached the skies above Chang'an City, the city guard's aerial unit intercepted them. Captain, this is the guy who flew out on a pet beast earlier, a soldier reported. All right, I understand. The captain responded, gesturing with his hand. The captain of the Chang'an City flight squad looked at the young couple riding on Xiao Peng, frowning slightly. Young man, you're still so young. How can you be so reckless? Safety first, and taking your girlfriend on a wild ride in the sky is no joke. Ming quickly interrupted the captain's nagging, saying, Oh, I'm sorry, sir. We realize our mistake. Yes, sir, we won't do it again. Lin Yan chimed in with a smile. Admitting your mistake and correcting it makes you a good kid, the captain said, his expression softening. Write a 1,000-word reflection and submit it to the city guard office. Understood? Lin Yan's smile froze instantly. Hey, 1,000 words. That's more than a college entrance exam essay. He then innocently asked, Sir, do you know who we are? No, I don't. Why? The captain replied, puzzled. Xiaopeng, let's go. Lin Yan commanded, and a gust of wind arose. In no time, the three figures became a golden speck in the distant sky. Those rascals, the flight captain fumed, stomping his foot. A nearby young soldier cautiously asked, Captain, should we still ask them for the reflection? Forget it. Do you know them? The captain replied irritably. After reaching the city center, the two dismounted Xiaopeng and walked to the practical temple. The temple gate appeared calm, but inside, there was a heavy scent of blood. Ming covered her mouth and nose, her eyes falling on the two maidservants who had committed seppuku in front of the main hall. They remained in a kneeling position, as if repenting to the souls of Chang'an. Xingyang sat on a stone bench, with a small monk tied up under each foot. You're back? No trouble, I hope? He asked, evidently trusting that Lin Yan's emperor-level trump card could ensure safety. There was a tiny bit of trouble, Ming gestured. Uncle, nothing major, just encountered an ordinary emperor-level beast, Lin Yan replied casually. Emperor-level? Xingyang was startled and quickly inquired about the beast's whereabouts. Lin Yan took out his phone, showing a photo with Su Junshin, explaining, Su Junshin has already driven it away. Relieved that his daughter was unharmed, Xingyang said to Lin Yan, All right, Shaolin, you should go rest. I'll report this matter accurately and try to secure more rewards for you. As Lin Yan walked back in the glow of the sunset, he took a detour to the Beastmaster Association to check on the white ape's condition. Absent-mindedly, he touched the Yang Guifei rosewood pipa he carried, wondering if this treasure could influence the howling white ape. However, he quickly dismissed the though wasn't yet powerful enough to flaunt such a precious item without fear. For now, the pipa was like a chicken rib to him, unless he could contract a pet beast skilled in music or until he became strong enough to not fear others' covetousness. Suddenly, a rhythmic tremor shook the ground. Thud, thud, thud. Lin Yan looked up, his pupils contracting sharply saw the howling white ape, covered in blood, rampaging through the city, leaving collapsed buildings in its wake. In the sky, the frost wolf was relentlessly launching massive ice spears, their range far exceeding the ape's size. Director Xia watched with a grim expression, as Chang'an City seemed on the brink of ruin. Sensing danger, the now rational white ape deliberately dashed towards densely populated areas. At this moment, Director Xia faced a dilemma. Sacrifice some citizens to eliminate this emperor-level beast threatening Chang'an, or let it escape. Frostwolf, return. Ultimately, Director Xia couldn't bring himself to destroy the white ape. As the director of the Sacred Academy, this decision would severely damage his reputation and implicate the Rock Sacred Academy as well. Moreover, acting against the Beastmaster's principles in public would surely provoke punishment from the Dragon Kingdom's authorities. Seeing the pursuers retreat, the white ape immediately shrank its size, slipped into the crevices between buildings, and transformed into a handsome man. Damn, I could feel the presence of the concubine, hear her pipa, and thought she had come back for me. A trace of loneliness flickered in his eyes. Memories surged. At the banquet in Xingqing Palace, peonies bloomed as Yang Guifei danced gracefully to the musicians' ensemble. Even the peak, king-level beastmaster Li Taibai, composed a poem for her. The clouds think of her attire, the flowers think of her beauty, the spring breeze brushes the threshold, and the dew is thick. They hadn't met since. Rumor had it she was strangled with a silk cord by the eunuch Gao Lisher at Mawei Slope during the Yinshua rebellion, while others said she fled overseas. No, the white ape suddenly recalled something, hope rekindling in his eyes. During the immortal Qin era, Emperor Qin Shi Huang sent Su Fu to sea in search of the elixir of life. This is surely not baseless. The Qin tomb might hold clues. Meanwhile, the Qin tomb, this ancient dragon, lay quietly slumbering on the outskirts of Chang'an City, undisturbed for centuries. If there truly were an elixir of immortality, and if the concubine really escaped overseas, there might still be a slim chance of her being alive today. The reconstruction of the Qin mausoleum is in full swing. In just a few days, with the collaboration of various beast tamers, the collapsed buildings have had their frameworks erected again, and the Beast Tamer Association has embarked on a new journey from the ruins. During these days, Lin Yan has been inseparable from Ming, exploring all the famous landmarks and food alleys in the city of Chang'an. He originally intended to take on some commissions to earn some money to support his household, but unfortunately, the destruction of the Beast Tamer Association left him without a place to find work. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed at the door. I'm coming. Lin Yan opened the door to find a middle-aged man he didn't recognize standing outside. Uncle, who are you? I'm a teacher from the Panshir Martial Academy. The man replied with a friendly smile. Xingyang suggested you choose your own reward. as giving money feels too mundane. Moreover, as your training level increases, some materials are hard to come by even with money. Lin Yan suddenly understood. It was an arrangement by his father-in-law. His eyes lit up immediately. If that's the case, then I won't hold back. He carefully considered the evolution needs of his Qiongqi. 2 Lord-level fire and dark element crystals were required, along with a pair of demon wings, and most importantly, the hellfire to complete the evolution. Apart from the rare hellfire, he had some leads on the other materials. This rare and powerful item is often sought by strong beasts to gain its power. Fortunately, Qiongqi only needed to borrow its power to fuse with the demon wings. Lin Yan picked up a pen and began writing earnestly on the form. First choice, a warlord-level space element crystal. Second choice, a spatial stone. Third, a millennium ice essence. Fourth, water essence. Before long, he had filled the form with dozens of requests. The teacher from Panshir Martial Academy glanced at the form, and his friendly smile froze, his facial muscles twitching slightly. Are the materials too hard to find? Lin Yan asked with feigned concern. If it's really too much, that's all right. As long as the people of Chang'an are safe, I'll bear this regret alone. He looked up at a 45-degree angle, squeezing out a tear from stifling a yawn. To the teacher, this scene took on a different meaning. This is the kind of responsibility our young people in Longwu should have. Good child, don't worry. Even if we have to skip meals and forego salaries, we won't let you down. The teacher solemnly patted Lin Yan's shoulder. They shared a heartfelt moment, with Lin Yan nodding and politely saying, "Don't push yourselves too hard, teacher. If it's really not possible, then it's okay." It felt just like declining a red envelope from elders during the new year, saying no while the pocket was already prepared. All right then. The teacher turned to leave. Lin Yan was startled. Wait, this is just the first round of refusal. How come he agreed so quickly? Haha, just kidding. Of course, we'll get it for you. The teacher laughed, tucking the form away as he left. Watching the teacher's figure disappear into the distance, Lin Yan also laughed. What a playful teacher. He sincerely hoped that Panshir Martial Academy, as one of the 6 great sanctuaries, could help him find the much-coveted space element crystal. Both of his pet beasts needed space element power for their evolution paths, yet he hadn't even seen a hint of a space element crystal. As for the other materials, they could be bought with Longwu currency, so there was no need to rush. Besides, with the storage ring from Anbei Shoming, the materials stored within were enough to sustain his 4 pet beasts for a long time. Damn it, Lin Yan again. Tang Ao cursed as he smashed the items on the table, venting his anger at the deceased Chen Buyu. A gold rank losing to a silver rank? How did Panshir Martial Academy accept you, you useless fool? Nearby, his blonde-haired lackey cautiously tried to calm him down. Boss Ao, have some water to cool off. Seeing that Tang Ao was still furious, he hesitantly stepped forward. Boss Ao, I might have an idea. Tang Ao, filled with rage, kicked him hard. What idea could your pig brain possibly have? Trying to mess with me again? The lackey, nursing the pain where he was kicked, got up without showing any resentment on his face. He knew that his entire family relied on the Tang family for their livelihood and couldn't afford to risk their livelihood over a moment of anger. Tang Ao took a deep breath and sat heavily in his chair. All right, tell me, what are you thinking? As he spoke, he casually tossed a crystal core to the lackey. Thank you, Boss Ao. The lackey's eyes lit up. This crystal core was worth a fortune, something his parents would have to work for months to afford. Boss Ao was generous, not even batting an eye. Knowing how to balance harshness and reward, Tang Ao understood he couldn't push his subordinates too hard. After all, they were his people. Poison? What kind of poison? A few days later, Lin Yan finally received the rewards from Panshir Martial Academy. Without waiting for Yu Zhengyang to visit, he made his way to Yu Ming's house with ease. Uncle Yu, I'm here. Come in. Yu Zhengyang took out materials from his storage ring and gestured for Lin Yan to check them. Could it be a space-type crystal core? Lin Yan stared in astonishment at the crystal-clear core, which refracted countless flowing lights under the lamp. Yu Zhengyang explained. That's right. This is Panshir Martial Academy's reward for discovering and eliminating foreign spies, and a gesture of goodwill to the Emperor-level expert behind you. Space-type crystal cores are rare resources at the Academy, and giving one to Lin Yan showed how much they valued the young man. Lin Yan checked carefully. 1 Warlord-level space-type crystal core, 1 space stone, and 3 Lord-level fire-type crystal cores. Just 5 items, yet they were incredibly valuable. The 3 Lord-level fire-type crystal cores alone were worth 12 million Dragon Kingdom currency, and the Warlord-level space-type crystal core was priceless, comparable to the value of the 3 Lord-level cores combined. Good job, kid. Yu Zhengyang patted Lin Yan on the shoulder. Dean Xie said even God of War Su praised you. Watching his prospective son-in-law grow more accomplished, Yu Zhengyang felt both proud and reluctant, knowing his precious daughter would eventually marry. With matters concluded, Lin Yan prepared to leave Chang'an City and return to Magic City to get ready for school. Although he couldn't resolve the issue with Tang Ao, he would have to deal with it another time. Before leaving, he received an unexpected gift: dozens of crystal cores, said to be a donation organized by the Panshir Martial Academy Student Union, gifted to the most lovable protector of Chang'an City. Lin Yan distributed the crystal cores to his pet beasts, allowing them to absorb them within the beast space. These crystal cores not only offered a 300 growth boost, but also removed negative effects, significantly reducing the absorption time. Considering the long and challenging journey from Chang'an to Huodou, along with the potential threat of exotic beast attacks, Lin Yan wisely chose a professional long-distance convoy. On the bus, he met a young man from the northeast who introduced himself as Lu Dazhuang. "Hi, just call me Dazhuang," Lu Dazhuang said warmly. "My name is Lin Yan," Lin Yan replied politely. Through their conversation, Lin Yan learned that the exotic beasts in the northeast mainly consisted of the 5 celestial families known as Hu, Huang, Chang, Lu, and Hui. These families primarily passed down pet beasts, which could communicate due to their intelligence, but were otherwise no different from ordinary pet beasts if their cultivation was insufficient. Lin Yan was pleased to note that at this time, Xiaopeng had advanced to elite level 7 stars, and Xuanwu had reached elite level 8 stars. His 3 main pet beasts were evenly matched in strength, and once they reached Huodou and obtained a Lord-level Thunder Crystal Core, Xiao Tian could evolve to match the others. At that point, he would have his first spatial-type pet beast. "Are you heading to Huodou to participate in the National Martial Arts exam?" Lu Dazhuang asked. "I'm not participating." "What about you?" "I'm not participating either." The two exchanged glances and said in unison, "You're a special recruit too?" They shared a laugh and exchanged contact information, with the possibility of becoming classmates after school started. 5 days later, the convoy arrived in Huodou. After bidding farewell to Lu Dazhuang, Lin Yan headed straight to Huodou Mall to check the price of the Lord-level Thunder Crystal Core, 6 million. After selling the miscellaneous items from Abe Xiaoming's storage ring, Lin Yan just managed to gather the amount and purchased it without hesitation. Due to the upcoming National Martial Arts exam, training rooms and similar venues were crowded and even booked up until the day before the exam. With no other option, Lin Yan had to conduct Xiao Tian's evolution in a small courtyard. He first crushed and mixed a spatial stone with a warrior-level spatial crystal core, feeding it to Xiao Tian. Once spatial ripples appeared, he then had Xiao Tian consume the dual-element Lord-level crystal core. The immense spiritual power caused Xiao Tian to roll on the ground in pain, leaving Lin Yan helpless yet concerned. Gradually, small protrusions appeared on Xiao Tian's head, and its body expanded to the thickness of a barrel before stopping. Could it be that dragon horns are about to grow? Lin Yan thought with delight. Xiao Tian's head bump was becoming more pronounced, though it hadn't yet developed into true dragon horns. The light red snake scales on its body were also deepening in color. As a Rift Sky Thunder Flame Python, Xiao Tian possessed fire, thunder, and space attributes, with potential reaching high lord level, currently at elite 4-star level. It had mastered several key skills. Skywalk allows it to float at a certain height, becoming stronger with level progression. Thunderstorm creates a sphere of thunderstorm to attack enemies, with a paralyzing effect. Red Flame can spew pillars of fire, causing area damage. Among the 26 possible evolution paths, Xiao Tian could evolve into ultimate forms like Zhou Long, Ying Long, or Qing Long. Skywalk. Xiao Tian, use Skywalk. Following Lin Yan's command, Xiao Tian began to rise into the air, not by wings or wind elements, but purely by space power. Currently, it could only hover a meter above the ground. Any higher would exceed its energy capacity. Although it hadn't mastered other space skills yet, Lin Yan was already satisfied. This spatial levitation was much more agile than the wings of ordinary beasts, with minimal air resistance, meaning it could achieve considerable speed. Xiao Tian's level had finally increased to elite 4-star, making it a significant asset in future battles. Its next evolution had 2 options. 1. 5 Lord-level Light Element Cores plus a Holy Light Stone. 2. 5 Lord-level Dragon Element Cores plus a Dragon Blood Herb. Lin Yan preferred the first option, as it was more cost-effective and wouldn't affect Xiao Wu's evolution. The next day, the National Martial Arts exams officially began. Most young students were preparing nervously, with exam situations broadcasted live on national television. Having already passed the exam, Lin Yan was leisurely sitting on the sofa, licking his fingers after finishing a bag of chips while watching the broadcast. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure on the TV. Yi. This guy had gone to Jiangnan to take the exam. They hadn't seen each other since their parting in Qing. Lin Yan quietly decided to find a chance to visit Jiangnan and see this old friend. The voice of reporter Yang Xiaoxin came from the TV. "Hello, everyone. I'm Jiangnan reporter Yang Xiaoxin, bringing you the live coverage of the Jiangnan martial arts exam." The scene switched to West Lake in Jiangnan, where Yu Yi stood with other examinees under the majestic Leifeng Pagoda. He looked up at the iconic structure, silently thinking, "Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy, here I come." The broadcast announced for candidates to enter the exam venue in batches. The The staff from the Beastmaster Association maintained order, strictly enforcing exam rules. Candidates could complete tasks alone or in teams, but must adhere to the Dragon Nation's beast law, with intentional harm strictly prohibited. Violators would be immediately disqualified. In this law-abiding country, the enemies of Beastmasters should be exotic beasts in the Genesis Society, not fellow citizens. Especially in this nationally focused martial arts exam, any unethical behavior would be severely curtailed. At that moment, a brown-haired girl in a white shirt and black skirt approached Yu Yi, her fresh demeanor leaving a strong impression. If Lin Yan were present, he would immediately recognize her. She said, "Yu Yi, shall we team up?" "The Creation Society," Xian said cheerfully. Yu Yi nodded slightly, not refusing. As a newly promoted silver-level beastmaster, his pet beast had reached elite level 3 stars, but the position for a second pet beast was still vacant. While his family was considered well-off in Qing, in a place like Jiangnan, they seemed quite ordinary. Cheap pet beasts were unappealing, while expensive ones were unaffordable. He could only wait until after the martial exams to make further plans. "Let's go. Each of us needs to hunt at least 10 beasts of the same rank," Xian urged. The national martial exams lasted only 2 days, and each day's tasks were demanding. With the influx of examinees, nearby beasts would be quickly cleared out, forcing them to venture deeper into the wilderness. Although there were many beasts in the deep mountains, the potential dangers could not be ignored. Despite each examinee being equipped with a distress radio, the primary task while waiting for support was to ensure their own survival. "Come out, Purple Thunder Eagle." In the face of the approaching beast, Yu Yi immediately summoned his pet. A massive purple eagle, more than twice the size it was during training camp, soared into the sky, crackling with lightning. If it weren't for the discomfort, Yu Yi could easily ride it and soar through the sky. "Come out, Demon Queen Bee." Xiaoning also summoned her pet, which was 2 stars higher in level than the Purple Thunder Eagle. As they moved through the forest, Yu Yi often felt as if someone was watching them from the shadows, frequently turning back only to find nothing. Suddenly, he noticed movement behind a large tree. A small green snake poked its head out. Upon meeting Yu Ye's gaze, it showed no fear, leisurely flicking its tongue. "Xiaoning, wait a moment. What's up?" Without explaining, Yu Yi walked slowly toward the large tree. As he got closer, he could see the small green snake in full view. Its green scales shimmered with an unusual sheen in the sunlight, and the intelligence in its clear serpent eyes was far beyond that of ordinary servant-level beasts. The small green snake, rather than attacking or fleeing as Yu Yi approached, swam towards him willingly. "This beast is destined for me." Yu Ye's eyes lit up. "Would you like to be my pet?" he asked, extending his right hand toward the small green snake. The snake tilted its head, seemingly bewildered, yet it willingly pressed its head against his palm. Though Yu Yi was unaware of the small green snake's exact origins, its extraordinary appearance alone, combined with his lack of better options, led him to decide immediately. This was the one. He then expanded his mental sea, connecting to the Beastmaster space, and easily completed the contract. Such a situation, where a wild beast could be contracted without a fight, was extremely rare. In the depths of the forest, a woman in white, holding an oil paper umbrella, watched the scene unfold. In the sunlight, her gaze towards Yu Yi was filled with memories, longing, and admiration. "Is it young Master Su?" Yu Yi stood at the entrance of the cave, a slight frown on his face. The dilapidated courtyard, draped with cobwebs hanging like curtains over the walls and windows, silently spoke of the passage of time. The roof had long since collapsed, leaving only crumbling walls to tell of its former glory. "Do you want to go in and take a look?" Xian asked softly, her gaze falling on the deep hole in the ground. Yu Yi shook his head. "My purple thunder hawk isn't suited for fighting in a cave," he replied, his voice tinged with hesitation. Just then, Yu Yi remembered the recent experience of contracting the small green snake. That seemingly weak creature had an astonishing elite level 7-star rank. What was even more surprising was how it had accepted the contract without resistance. This contract not only brought unexpected gains, but also rapidly strengthened Yu Ye's physical body, exponentially increasing his overall combat power. Sensing Yu Ye's hesitation, Xiaoning added, "But there's a good chance there are beasts inside, and we could save a lot of time." After a moment's consideration, Yu Yi nodded. "Let's give it a try." In the past, he wouldn't have agreed so easily, but with the small green snake, his strength had significantly increased, making it a viable replacement for the purple thunder hawk. The pair cautiously stepped into the dark, damp cave, where cobwebs glimmered faintly in the shadows. Suddenly, Yu Yi whispered, "There's movement." Both of their companion beasts immediately moved to guard the front. "It's a giant cave spider," Xian exclaimed, her heart racing at the sight of the massive creature that suddenly appeared. Yu Yi remained calm and commanded, "Shao Qing, vine entangle." Before his words had even faded, the ground cracked open, and countless vines shot out like serpents, wrapping around the spider's 8 legs. The spider let out a piercing screech and struggled wildly, but more vines emerged, binding it tightly. Honeybee cross/slash. Xian Ning ordered decisively. The queen bee crossed its arms, slashing a sharp cross towards the trapped spider's abdomen. In an instant, green liquid gushed out, sizzling as it corroded the ground. With the coordinated efforts of the small green snake and the queen bee, the elite-level cave spider was quickly defeated. Yu Yi swiftly retrieved the crystal core and said to Xian Ning, "Let's keep moving." As they ventured deeper, the cave passage widened. Broken statues lined the sides, covered in thick webs, as if whispering an ancient, forgotten tale. Suddenly, Xian Ning's beast ring glowed, and she warned. 3 elite-level cave spiders. Faced with this sudden threat, Yu Yi felt the pressure mounting and turned to ask, "Do you have a second companion beast?" Xian Ning's lips curled into a mysterious smile. "Oh yes, watch this." With a wave of her hand, a deep crimson figure appeared in the air, and the surrounding temperature rose sharply. "Come out, Hellfire Moth," Xian Ning called. The moth's wings fluttered, occasionally sparking, a dangerous presence that could easily ignite a wildfire in a dry wilderness. The battle was set. The elite-level 5-star Hellfire Moth, 7-star small green snake, and 5-star queen bee against 3 elite-level 5-star cave spiders. The fierce fight raged on for some time until the small green snake first defeated one spider, freeing itself to support the other battles. With its help, the remaining 2 fights concluded swiftly. After collecting the spoils, the 2 took a short break to let their beasts recover. Half an hour later, they cautiously resumed their exploration, heading deeper into the cave. They walked for an unknown amount of time until a man-made doorway appeared ahead, silently awaiting their arrival. The interior of the cavern was immensely vast, with no stone door to obstruct it. Looking inward from the outside was like standing at the bottom of a well, gazing up at the sky. In the center of the chamber stood a gigantic stone Buddha, neglected and covered in cobwebs. Beneath the Buddha was a stone table, and 2 thick stone pillars pierced the ceiling. Xian Ning's eyes lit up, thinking this place was extraordinary. She noticed several white spheres wrapped in spider silk at the edges of the chamber, suspecting they were food stored by a giant cave spider. Neither Xian Ning nor Yu Yi dared to risk retrieving the crystal core from the decaying corpse. After confirming there were no exotic beasts inside, Xian Ning rushed into the stone chamber first, carefully examining the giant Buddha in the center. On the stone table, only a few empty plates remained, with offerings reduced to blackened residue. "What is this?" Yu Yi's voice came from behind. Xian Ning turned to find him fiddling with a strange protrusion on one of the stone pillars. "Don't touch anything," Xian Ning shouted sternly. This was clearly a man-made structure, and triggering a mechanism could spell certain death for both of them. Despite joining the Creation Society, she still feared death. A sharp crack echoed. Xian Ning glared at the stunned Yu Yi, clenching her fists. "This fool." Yu Yi was equally bewildered, hastily defending himself. "No, that's not right. I didn't touch it, it moved on its own. It's not my fault." Before his words were finished, the chamber shook violently, with fine sand and debris raining down from above. "Run!" Xian Ning yelled, retrieving her pet beast and sprinting back the way they came. Sensing danger, Yu Yi followed closely behind. Cracks began to appear on the giant Buddha. With a deafening crash, the statue shattered into flying debris, leaving deep craters in the cave walls. A sinister hiss sounded behind them, sending a shiver down Yu Ye's spine. "What kind of monster is this? Shouldn't we call for help?" Yu Yi asked Xian Ning as he ran. "Then do it. Why ask me?" Xian Ning replied coldly. She thought to herself that as long as she got out of the cave, she could escape. Why should she care about this guy's survival? It would only waste her chance at the martial exam. Not far from the cave entrance, a woman in white sensed the aura emanating from within and was slightly startled. Could the old abbot still be alive? She recalled how the old abbot, who had transformed into human form years ago, was taken away by a mage and had since vanished without a trace. She had assumed he was long dead, never expecting to find him here. But what about Mr. Su? No, Mr. Su must not come to harm. The woman in white thought anxiously to herself. Yu Yi glanced back to see a gigantic black spider rapidly closing in. The spider's body shimmered with golden patterns, and its 6 golden eyes were fixed intently on him. A strand of golden web shot towards Yu Yi, causing his pupils to contract in fear, making every hair on his body stand on end. "No, I'm doomed." Yu Yi closed his eyes in despair. With a resounding boom, the cave was suddenly engulfed in thick smoke, obscuring the situation. Cough, cough. I'm still alive." As the smoke cleared, Yu Yi looked at his hands and pinched his cheek, the pain confirming he was indeed alive. He was overjoyed to find himself unharmed. Looking up, Yu Yi saw the woman in white standing protectively in front of him, a familiar feeling welling up inside. "Do I know her?" he wondered in confusion. "Stop!" the woman in white exclaimed, her voice as clear and melodious as a silver bell, echoing throughout the cave. With a graceful flick of her sleeve, an invisible force halted the golden-threaded black spider in its tracks. The golden-threaded black spider was furious, its 8 eyes glinting with a dangerous light as it roared at the woman in white. since the sacred Tang era. That young monk Fahai has sealed me for over 1,000 years. What if it had been you who was sealed instead? Yu Yi overheard this conversation, and an ancient legend suddenly surfaced in his mind. He recalled, according to unofficial histories, during the sacred Tang period, there was a monk named Fahai. As the abbot of Jinshan Temple, he possessed immense power, but his thinking was too conservative. He sealed the spider spirit, the old abbot, forcing it to become his loyal beast. He also believed the love between Su Xian and Bai Suzhen, a human and a demon, was a grave taboo, so he suppressed Bai Suzhen. However, later, Shaoqing expended all her power to defeat Fahai and rescued Bai Suzhen. Yu Ye's gaze shifted between the golden-threaded black spider and the woman in white, suddenly realizing, this spider spirit is the old abbot, and this woman in white is Bai Suzhen. But who am I? He muttered to himself. Noticing Yu Ye's confusion, Bai Suzhen gently reassured him. Do not be afraid, my dear, I am here. Her voice was as soothing as a gentle breeze, calming Yu Yi slightly. Then, she turned to the golden-threaded black spider, her eyes cold and her voice carrying an undeniable authority. Let him go, and you may deal with the others as you wish. The golden-threaded black spider was silent for a moment, its 8 eyes fixed on Bai Suzhen, seemingly weighing its options. Ultimately, it reluctantly conceded. Take him, but the girl stays. Clearly, its long confinement had weakened its strength, and it stood little chance against Bai Suzhen. Bai Suzhen nodded slightly. Very well. She grabbed Yu Ye's arm, her white robe billowing like a blooming lotus as they flew out of the cave. Meanwhile, Xiaoning, who had not yet escaped the cave, found herself in danger. A flash of golden light from the spider instantly ensnared her, leaving only her head exposed. Watching Bai Suzhen and Yu Yi fly out of the cave, she was filled with confusion and resentment. Damn it! Who exactly is that Yu Yi? Yu Yi glanced back at Xiaoning, who was trapped, feeling a pang of guilt. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to speak up for his former teammate. Sister Bai, can you save her? Bai Suzhen's eyes flashed with a hint of displeasure, her tone tinged with jealousy. You're asking me to save another woman? Someone completely unrelated. Startled by her reaction, Yu Yi quickly lowered his head, a strange fear rising in him, and reflexively said, No, it's fine if you don't. I don't know her. Once they were out of the cave, Bai Suzhen gently set Yu Yi down. To his astonishment, she transformed into a gigantic white python. Her white scales glistened in the sunlight, and her body, stretching several dozen meters, coiled up like a small hill. So big, Yu Yi exclaimed, stumbling back and inadvertently falling to the ground, wide-eyed with amazement. Seeing this, Bai Suzhen softly reassured him. Do not be afraid, my dear, I will become smaller. As soon as she finished speaking, her enormous snake body rapidly shrank, and in a flash of dazzling white light, she transformed into a small white snake coiled up. In the blink of an eye, she nimbly slipped into Yu Ye's sleeve. Feeling the cool sensation in his sleeve, Yu Yi asked in confusion, Sister Bai, what are you doing? The voice of the little white snake echoed in Yu Ye's mind, full of tenderness. My dear, I know who you are, but you do not remember me. If you never remember me, I will stay with you for a lifetime, waiting for you. With that, she wrapped around Yu Yi, seemingly falling into a silent slumber. Sister Bai, Yu Yi felt the cool touch around his waist, unsure how to respond. He began to question his own identity. Could I really be Su Xian? But my surname is Yu, and his is Su. Ultimately, he decided to accept the situation. Oh well, Sister Bai is so powerful. Having her around makes me feel safe. However, thinking about Xiaoning, left behind in the cave, Yu Yi couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. Poor Xiaoning, who entered the cave with me. With these mixed feelings, Yu Yi embarked on an unknown journey. Lin Yan browsed through the Jiangnan news on his phone, his brow slightly furrowed. After the national martial arts exams, the area around West Lake in Jiangnan was attacked by a monarch-level peak spider beast. Although the Jiangnan Beastmaster Association and the military joined forces to seriously injure the beast, interference from the Genesis Society allowed it to escape in the end. Jiangnan was attacked by a beast? I wonder if Yu Yi is okay. I should send a message to check on him. Lin Yan muttered to himself, considering finding an opportunity to visit Yu Yi in Jiangnan and enjoy the beautiful scenery there. The romantic, ancient charm of Jiangnan's water towns filled his mind. Time flew by, and the Magic City passed a peaceful period. Colleges nationwide were entering the new academic year. On September 1st, Lin Yan stood at the entrance of the Magic City Martial Arts Academy, filled with emotion. In just one holiday, he had transformed. Now, not only did he hold a king-level trump card, but he also had the support of the Yu family from miles away, boosting his confidence significantly. The school gate was bustling with new students dragging their suitcases, some even having their pet beasts carry bedding and wash basins. Lin Yan silently appreciated having a storage ring, sparing him the hassle of carrying multiple bags. Surrounding parents bid farewell, their faces a mix of relief, reluctance, and a hint of letting go. Various dialects mingled together, creating a lively scene of the start of the school year. Hey, are you a new student this year? Please show your admission letter. A senior responsible for welcoming new students noticed Lin Yan looking around and approached him. Lin Yan handed over his special admission notification. Yes, here's my admission letter. The senior's eyes lit up. Oh, you're a special admit student? Impressive. This way, please. He gestured to guide Lin Yan. As one of the early arrivals, Lin Yan first found his counselor to collect his dorm key. Special admissions students had already been initially grouped according to their beast mastery traits, and Lin Yan was placed in combat class 3. Besides, the school also offered support and comprehensive classes, totaling 18 classes. Opening the dormitory door, Lin Yan was pleasantly surprised to find it was a 3-person room with bunk beds, a desk, a private bathroom, and a small balcony, equipped with free air conditioning, a cabinet, and a bookshelf. Wow, life is complete, he exclaimed, recalling his past college life. 8-person rooms, shared beds, communal bathrooms without doors, let alone air conditioning. Lin Yan chose the bed by the window, convenient for turning off the light and enjoying fresh air. He swiftly took out bedding and clothes from his storage ring, quickly organizing his personal space. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Who goes there? Lin Yan asked, just having finished setting up his bed. Combat Class 3, Lu Dazhuang. Who might you be? A loud voice came from outside. I am Lin Yan from Class 3. Lin Yan instinctively responded in character. Why hasn't Brother Lin opened the door yet? Lin Yan snapped back to reality. Sorry, Brother Lu. Got carried away. Just a moment. He hurriedly got off the bed and quickly went to open the door to greet his new roommate. You know, you could have at least given me a call when you arrived so I could come down and meet you. Lin Yan half-jokingly complained as he took Lu Dazhuang's luggage. His tone was familiar, indicating that they had known each other for quite some time. Lu Dazhuang shrugged, responding with a hint of helplessness. I didn't know we were in the same class. His northeastern accent was particularly noticeable in this sentence. Just then, a gentle knock interrupted their conversation. Knock, knock, followed by a somewhat timid voice. Is this dorm 301? I'm Lu Xiaobai from Battle Class 3. Lin Yan looked in the direction of the voice and saw a fair-skinned young man standing at the door. The new student, Lu Xiaobai, was slender and not very tall, about 175 centimeters, forming a stark contrast with the burly northeastern man, Lu Dazhuang, next to him, like a sapling beside a towering tree. Lin Yan warmly went over to greet him. Hello, I'm Lin Yan, and that's Lu Dazhuang. We're both from Battle Class 3, Dorm 301. His smile helped Lu Xiaobai relax a bit. Lu Dazhuang also approached with a smile, placing a big hand on Lu Xiaobai's shoulder. Xiaobai, nice to meet you. I'm Dazhuang. His enthusiasm seemed to startle the frail Lu Xiaobai a bit, but the latter still managed a faint smile. Unlike the Literary Academy, the Martial Academy didn't have a military training program. After all, the purpose of the Martial Academy was to train real warriors, turning sheltered individuals into strong, self-reliant fighters. Here, every day was training. Every moment was preparation for battle, making military training somewhat redundant. The next day, the opening ceremony arrived as scheduled. Everyone saw the headmaster of the Huodou Martial Academy for the first time. The elderly man, over 60, had graying hair but stood straight, with eyes as sharp as an eagle's. Time had left its mark on his face, but it hadn't broken his spirit. Students, I'm glad you chose Huodou Martial Academy, and from now on. The headmaster's speech lasted a whole hour. Lin Yan, Lu Dazhuang, and Lu Xiaobai sat below, trying hard to stay awake, but their eyelids kept drooping. Finally, Lu Dazhuang couldn't resist and quietly nudged Lin Yan. Dazhuang, should we sneak out? Lin Yan nodded knowingly. Let's go. The two exchanged a look, full of understanding. Xiaobai, are you coming? Lin Yan turned to ask. Lu Xiaobai hesitated. I don't think that's a good idea. What if we get caught? It's almost over, so I'll just stay here. Seeing that Xiaobai didn't want to join them, Lin Yan and Lu Dazhuang bent over, tiptoeing to sneak out from the back of the hall. However, just as they thought they were about to escape successfully, a voice suddenly called out from behind. Stop right there. Lin Yan cursed inwardly, and Lu Dazhuang lamented in his heart. They turned around stiffly, only to find that it wasn't the dean standing there, but a familiar figure. Sun Yinshua, you sneaked out too. Lin Yan looked at the girl in surprise. Sun Yinshua, the girl he knew as the pride of the academy, had also easily entered the Huodou Martial Academy through a special admission exam. Although he wasn't sure if there was anything behind it, with her pet beast's potential and combat power, she could have easily passed the National Martial Arts exam. However, the special admission exam was obviously more convenient, and given such a shortcut, who would want to compete with the country's geniuses? Seeing the comical appearance of Lin Yan's friend, Lu Dazhuang immediately straightened his collar and struck a gentlemanly pose, which was quite at odds with his northeastern man image. Using a deliberately lowered magnetic voice, he said, Hello, beautiful lady. I'm Lu Dazhuang from Battle Class 3. May I have your contact information? Please guide me in the future. Sun Yinshua couldn't help but laugh, covering her mouth as she chuckled. Next time, for sure. Hearing this, Lu Dazhuang drooped like a withered eggplant, crestfallen. Sun Yinshua turned to Lin Yan, smiling. Want to grab a bite to eat together? Lin Yan gave Lu Dazhuang a friendly slap, waking him from his sulk. Let's go. Together, Miss Su is treating. Upon hearing about a free meal, Lu Dazhuang perked up immediately. Let's go. He desperately needed a good meal to soothe his wounded spirit. As they were about to leave, Lin Yan suddenly noticed a familiar feeling about Sun Yinshua's face. He hesitated for a moment before asking. Yinshua, can I ask what your father's name is? Sun Yinshua was taken aback, clearly not expecting Lin Yan to ask this. She replied, somewhat awkwardly. My father's surname is Su. Lin Yan wanted to ask more, but Sun Yinshua quickly nudged him. All right, let's talk about it later. She clearly didn't want to continue the topic, fearing it might cause trouble if her real identity was revealed. Who knew if Lin Yan would tell others about it? And so, the three of them walked together towards the school cafeteria, leaving an unresolved mystery behind. In their campus life, the relationship between Lin Yan and Sun Yinshua drew quite a bit of attention. To avoid unnecessary trouble, when upperclassmen inquired about their relationship, Lin Yan cleverly claimed to be Sun Yinshua's brother. This explanation was quickly accepted, and many upperclassmen even started calling him brother-in-law, eagerly asking for his blue ring number. During the afternoon's elemental class, the professor systematically explained the attribute system of exotic beasts. These attributes are categorized into three major types. First, the basic 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and their extensions such as ice, lightning, wind, poison, darkness, and light. Secondly, there are bloodline attributes, including dragon, vampire, martial arts, flying, and fairy attributes. Lastly, the more mysterious dimensional attributes encompass ghost, psychic, spatial, sonic, and the legendary time attribute. Listening to the professor's insightful explanations, Lin Yan gained a clearer understanding of the restraint relationships between attributes. As a well-versed beast tamer, he had witnessed all attributes firsthand, except for the legendary time attribute. The content of this class elevated his understanding of elemental control to a new level. The facilities at the Magic Capital Martial Arts Academy are comprehensive. Lin Yan carefully familiarized himself with the functions of various sites. The battle stage, where students can book fights but requires spending academic credits. The pressure chamber, designed to train beast tamers' physical abilities with adjustable pressure intensity. And most notably, the mimicry training room, capable of simulating environments most conducive to pet beast growth. Although costly, its effects are significant. The academy also features a dedicated shop where all goods are traded using academic credits. This system is designed to prevent resource monopolization by the privileged, ensuring every student has equal opportunities. After all, history is full of talented individuals from humble backgrounds, and allowing mediocrity to monopolize resources would inevitably hinder the development of the Dragon Nation. The Academy distributes academic credits through various channels, including classroom performance and achievements in intra- and extracurricular activities. As freshmen, they each start with only 10 academic credits, just enough to exchange for 10 elite-grade crystal cores. In the task building, Lin Yan and his roommates from dorm 301 browsed through various tasks, cleaning the teaching building's toilets for a week to earn 1 credit, being a sparring partner for freshman fighters also for 1 credit, and hunting a thorn deer and bringing back its antlers for 3 credits. However, the most enticing was the reward for the freshman competition: 50 credits for the champion, 30 credits for the runner-up, and 10 credits for the third place. This was merely an additional reward and far from the entirety of the competition's prizes. Looking at these numbers, a glint of determination flashed in Lin Yan's eyes as he began planning for the freshman competition. In the mundane routine of classes, Lin Yan's pet beast quietly grew in the beast space. During today's Beast Mastery Theory class, the white-bearded old professor stood at the lectern, scanning the students in the tiered classroom with sharp eyes. Students, today we're going to discuss the importance of talent. The content of this lesson will appear on the exam, so take out your notebooks and pens and take good notes. The professor's voice was loud and echoed throughout the classroom. Lin Yan noticed that Lu Dazhuang next to him had started to nod off. He slapped Lu Dazhuang on the shoulder. Don't sleep. It's time to highlight the key points. Lu Dazhuang woke up with a start, blinking in confusion. The old professor continued. As we all know, talents are ranked from highest to lowest as SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, E, F. The higher the talent, the higher the level of the beast space, providing greater growth benefits to the pet beast. He paused briefly. In addition, there's an even more important use, which is the condensation of the beast soul. Beast soul. Lin Yan's interest was piqued, and he glanced at Lu Dazhuang, who still looked bewildered. The professor explained, the beast soul is a crucial reason why high-level beast masters are not easily beheaded by enemies. Although it doesn't have offensive capabilities, it permanently enhances the pet beast. Also, beast masters can use the beast soul to fend off enemies, making it a defensive tool. A student from a remote area raised their hand to ask, "Professor, how can one condense a beast soul?" The white-beard professor looked approvingly at the student. "Good question. Condensing a beast soul isn't arbitrary. It depends on your talent level and the pet beast you've contracted. The strength of the beast soul depends on the beast master's talent. The condensation process requires using your contracted pet beast as a model, borrowing its power to complete it." He added, "The condensed beast soul will connect with your pet beast, and when the pet beast levels up, the power of the beast soul will also strengthen. The beast soul can purify the spiritual power within the pet beast, acting as an extension of its spiritual power. Many pet beasts that have reached their potential limit will have their beast souls fused with them by beast masters to further enhance their strength." Lin Yan thought to himself, "According to the professor, could I potentially condense a double beast soul?" The professor continued, "But condensing a beast soul requires talent. Based on the experiences of past beast masters, only those with level talent or higher have the chance to condense a beast soul. This usually happens after the pet beast reaches the lord level, when the beast master's physical and mental strength has reached a certain point, enabling them to condense it." Lin Yan calculated silently. To achieve the physical and mental strength of a diamond-level beast master, all 4 of his current pet beasts would need to reach the gold level, and any new contracted pet beasts couldn't be of too low a level. He resolved, "Soon, before graduation, I'll definitely condense a beast soul." At this moment, Lin Yan's Qiongqi, Xuanwu, and Xiaopeng were just a step away from the gold level, while Xiao Tian was already a 4-star elite. He realized he was getting closer to his goal of becoming a gold-level beast master. Before the end of the day, the advisor posted a notice in the group about the freshman competition. Notice of the freshman competition at the Longhua Magic Capital Martial Academy. 1. Competition theme: building dreams and aspiring far, planning and guiding the future. 2. Competition date: September 17th-20th, 2021. The competition schedule is divided into individual and team events, proceeding through elimination rounds, point accumulation rounds, and finals. The competition rewards. The counselor's notice in the group chat elicited a collective sigh. They had thought that getting into the martial arts academy would ease their burdens, only to find more challenges awaiting them. Lin Yan carefully reviewed the competition schedule and started planning the upcoming week. "There's still a weekend left," Lin Yan muttered to himself. "I need to make the most of it." He weighed his options. Should he take on tasks from the mission building to earn tuition fees, or should he head to the Beastmaster Association to earn Dragon Country currency? After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yan decided to take on tasks from the mission building. After all, he only had a measly 10 credits, not even enough to cover 2 hours in the simulation training room. "Let's go, Zhuang, are you in?" Lin Yan called out. Turning to see Lu Xiaobai looking a bit awkward, he added, "Xiaobai, are you coming?" "I'm in," Lu Xiaobai immediately replied, his voice tinged with excitement. The task they accepted was to hunt exotic beasts outside the city of Huodou. Their target was a nest of ant-like exotic beasts, requiring them to kill the queen ant and clear out the ant eggs. Upon completion, they needed to take photos and verify the location, earning a reward of 30 credits. Lin Yan quickly analyzed the task details. "The queen ant has the power of a 9-star elite level. I'll handle it. The rest of the ant soldiers are up to you too." 9-star elite level, Lu Dazhuang exclaimed, his tone filled with skepticism. "Are you sure you can do it?" Lin Yan confidently gave a thumbs up. "Trust Yan, and you'll be fine." Despite his bravado, he was secretly calculating. This task was a good opportunity to gauge Lu Dazhuang and Lu Xiaobai's abilities. After all, anyone who could get into Modou's martial arts academy as a beastmaster should be quite capable. Moreover, Lu Dazhuang, like him, was a special recruit of the academy. This time, Lin Yan didn't invite Sun Yinshua. Bringing a girl along with a group of guys into the woods just felt inappropriate. Plus, taking a beautiful girl out could attract unnecessary trouble, which could potentially lead to a disaster like the one in Qing. The 3 took a bus to the outskirts of the city, passing through towering city walls. Lin Yan retrieved his prized motorcycle from his storage ring, patted the seat, and said, "Hop on." Soon, the 3 were squeezed onto the motorcycle. Lin Yan sat in the middle, Xiaobai leaned forward, while Dazhuang barely managed to fit half of his backside on the rear seat. "Lin Yan, it's a bit cramped." Dazhuang squirmed uncomfortably. "Why don't you walk while Xiaobai and I ride?" Lin Yan merely glanced at him and chose to ignore the suggestion. With his increasingly adept driving skills, Lin Yan navigated the motorcycle effortlessly through the forest. In just an hour, they were nearing their destination. In front of them appeared a mound the size of a small hill. Lin Yan couldn't help but exclaim, "This must be the ant nest." He quickly estimated. At this scale, those ant beasts could be as big as a cow. "Should we go in or lure them out to fight?" Lu Dazhuang inquired. Lin Yan turned to Lu Xiaobai. "Xiaobai, what do you think?" "I'll follow your lead. Let's lure them out first." Lu Xiaobai decisively responded. Lin Yan nodded in agreement, already formulating a plan. Such a massive ant nest undoubtedly housed a large number of ant beasts. In the art of warfare, if you outnumber your enemy tenfold, surround them. If fivefold, attack them. If double, divide them. With only one main entrance and 2 or 3 auxiliary holes in the ant nest, drawing out a portion to eliminate first would undoubtedly ease the subsequent pressure. Lin Yan summoned Qiongqi and Xiaopeng. As soon as the elite level 8-star Qiongqi appeared, a scorching heat wave swept through, instantly turning the grass and flowers underfoot to black ash. Lin Yan gazed at this ancient flame beast evolution of Qiongqi and commanded, Qiongqi, guard the main entrance. Kill anyone who tries to get through. Qiongqi let out a deep roar, no longer the bark of a dog, but a menacing growl. Lin Yan then turned to Xiaopeng. You're in charge of the side tunnel. Don't let any ant beasts escape. Xiaopeng responded by soaring into the sky, circling high above with its sharp eagle eyes fixed on the tunnel entrance it was assigned to. Nearby, Lu Dazhuang watched in awe and couldn't help but exclaim, Wow, Lin Yan, your pet beasts are amazing. Lin Yan waved it off nonchalantly. They're all right. After all, he had 4 such beasts. Not to be outdone, Lu Dazhuang summoned his own pet beast, a thick-soiled yellow weasel. This elite-level 4-star creature had earth attributes, potential reaching mid-lord level, and possessed skills like earth spike and thick earth armor. Lin Yan eyed the creature curiously and asked, Is it a weasel, a Huangdaxian? Lu Dazhuang nodded. Yes, that's what we call it back home. The yellow weasel seemed to understand, baring its sharp teeth at Lin Yan, clearly not fond of being called a weasel. Lin Yan then turned his attention to Lu Xiaobai. Lu Xiaobai, where's your pet beast? Lu Xiaobai snapped back to reality and somewhat hesitantly called out, Ah, come out, Xuanwu. In the next moment, a terrifying creature appeared before them. It was a humanoid skeleton, its bones connected by some mysterious substance, with 2 ghostly blue flames burning beneath its brow, exuding an eerie aura. This pet beast, named Netherfire Skeleton, had ghost, combat, and fire attributes, with potential reaching the lower monarch level, making it a powerful elite-level 6-star existence. It possessed skills like bone restructuring, netherfire, and bone sword, with an evolution path boasting 1001 possibilities, including powerful entities like Ho, Xing Tian, and the 4 corpse ancestors. Lin Yan was astounded. Wow, that's impressive. Netherfire skeleton, terrifying indeed. Lu Xiaobai, a bit embarrassed, explained, It might look scary, but Xuanwu is actually very obedient. Lu Dazhuang patted Lu Xiaobai on the shoulder, reassuring him. No worries, your pet beast is cool too. Be confident. Lin Yan nodded in agreement. Very strong. Well done, Xiaobai. Lin Yan then assigned tasks. All right, each of you take a side tunnel entrance. I'll cover 2. He moved behind Qiongqi and ordered, Qiongqi, breathe fire inside. Qiongqi glanced at Lin Yan, as if confirming the command. Then, its body flared up, and a scorching pillar of fire erupted from its mouth, shooting deep into the ant nest. The flames roared into the cave, as if intent on reducing the entire nest to ashes. In the cave, hellish black flames blazed fiercely, greedily consuming the spiritual energy and oxygen in the air rather than the usual dry leaves and twigs. The intense heat surged deeper into the cave like a tide, with the flames spreading rapidly. Suddenly, a sharp, sizzling sound echoed from the depths of the ant nest, growing more frequent and closer. Lin Yan immediately became alert and shouted to Lu Dazhuang and Lu Xiaobai. They're coming out, get ready. Just as he finished speaking, a massive black ant beast, 2 meters long, emerged from the auxiliary tunnel that Xiaopeng was guarding. This sawtooth black ant had a metallic sheen all over its body, with its most striking feature being its sawtooth-shaped mandibles, larger than its head. The system immediately displayed, species sawtooth black ant, attribute metal, potential elite superior, level elite level 3-star. Without hesitation, Xiaopeng unleashed the golden feather storm, sending countless golden wings whistling towards the sawtooth black ant. The metallic clashing sound was incessant, and within moments, the ant's abdomen was pierced like a honeycomb. This was not just a difference in level, but also a chasm in power between species. The severely injured sawtooth black ant rolled on the ground in agony, emitting a series of sizzling sounds, seemingly warning its companions inside the nest. Gusts of wind swept past, slicing it into several pieces. The remaining sawtooth black ants, sensing the formidable foe above, diverted their path towards the other 2 auxiliary tunnels. They're about to break through here, Lu Xiaobai shouted, then commanded, Xuanwu, charge in and block them. The netherfire skeleton rushed into the ant nest without hesitation, its body engulfed in ghostly blue flames, using its claws and joints as weapons to fend off the enemies. Facing the assault of 3 sawtooth black ants, Lu Xiaobai decisively ordered, Xuanwu, use the bone sword. The netherfire skeleton stood firm at the cave entrance, grasping its spine and slowly drawing out a bone sword ablaze with blue flames. With a chilling laugh, it swung the sword, slicing through the nearest sawtooth black ant. Meanwhile, Lu Dazhuang's earth weasel was also locked in fierce combat. Dust filled the air, rocks flew, and the rumbling noise was constant, even causing the ground to tremble where Lin Yan stood at a distance. This is the power of earth elemental beasts. Lin Yan marveled to himself. After releasing flames for some time, Qiongqi finally ceased due to exhaustion. Seeing this, Lin Yan immediately ordered, "Here they come, Qiongqi, tear them apart and charge in." In the main cave, two serrated black ants emerged one after the other. Qiongqi didn't even need to unleash its demon form. A mere sweep of its blazing wildfires set them ablaze. Without hesitation, it charged forward, tearing the ants apart with its flaming claws. "Let's go, charge in," Lin Yan ordered decisively. "Dezhuang, Xiaobai, you two attack through the side tunnel. Xiaopeng, keep watch outside." With that, he swiftly followed Qiongqi downwards. The narrow passages of the ant nest would limit the fighting ability of their beasts if they moved together, so splitting up was a wiser tactic. Xiaopeng, unsuitable for combat in the tunnels, was assigned to keep guard outside. As Lin Yan ventured deeper into the cave, serrated black ants occasionally appeared but were effortlessly dealt with by Qiongqi. In a short time, they had already collected 4 crystal cores. The dark passageway was illuminated by Qiongqi's flames, making their progress easier. Suddenly, they came upon a fork in the path. Lin Yan hesitated for a moment before summoning Xiaotian. The small snake, with its shimmering red scales, hovered in the air, moving as if swimming through water. "Xiaotian, proceed in this direction," Lin Yan instructed. "Kill any ants you see, swallow any crystal cores you find, and come to me if you encounter anyone." As an elite level 4-star creature, Xiaotian was the ideal choice, its spatial abilities allowing it to escape easily even from formidable foes. Xiaotian nodded in understanding and flew down the designated tunnel. "Let's keep going, Qiongqi," Lin Yan said. As they advanced, their field of vision widened, and the number of serrated black ants increased. Eventually, they reached a spacious cavern, formed by the corrosive effects of ant acid. Not far away, 6 elite level 3-star serrated black ants appeared simultaneously, spotting the intruders. Considering Dezhuang and Xiaobai might still need time to arrive, Lin Yan decisively summoned Xuanwu. The cave had enough space to accommodate more beasts in battle. Xuanwu, exuding a chilling aura, stood protectively in front of Lin Yan and roared at the serrated black ants. Intimidated by the dragon's might, the ant swarm retreated a few steps, seemingly communicating with each other. "Xuanwu, Qiongqi, strike first," Lin Yan commanded. Ice quickly formed in layers on Xuanwu's tortoiseshell, shaping into a vivid ice dragon. With a mighty roar, the ice dragon, seemingly alive, flew towards the ant swarm. One fearless serrated black ant attempted to block it, only to be engulfed by the icy mist, leaving behind nothing but frozen debris. Qiongqi also unleashed its full power, hurling hellfire balls with precision at the remaining serrated black ants. In less than a quarter of an hour, all 6 ants were defeated. If Lin Yan had deployed all 4 of his beasts, they might have won in mere moments. "Come back, Xuanwu." With the battle concluded, Lin Yan recalled Xuanwu. From the 6 ant corpses, he extracted 3 more elite-level crystal cores, marking a perfect end to their victory. These elite metal attribute crystal cores are just the right nourishment for Xiaopeng, helping it grow faster. Lin Yan, satisfied, put away the crystal cores and was suddenly drawn to a small hole. To his surprise, Xiaotian emerged from it. "Xiaotian, does that path also lead here?" Lin Yan asked in confusion, then raised his hand to return Xiaotian to the beast space. He continued his exploration, moving cautiously yet resolutely forward. Suddenly, a massive white creature appeared in the distance, even larger than Xuanwu. Its enormous fangs glinted menacingly, and the ground around it was pitted and corroded. Next to this giant beast was a cluster of freshly laid insect eggs. Lin Yan observed closely, analyzing silently. Species Sawtooth Ant Queen, attribute metal, potential battle commander, mid-level elite 9-star. "Qiongqi, can you handle it?" Lin Yan asked. Instead of responding, Qiongqi let out a thunderous roar, showcasing its strength. Its claws left deep marks on the ground as it charged towards the distant Sawtooth Ant Queen like an arrow released from a bow. However, as the ruler of the ant colony, the Sawtooth Ant Queen was not without its guards. Just as Qiongqi was about to reach its target, a swarm of sawtooth black ants appeared, blocking its path. Bang! A shadow of deep blue flashed forward, standing in front of the ant swarm. A familiar voice called from behind. "Lin Yan, we're here." Turning around, Lin Yan saw that Lu Xiaobai and Lu Dazhuang had arrived just in time. He smiled with relief. "Great timing. Let's fight together." The enemies before them were formidable, with several elite and servant-level ant beasts among them. Lu Xiaobai and Lu Dazhuang each summoned a second pet beast, with Lu Xiaobai's being elite level and Lu Dazhuang's at servant level 8 stars. According to the plan, Lu Xiaobai and Lu Dazhuang were to handle the elite ant beasts for the time being. Seeing them overwhelmed by the ant swarm tactics, Lin Yan urged, Qiongqi, hurry up. Hearing this, Qiongqi focused intently, its gaze fixed on the sawtooth ant queen. Suddenly, a stream of strong acid sprayed from the queen's mouth, narrowly missing Qiongqi. The acid hit a rock behind it, corroding it halfway in an instant. Lin Yan frowned slightly, thinking that the fire attribute should counteract the acid and metal. It was up to Qiongqi to respond. This attack thoroughly enraged Qiongqi, which instantly activated its demon god form. Terrifying flames erupted in all directions, and Qiongqi's eyes flickered with black fire as it charged at the sawtooth ant queen. Its claws left burning marks on the ground like fiery whips. Bang! With a single swipe, Qiongqi sliced off half of the queen's sawteeth, then sank its jaws into her body. Empowered by the demon god form, Qiongqi quickly incinerated the sawtooth ant queen, leaving only half of her body struggling on the ground, death inevitable. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yan ordered Qiongqi to assist Lu Xiaobai and Lu Dazhuang while the reinforcement lasted. With Qiongqi's help, they quickly turned the tide and successfully cleared the sawtooth ant colony from the area. After the battle, Lu Dazhuang pointed to a spot and asked, "What is this?" Lin Yan stepped forward to inspect, discovering some natural spiritual items mixed with man-made objects. "It seems these ants collect everything," he mused. "There are some spirit herbs, but they aren't useful to us. I'll store them in my ring, and we'll sell them back in town to split the profits." Both agreed to Lin Yan's suggestion. Just then, Lin Yan noticed an old letter wrapped around a spirit herb. Carefully unfolding it, the writing was faint but legible. "Master both Han and Song, connect east and west. Li Hongzhang." Puzzled, Lin Yan pondered, Li Hongzhang? Qing dynasty. This unexpected discovery left him deep in thought, wondering what connection this letter might have to the mysterious underground world. "Lin Yan, should we destroy all the eggs here?" Lu Dazhuang's voice came from behind, interrupting Lin Yan's thoughts. Lin Yan turned around, his gaze falling on the rows of ant eggs on the ground not far away. These eggs were wrapped in a white membrane, and the young ants inside were faintly visible. He crouched down, carefully inspecting each egg, a slight frown on his face, with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. "Most of them have mid-level elite potential, but..." Lin Yan's voice held a hint of excitement. "A few have reached top-level elite." This scene reminded Lin Yan of his experiences in Qing. At that time, he was short on money and could only choose a mid-level elite wind eagle. He clearly remembered that a mid-level elite pet beast cost over 200,000 Longwa currency, while a top-level elite one was close to 500,000. Lin Yan stood up, his gaze sweeping across the entire ant nest as he quickly calculated. Although these exotic beasts have strengths similar to the big three, their evolution paths are rare. It's hard to find a clear evolution method on the market, so an egg is probably worth around 150,000. He was secretly delighted. Being one of the few who knew the evolution routes of various exotic beasts, he saw the value in them. Although the unit price wasn't high, there were nearly 20 eggs right before him. Lin Yan quickly took out several large urea bags from his storage space, his voice filled with barely contained excitement. "Take them all. Leave none behind." The three of them immediately sprang into action, carefully packing each bucket-sized egg into the bags. In no time, the entire ant nest was cleared out. Lin Yan stored other materials into his storage ring, while the bags filled with eggs were carried by the three of them together. "What about this ant nest?" Lu Xiaobai asked, looking at the now empty hole. Lin Yan turned to Lu Dazhuang. "Dazhuang, have Huang Daxian seal the entrance." Lu Dazhuang nodded, summoning Huang Daxian. Huang Daxian lowered its head and used its skills, with a dark yellow light glowing above its head, forming large earth and stone spheres. Boom, boom, boom. After a few loud noises, the dust settled, and the ant nest had turned into a small, gentle mound. "Xiaobai, let your pet out too," Lin Yan said as he tied several urea bags onto Xiaoping. "3 of us can't carry them all." "Good boy, Xiaoping. Take them back, and I'll give you a treat." Through the forest, the three of them squeezed onto a small motorbike, moving slowly. In the sky, Xiaoping flew with several urea bags in tow, while Wangu, carrying 2 bags, ran to keep up. Lin Yan took the chance to chat. "By the way, Xiaobai, where are you from?" "I'm from Qingcheng, and Dazhuang is from the northeast." "Me? I'm from Western Hunan," Lu Xiaobai replied. "Western Hunan." Lin Yan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be the legendary corpse walkers of Western Hunan? But he only thought about it, and didn't jump to conclusions. Back in Shanghai, the three headed straight to the market, selling all the sawtooth black ant eggs for a little over 150,000 each. They also sold some unnecessary materials and spiritual items, earning a total of several million Longwa currency. They split it evenly, each receiving over 1 million, which was a considerable sum for Lin Yan. Afterward, they returned to the task building at the Shanghai Martial Arts Academy to complete the task of clearing out the sawtooth ant nest. Each received 10 academic credits as a reward. Now, with 20 credits in hand, Lin Yan decided to try his skills in the simulation training room. At this point, his Qiongqi had reached the peak of elite level 8 stars, and it was the perfect opportunity to push for 9 stars, taking another step towards becoming a gold-level beastmaster. Standing before the imposing mimicry training hall, Lin Yan gazed up at the massive structure. This building was about the size of a district in Qing and was topped with a huge glass dome. Through its translucent shell, he could vaguely see the interior divided into separate training rooms, each featuring different terrains like forests, lava, and waterfalls. The entire facility had one level above ground and one below. Lin Yan couldn't help but marvel. How many Dragon Country coins must it have cost to build such a facility? No wonder it's in the international metropolis of Mordor. Just then, a staff member approached and asked, "Hello, would you like to book a mimicry training room?" Lin Yan nodded and inquired, "What types of mimicry training rooms do you have here?" The staff member explained in detail, "We have single attribute and multi-tribute training rooms. Single attribute rooms cost 5 credits per hour, while multi-tribute rooms are more complex. 2 attributes cost 10 credits per hour, 3 attributes cost 20 credits per hour, and the cost increases exponentially. This is because the more attributes, the more difficult and resource-intensive the mimicry becomes." Lin Yan nodded in understanding, recognizing that such fees were reasonable given the significant investment in the facility. "Do you have a dual attribute room with fire and dark attributes?" "I'd like to book it for 2 hours, Lin Yan asked, knowing he had exactly 20 credits to spare. The staff member confirmed, "Yes, we do." They then led Lin Yan through a secure internal passage to the designated training room. "Here it is. The mimicry and spiritual power will automatically stop after 2 hours." Lin Yan entered the training room, closed the door, and the timer began. He noticed a nearby lounge for beast tamers, well equipped with snacks and drinks. "Go ahead, Qiongqi." Lin Yan summoned his beast companion and retreated to the lounge. Inside the training room, the dim environment was gradually illuminated by flowing lava. Qiongqi felt the surge of fire attribute's spiritual power, and its flames intensified, letting out a powerful roar. Suddenly, black flames emerged from the ground, enveloping Qiongqi. The spiritual power of fire and darkness quickly filled the space. As time ticked by, Qiongqi's aura steadily grew stronger. After an hour and a half, it sensed its spiritual power reaching a critical point and let out a thunderous roar. Elite level 9 star. Lin Yan also felt a surge of refined spiritual power, further enhancing his own strength. He thought to himself, "With this, winning the freshman competition will be a breeze." In the battle arena of the Magic City Martial Arts Academy, the spectator seats are divided into 3 sections: combat, comprehensive, and support. All combat and comprehensive department students participate in the individual competition, and a few from the support department have also signed up. The team competition requires groups of 3, allowing students from any department to team up freely. Lin Yan is participating in both the individual and team competitions, with his team naturally comprising his roommates from Dorm 301. Suddenly, a commotion from the audience drew Lin Yan's attention. "Look, that's Sun Yinshua, one of the newly selected 4 campus beauties of the Magic City Martial Arts Academy," someone exclaimed. Lin Yan looked in the direction of the voice and saw a familiar figure approaching the audience. Sun Yinshua's graceful steps, attractive appearance, and elegant, slender, fair neck captivated the gaze of the male students around her. "Lin Yan, isn't that your friend?" Lu Dazhuang nudged Lin Yan with his elbow. Lin Yan simply nodded, not saying much. At this moment, he was more focused on the rewards of the freshman competition. With his current strength, participating in this competition seemed like shooting fish in a barrel. He thought to himself that if Sun Yinshua's pet beast had also evolved, she might be able to give him a good fight. Just then, Sun Yinshua bounced over to Lin Yan, bent slightly, and feigned anger. "Hey, Xiaoyan, why didn't you say hi when you saw me?" Lin Yan looked up and met Sun Yinshua's beautiful eyes, teasingly saying, "Miss Su, greeting you could cause quite a stir." He gestured towards the audience, where the reactions of the male students varied. Some were surprised, some regretted, some were angry, and some even glared at Lin Yan as if they wanted to devour him. Sun Yinshua huffed lightly. "Oh, that's my fault then, causing trouble for my brother." With that, she sat down not far from Lin Yan. Lin Yan just smiled without saying more and started thinking about his competition strategy. With an energetic and passionate opening speech, the atmosphere in the arena instantly reached a fever pitch. "The Magic City Martial Arts Academy freshman competition begins now," the host announced loudly. Then, the match order was drawn. Lin Yan watched the blue screen in front of his seat, where the names and student numbers of all the participants rapidly paired up. Soon, each student's screen displayed their match order and opponent information. The venue was divided into 6 battle platforms, allowing 6 matches to take place simultaneously. Field 1, Round 1. Combat departments Lu Xiaobai versus comprehensive departments Zhao Ziang, the broadcast announced. Lu Xiaobai stood up. "I'm off." Lin Yan encouraged. Go, Xiaobai, you're the best. Lu Dazhuang also waved his arm and laughed. Yeah, give that Zhao Xiang a good beating, huh? The beast masters from both sides took their positions on field 1. With the referee's signal, the match officially began. Come out, Wangu. Lu Xiaobai shouted. A chilling skeleton pet appeared in the arena, unsurprisingly causing a gasp from the audience. Oh my gosh, what is that thing? Lin Yan stared at the skeletal figure engulfed in eerie flames on the field, gasping in disbelief. The sinister white bones clearly once belonged to a living person, now reduced to this haunting form. At that moment, Zhao Xiang from the comprehensive department summoned his own pet beast. A fox with a fiery red coat appeared in the arena, most striking for the third eye on its forehead. The system displayed, species three-eyed fire fox, attribute fire, potential lower lord, level elite 4-star. But Zhao Xiang didn't stop there. He quickly summoned a second pet beast, a spirit beast with antlers entwined with green vines. The system displayed, species spirit antler deer, attribute wood, potential upper general, level elite 1-star, healing type pet beast. Lin Yan quickly analyzed the battle situation. He knew the comprehensive department's tactical style, a typical wild king with soft support strategy. The support type pet beast enhances the main attacker's output, allowing the main battle pet to finish off opponents. Wangu, attack. With the command, the skeletal figure ignited with ghostly flames, skillfully drawing a long sword formed from its spine, and charged towards Zhao Xiang. The spirit antler deer immediately blessed the three-eyed fire fox, significantly boosting its flame power. The fox conjured several fireballs, hurling them at the ghostly skeleton, dislocating its bones. But the skeleton simply twisted slightly, setting its misplaced bones right. Seeing this, Lu Xiaobai decided to hold nothing back and summoned his second pet beast, a winged bone fish capable of flying. The system displayed, species abyssal bone fish, attributes dark, ghost, water, potential mid-lord, level elite 1-star. Wangu, bone fish, defeat them, Lu Xiaobai calmly ordered. With the abyssal bone fish in play, the battle quickly turned in their favor. The bone fish entangled the spirit antler deer, while the ghostly skeleton focused on the three-eyed fire fox. Each sword strike left deep scars on the fox, whose fiery attacks couldn't destroy the skeleton's frame. Worse still, the skeleton could repair itself by consuming spiritual power. In just half a stick of incense's time, Lu Xiaobai claimed victory. Xiaobai is amazing. Lu Dazhuang cheered loudly from the stands. Soon after, the broadcast announced, Field 1, second round. Battle departments Lin Yan versus support departments Chun Lele. Support department? Lin Yan paused. Is this a free win for me? Go, Xiaoyan. Sun Yinshua cheered on Lin Yan with clenched fists. Lin Yan waved casually with a smile, appearing relaxed. No big deal. On court 1, Lin Yan faced his opponent, Chun Lele. Dressed in sportswear, Chun Lele looked bright and handsome. He extended his hand in greeting. Hi, I'm Chun Lele, looking forward to our match. Hello, I'm Lin Yan. Lin Yan responded politely. With both competitors ready, the referee announced, let the match begin. As the signal sounded, Lin Yan called out, come forth, Xiaoping. A golden figure soared into the air, its sharp eagle eyes fixed on the opponent. Chun Lele grinned. Hee, don't underestimate a support-type beast tamer. Come out, Xiaogu. Suddenly, a giant mushroom creature appeared on the field, its four sturdy legs supporting a vibrant red cap. This was a mesmerizing mushroom monster, a wood-poison dual attribute, elite level 5-star lord-class pet beast. Its most powerful skills were hypnotic powder and poison powder, which release spores with hallucinogenic effects, causing enemies to be poisoned for up to 15 minutes. Additionally, it had regenerative abilities and 4 evolutionary paths, ultimately evolving into an undying tree. Xiaogu, use hypnotic powder. At Chun Lele's command, the mushroom monster shook its head vigorously, dispersing green dust rapidly through the air. A protective shield rose around the arena to prevent the spores from affecting the audience. Xiaoping spread its wings, creating a strong gust as Lin Yan ordered. Xiaoping, gale slash. 2 fierce wind blades descended from above, but the agile mushroom monster dodged most of them, only sustaining minor scratches. Regenerate. Green light enveloped the mushroom monster, and its wounds quickly healed. Seeing Xiaoping's wind wall struggling to fully block the spores, Chun Lele summoned a second wood attribute support pet to enhance the mushroom monster's skills and apply a blue buff. Soon, the entire field was filled with visible spores, and Xiaoping's attacks began to falter. Sensing the danger, Lin Yan decisively revealed his trump card. No more holding back. I'm going all out. Come forth, Qiongqi. A colossal fiery beast descended with a roar, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The audience erupted in gasps. Oh my gosh, what kind of pet beast is that? It's amazing. Is he really a freshman? That's a top-tier player. It's an elite level 9-star. The results from the blue ring scan caused an even greater sensation. Even Sun Yinshua looked at Lin Yan's pet beast with astonishment. It had evolved again. The terrifying eyes of the flaming giant beast fixed on Chun Lele, and an inescapable sense of oppression coiled around her like a python, suffocating her. You're really a freshman? Chun Lele asked incredulously, her voice trembling slightly. To have nearly the strength of a gold-level beastmaster right after starting university, this talent is truly terrifying. Lin Yan took a deep breath, slightly tilted his head, and said calmly, I just worked hard in places where you couldn't see. Seeing Lin Yan's demeanor, a hint of admiration flashed in Chun Lele's eyes. As expected, there's a reason for the success of someone like you. I understand now, Master Yin. Thank you for the lesson. She bowed gratefully, then raised her hand toward the referee and shouted, I concede. After all, he was a 9-star elite. Not to mention, there was a 7-star elite golden eagle in the sky. Encountering such a formidable opponent, what could she possibly use to fight? Round 2 on field number 1, Lin Yan wins, the referee announced, his eyes full of approval. Suzhou hadn't seen such a promising talent in a long time, and even in one of the 6 great academies, the Martial Arts Institute of the Magic City, someone like Lin Yan was a rarity. As Lin Yan returned to the stands, he heard Lu Dazhuang praising him. Amazing, Lin Yan, you're definitely the top contender. Let's keep it low-key, Lin Yan said with a smile, patting Lu Dazhuang on the shoulder. Your turn is coming up, Dazhuang. Good luck. Lu Dazhuang was realistic about his abilities. I'm just here to gain some experience. I have no expectations for rankings. Field number 3, round 3. Combat Division Lu Dazhuang versus Combat Division Wang Xiaolong. As the announcement echoed, Lu Dazhuang immediately stood up, ready to go. Go for it. Victory is yours. Lin Yan and Lu Xiaobai cheered together. Both were Combat Division Beastmasters, so their fight was straightforward. It was a clash of elements and physical strength. Lu Dazhuang and Wang Xiaolong were evenly matched, with their pet beasts at similar levels. After a fierce battle lasting half an hour, Lu Dazhuang narrowly claimed victory. Following that, Sun Yinshua from the Comprehensive Division won her match with absolute strength, once again igniting the atmosphere. Such a beautiful school belle with such prowess, who in the entire Martial Arts Institute of the Magic City could possibly match her? Inevitably, the image of Lin Yan standing beneath the flaming giant beast came to everyone's mind. After numerous elimination rounds across 6 fields, only 100 freshmen remained. Lin Yan, Sun Yinshua, Lu Xiaobai, and Lu Dazhuang were among them. Additionally, there were a few familiar faces: the 3 exchange students from the White Bear Nation, Nikolai, Karen, and Paul. The next day, the freshman competition entered the point stage. The Martial Arts Institute of the Magic City announced 100 students would be divided into 5 groups: A, B, C, D, and E. The top 2 from each group would advance to the finals. They also announced the competition rewards. The top 50 would receive 10 academic credits. The top 10 would receive 5 Warlord-level crystal cores and 30 credits. The third-place winner would receive 1 Lord-level crystal core and 50 credits. The runner-up would receive 3 Lord-level crystal cores and 70 credits. The champion would be rewarded with 100 credits and a pet beast egg with Lord-level potential. Hearing about the pet beast egg with Lord-level potential, Lin Yan's eyes lit up. He thought to himself, I'm about to reach the gold level. Isn't this perfect timing? It seems this prize is destined for me. The Martial Arts Academy in the Magic City carefully considered the grouping of these 100 new students, ensuring that top fighters wouldn't be concentrated in a single group. Based on previous competition results, some seed players were discreetly marked and distributed among 5 groups. Lin Yan was placed in Group A, alongside a seed player who was an exchange student from the White Bear Nation, Nikolai Karen. Group B included Sun Yinshua and Lu Xiaobai, while Lu Dazhuang was in Group D. On the field for Group A, the point match was about to begin. The host announced loudly, Group A, Combat Divisions Lin Yan versus Comprehensive Divisions Nikolai Karen. The students of the academy, initially sluggish due to the early hour, suddenly perked up, and the stands erupted with excitement. Wow, what an explosive start. 2 seed players, who will win? It has to be Yin the Great. He's a 9-star elite. You're mistaken, my friend. That foreigner's Thunder Bear isn't bad either. Lin Yan and Karen faced each other. Nikolai Karen placed his right fist to his chest and gave a gentlemanly bow. Your opponent is the captain of the White Bear Nation's Royal Martial Arts Academy exchange team, Nikolai Karen. Lin Yan politely returned the gesture. Lin Yan from the Dragon Nation. The stands echoed with cheers. Go Lin Yan. Yin the Great, you're amazing. Paul, seeing the Dragon Nation audience cheering for Lin Yan, was disgruntled and slapped his thigh as he stood up, shouting, Karen, good luck. The referee announced. Both summoners are in position. The match begins. Lin Yan raised his right hand and said in a deep voice, Come forth, Qiongqi. Instantly, an ancient fire beast appeared out of thin air, and a wave of heat swept across the arena, not only raising the temperature, but also igniting the atmosphere. Karen, not to be outdone, summoned his pet Beasta Thunderstorm White Bear. This bear had a lightning attribute, potential at mid-tier Lord level, and was at elite 6-star level. It possessed two powerful skills, Thunder Armor and Thunder Grip. Thunder Armor could concentrate lightning power on its body to form a defense with a paralyzing effect, while Thunder Grip gathered lightning power in its paws to create a thunderstorm effect when attacking. Lin Yan thought to himself, elite 6-star already. It's only been a few months since we last met, and back then, it was only an elite 3-star. It seems he used that Spirit Ascension fruit for such progress. He told Qiongqi, do as you see fit. On the battle platform, the two beasts faced off. On one side was the polar creature surrounded by lightning, the thunderstorm white bear, and on the other was the terrifying giant beast exuding hellfire, the ancient fire beast Qiongqi. The battle was about to begin. The thunderstorm white bear broke the silence first, with lightning surging from its paws, charging towards Qiongqi. The crackling of electricity was loud, and Thunder Armor was fully activated. Unyielding, Qiongqi opened its mouth and unleashed a stream of hellfire to counter. Sizzle, sizzle. Even with the defense of Thunder Armor, the white fur of the thunderstorm white bear was scorched black by the hellfire. The intense pain made it roar in anger. The bear glared at Qiongqi, thinking, hold on a little longer. I'm almost close enough. Bang! The two beasts finally collided, and the forces of fire and lightning exploded upon contact, causing a deafening blast. The massive energy created a shockwave, rippling outward like waves. Lin Yan and Karen had to immediately raise their arms to shield their heads, bracing against the powerful impact. Even so, Karen was forced back several steps by the powerful shockwave. Looking back at the center of the field, Qiongqi remained as steady as a rock, while the thunderstorm white bear had been pushed back over 10 meters. Qiongqi seized the opportunity to continue its assault, spewing scorching flames. In the blink of an eye, the bear's thunder armor visibly weakened. Quickly assessing the situation, Karen decisively raised her hand in surrender. I concede. She knew well that Lin Yan's strength far surpassed her own. Moreover, in a points match, overexerting her spiritual power would be detrimental to future battles. This way, she saved her strength and aimed for the second spot in Group A. The referee's voice echoed throughout the arena. Lin Yan wins the Group A points match. Instantly, the atmosphere in the arena became electrifying. On the big screen, Lin Yan's points changed from 0 to 1. Amidst the audience's eager gazes, Lin Yan slowly returned to his seat. Lu Dazhuang gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, Lin Yan, you're amazing. Lin Yan had just sat down when Lu Xiaobai stood up. Barely having time to savor the previous battle, the next match was already starting. Lu Xiaobai versus Sun Yinshua. Go for it, Xiaobai, just do your best. Lin Yan encouraged. He was well aware of Sun Yinshua's formidable strength. Even though Lu Xiaobai's pet beast had the potential of a monarch, Sun Yinshua's pet was undoubtedly of a higher level. The last time they met, her charm fox was already at elite 3-star, and that was without using any spirit-enhancing fruits. Lin Yan turned to look and caught Sun Yinshua's eye. He sheepishly scratched his head and said with a smile, well, Yinshua, good luck to you too. Hearing Lin Yan's encouragement, Sun Yinshua happily walked towards the battle platform, her hands behind her back, skipping along. Cheers erupted from the audience. Go, goddess! Yinshua, Yinshua, take first place. Clearly, Sun Yinshua was incredibly popular among the spectators, who all hoped their goddess would claim victory. In contrast, Lu Xiaobai, with his skeletal contract, had unwittingly become the crowd's villain, an evil necromancer. The referee announced, Group B points match, comprehensive class Sun Yinshua versus combat, class Lu Xiaobai. Both beastmasters are in position. The match begins. Lu Xiaobai was the first to summon his pet, Xuanwu, cautiously watching Sun Yinshua across from him. He thought to himself, since Brother Yin said so, I must take this seriously. Xuanwu was engulfed in ghostly flames, drawing a bone sword from its spine and crouching with the sword held horizontally, ready to fight at any moment. Come out, Xiao-san, Sun Yinshua called. In the next moment, the familiar charm fox appeared on the field, now at an elite 7-star level. But Sun Yinshua didn't stop there. She continued to summon a second pet. Come out, Xiaoguang. At her call, a sacred queen butterfly gracefully flew into view. This pet had attributes of light and flight, with a potential of lower monarch level, currently at elite 4-star. Its skills included the Judgment Domain Area skill, Holy Light Group Healing skill can be applied to allies for a duration, and Holy Light Shield creates a shield of Holy Light to reduce enemy damage. The evolution path for this sacred queen butterfly had 12 options, including ultimate forms like the South Sea Illusion Butterfly and the Buddha Jade Phoenix Butterfly. In contrast, Lu Xiaobai's second pet beast seemed somewhat ordinary. He gazed at Sun Yangsu's 5-tailed enchanting fox across from him, secretly weighing his options. Although Sun Yangsu's beast surpassed his in terms of level and potential, Lu Xiaobai refused to concede defeat. He firmly believed that only through a real battle could the outcome truly be revealed. The battle was about to commence. The 5-tailed enchanting fox unleashed a chilling mental attack, while Lu Xiaobai's Xuanwu skeleton composed of countless bones countered with its unique soul power. The mysterious energy flowing through the bones bore a resemblance to psychic attributes, bringing both sides to a roughly equal footing in terms of attributes. However, reality was harsh. Lu Xiaobai had to admit that if their levels were closer, his Xuanwu might have had the upper hand. But the current level gap was too wide, making it impossible for Xuanwu to compete with the five-tailed enchanting fox. Moreover, Sun Yinshua had a powerful auxiliary pet beast watching closely, ready to restore the fox's stamina and magic at any moment. Lu Xiaobai glanced at his abyssal-bone fish and sighed inwardly. This match seemed beyond redemption. As expected, the outcome was just as Lu Xiaobai anticipated, with Sun Yinshua securing a decisive victory. The big screen promptly displayed. Group B, Comprehensive Division, Sun Yinshua wins. Sun Yinshua's score increased to 1 point. In Group A, aside from the seed players Lin Yan and Nikolai Karen, the other contestants' performances were rather unremarkable. Although some students occasionally displayed impressive skills, they paled in comparison to Lin Yan and Karen. After a whole day of fierce competition, the students within each group had faced each other once. This not only deepened their understanding of each other's pet beast strengths and characteristics, but also determined the 2 advancing contestants from each group. The 10 finalists were Group A, Lin Yan from the Combat Division and Nikolai Karen from the Comprehensive Division. Group B, Sun Yinshua from the Comprehensive Division and Lu Xiaobai from the Combat Division. Group C, Tang Yuan from the Support Division and Su Shan from the Combat Division. Group D, Lu Yifan and Lu Dazhuang from the Combat Division. Group E, Zhou Si from the Comprehensive Division and Qiongqi from the Combat Division. The next day, the highly anticipated finals officially began. The match order had been announced, with the first showdown being Sun Yinshua against Zhou Si. From the start, the goddess Sun Yinshua demonstrated an overwhelming advantage. She defeated Zhou Si effortlessly, advancing smoothly, while Zhou Si unfortunately missed out on the top 3. Next, Lu Xiaobai faced Qiongqi from the northeast. Qiongqi's thick northeastern accent immediately gave away his hometown. However, despite the amusing accent, his strength was no match for Lu Xiaobai. It wasn't long before Lu Xiaobai secured victory. Following this, the much-anticipated highlight match arrived: Lin Yan versus Su Shan. The 2 contestants slowly walked towards the center of the arena. Lin Yan sized up Su Shan. Dark skin, a square face with defined features, and clothes stretched tight by solid muscles, clearly a well-trained tough guy. As the match was about to begin, Su Shan solemnly addressed Lin Yan. "Brother Lin, I know I might not be your match, but I still wish to fight you, so please don't hold back." Lin Yan nodded slightly and replied politely, "Brother Su, you're too modest. I see that you are quite strong yourself, so please go easy on me. Come out, Ian," Su Shan commanded, summoning his pet beast. It was a rather rare pet beast, originally just a pile of lifeless rocks, but somehow it had gained sentience. Lin Yan carefully observed the massive creature, quickly analyzing its characteristics. Species, rock giant. Attribute, earth. Potential, high lord. Level, elite 5-star. Skills. 1. Boulder convergence. Gathers giant boulders to hurl at the enemy. 2. Heart of the earth. Accelerates recovery and replenishes energy while standing on the ground, though the skill duration is limited. Evolution pathways, up to 49. As Lin Yan watched the colossal rock creature, he couldn't help but ponder. Though the rock giant was indeed massive, it seemed rather inflexible and possibly not very intelligent. This duel might turn out to be more interesting than anticipated. Come forth, Qiongqi and Xiaopeng. Lin Yan's voice echoed in the arena as the 2 beasts instantly appeared by his side. Qiongqi's fire attribute was ineffective against the rock giant, as if it had met its nemesis. However, Xiaopeng's combination of metal and wind attributes perfectly countered the rock giant's earth attribute. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. Qiongqi quickly engaged Su Shan's second beast, forcing it out of the arena within a few rounds. The situation shifted rapidly as Lin Yan's beasts launched a two-known offensive. Qiongqi unleashed a fierce melee attack on the rock giant, working in perfect harmony with Xiaopeng. Despite the rock giant's formidable defense, it struggled to withstand such an onslaught. Ultimately, Lin Yan secured a decisive victory. The competition was intense, and soon the top 5 rankings were confirmed. Lin Yan, Sun Yinshua, Lu Xiaobai, Tang Yuan, and Nikolai Karen. Notably, Lu Yifan, who had previously faced Lin Yan during the special recruitment exam, didn't even get a chance to challenge Lin Yan again, as he was defeated by Nikolai Karen and failed to make it into the top 10 freshmen. After thorough discussion, the professors decided to give Lin Yan and Sun Yinshua a bye. This decision was unsurprising, given Lin Yan's elite 9-star strength, making a top 3 finish almost certain. Sun Yinshua's 2 beasts were not only incredibly promising, but also top tier in strength. Moreover, Nikolai Karen had already lost to Lin Yan, and Lu Xiaobai had been defeated by Sun Yinshua. The focus then shifted to the match between Tang Yuan and Nikolai Karen. The winner of this match would only need to face Lu Xiaobai to secure a top 3 position in the competition. Tang Yuer's appearance caused a stir in the audience. She was undeniably beautiful, with a long scorpion tail braid swaying gently in the wind. She wore a qipao with a slit up to her hip, revealing glimpses of her fair neck and slender waist, seemingly delicate enough to be held with one hand. Her long, white legs peeked through the qipao, sparking imaginations. The audience's cheers for her were second only to those for Sun Yinshua and Lin Yan, making her the second most admired beauty among the freshmen, just behind Sun Yinshua. Come forth, Hongji. Tang Yuer lightly raised her fan and pointed forward, summoning her beast. To everyone's surprise, it was a plant-type exotic beast with both dragon and blood attributes. Lin Yan exclaimed, "A dragon bloodline." He had thought he was the only one among the freshmen with a beast possessing a dragon bloodline. But it turned out Tang Yuer had a trump card as well, indicating her background was not simple. Hongji's attributes and skills were impressive. Species, dragon bloodvine. Attributes, dragon, wood, blood. Potential, upper lord class. Level, elite 5-star. Skills, 1. Bloodvine entwine. Releases an entangling skill to control enemies. 2. Bloodsuck. The entwining bloodvines can extract spiritual power from enemies to replenish itself. 3. Dragon vine lash. Vines imbued with dragon might whip the enemy. Evolution paths, 8. Unwilling to be outdone, Nicola Karen summoned his second beast, an elite 3-star support-type beast. However, against an opponent like Tang Yuer, even his formidable strength wasn't enough to advance further. The battle quickly reached its conclusion. Under Tang Yuer's relentless onslaught, Karen was defeated. Lu Xiaobai rarely spoke but reminded Lin Yan, "Tang Yuer is impressive. Yan, be careful." Lin Yan, confident and composed, waved it off, saying, "No worries, I have the edge." Thus, the top 3 of this freshman competition were determined. Lin Yan from the combat division, Sun Yinshua from the comprehensive division, and Tang Yuer from the support division. Each division had a representative in the top 3, showcasing a perfect display of strength. Next, the crucial battle to determine the rookie king was about to begin. Up next, Lin Yan versus Tang Yuer. With the host's announcement, all eyes in the arena focused on these two formidable contestants, anticipating an extraordinary showdown. Lin Yan gazed at the elegant woman before him, their eyes meeting in the air. As a battle specialist, he was up against Tang Yuer, a support-type competitor, promising an exciting showdown. Tang Yuer's lips curved slightly as she gracefully raised her delicate hand, summoning a plant-like beast, the dragon bloodvine, which emitted a faint green glow. She then called forth a second companiona, floating peony flower spirit. Despite its diminutive, human-like form, it exuded an undeniable aura of power. Species, peony flower spirit. Attributes, wood, fairy. Potential, mid-tier lord. Level, elite 4-star. Lin Yan silently analyzed his opponent's attributes. The appearance of the peony flower spirit reminded him of the ancient city of Luoye, stunning flower fairy, the sinister Genesis society, and the formidable Master Long. "Come forth, Qiongqi Xiaopeng," Lin Yan commanded, and a giant flame beast and a golden eagle appeared simultaneously. Having fought together numerous times, these two companions had developed a seamless synergy. Fire plus wind for a spread reaction. Lin Yan ordered decisively. Qiongqi's fire attributes had a restraining effect on both of Tang Yuer's beasts, making it the ideal choice. Raging flames swept forward, and although the dragon bloodvine's tendrils were imbued with draconic might, they were quickly incinerated by the hellfire. Tang Yuer frowned slightly and immediately commanded, "Peony, enhance with red branch, block the flames." Under the peony flower spirit's enhancement, the dragon bloodvine's tendrils grew wildly, barely holding the flames at bay. Meanwhile, Xiaopeng was not idle, its sharp golden feathers piercing through the tendril defenses, leaving scars on both beasts. "I concede," Tang Yuer declared decisively, unwilling to let her companions suffer injuries that might affect future matches. "Your name is Lin Yan, right? You're strong. I look forward to learning from you," she said with a sincere smile. "Lin Yan wins," the referee announced, sending the crowd into a frenzy. "Woohoo! Lin Yan is amazing. Don't be discouraged, Sister Yuer, you were great." Half an hour later, the match between Sun Yinshua and Tang Yuer began. The contrasting styles of these two beauties attracted a large audience, even drawing seniors to watch. Ultimately, Sun Yinshua secured victory with the advantage of her two monarch-level companions. In the resting area, Lin Yan quietly contemplated the upcoming final. Comprehensive Sun Yinshua versus Battle Lin Yan. He had already secured second place, but the next match would be the greatest challenge. That means I can at least get 3 Lord-level crystal cores and 70 credits. Lin Yan calculated silently, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. To ensure that Lord-level potential treasure egg doesn't go to waste, I must defeat Sun Yinshua. Sun Yinshua approached Lin Yan with graceful steps, crossing her arms over her chest, a proud smile playing on her lips. Xiao Yinzi, you're about to fight me. Aren't you nervous? We can't really show our skills here. How about we find another place to battle? Lin Yan's lips curled slightly. On the battle stage of the Magic City Martial Arts Academy, I can only summon 2 pet beasts. But if we change places, he deliberately drew out his words, for elite-level pet beasts. Are you scared? Humph. Sun Yinshua elegantly sat beside Lin Yan, crossing her legs, then leaned closer to his ear and whispered, tell me the truth. Don't you have more than just these 2 elite-level pet beasts? Lin Yan was startled, but he maintained his smile and gave a slight nod. Seeing his reaction, Sun Yinshua straightened her back, her cheeks puffing out in defiance. Why is he better than me? Half an hour flew by. The final match, Sun Yinshua from the Comprehensive Department versus Lin Yan from the Combat Department. Both beast masters are in position. Let the match begin. The referee's voice echoed throughout the arena. Xiao San, Xiao Guang, make a grand entrance. Qiongqi, Xiao Peng, show your might. The audience instantly split into 2 factions. The goddess faction, mainly composed of boys, and the god faction, mainly composed of girls, with cheers resounding from both sides. For the sake of your 5th brother, defeat her. Lin Yan commanded Qiongqi and Xiao Peng. Qiongqi, unleash the demon god form. Attack with all your might. The battle erupted instantly. Qiongqi, enveloped in black flames, charged at the opponent like a harbinger of doom. With Xiao Peng's support, Qiongqi's fiery claws tore through the holy light shield of the sacred queen butterfly and scorched a large patch of the 5-tailed enchanting fox's fur. Xiao Peng, assist Qiongqi in harassing the enchanting fox and unleash the golden feather storm on that butterfly. But just as the battle was in full swing, Sun Yinshua suddenly raised her hand. I concede. Yinshua, the fight isn't over yet. Lin Yan asked, puzzled. Fight your big head. Sun Yinshua huffed, leaving the battle stage without looking back. Lin Yan was secretly delighted. Now that treasure egg is mine. Lin Yan wins. The individual competition of this year's freshman tournament concludes successfully, and the new champion is Lin Yan. The next day marked the team event of the freshman competition. Participation in the individual event was mandatory for all students in the combat and general departments, whereas the team event was voluntary, with less attractive rewards. Many students who knew they were not strong enough chose not to sign up, and only 20 teams were formed from the 3 departments combined. On the battle stage, Lin Yan stood at the front as the team captain, with Lu Xiaobai and Lu Dazhuang flanking him. Opposite them were 3 exchange students from the White Bear Nation. Lin Yan smiled and greeted Chiron. Chiron, we meet again. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Yan quickly summoned 6 pet beasts. Chiron's side was also quick to call forth their own pet beasts. Lin Yan was surprised to see that Paul's goblin pet had evolved. He quickly assessed it. Species, goblin swordsman, potential, fighting, fairy, potential, lower lord, level, elite level 3-star. Lin Yan turned to Lu Xiaobai and suggested, let Xuanwu have a go against that goblin. They're both sword users. Lu Xiaobai nodded in agreement, seeing it as a good opportunity for Xuanwu to gain experience. He called out to Xuanwu. Go ahead, Xuanwu, friendship first, competition second. Xuanwu responded immediately, swiftly drawing its spine-bone sword. Blue flames enveloped the bone sword, creating a dazzling line of fire in the air. With a bang, Xuanwu launched forward like an arrow, charging at the goblin swordsman. The goblin swordsman wielded an alloy greatsword purchased from the mall, a product of human ingenuity, hard and sharp. With a clang, the blue flaming bone sword clashed with the alloy greatsword. Blue ghostly flames flaring up instantly, scorching the goblin swordsman's skin. Despite this, the goblin swordsman's potential and level were clearly inferior to Xuanwu's, and it was forced to retreat after only a few rounds. The goblin swordsman, clearly unwilling to accept defeat, made gurgling sounds, as if saying, have you ever seen anyone of the same rank better than me with a sword? No, let's fight again. The 2 engaged in another fierce battle, but Xuanwu continued to firmly suppress the goblin swordsman. The situations on the other sides were self-explanatory. In the individual event, Nikolai Chiron had already lost to Lin Yan, and it was impossible for him to have improved so much overnight. The exchange students from the White Bear Nation were not weak, and Chiron was no exception, but their opponent happened to be the rookie king, Lin Yan. Before long, the battle concluded with victory for Room 301. Ultimately, the team event champion was claimed by the Room 301 team. Lin Yan, Lu Xiaobai, and Lu Dazhuang each received a reward of 20 credits. After the competition, Lin Yan went to the task building to collect additional credit rewards. He now had 170 credits, converted to Longwa currency, that amounted to 17 million. However, considering that a Lord-level crystal core cost 4 million Longwa currency, 17 million might be enough to purchase the crystal core needed for Xiaoping's evolution, but with any premium, it might not suffice. Lin Yan speculated that after Xiaoping's next evolution, it should reach monarch-level potential. By then, having 2 pet beasts with monarch-level potential would put him on par with scions like Sun Yinshua. Thinking of the 4 gold-consuming beasts at home and the soon-to-bedded new member, Lin Yan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The path to making money is long and arduous. He realized that the plan to establish a breeder association needed to be accelerated. Finally, Lin Yan arrived at the pet beast incubation building. This structure, reminiscent of the water cube in his memory, made him stop and gaze in contemplation. Like a crystal palace, the pet beast incubation building of the Magic Capital Martial Arts Academy stood before Lin Yan, its modern design making a striking impression. However, the entrance was quiet and empty, with few visitors in sight. Lin Yan pushed the door open and stepped onto the marble-tiled floor. Inside the spacious lobby, 2 towering white jade pillars stood majestically. At the front desk, a senior student with a red armband was leisurely watching videos, his feet propped up on the table. Noticing Lin Yan's arrival, he quickly straightened up and greeted him warmly. "Hey there, do you need any help? I'm the champion of this year's freshman competition, here to claim my reward," Lin Yan replied calmly. The senior student was momentarily surprised, then enthusiastically shook Lin Yan's hand. "So you're the new champion. I've heard a lot about you. Winning the title in a place like the Magic Capital Martial Arts Academy is no small feat. You'll surely become a significant figure after graduation." Eager to build a good rapport, the senior student cheerfully led the way. "Come on, follow me." As they walked, the senior student explained the layout of the pet beast incubation building. The 5-story structure had a service area on the first floor, while the 2nd to 5th floors housed incubation rooms for pet beasts of various levels. The 2nd floor contained elite-level potential pet beasts, the 3rd floor held warrior level, the 4th floor had lord level, and the 5th floor featured the highest monarch level. According to the reward specifications, Lin Yan was taken to the 4th floor. The senior explained, "Here, we have lord-level pet beast eggs. Their potential varies, depending on your luck, but at the very least, they are lower lord level, and with good fortune, they could be upper lord level." Throughout the floor, a dozen breeders were busy in glass-partitioned incubation rooms, carefully observing and recording the status of each pet beast egg. Lin Yan nodded and asked, "Is the lord-level potential pet beast egg a fixed choice, or can I choose myself?" "Of course, you can choose for yourself, depending on what you need," the senior replied with a smile. After some thought, Lin Yan decided, "I'd like to see the support-type pet beasts first." He figured that his team already had tanks, assassins, mages, and warriors, but lacked a healer to restore health and mana. In the support-type pet beast area, Lin Yan began his search. Most of the eggs had lower lord-level potential, with only a few being upper lord level. Lin Yan bypassed the lower and mid-potential options, determined to maximize his choice. Ultimately, Lin Yan selected 3 pet beast eggs that caught his interest. 1. Species, money beast, attribute. Metal, potential, upper lord level, evolution paths, 101. Ultimate forms include Pishio, Xieji, and others. 2. Species, 4 seasons spirit deer, attribute. Wood, potential, upper lord level, evolution paths, 102. Ultimate forms include Baxia, Prince Chongqing, Qiongqi, and others. 3. Species, weak water white carp, attribute. Water, potential, upper lord level, evolution paths, 99. Ultimate forms include Lingyu, Wenyao, flying fish, Kairu, and others. Each of these eggs had upper lord level potential, each with its unique features and advantages. Unfortunately, Lin Yan could only choose one, making it a difficult decision. As he contemplated the 3 high-potential pet beast eggs, Lin Yan noticed that the ultimate form of the weak water white carp seemed somewhat less impressive, at least in terms of notoriety, compared to the Pishio and Baxia. Qianma glanced at the comment section and noticed that the votes for Baxia were slightly ahead. He turned to Lin Yan with a slight smile. "Looks like it's the 4 seasons spirit deer this time." The senior gave a brief introduction to the characteristics of various pet beast eggs. After all, to ordinary people, these eggs looked identical. Lin Yan's attention was drawn to a light green egg, and he pointed to it decisively. "I want this one." It was the legendary lord-level pet beast, the 4 seasons spirit deer. The senior nodded in agreement and turned to the screen inside the room. He skillfully logged into the internal network account and recorded Lin Yan's choice in the system. After completing the process, he turned back to Lin Yan with a kindly reminder. "Do you want to take it now, or pick it up when you need it? If you take it now, the Martial Academy won't be responsible for any accidents that happen later." The implication was clear. Lin Yan thought for a moment and replied, "I'll reserve it for now and pick it up when I need it." "Thank you, senior." He knew that the pet beast incubation building at the Magic City Martial Academy not only had professional breeding staff, but also top-notch security measures. After all, who would dare to steal from the Sacred Academy? After deciding on his 5th pet beast, Lin Yan didn't rest. He headed straight to the simulated training room to enhance the strength of Xiao Peng, who had reached the elite level 7-star realm. He chose a training room with wind, wood, and metal attributes. costing 20 credits per hour. This time, he booked just 1 hour. Standing outside the large glass dome, Lin Yan watched as Xiao Peng absorbed spiritual energy in the training room. He encouraged himself. Come on, Xiao Peng. The more you absorb, the more we gain. It's like an allocaniate buffet. The less you consume, the more you lose. As the training began, the room was suddenly filled with a raging wind. The wind was mixed with a rich life force, enveloping Xiao Peng with the vitality of wood attributes. Suddenly, the wind shifted, and what was once a life-filled gale became sharp as knives, a characteristic of the metal attribute. Xiao Peng continuously improved in these two winds, greedily absorbing the rich, tri-elemental spiritual energy in the air. Suddenly, a loud eagle's cry echoed through the training room, and a surge of pure spiritual energy flowed into Xiao Peng's body. A joyful smile spread across Lin Yan's face. A breakthrough. Elite level 8 stars. Despite this, he didn't stop the training, but let Xiao Peng continue to absorb the remaining spiritual energy. At that moment, Lin Yan's phone chimed. He picked it up to see a message from his advisor. Lin Yan, Lu Xiaobai, come to my office later. Please reply upon receipt. Lin Yan grew nervous, his mind racing through his recent misdeeds in class, unsure of the advisor's intentions. He quickly sent a private message to Xiaobai. Xiaobai, what did you do? Confess honestly. Lu Xiaobai quickly replied. I didn't do anything wrong. I heard it's about an upcoming international friendly competition. Lin Yan breathed a sigh of relief, then became excited. An international friendly competition meant generous rewards. He silently vowed. For the rewards, no. For the honor of long country. I, Lin Yan, must win the competition. A moment later, Lin Yan arrived at the advisor's office, finding only the advisor inside. He took a deep breath, ready to face the challenge ahead. The air conditioning hummed softly in the room, while a comfortable sofa was placed to the side, and the table was cluttered with small gifts from students. Lin Yan and Lu Xiaobai stood beside the counselor's desk, waiting for the counselor, who was leisurely sipping tea, to announce the details of the international friendship competition. Noticing the presence of the two-star players, the counselor gently set down the glass cup and said, Lin Yan, Lu Xiaobai, next month, an international friendship competition will be held at the Jiangnan Manufacturing Bureau. Jiangnan Manufacturing Bureau? The name sparked Lin Yan's memory. He recalled learning about it during his 9-year compulsory education, though it was slightly different from what he previously knew. During the westernization movement of the Qing dynasty, the Jiangnan Manufacturing Bureau came into being. It was a time when decline and hope coexisted, with old and new ideas clashing fiercely. The founder of this bureau was none other than Li Hongzhang, the Qing's governor of Zhili, whose name Lin Yan had seen on letters. Clearing his throat, the counselor continued, given your outstanding performance in the freshman competition, the Martial Arts Institute has decided to allocate 2 spots for you. According to the Dragon Nation's beast taming law, I need to ask for your consent. Are you willing to participate in this international friendship competition? Lin Yan and Lu Xiaobai exchanged a smile and replied in unison, we're in. The counselor nodded approvingly. Excellent. The friendship competition offers generous rewards, and participation will undoubtedly be beneficial. But most importantly, don't embarrass the Dragon Nation or the Magic City Martial Arts Institute. Understood, they answered solemnly. The counselor added, in 3 days, the institute will arrange individual training for the participating students. I've already excused you from your regular classes. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Lin Yan focused on enhancing his pet beast strength while studying advanced elemental theory, handling pet beasts' mating seasons, and beast tamer command techniques. He also took the opportunity to research previous international friendship competitions. The Dragon Nation, along with 8 other countries, participated, each sending 1 martial arts institute. As a coastal city representative, the Magic City Martial Arts Institute was the obvious choice for the Dragon Nation. The friendship competition, held every 4 years, provided students with the opportunity to participate. The location varied with each event. The last one was held in the Sakura Nation, and this year it was set in the Jiangnan Manufacturing Bureau in the Dragon Nation's Magic City. On the 3rd morning, Lin Yan and Lu Xiaobai arrived at the designated venue on time. Sun Yinshua's sweet voice called out, Xiao Yanzi, over here. Lin Yan looked over to find Sun Yinshua, Tang Su Shan, and others already present. He noticed that Nikolai Karen from the White Bear Nation was absent, likely due to his unique status, making him unsuitable for such competitions. Lin Yan calculated silently, with a month of preparation left. Barring any unexpected events, his Qiongqi should advance to the battle general level, and achieving a good result in the international friendship competition should be feasible. This 9-nation league allowed students from all grades to participate, but the Magic City Martial Arts Institute had only allocated 5 spots to freshmen: Lin Yan, Sun Yinshua, Tang, Lu Xiaobai, and Su Shan. A middle-aged man in training attire stood before them with his hands behind his back and said, Hello everyone. I'm the chief instructor responsible for your month-long special training. My surname is Zhou, just call me Mr. Zhou. I've already got a general understanding of your situation. This competition is an academy battle, including individual and team events. The team event allows up to 5 members per team, requiring support, frontline, and damage roles. Hearing this, Lin Yan glanced at the other 4 freshmen, feeling pleased. Damage dealer, controller, tank, healer, and assassina complete lineup. Lin Yan glanced around, noticing that about 20 people were participating in this selection. He calculated that there should be 5 spots for each grade. The specific rules for the 9 Nations League would likely be revealed just before the competition started. Chief Instructor Zhou divided the 4 grades into 4 small teams, each led by a teacher from that grade. While Zhou and the other teachers discussed training matters, he instructed the team members to get to know each other. At this moment, Tang Yuer, wearing a cheongsam and looking slightly shy, approached Lin Yan. She said softly, "Lin Yan, could you spar with me again? My pet beast lacks experience against fire and metal types, and I hope to learn from you." This was the first time she had actively invited a boy. In a prestigious institution like the Magic City Martial Arts Academy, talented individuals like Lin Yan were rare. Besides, he was quite attractive. What girl wouldn't want to get acquainted with him? Even if they couldn't become close friends, maintaining a good relationship would be wise. Lin Yan was taken aback and looked at Tang Yuer in surprise. He politely declined. There will be plenty of opportunities to spar in the future. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuer nodded gently, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. She wondered to herself, is my charm not enough? Nearby, Sun Yinshua smiled and said, "Sister Tang, how about I practice with you?" There was a barely noticeable hint of jealousy in her tone. Tang Yuer quickly waved her hand. "No need. I know I'm no match for Sister Su." Just then, Lu Xiaobai called out, "Lin Yan, come over here." Lin Yan responded and went over to speak quietly with Lu Xiaobai. Sun Yinshua, hands behind her back, stole a glance at Lin Yan's retreating figure. She remembered Lin Yan mentioning he had a girlfriend and sensed that he only saw her as a friend. Yet, she couldn't help feeling a bit resentful. "Sister Su," Tang Yuner's voice brought Sun Yinshua back to reality. Sun Yinshua smiled. "Sorry, I got lost in thought." Sun Yinshua had been pampered from a young age. Although she had met many outstanding young men, she had never been in a relationship. Those men, despite their elegant appearance, extensive knowledge, and impressive skills, were often too rigid, insincere, or overly scheming. Compared to Lin Yan, they lacked openness, simplicity, and spontaneity. Even if Lin Yan was a bit greedy and slightly flirtatious. Chief Instructor Zhou stood at the front and announced loudly, "Everyone, go pack your bags today. Tomorrow, we'll head out of the city for training." "Yes, Instructor Zhou." Everyone responded in unison. "Dismissed," Instructor Zhou commanded. Lin Yan patted Lu Xiaobai's shoulder. "Let's go buy some necessities." Lu Xiaobai nodded in agreement. Although they had healing pet beasts, they still needed to prepare some anti-inflammatory and antidote medications for insect bites and snake venom. Fortunately, Lin Yan had a storage ring, with space equivalent to a small room. Even after storing his beloved mini motorcycle, there was still plenty of space left. As they left, only Lu Dazhuang remained in dorm 301. Presumably, he was still in class, so Lin Yan left him a message. "The two of us won't be back for a while. Take care." Upon seeing the message, Lu Dazhuang couldn't help but complain. "Darn it, I don't want to go to class." "Surely not, surely not. Surely no one else has to go to class." Outside Magic City, dense trees formed natural barriers, filtering the sunlight layer by layer. Lin Yan and his group of 5 followed closely behind a female teacher, embarking on an unknown training journey. The female teacher, though in her 30s, still exuded charm. She rode a low-ranked storm tiger, cutting a dashing figure as she led the way for Lin Yan and his 4 companions. The storm tiger's muscles gleamed in the sunlight, each step full of power. "We're almost at your freshman training location," Ms. Li's voice rang clear. "And let me remind you, the 9 Nations Tournament is unlike any competition you've participated in before. In the 9 Nations Tournament, winning comes first, not friendship. In this competition, our Shanghai Martial Arts Academy must defeat the other 8 academies. Understand?" Her words were strong and commanding, reminiscent of a general from ancient times issuing orders. The 5 students responded in unison. "Understood, Ms. Li." Outside the city of Shanghai, the terrain was mostly plains, with occasional low hills. Moving through the forest was not difficult for them, as the leaves rustled around them. Soon, they emerged from the woods into a wide-open riverbank. The winding river shimmered like silver silk. Ms. Li pointed to the plains below, teeming with wild beasts. "For the next week, you'll train here, honing your combat skills and teamwork," she said with a serious tone. "This area is considered high ground." Lin Yan and the others looked down, vaguely seeing many small black dots moving below. Lu Xiaobai couldn't help but ask, "Are those all beasts?" Su Shan's voice trembled slightly. So many." Ignoring their surprise, Ms. Li continued, "If you need any resources, let me know, and someone from the academy will purchase and transport them here. Of course, you'll need to use your credits to exchange for them." The The battle knowledge taught in class must be applied in actual combat to be effective. Mere talk on paper is shallow. True knowledge comes from practice. The scene suddenly shifted to the Pacific Ocean. The vast, endless waters have swallowed countless lives over time. Although the Pacific appeared calm, even the mightiest beast tamers were but specks against its vastness. A massive warship sailed on the sea, a large American flag painted on its side, standing out in the sunlight. Inside the command room, a soldier reported, "Sir, radar bat pets have detected a monarch-level giant squid 2,500 meters ahead." A burly white officer with a beard stood like a mountain, unmoved. He took a puff of his cigar, exhaling a ring of white smoke, and ordered in a deep voice, "Charge all 5 crystal cannons and fire collectively at 1,000 meters. Tell James to clean up the mess, and don't scare the kids." With that, he resumed smoking, gazing at the horizon where sea met sky. The scene switched again, this time to Japan. In a self-defense force camp, a short man with a mustache and parted hair was furiously smashing objects. "Damn it! Where did this cursed flower demon come from?" he roared. "Since returning from China, Lord Yamada has been injured, and now we can only seek the cabinet experts' help." After a brief pause, he continued, "All right, first send the students from the Emperor's Martial Academy to participate in the 9 Nations tournament. This tournament is at the Jiangnan Manufacturing Bureau, and we can't afford any mistakes." The group set up a makeshift shelter on a small, safe hill. The sparse trees around them provided natural cover, making it difficult for the plains beasts to spot them. Lin Yan took a camping tent out of his storage ring and quickly set it up with Lu Xiaobai's help. Not far away, Tang Yuan sat gracefully on the grass, gently wiping the sweat from her forehead. Her cheongsam slightly shifted with her movements, revealing a glimpse of her fair calf, creating a unique sight in the wilderness. Lin Yan noticed Lu Xiaobai's gaze being drawn in her direction, yet hesitated to approach. Understanding the situation, Lin Yan called out to Tang Yuan, "Can someone help me with the tent?" Xiaobai said he'll be right over. The sudden call surprised Lu Xiaobai. Lin Yan seized the moment to give Lu Xiaobai a light nudge on the leg, whispering encouragement, "Go on, Xiaobai. Hesitation leads to defeat." Although nervous, Lu Xiaobai mustered the courage to approach Tang Yuan. Lin Yan watched as Lu Xiaobai clumsily helped Tang Yuan with the tent, a knowing smile spreading across his face. He thought proudly to himself, Xiaobai's spirit beast is lifeless, while Tang Yuan's is full of vitality. This is the true balance of yin and yang, worthy of me, Yinshua. With everyone's cooperation, the tents were quickly set up. As Su Shan didn't have his own tent, he had to share one with either Lin Yan or Lu Xiaobai. At dawn, the vast black sky gradually receded, and the small river on the plains shimmered with a grayish-white light. Lin Yan grumbled softly about waking up earlier than an 8 a.m. class, and Lu Xiaobai quickly reminded him to keep his voice down, lest Mr. Li overhear. Just then, Mr. Li's voice came through. He explained that this time of day was when the South China saber-toothed rabbits were out foraging. Despite their large size, these rabbits were exceptionally quick. Today's task was to eliminate a nest of these saber-toothed rabbits. Mr. Li produced a topographic map, marked the target location, and asked them to select a leader. He emphasized that once they left the shelter, he would no longer ensure their safety. Under lush trees, no rich grass grows. You can't truly grow if always sheltered by the strong, Mr. Li said, though he secretly resolved to protect these promising young talents of Long Country from the shadows. The group responded in unison. "Understood, Mr. Li." After carefully studying the map, the 4 members, excluding Lin Yan, unanimously chose him as their leader. This was not only because of Lin Yan's formidable abilities, but also because Sun Yinshua and Lu Xiaobai were familiar with him, ensuring seamless team coordination. After some time of traveling, Lin Yan checked the map and quietly announced, "We're here." The 5 of them were now concealed behind tall shrubs, cautiously observing their surroundings, ready to face the challenges ahead. Lin Yan observed the scattered sharp-toothed giant rabbits foraging nearby. Their razor-sharp teeth easily sliced through the thick spiritual grass, leaving only a short stump behind. As he watched these creatures, he silently assessed them. Race sharp-toothed giant rabbit, attribute wood, potential lower-tier battle general, level elite, grade 7 star. The 5 rabbits were scattered, each only at elite levels 6 to 7. He stroked his chin, contemplating how to handle these cunning creatures. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. If we alert them, it won't be easy to catch them all at once, Lin Yan muttered to himself. Sun Yinshua suggested, "How about each of us focuses on one?" After a brief discussion, the 5 of them agreed on a strategy. Each person would target one sharp-toothed giant rabbit. If a rabbit fled, they would follow closely. If it entered a burrow, they wouldn't risk following it in, instead choosing to wait outside. Although this might allow some rabbits to escape, safety was the priority. Meanwhile, Lin Yan dispatched his flying pet, Xiao Peng, to scout from the air. The rabbits were sizable, and with Xiao Peng's keen eagle vision, it could easily spot them even among the tall shrubs. Xiaopeng only needed to track the rabbit's burrow entrances and escape routes. At that moment, Lin Yan truly appreciated the value of having an aerial reconnaissance unit. Each of the 5 approached their target. Lin Yan was the first to give the command. Come out. Qiongqi, Xiaopeng. Qiongqi, use hellfire. Hearing his voice, the others summoned their own pets. Come out, Xiaosan. Come out, Wangu. Come out, Hongji. The battlefield echoed with their calls. The rabbits, startled by the sudden appearance of humans, leapt high in fright. Upon seeing the accompanying fiery beasts, they bared their teeth, taking a threatening stance. As the fire attack came, the agile rabbits leapt out of harm's way. The hellfire missed, leaving a large charred mark on the ground. Though fierce, the sharp-toothed giant rabbits were not foolish. Realizing the beasts were far stronger, they hesitated to engage and showed signs of retreat. Lin Yan quickly ordered, Qiongqi, engage it up close. Responding to the command, Qiongqi dashed forward like lightning. The rabbit was forced to fight back, its sharp teeth aiming for the flaming claws. With a sizzle, flames erupted in the rabbit's mouth, snapping half a front tooth. Goo! The excruciating pain elicited a shrill scream, and the fur around its mouth was singed. Seeing this, Lin Yan called out, Xiaopeng, assist Qiongqi. From above, Xiaopeng responded, sending gusts of wind. The rabbit, caught off guard, was left with deep wounds across its body. Qiongqi seized the opportunity, unleashing a terrifying blaze, amplified by Xiaopeng's winds, turning the rabbit into a fiery roast. A tempting aroma wafted through the air, and Lin Yan couldn't help but savor it. Smells delicious, like braised rabbit head. Meanwhile, on the other fronts, Sun Yinshua and the others skillfully handled their opponents, though not as swiftly as Lin Yan. With Qiongqi and Xiaopeng's seamless cooperation, Lin Yan defeated his rabbit in less than 15 minutes. He then directed Qiongqi to assist the others, speeding up the battle's conclusion. Lin Yan, meanwhile, retrieved an alloy dagger from his storage ring and searched through the fragrant rabbit's carcass. Got it. An elite grade would attribute crystal core, he exclaimed, tossing it into Xiaopeng's mouth. At this point, such crystal cores were mere snacks for their pets. Lin Yan couldn't help but reminisce about the lengths he'd once gone to for a few of these cores. Don't let them escape. With a comrade fallen, the remaining rabbits attempted to flee. The battle continued, but the roles of hunter and prey had quietly shifted. Chase, Lin Yan commanded, as Xiaopeng spread its wings and soared towards the huge, sharp-toothed rabbit that had leaped nearly 10 meters. As a silver-level beast master, Lin Yan and his team's physical strength was enough to sustain a run for several kilometers. The 5 of them split up to pursue it, and before long, Lin Yan met up with Sun Yinshua and Su Shan at the foot of a small hill. There was an earthen cave at the base, and Xiaopeng circled above, letting out a sharp eagle cry. At the same time, Lu Xiaobai and Tang Yuer reached another cave entrance. Su Shan, you stand guard outside, Lin Yan instructed. Kill the giant rabbit if you see it. Su Shan nodded in agreement. His rock giant was large and not suited for cave combat. Xiaopeng also remained outside, circling high in the sky as a lookout. Lin Yan and Sun Yinshua cautiously entered the cave. They had only taken a few steps when the ground suddenly shook violently. The two stood alertly behind the Qiongqi, which was engulfed in flames, staring into the dim passage ahead. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy footsteps grew closer, causing small stones to rain down from the cave ceiling. Lin Yan frowned. This didn't sound like just one giant rabbit. Could there be a group? He calculated silently, knowing that if Qiongqi couldn't hold them back, he could summon other beast companions. Meanwhile, in another passage, Lu Xiaobai and Tang Yuer faced off against 4 elite-level 6-star sharp-toothed rabbits. The Wangu stood with its ghostly spine, sword ready at the front, while the dragon blood vine had already covered the cave walls, poised to strike. Damn it! Lu Xiaobai cursed under his breath, instinctively reaching out to protect Tang Yuer. Tang Yuer brushed his arm aside with her fan, calmly saying, I'm stronger than you, step back. Lu Xiaobai retreated awkwardly by half a step. Hongji entangle, Tang Yuer commanded, and the dragon blood vine instantly lashed out at the giant rabbits. The rabbits' sharp teeth tore through the vines, but new ones quickly grew back, continuing to entangle them. Wangu, heavily injure one. Lu Xiaobai ordered decisively. Wangu darted forward like lightning, swinging its sword at a rabbit momentarily trapped by the dragon blood vine. Slash! The blue flame of the sword cut through, and blood spurted out. The rabbit let out a piercing scream, violently breaking free of the vines and lunging with its gaping maw towards Wangu. Wangu was fearless, having faced life and death many times before. As the sharp teeth approached, it swiftly thrust its sword, slash, piercing from the throat through to the back of the head. The blue flame on the bone sword was doused by the blood, and the giant rabbit's life force quickly ebbed away. With a thud, the body hit the ground. Wangu swiftly flicked his wrist, withdrawing the bone sword. He held the sword horizontally in front of him, letting his bony fingers glide along the blade. igniting blue flames once again that illuminated the dark cave. Bonefish, go help Wangu. Lu Xiaobai commanded, and the abyss-bone fish responded, swiftly flying to Wangu's aid. It immediately used its skills to disrupt the remaining 3 sharp-toothed giant rabbits. Although slightly disadvantaged in level, the 4-3 scenario quickly turned the tide of the battle. Under the precise guidance of Lu Xiaobai and Tang Yuan, the 3 not-so-intelligent beasts no longer posed a threat. Meanwhile, Lin Yan's situation was far from optimistic. The formation he faced was clearly more perilous than Lu Xiaobai's. A massive, menacing sharp-toothed giant rabbit stood at the forefront, displaying its attributes. Species, sharp-toothed giant rabbit. Attribute, wood. Potential, lower-tier battle general. Level, 1-star battle general. This was clearly the leader of the group. Behind it, 3 or 4 elite-level sharp-toothed giant rabbits were eyeing their prey, ready to attack at any moment. Lin Yan stood in front of Sun Yinshua, a confident smile on his face. Yinshua, step back a bit. It's been a while since I've gone all out. His voice carried a hint of excitement. Come out, Xuanwu Xiaotian. At Lin Yan's call, a massive figure suddenly appeared in the earthen cave, making the previously spacious passageway feel cramped. A bone-chilling cold emanated from the turtle shell, dropping the surrounding temperature. The powerful aura forced the sharp-toothed giant rabbit king to involuntarily retreat a few steps. Next, a giant serpent covered in crimson jade scales emerged, its cold, snake-like eyes fixed on the sharp-toothed giant rabbit king, exuding a mysterious energy that distorted the light around it. Sun Yinshua looked on in astonishment at the sudden appearance of the 2 companion beasts, momentarily at a loss for words. This Yu, though well-versed in many things, she could still sense the extraordinary presence of these 2 beasts. Especially the ice-cold giant turtle, which had a dragon-like head, indicating its potential was at least at the monarch level. Even more shocking was the serpent, which had a spatial ripple around it, suggesting Lin Yan had contracted a space-type companion beast. Watching Lin Yan's back, Sun Yinshua felt increasingly that this man was enigmatic. Judging by his displayed strength, his future achievements would not be low and might even surpass her father's. What do you think, Yinshua? Am I stronger than you? Lin Yan said with a smug smile. Sun Yinshua blushed slightly, gave a light humph, and didn't reply. Qiongqi and Xuanwu coordinated perfectly, and the long-lost evaporation reaction reappeared. Now, with the addition of Xiao Tian, who controlled thunder, fire, and space, the trio's combined attack power increased exponentially. The remaining elite-level sharp-toothed giant rabbits were left for Sun Yinshua to handle. As the second place in the freshman competition, Sun Yinshua's strength was formidable, more than capable of taking on 3 elite-level sharp-toothed giant rabbits alone. Faced with the imposing presence of the 3 beasts, the sharp-toothed giant rabbit king, despite its battle general level strength, felt the pressure mounting. Xiao Tian launched the first attack, a lightning storm flashing through the air, its fierce energy surging towards the rabbit king. Bang! A loud explosion echoed as the lightning storm detonated midair, followed by a barrage of ice and fire. Various elemental skills rained down on the sharp-toothed giant rabbit king, quickly breaking through its defenses. Burns, lightning injuries, frostbite, a series of negative effects appeared on its body. The sharp-toothed giant rabbit king, driven to madness by the assault, recklessly charged towards Lin Yan, ignoring the damage inflicted by the 3 powerful beasts. Lin Yan, watch out! Clang! With a sharp metallic clash, Lin Yan swiftly drew an alloy dagger from his storage ring, gripping it tightly with both hands as he braced against the charging giant rabbit. The tremendous impact felt like a sledgehammer, sending him flying. He staggered back several meters before finally regaining his balance. Damn it! He shook his numbed hands and coldly glared at the razor-toothed giant rabbit king not far away. A glance at his dagger revealed a large notch, rendering it completely useless. Despite 4 major enhancements to his physical body, Lin Yan still felt overwhelmed by the battle lord-level beast. The razor-toothed giant rabbit king eyed Lin Yan with curiosity, clearly surprised that such a seemingly weak human could withstand its blow. Lin Yan's 3 pet beasts quickly surrounded the giant rabbit, ready to protect their master from further attacks. Lin Yan, are you okay? Sun Yinshua hurried over, inspecting him from head to toe. I'm fine, Lin Yan replied, forcing a smile despite his trembling arms. Sun Yinshua noticed his subtle movements, but wisely chose not to comment. She thought to herself, he's always like this, too proud to admit weakness. Watching his 3 pet beasts corner the razor-toothed giant rabbit king, Lin Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He tossed the ruined dagger back into his storage ring, feeling a sense of urgency. This world was incredibly dangerous, not only with beasts but also with the Genesis society and threats from neighboring countries and across the ocean. I need enough strength to feel secure. I must upgrade my pet beasts to Battle Lord level and form beast souls for protection. Lin Yan murmured to himself. With the coordinated efforts of his 3 pets, the giant rabbit sustained more injuries and its movement slowed. The elemental combination attacks inflicted significant damage on the wood attribute beast, with lightning strikes, fire, and ice attacks in succession. Eventually, the razor-toothed giant rabbit king, unable to fend off the three, fell in a pool of blood, its fur in tatters. After defeating the strongest beast, Lin Yan's pets easily took care of the remaining minions. Lin Yan picked up a Battle Lord-level crystal core from the ground, which shimmered in the light cast by his pet Qiongqi. A Battle Lord-level crystal core, not a bad trade for taking that hit. Lin Yan smiled, examining the wood attribute core in his hand. This one is worth 500,000. Seeing that Sun Yinshua had no interest in it, Lin Yan stored the core in his storage ring. Let's go see if there's another exit on this path, Lin Yan suggested. Okay, Sun Yinshua agreed. Lin Yan recalled Xuanwu and Xiao Tian back into the beast space, leaving Qiongqi to lead the way. Sun Yinshua also recalled her pet, leaving only Xiao San to accompany them, while Xiao Guang went back to recover. The two of them and their pets quickly moved forward, encountering no other beasts along the way. Soon, they arrived at a fork in the path. Listen, Xiao Yan. Sun Yinshua suddenly tugged on Lin Yan's sleeve. Lin Yan stopped and listened carefully. There's the sound of fighting. He looked towards the source of the noise. It might be Xiao Bai and the others. Let's go check it out. Bang! A loud crash resounded as a razor-toothed giant rabbit, eyes red with rage, charged at Xuanwu, violently severing half of his arm. The bone sword fell to the ground, its blue flame extinguished. However, a thin line of blood appeared on the rabbit's throat, slowly opening. Blood spurted out as Xuanwu fell heavily to the ground like a bone sword, the fire of life extinguishing like a blue flame. Lu Xiaobai immediately rushed forward to check on Xuanwu's condition, worried that if the arm was crushed, it would not only be troublesome to heal, but also affect the upcoming Nine Nations tournament. Seeing this, Tang quickly directed the peony flower demon to use a healing skill on Xuanwu. However, for Xuanwu, a ghost-type creature, the healing effect was minimal, only barely able to mend the cracks in the bones. After a careful inspection, Lu Xiaobai sighed in relief, grateful that nothing was completely destroyed. He realized that the sharp-toothed giant rabbit wasn't strong enough to crush Xuanwu's body, and his earlier concern was unnecessary. He swiftly retrieved Xuanwu into the beast's space, using the space's enhancement to aid in self-recovery. At that moment, a black flame shot through the air, accurately hitting the sharp-toothed giant rabbit entangled with the dragon blood vine. Already exhausted, the rabbit was caught off guard by the sudden attack, its body quickly burning. Seizing the opportunity, the dragon blood vine launched an attack, its tendrils piercing the rabbit's body like sharp steel needles, instantly penetrating its form. Xiaobai, Tangyue, are you alright? Lin Yan arrived breathlessly, asking with concern. We're fine, Lu Xiaobai replied briefly. Tangyue also shook her head, indicating they were unharmed. Looking around, Lin Yan suggested, let's take a break and then continue to see if there's anything we missed. Everyone agreed, feeling a bit tired after the chase and intense battle. To prevent any further incidents, they only rested briefly before continuing to explore deeper into the cave. Suddenly, a series of small squeaks caught their attention, putting everyone on alert. Another beast? They cautiously moved forward, thinking that with the sharp-toothed giant rabbit, seemingly the master of the warren, now dead, there shouldn't be any major threats left. As they approached, they discovered 4 young sharp-toothed giant rabbits in a slightly larger cave. Despite being young, they were already a staggering 1.3 meters tall. The young rabbits glared at Lin Yan's group, instinctively aware that these intruders had violated their territory and were ready to attack. Should we kill them? Lu Xiaobai turned to Lin Yan, seeking his input. Yes, kill them, Lin Yan ordered decisively. Qiongqi obeyed immediately, not using fire but instead swiftly severing the necks of the young rabbits with its claws, ensuring a quick death. Lin Yan weighed his options, realizing that since they couldn't take the young rabbits with them, they had to eliminate them. He felt no pity for their youth, recalling the beast tied in Qing where the beast showed no mercy to human children. Leaving them could mean future harm to humans, which would be their responsibility. Sun Yinshua and Tang Yue, though girls, had no objections to this decision. The group quickly cleaned up the battlefield and collected their spoils. The number of spiritual materials in this cave was astonishing, far exceeding any they had encountered before. Divided among the 5, each would receive materials worth approximately 1 million. Although Lin Yan didn't find the materials needed for his pet's evolution, the value in Dragon Country currency was still substantial. Turns out, raiding really is a quick way to make money, Lin Yan remarked, realizing this simple truth. Just then, Lin Yan felt a surge of spiritual energy wash over him, leaving him invigorated. Have I just had an enlightenment? He wondered in surprise, recalling the historical figure Wang Yangming achieving enlightenment in Longchong, and now comparing it to his own experience in a rabbit hole. Then he realized, oh no, it's because Xuanwu has leveled up to elite level 9 stars. Let's go, Su Shan is still outside, Lin Yan said, quickly snapping a photo of the scene and sending it to teacher Li with the note, "Mission accomplished." The sky was already dimming, and they needed to return to the camp before sunset. As they emerged from the cave, the view was breathtaking. Su Shan was leisurely sitting on the shoulder of a giant rock figure, with the setting sun casting a golden glow around them. Su Shan was engrossed in reading a sci-fi novel titled Smoke Rises on Cybertron. Lin Yan captures Megatron 7 times. An absurd title that somehow felt fitting in this world where physical technology seemed as fantastical as cultivation. Suddenly, an eagle's cry pierced the air. Lin Yan looked up to see Xiao Peng circling above. "Come back, Xiao Peng," he called, extending his hand to receive the descending creature into his beast space. "Su Shan, we're back," Lin Yan shouted. Su Shan immediately jumped down from the rock giant's shoulder, smiling. "How did it go? Was the mission successful?" "Perfectly," Lin Yan replied. Su Shan scratched the back of his head sheepishly. "That's great, though I feel like I didn't help much." Lin Yan shook his head. "Don't say that. Everyone has their role." Sun Yinshua added with a smile. "Exactly, Su Shan. You're our support. How could you not be important?" Su Shan grinned bashfully. "Heh." Lin Yan urged. "Let's hurry. We need to get back to camp before dark. The predators at night aren't easy to deal with." They quickly jogged back along the path, weaving through the forest underbrush, deliberately avoiding some beasts they could defeat but preferred not to provoke. The forest was unusually quiet at dusk, with only sporadic insect chirps breaking the silence. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the woods, startling a flock of birds into flight. They all stopped abruptly, scanning their surroundings warily. Lin Yan spun around, his pupils contracting sharply. "Su Shan, watch out." Su Shan quickly turned and shouted, "Yin, protect me." With a loud bang, debris flew everywhere. The rock giant shielded Su Shan, but half of its body was shattered in the process. "Yin." Su Shan looked at the rock giant, pained by its injury and saving him. Lin Yan frowned deeply, rapidly assessing the threat before them. Qiongqi, demon god form, hellfire. They were facing a 9-star battle general-level golden patterned lion, its body covered with golden markings and teeth gleaming menacingly. Though formidable, its potential was limited to a high battle general level, unable to break through to a higher realm. Qiongqi unleashed its demon god form, spewing a blast of hellfire. However, when the flames struck the golden patterned lion, golden light flared from its body, nullifying the attack entirely. Everyone was stunned. Even the mighty Qiongqi couldn't harm this beast at all. In the critical moment, the five-tailed enchantress fox fearlessly launched a mental assault, attempting to disrupt the lion's actions. "Xiao San, go help Lin Yan," commanded the five-tailed enchantress fox, maintaining its attack. "Damn it," Lin Yan cursed under his breath. How unlucky to encounter a 9-star, war-level beast. The gap in levels was immense, completely insurmountable. Even the rock giant, known for its strong defense, was shattered in a single blow, leaving the rest of the pets unable to withstand it. Roar. Another sound echoed from not far away. More trouble? Not only did Lin Yan and his group pause in surprise, but even the golden-striped lion hesitated. The voice didn't sound local. Should they continue? The next moment, a massive figure, similar in size, burst out of the bushes and tackled the golden-striped lion. Lin Yan immediately recognized the beast. A 2-star Lord-level storm tiger. "Mr. Li," Lin Yan called out happily, looking at the familiar figure. Sun Yinshua and the others, seeing Mr. Li, finally felt relieved. "Hello, Mr. Li." Mr. Li nodded, his attention on his pet battling the war-level beast. The storm tiger's blue claws slashed through the air, creating sparks upon contact with the lion. But it was only a brief resistance before the storm tiger's mighty strength shattered the lion's defense. Its claws left a deep, alarming gash on the lion's body. Roar. The immense pain made the golden-striped lion roar to the sky. Mr. Li calmly watched the lion. If a Lord-level beast couldn't defeat a War-level one, it might as well be rebuilt. "Unleash the domain, Storm Lord," Mr. Li commanded, and a whirlwind began to swirl around the storm tiger, growing rapidly until it engulfed the lion. The golden-striped lion, never having seen such a scene, retreated a few steps, cautiously eyeing the storm tiger at the vortex's center. "Mr. Li is amazing." Su Shan couldn't help but admire the powerful presence of the storm tiger. Lin Yan merely nodded, saying nothing. It was just a small scene. He had experienced Emperor-level battles, and not just once, though he was merely a small player. The storm tiger, having unleashed its domain, dominated the golden-striped lion with absolute power. However, the lion, though not Lord-level, had formidable strength and defense. Its potential was limited by its bloodline, preventing it from advancing further, yet it had accumulated considerable experience over the years at 9-star war level. It held on for nearly half an incense stick's time against the higher-ranked Lord-level beast. Exhausted of spiritual energy, the lion was covered in wounds, its body torn by the storm like blades. Seeing it falter, the storm tiger lunged and bit the lion's neck. The golden-striped lion's breath weakened, eventually succumbing. Only then did Mr. Li turn his gaze back to Lin Yan. As the team leader, this is your responsibility, Mr. Li reprimanded sternly. Why did you recall your flying pet? If I hadn't intervened, none of you would have survived. Lin Yan hung his head, not arguing. It was indeed his lapse, recalling Xiaopeng. Thinking nothing had happened during the pursuit, he let his guard down on the return, not expecting such an event. If Xiaopeng had been scouting from the sky, this wouldn't have occurred. Learn from your mistakes. The teacher is right. Lin Yan admitted his fault. Though, it wasn't entirely hopeless. He still had an Emperor-level trump card. Using it on a 9-star war-level beast seemed a waste. But you did complete the mission successfully this time, deserving praise. Each of you will receive 20 credits. A bit of reprimand followed by a reward, a balanced approach for effective teaching. Night fell, and despite having the protection of the diamond-level Beastmaster, Teacher Li, Lin Yan summoned Xiaopeng. This wasn't due to any distrust in Teacher Li's abilities, but because Xiaopeng possessed extraordinary night vision, even surpassing that of the Lord-level Storm Tiger. Xiaopeng, go scout the surroundings and maybe catch some prey for a snack, Lin Yan said, gently stroking Xiaopeng's head. Xiaopeng nodded, spread its giant wings, and soared into the dark sky on the night breeze. The location was neither too far nor too close to the Magic City, and the beasts here typically weren't too formidable, with warlord-level beasts being the top predators. Unless as unlucky as during the day when they encountered a warlord-level 9-star golden-striped lion, Xiaopeng's level and speed should keep it out of trouble. Although both beasts and pet beasts could sustain themselves by absorbing the energy from crystal cores, as carnivores, they still inherently retained the instinct to hunt and the craving for meat. Letting Xiaopeng out was also a way for it to enjoy itself. As for Qiongqi, Lin Yan chose not to summon it. Its body ablaze with flames would act like a moving lighthouse at night, likely attracting only mosquitoes or warlord-level beasts like the golden-striped lion. The next morning, the dawn broke gently. The rising sun in the east and the retreating moon in the west created a beautiful contrast. Autumn had arrived, yet September still clung to the remnants of summer's warmth. But the morning mist was refreshing. Teacher Li personally led Lin Yan and 4 others to hunt beasts on the plains. Together, they could defeat beasts below warlord level 3 stars, but anything above that level had attack power beyond what their pet beasts could withstand. A single hit could render a pet beast powerless. Pay attention to the sequence of releasing elements. A good combination can deal several times the damage. Teacher Li instructed from the sidelines, stepping in only if there was a life-threatening situation. Su Shan, did you study advanced element theory for nothing? Teacher Li suddenly shouted. I mixed it up. Su Shan, despite his robust build, responded meekly, like a small kitten. This was a common problem left by years of Beastmaster education. Most graduates inexplicably feared their teachers. Su Shan, just listen to me and do as I say, Lin Yan said, resigned. Su Shan couldn't grasp the key points of advanced element theory quickly, so as the team leader, Lin Yan had to take charge. Fortunately, Lin Yan had no issues in this area and could efficiently command multiple beasts to coordinate their elements. Teacher Li watched Lin Yan's direction with satisfaction and encouraged, very good. That's what it looks like when you pay attention in class, right, Su Shan? Her sharp gaze shifted to Su Shan not far away. Su Shan shivered under her stare and quickly agreed. Teacher Li is absolutely right. Internally, he muttered, this tigress is too much. How much can a man endure? But then he thought, better learn quickly. Yes. Su Shan replied quietly, plotting in his mind, 30 years on the east bank, 30 years on the west bank. Don't underestimate the young. When I reach diamond level, I won't fear you. After several days of training, Teacher Li also temporarily established the team's combat strategy. Su Shan's pet beasts served as the frontline tanks, standing imposingly at the forefront of the team to shield their comrades from harm. Behind them, Sun Yinshua's 5-tailed enchantress fox and Tang Yuer's dragon blood vine handled crowd control, moving nimbly across the battlefield and ready to follow Lin Yan's tactical commands. The Holy Empress butterfly and peony flower fairy weaved through the ranks, providing buffs and timely healing to their allies. Lin Yan's Qiongqi was the main damage dealer, its dark body emanating flames and shadowy power to inflict massive damage on enemies. Meanwhile, Xiaopeng and Lu Xiaobai's Xuanwu lurked like shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to launch a lethal strike against the enemy's rear. After a week of training on the plains, the team's coordination had become increasingly seamless. Each pet beast understood its role, minimizing any waste of combat potential. At the same time, the strength of everyone's pet beasts had improved notably. Sun Yinshua's Holy Empress butterfly advanced to Elite 4-star, and Lu Xiaobai's Xuanwu reached Elite 7-star, making it the second strongest in the team after Lin Yan's Xuanwu. Su Shan's main battle pet also leveled up, enhancing its defensive capabilities. Your training will now be moved to a new location, so pack up and get going, instructed Teacher Li to the 5 of them. Clearly, the beasts on the plains could no longer offer them further progress. Despite the intense training, Under Teacher Li's protection, they could confidently and boldly command their pet beasts in battle, reaping substantial rewards. The only regret for Lin Yan was that the valuable War General-level crystal cores were taken by Teacher Li as protection fees. Escorted by a diamond-level expert, the 6 of them took half a day to reach their new training city, a magnificent seaside. "This is so beautiful," Tang Yuan exclaimed in awe at the sight before her. Under the azure sky, white waves continuously crashed against the golden beach, and a refreshing sea breeze gently caressed their faces. There was no industrial pollution, no human waste. Everything remained in its most pristine state. "You'll be training here next," Teacher Li explained. "In the Nine Nations League, you'll inevitably face oceanic beasts, so gaining experience in advance is essential." "Fantastic!" Su Shan, who hailed from inland, cheered excitedly, seeing the sea for the first time in his life. In this maritime region, there are many beast tamers who specialize in taming oceanic creatures, especially in coastal areas. Among the 6 major academies, the Sea God Martial Academy is a revered institution dedicated to training marine beast tamers. Fighting with sea monsters? Does that mean going into the sea? Lin Yan couldn't help but feel a headache. His Qiongqi was engulfed in flames, and if it went into the sea, wouldn't the water extinguish its fire? With Qiongqi's current strength, it would be unable to contend with the endless ocean and would only get submerged. Thus, Qiongqi would have little combat power in the water, relying only on its physical strength. Moreover, his Xiaopeng wasn't suited for underwater battles either. Wouldn't a bird become a wet mess in the sea? However, Xiaopeng could still launch surprise attacks on sea monsters in shallow waters by diving from high altitudes, but it couldn't engage in prolonged underwater combat. Among the 5 of them, only Lu Xiaobai's abyssbone fish and Tang Yuer's dragon blood vine could fight underwater without being affected by the environment. The others' beasts would be somewhat impacted. The group didn't start training immediately, but instead, under the teacher's guidance, chose a high ground. They ensured this place wouldn't be submerged during high tide at night and began setting up a temporary camp there. Under Teacher Li's leadership, they quickly cleared the surrounding area of any sea monsters. Once they finished, it was just noon. In the afternoon, there were no tasks, and they were free to move around, but they were instructed not to wander too far. Dismissed. Teacher Li allowed Lin Yan and the others to relax a bit, perhaps by taking a walk nearby. After days of intensive training, everyone was feeling fatigued, and it was essential to balance work and rest, not just train blindly. In a rocky area by the sea, Su Shan plopped down on a large, grassy rock, wanting to enjoy the gentle sea breeze. However, he felt an unsettling movement beneath him, making it uncomfortable to sit. Looking down, he exclaimed, "What the heck is this?" A turtle's head emerged from under his pants, though not his own. Startled, Su Shan jumped 2 meters away. "What happened, Su Shan?" Lin Yan asked, noticing the commotion. Look at that thing." Su Shan pointed at the rock where he had just sat, stammering. Lin Yan glanced at the rock covered in green grass. Species, green-haired turtle. Attributes, water, wood. Potential, servant low grade. Level, servant level 2-star. Skills, retract head. Evolution paths, 314. Ultimate forms, mountain-bearing turtle, Luo river turtle. A green-haired turtle? It's just a 2-star servant level beast. More of an oversized animal than a beast. Lin Yan didn't pay much attention to it. Given his current physical strength, even with its shell, this servant level 2-star turtle wouldn't withstand his punch. The green-haired turtle cautiously poked its head out, tilting it curiously at the humans in front of it. "It's just a little turtle. Look how scared you are." Sun Yinshua chuckled, covering her mouth. "TCH, what do you know? It was really close to my... Anyway, it was terrifying." Su Shan tried to argue, but realized some things weren't appropriate to discuss in front of girls, so he dropped it. Beasts like these, with little combat power and harmless to humans, were usually spared by beast tamers. After all, this world wasn't solely for humans. The green-haired turtle slowly stood up, extending its limbs from its shell to lift its body from beneath the sand. It gently shook itself, dislodging grains of sand, while the green grass on its back swayed. Under the gaze of several people, it moved to another spot with a slow yet steady pace, then retreated back into its shell. Seeing this, Lin Yan suggested, "Let's leave it alone and grab something to eat." "Yes, let's eat," Lu Xiaobai responded enthusiastically. Their hastily eaten breakfast from the morning was long gone, and everyone felt the pangs of hunger. Soon, a simple barbecue grill was set up on the beach. Lin Yan took a few bottles of Qingyao beer from his storage ring and placed them aside. As a dedicated wingman, he decided to create an opportunity for his good friend Lu Xiaobai to spend some time alone with Tang Yuan. "How about you and Tang Yuan go catch some fish for grilling?" Lin Yan suggested. "Sure, leave it to us." Lu Xiaobai agreed readily. Tang Yuan had no objections either. She was eager to taste freshly grilled fish. While the two went fishing, Lin Yan and the others hunted some game nearby and gathered some branches. They had Qiongqi breathe a small flame to carefully light the firewood in the grill. After a few failed attempts, they finally mastered the heat, avoiding the disaster of burning the grill. Lin Yan first grilled a few chickens, seasoning them with various spices and sauces. The enticing aroma quickly spread. Sun Yinshua, who was playing with the charming fox, smelled the fragrance and excitedly ran over, staring eagerly at the sizzling chicken on the grill. "Don't worry, it'll be ready soon," Lin Yan reassured her. At this moment, Lu Xiaobai and Tang Yue returned with a net full of fish and crabs. Before long, grilled fish, roasted chicken, and steamed crabs were all ready, their rich aromas even more tempting. Just as everyone was about to feast, Su Shan turned his head inadvertently and locked eyes with the green-haired turtle. Before he could react, the turtle snapped up the whole roast chicken from Su Shan's hand. "You little rascal!" Su Shan was furious and raised his fist to teach the uninvited guest a lesson. However, despite its slow movements, the turtle retracted its head with astonishing speed, a survival skill honed over many years. Hiss! Su Shan's fist hit the hard shell painfully, causing him to gasp. Seeing this, Lu Xiaobai intervened. "Let it be. We can't finish all this food anyway." Lin Yan looked thoughtfully at the turtle curled up in its shell and remarked, "This green-haired turtle may not be high-level, but it seems quite intelligent. It must have lived for many years." Su Shan sighed helplessly and called to the shell, "We won't harm you, come on out." The turtle seemed to understand, slowly poking its head out and cautiously approaching the group. Over the course of the afternoon, the group gradually became familiar with the turtle, even leaning against it to rest. The next day, training officially began. Unexpectedly, the training wasn't in the sea, but on a small boat. Even more surprising was that it was a spirit-powered yacht, the origin of which was unknown, courtesy of Teacher Li. "All aboard, set sail." With this command, the group embarked on an unknown journey. Despite having a diamond-level expert escorting them, they only dared to navigate near the continental shelf. The depths of the ocean concealed countless dangers, including the possibility of terrifying sea monsters. What secrets and challenges lay beneath this seemingly calm sea remained for them to explore and discover. A piercing eagle's cry echoed through the sky. Under the vast, clear blue sky, a golden-feathered eagle soared gracefully, matching the speed of a yacht gliding over the ocean. The deep blue sea stretched out below as the yacht cut through the waves, leaving a trail of white foam in its wake. "Hey, Xiaoyan, let me use it for a bit." "No way, if I give it to you, what will I use?" On the yacht's deck, Lin Yan lounged casually with sunglasses perched on his nose, legs crossed, seemingly unfazed by the blinding sunlight. The other 5 people were intently focused on the horizon ahead. "We're almost there, stay alert," Mr. Li reminded them. "We're about to reach the habitat of the giant claw crabs. These are metal-type exotic beasts with extremely dangerous metal claws." The yacht soon approached an island made of massive rocks, surrounded by sheer cliffs. The island rose dramatically from the sea like a colossal stone. They weren't planning to land. Instead, they cruised slowly along the island's edge. After circling halfway around, the yacht began to decelerate. The little pung eagle in the sky suddenly let out a cry. "It seems Xiao Peng has spotted the target. We should be there soon," Lin Yan said, calling Xiao Peng back to avoid startling the giant claw crab colony ahead. "Come out, Ian," Su Shan commanded, and his pet beast, the rock giant, leaped directly into the sea. The water was just the right depth, with the giant's shoulders and above visible above the surface. "Ian, form a stone slab and take us forward." Following Su Shan's instruction, the rock giant created a stone slab large enough to hold 6 people with its hands. "Su Shan, impressive work," Lin Yan said, removing his sunglasses and giving a thumbs up. "Hee everyone hop on." Su Shan jumped onto the slab first, followed by the others. Only Mr. Li stayed on the yacht, saying, "I'll wait for you here, looking forward to seeing your progress." The rock giant strode forward steadily, carrying the stone slab. They soon reached a spot behind a rock jutting out of the water, cautiously observing the giant claw crabs in the distance. In the transparent shallow waters, seaweed swayed with the current, and sunlight filtered through the water, casting patterns like blue amber on the seabed. In the distance, 5 or 6 pairs of metallic glistening claws could be faintly seen. "I'll be back," Lin Yan said briefly, leaping onto Xiao Peng's back. "Be careful," Lu Xiaobai cautioned. "Don't worry," Lin Yan replied with a smile, then maneuvered Xiao Peng to fly over the island's edge. Since the island's perimeter was nearly vertical, making it difficult to see from below, Lin Yan chose to observe the giant claw crab colony from above the cliffs. The color of the giant claws was distinctly different from the seabed rocks. While they were camouflaged by the rocks underwater, they became much more conspicuous when viewed from the cliff above. Lin Yan's gaze swept across the sea, and his heart raced with each giant clawed crab he spotted. 1, 2, 3. When he counted the 8th one, he couldn't help but gasp. 8 giant clawed crabs. The number far exceeded expectations, making the already challenging underwater battle even more difficult. Lin Yan focused intently on each giant clawed crab, using his abilities to quickly analyze their attributes. One, in particular, stood out. A giant clawed crab of the metal attribute, potential of lower combat general, and a combat general level of 1 star. Without a doubt, this was the Crab King. The other 7 were elite-level beasts with 6 or 7 stars, formidable in their own right. Come out, Qiongqi. Lin Yan decisively summoned his ace pet beast. Qiongqi's imposing figure appeared at the top of the cliff, and Lin Yan quickly issued a command. Stay here on the top and ambush. If we start fighting below, throw fireballs down, understood? Although Qiongqi was a powerful pet beast at elite level 9 stars, it faced limitations in underwater combat. However, its dark attribute damage was an advantage that seawater couldn't neutralize. To ensure everything went smoothly, Lin Yan demonstrated the tactics to Qiongqi with hand gestures. After reconfirming the number of giant clawed crabs, he rode back to his companions on Xiaoping, leaving Qiongqi in the high vantage point. You're back. What's the situation over there? Tang Yuan asked urgently. Lin Yan concisely reported, 8 giant clawed crabs, and one of them is their leader, likely at a combat general level. Sun Yinshua glanced around at everyone, murmuring, it seems like we might be outmatched. As the atmosphere grew tense, Su Shan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. I have an idea. Then hurry and tell us your plan, urged Lu Xiaobai. Su Shan, brimming with pride, said, we could mimic Zhou Yuan at Changbampo, charging in and out multiple times. Those crabs wouldn't stand a chance. He was rather pleased with his novel-derived inspiration. However, Sun Yinshua pointed out a critical flaw. What if you can't get out after going in? Su Shan was momentarily speechless, stammering, if I can't get out, then I can't. Lu Xiaobai looked at Su Shan with resignation. You might want to rethink your strategy. Lin Yan lowered his head in thought, weighing the situation. A direct confrontation was unfavorable, and allowing the enemy free rein was even worse. Suddenly, a plan to turn the tide formed in his mind. If favorable conditions didn't exist, they would create them. The world's rules and logic were different here, with various attributes capable of reshaping terrain, and the strong could even move mountains and overturn seas. Su Shan, Tang Yuan, Lin Yan looked up at them. Can the rock giant and dragon bloodvine modify this area? The two exchanged a glance and replied, it can be done, but it will take some time. There's plenty of time. Lin Yan nodded, beginning to lay out the plan. The rock giant used the surrounding rocks to create platforms, while the dragon bloodvine connected these scattered platforms, constructing a framework for the rock giant. The rock giant only needed to fill it with dirt and stones to form a sturdy structure. Although the process consumed a lot of spiritual energy, requiring the rock giant to rest and recharge occasionally, the vines of the dragon bloodvine added extra stability to the whole structure. Gradually, using the scattered rocks as a base, they formed a series of platforms, separate yet interconnected. Lin Yan watched as this battlefield took shape, a glint of intelligence in his eyes. He knew that this seemingly disadvantageous battle was about to undergo a dramatic change, thanks to this makeshift battleground. Although there was still a risk of falling, the situation had improved significantly compared to before. Lin Yan surveyed their surroundings, assessing their situation. On the cliff, the massive body of the Qiongqi clung to the rock face, ready to unleash fireballs at any moment. The platform was too small for it to maneuver, and falling into the sea would not only deplete a significant amount of its spiritual power, but also render its fire-based skills ineffective. The setup is complete here. Now, how do we lure the giant clawed crab over? Lu Xiaobai asked, glancing at his companions' faces. The group fell silent for a moment before they all turned to look at Lu Xiaobai. He was puzzled and asked, why are you all looking at me? Don't you have a bonefish? Lin Yan reminded him. Lu Xiaobai suddenly realized, oh right, our pet beasts aren't fast in the water, but my bonefish is quite agile. He raised his hand to summon the abyss bonefish. A fish-shaped creature made of bones appeared in the water. Despite having wings, it moved effortlessly and nimbly in the water. Go on. Be careful. Lu Xiaobai instructed the bonefish to attract the giant clawed crab. The bonefish weaved through the rocks and soon reached the vicinity of the nearest giant clawed crab. It suddenly opened its mouth, releasing a jet of black water that struck the crab half buried in sand and stones. A sizzling sound emerged as the dark, energy-infused water began to corrode the crab's shell. The giant clawed crab, feeling discomfort, shook off the sand and stones, stood up, and scanned its surroundings, quickly identifying the culprit. Snap! Snap! The angry crab clashed its claws and charged sideways toward the bonefish. The bonefish immediately turned and swam toward Lin Yan and the others. Due to its massive size, the giant clawed crab moved sluggishly among the rocks and soon fell behind. Noticing this, the bonefish deliberately slowed down. The crab, seeing the small fish seemingly exhausted, became more eager, waving its large claws as it pursued along the seabed. Lin Yan and the others, hiding behind the rocks, heard the snapping sounds approaching and became alert. It's coming, get ready. Xiao San, Dragon Bloodvine, and Wan Gu took their positions, ready to strike. Suddenly, a shadow darted out. It was the bonefish. The giant clawed crab, seeing the distance closing, recklessly smashed the rocks ahead. Behind those rocks was where Lin Yan was hiding. At the critical moment, Lin Yan grabbed Xiaopeng's outstretched claw and was lifted into the air. "Attack," he commanded. A mental shockwave, dragon vine entanglement, and Wan Gu's bone sword simultaneously struck the surrounded center. The giant clawed crab froze in place, immobilized by the mental attack of the five-tailed enchantress fox. The dragon blood vine's tendrils climbed up the crab's legs, wrapping it tightly. Swoosh! A streak of blue fire flashed, and one of the giant claws fell to the ground. The rock giant cast off its disguise and emerged from behind the giant clawed crab. With a powerful punch, it slammed the crab into the seabed, sending up a cloud of silt that instantly muddied the surrounding waters. "Nice hit," Lin Yan exclaimed, holding Xiaopeng's claw in the air with admiration. The battle continued as Xiao San maneuvered the giant clawed crab, while Wan Gu seized the opportunity to leap above the crab. Gripping his bone sword in a reverse hold, he used the momentum of his descent to pierce through the crab. The crab struggled briefly before its massive claw fell heavily to the seabed. "7 more to go, let's do this," Lin Yan shouted as Xiaopeng descended to let him jump off. This time, the abyss-boned fish, now more experienced, quickly located another giant clawed crab and unleashed its black water. The crab rose, brandishing its huge claws as it charged. Unexpectedly, the commotion alerted 2 nearby crabs. "Damn, 3 of them," Lin Yan exclaimed in surprise, but quickly regained his composure. "It's just 3, let's fight. Xiaopeng, lend a hand." Xiaopeng acted immediately, grabbing one of the giant clawed crabs and soaring into the sky. The crab, experiencing flight for the first time, was stunned for a few seconds before it tried to struggle. By the time it did, Xiaopeng had already released it. Qiongqi, noticing the gift Xiaopeng had dropped, snorted in annoyance. "That old third won't even let me have some fun with the fish." It roared at the crab, spewing a stream of hellfire. The crab hastily raised its claws to defend itself, but the searing heat was unbearable. As a marine creature, it was already at a disadvantage on land, especially against Qiongqi's superior level and attributes. It wasn't long before the crab's claws began to melt, with molten metal droplets quickly solidifying on the ground. Having had its fill of amusement, Qiongqi swiftly disarmed the crab and crushed its shell with a final swipe. The roasted crab emitted a tantalizing aroma, and Qiongqi took a bite, swallowing it along with the crab roe and crystal core. On the reef, the group found it easier to manage with one less opponent. Under their strong control, the remaining giant clawed crabs struggled to inflict any real damage on their companion beasts. In just 15 minutes, Lin Yan's side emerged victorious. Meanwhile, the Crab King of the Warlord class sensed something amiss and stood up in confusion. "Something's wrong. Why are the kids all heading out?" It scanned the area and started moving in the direction its children had gone, using its claws to tap the ground and rouse the remaining giant clawed crabs. Lin Yan heard the sound of crab claws clashing not far away, indicating that more than one giant pincered crab was approaching. Quickly, he calculated. 4 of the 8 giant pincered crabs had already been defeated, leaving only 4 more, including the formidable Crab King of Warlord level. The others posed little threat. Suddenly, the water erupted as a massive crab claw broke through the surface, the result of the Crab King crashing through the rocks, leaving destruction in its wake. Without hesitation, Lin Yan commanded, "Qiongqi, attack." As soon as the words left his mouth, the 5 beasts launched a fierce assault. From atop the cliff, Qiongqi unleashed a terrifying inferno, cascading downwards like a fiery waterfall. Simultaneously, the 5-tailed fox used its charm to control, and the dragon vine wrapped around, attempting to restrict the Crab King's movements. The Holy Queen Butterfly and the Peony Flower Demon quickly followed suit, casting various buffs on the main battle beasts. The Crab King, however, demonstrated its formidable strength, matching its rank. It caught the bone sword of the underworld fire skeleton with its right claw, undeterred despite the influence of the fox and dragon vine skills. Against a lower-level opponent, the Crab King remained at ease. Meanwhile, the other 3 giant pincered crabs were trapped by the hellfire, which continued to burn even on the water's surface, causing significant damage. Xiaopeng circled above, unleashing golden feathers and wind blades to support Qiongqi in containing the 3 crabs. Lin Yan keenly understood that breaking through on one front would clarify the battle. He decisively ordered the rock giant to assist Xiaopeng, aiming to gain the upper hand quickly. On the other front, the beasts continued to harass the warlord-level Crab King, knowing that Qiongqi couldn't yet face it directly and would save it for last. Lin Yan's strategy was clear. First eliminate the elite opponents, then focus on the warlord-level Crab King together. On the other side, the battle raged on. Qiongqi, like a mobile artillery, relentlessly fired at the elite beasts. Lin Yan shouted commands. "Xiaopeng, go again." Without hesitation, Xiaopeng swooped down, launching another fierce attack. A giant pincered crab, having climbed the cliff unnoticed, was distracted by Qiongqi's thunderous roar. It attempted to intimidate the fiery beast, but Qiongqi was undeterred, unleashing a thick black fire that overwhelmed the crab. The combination of elemental advantage and level suppression quickly reduced the crab to a puddle of metallic liquid, leaving it defenseless. Meanwhile, Xiao Peng and the rock giant engaged in an intense battle with two elite crabs below. Despite being outnumbered, they felt no pressure. Within moments, they overpowered the crabs with their superior stats. After the battle, Lin Yan allowed the beasts to handle the crystal cores themselves. These elite-level cores had become their staple diet, eliminating the need to purchase them from the market. Seeing the battle on this front concluded, Lin Yan immediately ordered, "Go assist Xuanwu and Xiao San." Xiao Peng, like a golden flash, darted towards the warlord-level Crab King, ready for the final showdown. At that moment, the Crab King was struggling against the annoying control while fighting Xuanwu and the others, never expecting a giant eagle to suddenly appear from behind. Clang! The golden claw clashed with the iron shell, producing an ear-piercing metallic crash. The Crab King's back instantly caved in, leaving a shocking dent. Crack! Crack! Enraged, the Crab King swung its massive pincers fiercely, trying to catch the agile Xiaoping in the sky. However, this behemoth was clumsy on the ground and found it challenging to deal with airborne enemies. Under attack from both sides, the Crab King struggled to cope, accumulating more wounds as blood flowed freely. Isolated and alone, the Crab King's eyes were sharp as it locked onto Xuanwu in the distance. Even knowing victory was unlikely, it was determined to make its enemies pay dearly. The next moment, it charged at Xuanwu, swinging its giant pincers with reckless abandon. Sensing danger, Xuanwu quickly retreated. As the team's iron wall, the rock giant stepped forward. It swung its rock hammer, knocking the Crab King back several meters and firmly blocking its path to Xuanwu. Although it didn't inflict fatal damage, it successfully diverted the Crab King's attention, preventing it from focusing solely on Xuanwu. Thanks to Teacher Li's careful guidance, they had now developed a seamless coordination. Even without an elite 9-star Qiongqi, they could steadily suppress this warlord-level beast. Soon, the Crab King's momentum rapidly waned, and its movements became sluggish. Xiao San mental impact. Sun Yinshua shouted. A peculiar light flashed above the five-tailed enchantress fox's head, and its snow-white fur moved without wind. The Crab King froze instantly, losing its ability to move, and then fell into the sea with a splash. Yay, we won. Sun Yinshua jumped up excitedly. Lin Yan wasted no time, rolling up his sleeves and diving into the sea. With a swift motion, he retrieved a warlord-level metal attribute crystal core. This haul would be sold along with other spoils, and the proceeds evenly split among them. Suddenly, a massive shadow blocked the sunlight, casting over the group. Looking up, they saw Teacher Li riding atop a flying pet beast. "Hello, Teacher Li." Lin Yan and the others greeted in unison. "Your performance on this operation was commendable. Being prepared in advance can prevent disaster. Each of you will receive 5 credits as a reward," Teacher Li said calmly. "Forethought is essential. Failure to plan is planning to fail. As students of the Magic City Martial Institute, you should cultivate forward thinking and be proactive." Although the credits she could allocate were limited, 25 credits were equivalent to 2.5 million Dragon Country currency, making this reward quite substantial. "Thank you, Teacher Li," Lin Yan said, beaming with genuine gratitude. Afterward, Lin Yan flew to the cliff on Xiaoping and retrieved Qiongqi into the beast space. They cleaned up the battlefield, detaching the warlord-level giant pincers to take back and sell. Although the earnings, once divided among the 5, wouldn't be much individually, it was still a decent income. The group retrieved their pet beasts and returned to the yacht. By this time, it was near dusk, and the sunset's glow painted the sky red. The sun hung at the horizon, turning the vast sea surface golden. "Let's go check on Xuanwu," Lin Yan suggested, recalling his own turtle, Xuanwu, which couldn't be released openly. Otherwise, it might have been able to subdue the green-haired turtle as a subordinate. As they laughed and chatted on the yacht, Teacher Li watched these energetic students, reminiscing about her own student days. Just then, a massive shadow suddenly appeared beneath the yacht. In comparison, the yacht seemed so small, only about a tenth the size of the shadow. An overwhelming, suffocating pressure instantly enveloped everyone. "Storm Tiger." Without a moment's hesitation, Ms. Li summoned her pet beast. The terrifying presence was enough to make even a diamond-level beastmaster shudder. Lin Yan looked down, seeing a massive shadow beneath the ocean surface just a few meters from the yacht. The creature was a rock-scaled treasure fish, an Earth attribute species with a potential of mid-level lord status, and it was lord level 6-star. Its skill, the field technique of flying sand and stones, could stir up a sandstorm in marine or terrestrial environments, boosting itself while weakening its enemies. It had 21 evolutionary paths, including ultimate forms like the whale fish and the lamprey fish. Lin Yan glanced at Ms. Li. The rock-scaled treasure fish's level was significantly higher than Ms. Li's storm tiger. He wondered if Ms. Li had an even more powerful pet beast. If they were truly cornered, they might have to call upon Lord Long. Xiaopeng. Lin Yan stepped onto Xiaopeng's back and instructed it to grab Lu Xiaobai and Su Shan with its claws. Meanwhile, Sun Yinshua and Tang Yuan followed Ms. Li, soaring into the sky on her flying pet beast. With a crash, the massive rock-scaled treasure fish swung its tail, raising a gigantic wave that instantly capsized the yacht. This was merely a display of its physical strength, without using any skills. In the next moment, a huge whirlpool formed around the rock-scaled treasure fish. Countless mud and stones swirled, or rather, the seawater was churned by the debris. A water tornado mixed with sediment rapidly expanded and rose, resembling a towering fortress that enclosed Lin Yan and his companions. Fly higher, Lin Yan commanded Xiaopeng. However, above them, flying sand and stones covered the sky. Damn it! In this domain, Xiaopeng could only shield itself from the encroaching sandstorm. This was while the rock-scaled treasure fish's attention was focused on the storm tiger. If it turned its focus, a single strike might render Xiaopeng incapacitated. Be careful, Xiaoyan. Sun Yinshua shouted urgently. Lin Yan's hair stood on end as he quickly ducked, pressing himself against Xiaopeng. A stone spike shot through the space where his head had been moments before. All around them were sharp, jagged rocks. Ms. Li, what do we do? Lin Yan shouted to Ms. Li. Continuing like this meant certain death. Follow me and break through. Upon hearing Ms. Li's command, Lin Yan immediately directed Xiaopeng to fly toward her. Ms. Li's flying pet beast was also of battle general high-star level, capable of breaking out of the domain. A gust of wind tore a large hole in the water tornado, and the two beasts charged out one after the other. In an instant, the hole was filled with mud and water, restored to its original state. The rock-scaled treasure fish was surprised that these small creatures had managed to escape. It swatted the storm tiger away with its tail, sending it flying several meters. Then it controlled the flying sand and stones to attack Lin Yan and his group. Xiaopeng, fly fast. Despite being only at the elite level, Xiaopeng's agility was comparable to Ms. Li's battle general high-star flying pet beast. The rock-scaled treasure fish blocked the path to the land, leaving Lin Yan and the others no choice but to fly towards the deep sea. They hoped not to encounter any powerful exotic beasts. Ms. Li's storm tiger was still fighting, and due to the level suppression, it quickly sustained several injuries. Moreover, this was the ocean, where the land-based storm tiger was at a disadvantage against the rock-scaled treasure fish. Look, what is that? Su Shan exclaimed in surprise, pointing to the distance while being tugged by Xiaopeng's paw. At the horizon where the sea met the sky, the outline of a massive warship was becoming clearer. However, upon closer inspection, the flag flying on the ship was not that of the Dragon Kingdom. America. Mr. Li quickly determined. We need help. He didn't hesitate for a moment. A warship of such scale must have powerful beast tamers on board. Although America and the Dragon Kingdom had differences in governance philosophies, there were still many areas of cooperation. Mr. Li quickly deduced that the warship's presence in the Dragon Kingdom's territorial waters could only be explained by the upcoming Nine Nations tournament. Leading Lin Yan and the others, Mr. Li flew towards the warship. Before they got close, the ship's loudspeaker issued a warning, first in English and then translated into the Dragon Kingdom's language. Who are you? Magic Capital Martial Academy. Mr. Li responded loudly. Hearing that they were from the Magic Capital Martial Academy, the American warship relaxed its guard, as they were indeed guests. Mr. Li led Lin Yan to land steadily on the ship's deck. Moments later, a burly white officer emerged from the command room. He was wearing a military uniform, a cigar in his mouth, and walked towards them with steady steps. Hello, esteemed teacher from the Dragon Kingdom. The officer extended his hand, shaking Mr. Li's hand in accordance with standard protocol. I am Brigadier General Huodou from America, here to participate in the Nine Nations tournament. Mr. Li briefly explained their predicament, pointing to the nearby sand tornado and requesting assistance in defeating the strange beast. Brigadier General Huodou nodded in agreement and walked to the front of the deck. He extended his right hand, instantly summoning a large pet beast, half of its body emerging from the water, exuding a powerful dragon aura. Lin Yan quickly analyzed. A deep-sea ichthyosaur, with dragon and water attributes, a potential of high monarch rank, and a level of 6-star monarch. He pondered whether this was America's way of showcasing its strength. However, the immediate priority was to deal with the rock-scaled treasured fish. The deep-sea ichthyosaur let out a deafening roar, raising towering waves as it charged towards the rock-scaled treasured fish. In comparison, the sand tornado created by the treasured fish seemed insignificant. Mr. Li hurriedly reminded Brigadier General Huodou that his pet, the storm tiger, was still in the combat area. The general nodded in understanding. Realizing the danger, the rock-scaled treasured fish attempted to escape, but it was too late. In the face of the monarch-level dragon-type beast, its speed was inadequate. In the blink of an eye, several rapidly spinning water walls trapped it like sharp blades. The treasured fish tried to break through, but had a large chunk of flesh sliced off, causing it to thrash in the sea, emitting strange, sharp cries. The deep-sea ichthyosaur opened its massive jaws and lunged at the trapped rock-scaled treasured fish. With a flick of its head, it tore away the fish's belly, skin, and all. Oh my gosh, that's incredible! Su Shan stared in awe at the distance, where the silhouette of the abyssal fish dragon was thrashing in the sea, displaying its formidable power. Awesome, Lu Xiaobai agreed, his voice tinged with excitement. Despite the overwhelming waves stirred up by the abyssal fish dragon, Lin Yan remained calm and composed. Having long been immersed in high-level circles, he was accustomed to even more powerful entities. In his eyes, this mere monarch-level beast paled in comparison to the emperor-level dragon lord. Lin Yan silently compared in his mind. Emperor-level beasts not only had significantly prolonged lifespans, but also included titans like the dragon lord, who had survived since the era of the Holy Tang dynasty. In contrast, while monarch-level beasts could also transcend the limits of lifespan, they were far inferior to emperor-level ones. If a monarch-level beast had a lifespan of 100 years, an emperor-level one would live for 1,000. Sun Yinshua stood beside Lin Yan, equally unfazed, as if the astonishing scene had little impact on her. At that moment, the storm tiger noticed the abyssal fish dragon had engaged the rock-scaled treasure fish and immediately shifted its focus. It harnessed its wind attribute power, moving across the sea with the lightness of a floating leaf, charging toward the group. Meanwhile, the rock-scaled treasure fish was helpless against the abyssal fish dragon, struggling desperately in the water and causing massive waves. Before long, the abyssal fish dragon seemed to tire of the game and bit through the treasure fish's head. The rock-scaled treasure fish convulsed a few times before going still. They're here. It must be the people from the magic capital Martial Institute. Lu Xiaobai shouted, pointing at the enlarging black dot on the horizon. Earlier, when escaping the rock-scaled treasure fish's domain, Teacher Li had sent a distress signal to the institute. Considering the distance, the reinforcements had finally arrived. The black dot grew larger, gradually revealing its true form. A massive ice-blue bird soared through the sky, trailing 3 long blue-tail feathers, with a beastmaster riding on its back. Lin Yan quickly analyzed the bird's information. Species, Xiantian ice bird. Attributes, ice and flight. Potential high monarch level, rank monarch 1 star. Its skills included the domain technique, Frozen World, which could freeze everything, increase attribute damage, accelerate recovery, and more. It had 21 possible evolution paths, including ultimate forms like the Xian bird and Bai Fong. Clearly, the Magic Capital Martial Institute had dispatched a formidable monarch-level beastmaster. Brigadier General Harper watched the approaching figure and couldn't help but remark, no wonder the Dragon Country is so rich in talent. The Xiantian ice bird landed steadily on the battleship's deck, and a young man gracefully leapt from its back. He had long blue hair tied into a ponytail, exuding a roguishly handsome vibe. Dressed in a blue tracksuit, he matched his pet beast perfectly. Hello there, friends from America. I'm Wu Bing from the Dragon Country's Magic Capital Martial Institute. The young man greeted them naturally and confidently. Hello, I'm Brigadier General Harper from America. Harper extended his hand to shake Wu Bing's. Thank you, America, for rescuing our school's staff and students. The Institute will express our gratitude later, Wu Bing said composedly. Despite the impressive strength of the other party, backed by America, he represented the Magic Capital Martial Institute, the Dragon Country. As young as he was, he couldn't lose in terms of presence. No need. We're just here for the 9 Nations tournament hosted by your esteemed institute, Brigadier General Harper replied courteously. While the 2 representatives exchanged pleasantries, Lin Yan's attention was drawn to the students from the American Martial Institute. Those young faces seemed around his age, likely freshmen. Lin Yan mused that the upcoming 9 Nations tournament would surely bring many surprises and challenges. The blonde man seemed to be the leader, and there were 2 black individuals in the group, 1 male and 1 female. Lin Yan carefully observed the representative team from the Ivy League Martial Arts Academy of America, secretly assessing their strength. Hello, I am Jones, the captain of the first-year team from the Ivy League Martial Arts Academy. The blonde man spoke first, a confident smile on his face. Hello, I am Lin Yan, the captain of the team from the Dragon Country's Magic City Martial Arts Academy. Lin Yan replied calmly, locking eyes with Jones. Jones extended his hand, and Lin Yan was not to be outdone, shaking it firmly. Lin Yan soon felt an increasing pressure in the handshake. Evidently, Jones was trying to use this opportunity to intimidate the Magic City Martial Arts Academy. Lin Yan's lips curled slightly upward as he began to apply his own strength. Jones' expression suddenly changed, clearly not expecting Lin Yan to have such strength. His original plan to dominate the handshake was effortlessly countered, leaving Jones secretly astonished. If Lin Yan could hear Jones' thoughts, he would only sneer. He thought to himself, surprised, aren't you? I've evolved 4 elite-level pet beasts. However, Lin Yan didn't let it get to his head and quickly eased the pressure. After all, the American Brigadier General Hubble had just saved them, and repaying kindness with hostility wasn't the way of a gentleman. Moreover, not giving someone face could lead to grudges, which would only create unnecessary trouble. In this world, having more friends opens up more paths, Lin Yan reminded himself, then smiled and asked, "Is that enough?" Jones, realizing he couldn't win in a test of strength against the captain of the Magic City Martial Arts Academy, decided to let it go and released his grip. He wasn't upset, knowing that as beast tamers, their true strength lay in the power of their beasts. The real competition would come at the Nine Nations League. Soon, Brigadier General Hubble and Wu Bing finished their conversation. Brigadier General Hubble approached with a friendly smile and said, "The night is upon us. I sincerely invite you to join us for dinner on this ship. What do you think?" Mr. Lee checked the time. It was indeed getting late. Leaving now might lead them to encounter powerful beasts, making it more dangerous. He politely replied, "Then we shall accept your kind offer. Thank you." Though it was a warship, it was equipped with all the necessary facilities. Everyone received a single room, complete with basic amenities like a bed, desk, and wardrobe, and even a sofa. The warship also boasted a proper gym and training room, making it quite luxurious. Dinner was held in a lavish dining room, with sumptuous dishes served. A massive Lord-level blue sea lobster became the centerpiece, its shell expertly removed, and its claws meticulously prepared, occupying a large platter that took up most of the oval table. Other dishes, though smaller in portion, were equally exquisite, indicating their high value. The group from the Magic City Martial Arts Academy and the Americans sat on opposite sides of the long table, with Brigadier General Hubble at the head. Blue Ice, also a master-level beast tamer, sat on the Magic City side, closest to Brigadier General Hubble. In addition to the peers Lin Yan had met on the deck, there were many senior American students present at the dinner. Although it was their first meeting, both sides maintained a courteous demeanor. After all, they were students from top universities in their respective countries, with bright futures ahead and potential for future collaboration. Brigadier General Hubble swirled his wine glass, looking at Blue Ice with interest, and proposed, "Since we're all enjoying ourselves tonight, why not have a friendly match between your students and those from my Ivy League Academy?" Blue Eyes pondered briefly before responding, "Sure, it's quite a coincidence that students from both schools have met here." Since Brigadier General Hubble had suggested it, Blue Eyes couldn't refuse his offer, especially since he had saved the students from their academy. Above the deep night sky, the patchy gray-black clouds partially obscure the bright moon. On the warship's deck, the chatter gradually rises as people gather in this football field-sized open space after dinner. The sea breeze gently blows, creating a perfect temperature, neither the heat of summer nor the chill of winter. Commodore Hubble and Lon Bing stand at the front of the deck, while others line the sides, leaving a large central area suitable for combat. Not only are there teachers and students from the Huodou Martial Arts Academy and Ivy League Martial Arts Academy, but also several old soldiers with time on their hands. A few bearded veterans lean against the railings, sipping rum and chatting leisurely. "We can't have a full team battle here, so why not choose 3 people each for unknown duels?" Wu Bing suggested. "Agreed," the other side replied. Ms. Li turned to Lin Yan. "You're the captain, so you choose who will fight." She wanted to test Lin Yan's decision-making skills. Is it better to choose the strongest lineup or to conserve strength? Going all out might cost them an advantage in the Nine Nations League, but a weaker lineup could harm the reputation of the Huodou Martial Arts Academy and Long Nation. As Lin Yan pondered, Commodore Hubble spoke up. "I'll add some incentive to the match. The winning side will receive 5 warrior-level crystal cores." This was both to prevent either side from holding back and to test Long Nation's strength. "In that case, I'll also offer 5 warrior-level crystal cores on behalf of the Huodou Martial Arts Academy as a reward," Wu Bing quickly responded, displaying the dignity of a major power. Although Lin Yan knew little about the first-year students from the Ivy League Martial Arts Academy, he quickly made a decision. "For the first match, I'll go." This choice surprised Ms. Li. However, Lin Yan had a plan in mind. With his strength, he was confident he could defeat any opponent of the same level and secure an initial victory for Long Nation. Moreover, he was confident he could reach the gold level before the Nine Nations League, which would significantly boost his strength and surprise his opponents. As the team's core, his strength would eventually have to be showcased, so why not seize the opportunity now? "Yinshua, you should sit out this match and save your strength for the Nine Nations League," Lin Yan whispered to Sun Yinshua beside him. As the team's second strongest member, Sun Yinshua nodded in agreement without objection. Of course, this is just the situation where Lin Yan battles with his 2 pet beasts. After all, Lin Yan currently doesn't have a contracted support-type pet beast, so his endurance is somewhat lacking. "First match, begin," urged Brigadier General Harbor, his voice tinged with a hint of anticipation. Lin Yan took a deep breath and stepped forward. Opposite him, the blond man, Jones, also took to the field slowly. Their eyes met, and sparks seemed to fly. An experienced veteran served as the referee. He surveyed the 2 contestants and said in a deep voice, "Are you ready? The match begins." No sooner had he spoken than the battle commenced. "Come forth, Qiongqi," Lin Yan called out in a low voice. Instantly, a massive beast of flames appeared from nowhere, a wave of scorching heat sweeping across the area, making everyone present feel the intense heat. Brigadier General Harbor, seeing the imposing flame beast before him, couldn't help but be impressed. Your school truly is full of talent. I didn't have such a beast at his age, he remarked. Wu Bing responded politely. The general flatters us. The students from the United States are excellent as well. Jones activated a blue ring scanner, and upon seeing the spiritual power data displayed, his brow furrowed. Elite level 9 star, such high talent. Jones was secretly amazed, feeling the pressure increase. Come forth, Gold, Jones commanded. A large lion with golden fur appeared on the field, facing the flame beast from a distance. The lion's fierce gaze was fixed on its opponent, its golden mane gleaming under the lights. Lin Yan quickly analyzed his opponent. Species, Golden Lion King. Attribute, Gold. Potential, low monarch level. Level, Elite 7 star. Skills. 1. Golden Body. Metallizes the entire body, greatly enhancing defense, but accelerates spiritual power consumption. 2. Golden Lion Roar. Produces a certain deterrent effect, weakening the enemy's strength. 3. Berserk. Greatly enhances attack power, but leaves the lion in a weakened state afterward. Evolutionary paths. 11. With the ultimate form being Xuanwu. Lin Yan wasn't surprised to see Jones' pet beast possessing monarch-level potential. After all, the opponent was the captain representing the United States, so his background and strength were not to be underestimated. However, Lin Yan felt secretly pleased, as Qiongqi was no less formidable. Not only did he have the advantage in level, but Qiongqi's fire attribute also countered the Golden Lion King's gold attribute. In terms of pet beast strength alone, Lin Yan had a slight edge. Qiongqi, Hellfire. Lin Yan ordered decisively. Intense black flames spewed from Qiongqi's mouth, rushing toward the Golden Lion King. The lion reacted swiftly, its claws instantly turning golden as it met the approaching flames. Sizzle. Fire collided with metal, sending sparks flying. Though the Golden Lion King managed to block the attack, black flames continued to burn on its metallized claws. The lion had to lower its head and blow gently to extinguish them. This probing exchange ended without a clear winner, with both beasts retreating and watching each other warily. Meanwhile, the audience began to discuss the battle enthusiastically. Jones. Very good. The veteran referee couldn't help but cheer for his country's competitor. Go Jones, chanted the students from Ivy League Martial Academy, rallying behind their fellow student. On the other side, Su Shan's voice rang out loudly. Go Lin Yan. I've been rooting for you since you were a kid. His voice surprisingly overshadowed the cheers from the Ivy League side, energetically supporting Lin Yan. On the field, Jones frowned, knowing the situation was unfavorable. He was at a disadvantage in level and attribute, and the longer the battle dragged on, the worse it would be for him. He gritted his teeth and ordered, Gold, use all your buff skills and finish this quickly. The Golden Lion King obeyed, its body shaking violently. In just a few seconds, it was covered in a dazzling layer of gold, sparkling under the lights. At this moment, under the silvery moonlight, one side was the blazing Qiongqi, and the other was the radiant lion, creating a magnificent scene. Roar! The Golden Lion King suddenly let out a thunderous roar. Even from a distance, the reverberations of the Golden Lion roar caused everyone's hearts to skip a beat, its deterrent effect clearly evident. Professor Lon, who do you think has the better chance of winning? Brigadier General Hubble turned to Lon Bing, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Lon Bing responded candidly without any unnecessary modesty. To be honest, I believe my students from the Magic City Martial Arts Academy have the upper hand. Her tone carried confidence, as she was backed by the strength of the Dragon Kingdom and the prestige of the Academy, equal to that of Brigadier General Hubble. Hubble merely nodded slightly, not disputing her assessment. His silence seemed to acknowledge Lon Bing's judgment. On the field, Lin Yan noticed the powerful aura emanating from the Golden Lion King opposite and decided not to hold back Qiongqi's strength any longer. Qiongqi, demon god form, he called out in a deep, commanding voice. In an instant, Qiongqi transformed into a massive black fireball, its terrifying presence sweeping outward. A deafening roar erupted from deep within Qiongqi's throat as it charged towards the Golden Lion King like an arrow released from a bow. Screech! The fiery claws clashed violently with the golden claws, sparks flying. Qiongqi stood its ground firmly, while the Golden Lion King was pushed back several meters. The two beasts exchanged a knowing glance before engaging in fierce combat once more. The surrounding temperature soared, heat waves rolling, and the atmosphere became increasingly tense. The visceral battle stirred the blood of the veteran soldiers watching. Despite both beasts possessing skills to enhance themselves, Qiongqi maintained the upper hand, suppressing the Golden Lion King. It was well known that metal conducts heat efficiently. Qiongqi's powerful black flames heated the metallic body of the Golden Lion King to a glowing red, with some parts beginning to soften. Under Qiongqi's relentless assault, the Golden Lion King's energy gradually waned. Lin Yan turned to Jones from the Ivy League Martial Arts Academy, a faint smile on his lips, and asked, "Do you need to summon a second pet beast to fight?" Jones frowned, struggling internally. As the captain of the first-year team from the Ivy League Academy, losing to a competitor from the Dragon Kingdom's Magic City Academy was hard to swallow. However, with his strongest pet beast already defeated, what was the point of summoning another? After weighing his options, Jones seemed to come to terms with it, and said, "No, I concede." "Thank you for the match," Lin Yan replied politely with a slight smile. As Lin Yan returned to the Magic City Academy's side, Sushan excitedly punched him on the shoulder, loudly praising, "Lin Yan, you're amazing. You really did Dragon Kingdom proud." A sly glint appeared in Lin Yan's eyes as he looked at Sushan and asked, "So, do you want to make Dragon Kingdom proud too?" Sushan was momentarily speechless, muttering softly, Well, I want to, but I'm afraid I won't stand a chance against them." As the weakest member of the team, he feared he'd embarrass himself if he stepped into the ring. Lin Yan patted Sushan on the shoulder, encouraging him. "It's okay to lose. Just think of it as an early experience for the Nine Nations tournament." Sushan took a deep breath, making up his mind. "All right, since it's come to this, I'll do it." With that, he loosened up his wrists and ankles, stood tall, and walked towards the battle area. "For the second match, Beastmasters, please step forward," the veteran announced loudly. From the Ivy League Academy stepped forward a curvaceous young woman with wavy hair. Though only 18 or 19, her blue eyes exuded a noble aura. "Hello, I'm Caitlin from the Ivy League Academy." She introduced herself gracefully. Facing a foreign beauty for the first time in a match, Sushan felt a bit shy but still responded politely. "Hello, I'm Sushan from the Magic City Academy." Behind him, Lin Yan's strong voice rang out, "Sushan, good luck." This encouragement slightly eased Sushan's nervousness. He took a deep breath, ready to face the challenge ahead. Sushan's gaze was as firm as steel, silently encouraging himself. "It's just a pretty facade. My eyes are set on the stars and the sea." He took a deep breath and shouted, "Come out, Ian." At his call, a massive rock giant appeared out of nowhere. The giant was so large it nearly blocked the entire view, and those standing behind Sushan could no longer see Caitlin on the opposite side. Caitlin elegantly extended her slender hand, a silver light flashing at her fingertips. In an instant, a silver figure appeared in the air. It was a silver-feathered sea eagle, with shining silver-white feathers on its head, neck, and tail, while the rest of its body was a deep brown. Lin Yan quickly analyzed the attributes of this beast: wind, water, flight, with potential at a mid-lord level and a rank of elite 7 stars. Seeing this, Lin Yan shook his head quietly. He knew deep down that Sushan would likely struggle to win this match. The rock giant was already at a lower level than the silver-feathered sea eagle, not to mention that the eagle was a highly elusive flying beast. To make matters worse, the rock giant was positioned at sea, rendering its earth heart skill completely ineffective. Despite this, Lin Yan didn't place too much hope on Sushan. In his plan, the two most suitable team members to hide their strength were Sun Yinshua and Tang. Their special control abilities were crucial, and if exposed now, the opponent might prepare countermeasures in advance. Therefore, he arranged for Sushan and Lu Xiaobai to take their place in the battle. Sushan's mouth twitched slightly as he saw Caitlin summon her beast. He turned to look at Lin Yan, who merely shrugged with a helpless expression. Sushan gritted his teeth and decided to take the initiative. "Ian, form stone spikes." The rock giant promptly responded, gathering a mass of yellow-brown dust between its hands. Before long, the dust solidified into 2 large stone spikes. With a powerful swing of its arms, the giant hurled the spikes at the silver-feathered sea eagle in the sky. However, the sea eagle reacted even quicker. It swiftly flew above the sea, deftly maneuvering between the 2 stone spikes. Then, it gracefully arced through the air, turning to face the rock giant. With a spread of its wings, 2 sharp wind blades formed instantly, slicing toward the rock giant. Bang! The wind blades struck the rock giant's stone arm precisely, leaving deep gouges and scattering fragments. If on land, the rock giant could have used its earth heart skill to recover and replenish its energy, but unfortunately, at sea, this advantage was lost. "Water!" Caitlin called out. The silver-feathered sea eagle seemed to receive an order, flapping its wings. The once calm sea erupted, sending 2 water jets soaring into the sky, aiming straight for the rock giant. The water arrows, accompanied by several fierce wind blades, were hurled at the opponent. The rock giant was forced into a defensive position, struggling to withstand the relentless onslaught. Sushan could have ordered the giant to attack Caitlin directly, which might have offered a slim chance of success. But he understood this was just a casual post-dinner event, and focusing too much on winning would undermine the spirit of a great nation. "Go, Sushan! You're the best!" Despite not believing Sushan could win, Lin Yan still cheered for his teammate. Caitlin's command was flawless, steady, and precise. Although the silver-feathered sea eagle could gather water elements from the air to perform its skills, Being near the sea allowed it to draw from the water directly, greatly reducing its energy use. As time went on, the advantage only grew more pronounced. Finally, Sushan realized there was no point in continuing and shouted, "I surrender, stop the fight." He waited for the sea eagle's skills to dissipate before stepping forward to recall the rock giant. Lin Yan approached Sushan, offering comfort. "Don't be discouraged, Sushan. You were just countered by the opponent." Sushan found a place to sit, giving his thigh a light punch, reassuring himself. "Yes, I was just countered. Against someone else, I could definitely win. I am guilty," Lin Yan murmured to himself, his gaze resting on the dejected Sushan, feeling a twinge of remorse. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset, firmly believing Sushan would overcome this minor setback. "Xiaobai," Lin Yan turned to Lu Xiaobai with a serious tone, "it's up to you in the next match. The honor of the Huodou Martial Arts Academy is in your hands." Lu Xiaobai nodded solemnly in agreement. Opposite them appeared a young black man with a striking afro, resembling a hip-hop enthusiast. Lin Yan felt a sense of caution, silently reminding himself not to underestimate the opponent. After all, representing the Ivy League Martial Arts Academy meant he had exceptional skills. Huodou Martial Arts Academy, Lu Xiaobai. Ivy League Martial Arts Academy, Jack. Both sides summoned their first spirit beasts. Beside Lu Xiaobai appeared Xuanwu, a unique creature that immediately drew gasps from the audience. Jack summoned a massive lizard with striking red and green scales. Lin Yan quickly analyzed the opponent. Species: blazing poison lizard. Attributes: fire, poison, potential, mid-level lord, rank, elite 6-star. He turned to Lu Xiaobai, confidence in his voice. "I believe in you, it's manageable." Lu Xiaobai remained calm, evidently not viewing the opponent as a threat. He issued a concise command. "Xuanwu, bone sword." In an instant, a bone sword engulfed in blue ghostly flames was drawn from Xuanwu's spine. Xuanwu held a ball of ghostly fire in its left hand, sword in the right, and charged at the blazing poison lizard. The lizard opened its mouth to spew a crimson fireball, which Xuanwu sliced through with its sword, deftly maneuvering past. In the blink of an eye, the bone sword clashed with the lizard's claw, producing a loud crash, with shockwaves rippling outward. The blazing poison lizard managed to push Xuanwu back a few meters, but its claw was already slashed and bleeding. The pain aroused its wild instincts, and it lunged at Xuanwu, jaws wide open. Lu Xiaobai calmly instructed, "Xuanwu, avoid the edge, then strike." Although Xuanwu's special constitution and recovery abilities allowed for more aggressive tactics, a steady approach was wise in this friendly match. As time passed, the blazing poison lizard's momentum waned, while Xuanwu remained as strong as ever. The balance of the battle began to tilt noticeably. Xuanwu's combat skills have been honed through rigorous training. He's no longer the reckless skeleton he once was. Against the clumsy, blazing venom lizard, his movements were agile and precise, each attack perfectly timed, leaving his opponent no chance to counter. In the end, Jack had to raise his hand in defeat, his face filled with reluctance. "I concede." The Ivy League Martial Arts Academy fell silent, marking the victory for the Dragon Nation. Lin Yan shouted excitedly, "Woo! Well done, Xiaobai." His voice was particularly loud in the quiet. Lu Xiaobai chuckled, his gaze inadvertently falling on Tang Yuan. Seeing her smile at him, he thought to himself, "She's smiling at me. Does she like me?" Sushan, seeing his team's victory, immediately dismissed their earlier setbacks, his face beaming with pride. The cheers from the Huodou Martial Arts Academy starkly contrasted with the silence of the Ivy League Academy. Brigadier General Huodou applauded and praised. "Ha ha ha. Very impressive, very impressive. The youth of the Dragon Nation are truly exceptional." There was not a trace of displeasure in his tone over the Ivy League Academy's loss, as this was merely a first-year contest. To him, the 5 warlord-level crystal cores were not costly, serving as a welcoming gift for these young talents from the Dragon Nation. "Here are the crystal cores. Blue teacher, please hand them over to the kids." Brigadier General Huodou handed the crystal cores to Lan Bing. Lan Bing accepted them with a smile. "You've gone to some expense, General Huodou." He also retrieved 5 warlord-level crystal cores from his storage ring, placing them alongside Huodou's for Lin Yan and his friends to choose from. Lin Yan carefully selected a fire-type and a dark-type crystal core, preparing for Qiongqi's future advancement to warlord level. Wu Bing approached Teacher Li and asked, "Teacher Li, I'll take them to the port. Are you coming back with us, or continuing your special training?" Teacher Li shook his head, declining politely. "We'll continue our training, thank you." He considered that having students from the 2 nations arrive at the port together before the 9 Nations League might cause unnecessary speculation, and since the students' training wasn't finished, returning early could affect their performance in the league. After all, the goal of the Huodou Martial Arts Academy is to be number 1 in the 9 nations. Wu Bing nodded in understanding. "All right, take care on your way back, and contact me if you need anything. I'm the closest in this area." After the match, Lin Yan and his friends had a brief exchange and introduction with the students from the Ivy League Academy before heading back to rest. The next morning, they were up early on the deck. Brigadier General Hubble had prepared a small yacht for Teacher Li and the 5 students. Though not as luxurious as the previous one, it was more than sufficient. Lan Bing praised Lin Yan. Be careful on the way, Lin Yan, right? You're quite impressive. As dawn broke, with the air carrying a slight chill, the first light of day bathed the small yacht as Lin Yan and his companions embarked on their journey home. Let's go. Back to the camp first, Teacher Li said. The return trip was uneventful, likely because the earlier battle had scared away the beasts along the way, leaving only those that were immobile or too low-level to sense the fight. With the sun rising, they traveled towards the mainland. A few hours later, they finally returned to the familiar beach, where the green grass-covered stone-green-haired turtle lay as it always did, almost motionless. It's the green-haired turtle, we're finally back, Lin Yan exclaimed joyfully. Returning to this familiar place put everyone at ease. The tension of the sea battle was gone, and the moment felt particularly peaceful. Lin Yan lay directly on the turtle's shell, sighing contentedly. This is so comfortable. The grass-covered shell felt like a soft carpet, inviting relaxation. On the vast Siberian plains, a long convoy of vehicles moved slowly forward, with rivers and expansive grasslands weaving a grand scene in the horizon. A middle-aged man with a bushy beard in the front passenger seat turned to the back seat and said to the passenger, Nikolai Kate, your brother is also at the Magic City Martial Academy. You'll finally be able to see each other before the Nine Nations tournament. The young man in the back seat bore a strong resemblance to Nikolai Karen, but was clearly a few years older. This senior student, named Nikolai Kate, was also the captain of the White Bear Nations team for the upcoming competition. He asked thoughtfully, Yes, Professor Tomalansky. But this time, the Nine Nations tournament seems a bit unusual. Is there anything we need to pay special attention to? Professor Tomalansky replied calmly, Clear the path for the Dragon Nation and help them win the Nine Nations tournament. Nikolai Kate widened his eyes in disbelief. Help the Dragon Nation win first place? Did I hear that right, Professor Tomalansky? For the friendship between our two nations, Tomalansky said calmly, though a hint of deeper meaning flashed in his eyes. Nikolai Kate thought to himself that there must be other aspects of cooperation behind this. After all, in the world, there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. The scene shifts to another place. Green Turtle, give me back my roasted chicken. Su Shan shouted angrily, sitting on the turtle's shell and yelling at the creature hiding inside. It turned out that while Su Shan was away for a moment, the green turtle had devoured his roasted chicken. Lin Yan couldn't stand it any longer and handed his own roasted chicken to Su Shan, saying, All right, Su Shan, there's more. Sun Yinshua shook her head and commented, This green turtle is quite intelligent, but unfortunately, its potential is too low to be used as a pet beast. Hearing this, Lin Yan thoughtfully stroked his chin. To him, this seemed like an opportunity. Although he hadn't reached the level of a gold-tier beastmaster yet, and his 4 beast slots were full, preventing him from immediately contracting the green turtle, he was already planning to come back and contract it once he advanced in rank. After all, nurturing a low-level pet beast is often more economical than directly purchasing a high-potential one. To hide his intentions, Lin Yan feigned regret and sighed. What a pity. The next day, training proceeded as usual. Learning from past mistakes, Teacher Li didn't lead Lin Yan and the others deep into the sea this time. The group of 6 traveled along the coastline, clearing out terrestrial, aquatic, and amphibious exotic beasts they encountered along the way. Although they occasionally faced challenging opponents, with Teacher Li by their side, everything was under control. Now that elite-level crystal cores are no longer scarce, Lin Yan and his team only need to engage in battles to accelerate the absorption of spiritual energy. Through each fight, their companion beasts are also steadily enhancing their strength. One restless night, Lin Yan found it hard to sleep. He got up and wandered over to the green turtle, gently tapping its shell. Green turtle, are you awake? There was no response. He tapped a few more times. Little turtle? Awake. This time, the turtle slowly stretched out its head, looking at Lin Yan with curiosity. So, you're not asleep either, Lin Yan said, gently stroking the turtle's head, his mind racing with thoughts. He had gathered all the materials needed for the turtle's evolution but hesitated to proceed. Although the turtle showed no hostility towards humans, unlike the aggressive fanged giant rabbits, this was his first attempt to evolve a wild beast. What if the turtle didn't cooperate during the process? However, if he didn't help the green turtle evolve, Lin Yan worried it might not survive until his return. As a servant-level beast, the turtle was at the bottom of the food chain, whether on land or in the sea. He couldn't bear the thought of this longtime companion being crushed by some unknown beast. Lin Yan decided to wait until just before leaving to initiate the turtle's evolution. He returned to his tent and gradually drifted into sleep. A little over a week later, the 20-day wilderness training finally concluded. That night, Lin Yan quietly approached the turtle, gently stroking its head. Little turtle, I'm here to help you become bigger and stronger. To his surprise, the turtle seemed to understand, nodding slightly. Lin Yan was taken aback. So intelligent? Truly, all creatures have a spirit. He cautiously added, remember this too, don't harm humans. Seeing the turtle nod again, Lin Yan was reassured. His biggest concern had been that a stronger beast might pose a threat to humans. He fed the evolution materials to the turtle, which promptly retreated into its shell. The green grass on its shell moved without wind, with faint green light flickering at the roots. As time passed, the turtle's body grew larger, and the grass on its back developed strange patterns, seemingly becoming part of its body. Species, seagrass turtle. Attribute, water wood. Potential, elite lower. Level, servant level 5-star. Skills, retract, entangle. Evolution paths, 210. Ultimate form, mountain carrying turtle, Luo river turtle. Elite lower potential, servant level 5-star. At least now the green turtle has gained some offensive capability, hopefully enough to defend itself, Lin Yan remarked, looking at the seagrass turtle. In the morning, with the gentle sea breeze blowing, Teacher Li led Lin Yan and the others on their journey back to the city. It's finally over. I'm so exhausted. Sun Yinshua exclaimed, stretching her arms and taking a deep breath. Su Shan asked, Teacher Li, can we rest once we get back? Teacher Li explained, you can rest for 3 days. After that, Teacher Zhou will conduct unified training for you all. There will also be students from the other 3 grades, so you'll have a chance to get to know each other. Lin Yan patted Lu Xiaobai and said with a smile, when we get back, I'm going to have a good rest, hide under my blanket, and sleep. Isn't that right, Xiaobai? Lu Xiaobai looked at Lin Yan with disdain. After spending so much time together, didn't he know Lin Yan's nature by now? He might say he's going to sleep, but he'll surely spend those 3 days secretly working hard. Finally, the grand city of Magic City came into view, its towering walls standing imposingly with a growing bustle of activity around it and scattered homes dotting the landscape. Lin Yan and his group breathed a sigh of relief, no longer needing to be on constant alert for the sudden appearance of beasts. After routine checks confirmed their identities as members of the Magic City Martial Academy, they smoothly entered the city. Mr. Li, Xiaobai and I need to take care of some things, so we won't be going back with everyone, Lin Yan said. Mr. Li nodded in agreement, and the others followed him back to the academy. Lin Yan, accompanied by Lu Xiaobai, headed to the Magic City Mall to sell some unneeded materials. After the transaction, each of them received over 1 million Longwa currency. Lin Yan felt secretly relieved, knowing that without the escort of a diamond-level beast master, they, as silver-level beast masters, would never dare venture so deep into the wilderness, let alone stay there for so long. Including the credits awarded by Mr. Li during their field training, Lin Yan had accumulated 170 credits. He faced 2 options for quickly enhancing his strength. Using the mimicry training room to elevate Qiongqi to the warlord level, which would also advance him to the gold level, or using all his credits to exchange for the materials needed for Xiaopeng's evolution, which also had a high chance of reaching the warlord level. After careful consideration, Lin Yan went to the mimicry training field. Hello, I'd like to book a dual attribute mimicry training room for fire and dark types, for 6 hours, he said, handing his campus card to the staff. This session costs 60 credits. Enjoy your training, the staff member said after verifying his identity and deducting the credits, returning the card to Lin Yan. Lin Yan had his reasons for not choosing to evolve Xiaopeng. The potential of his current beasts was already sufficient, and he decided to focus on increasing their levels first. Evolving his beasts too frequently might attract unwanted attention. Although he trusted most of the teachers and professors at the Magic City Martial Academy to be honest and reliable, there was no guarantee that there wouldn't be a few bad apples. Inside the mimicry training room, Lin Yan released Qiongqi. Qiongqi, absorb as much as you can and strive to break through to the warlord level. Qiongqi let out a triumphant roar, full of vigor. Lin Yan watched Qiongqi with satisfaction, reminiscing about its journey from an ordinary flame hound to an ancient flame beast, feeling a deep sense of admiration. Back in the lounge, Lin Yan enjoyed the coolness of the spiritual air conditioning while leisurely munching on bear-shaped cookies, his eyes fixed on Qiongqi within the training room. As time passed, Qiongqi's aura gradually intensified. After prolonged training, Qiongqi's foundation was solid, and its internal spiritual power had reached the peak of 9 stars. Suddenly, the sound of an explosion rang out. Centered around Qiongqi, black flames blossomed rapidly, and its aura broke through a certain barrier, reaching new heights. Qiongqi successfully advanced to the warlord level. At that moment, Lin Yan felt a warm current flowing through his body, starting from the base of his spine and moving upward, completing a small cycle before spreading throughout his body. The spiritual power began to transform his muscles and bones, even enhancing his mental strength. I'm at the gold level, Lin Yan exclaimed, looking at his hands in delight, feeling the abundance of power within him, finally gaining a measure of self-protection. He secretly planned that once the other three beasts also reached the gold level, he could attempt to condense a beast soul. With the protection of the beast soul, Lin Yan no longer feared sneak attacks from beasts of the same level. He closed his eyes and entered his mental sea, where he saw two golden inscriptions suddenly light up, and the classic of mountains and seas flickered momentarily before returning to calm. Soon after, two beast-controlling spaces began to form, closely connected to the mental sea through the inscriptions. Lin Yan was delighted to have two more beast-controlling slots, which meant he could now contract the Four Seasons deer. However, since there was still time left in the simulation training room, Lin Yan decided to let the Qiongqi continue absorbing energy to stabilize its recently achieved realm. As time passed, the aura around Qiongqi gradually retracted, and the simulation training came to an end. Satisfied, Lin Yan stored Qiongqi away and stepped out of the simulation training field. Just then, a sudden phone ringtone shattered the silence. Lin Yan glanced at his blue ring, seeing that the caller ID displayed Yu Ye's name. "Hey, Yu Yi, what made you think of calling your captain? Did something happen?" Lin Yan answered with a smile. "No, I just heard that Captain Lin is about to participate in the Nine Nations tournament, so I called to cheer you on." Yu Ye's voice came through the phone. "Thank you, but I'm just a freshman participant. The main players are the upperclassmen. I'm just there to gain experience," Lin Yan replied honestly. He was right. As a newly enrolled freshman at the Martial Academy, the real high-level battles would be fought by the seniors. "That's still impressive," Yu Yi praised. "Remember to visit Jiangnan after the tournament. You can bring your partner along, and I can show you around." "All right, it's a deal," Lin Yan agreed, then switched topics. "By the way, you're not getting any younger. Why don't you find a girlfriend?" There was a strange sound from the other end of the line. Yu Yi? What's wrong?" Lin Yan sensed something was off and quickly asked. "Nothing, nothing. See you in Jiangnan," Yu Yi hurriedly said before hanging up. Lin Yan looked at the now black screen of his blue ring in confusion. Hung up just like that? How rude. Shaking his head, Lin Yan refocused his attention on the upcoming Nine Nations tournament. As for the trip to Jiangnan, that would have to wait until the winter break. By then, he might even invite Su Tianyi and Sun Ming for a small gathering of the War God Squad. Instead of heading straight back to his dorm, Lin Yan made a detour to the Pet Beast Incubation Building at the Shanghai Martial Academy. As he pushed open the door, everything seemed as usual, and coincidentally, the same senior was on duty. "Yo, it's you again." The senior recognized Lin Yan immediately, as there weren't many students who frequented the Pet Beast Incubation Building, and he had some impression of Lin Yan. "Hello, senior," Lin Yan greeted politely. "Are you here to pick up your pet beast egg?" the senior asked, then kindly suggested. "I still recommend waiting until you advance to a gold-level beast master before contracting it directly." Lin Yan didn't reveal that he had already reached gold-level beast master status. Instead, he said, "Thank you, senior, but I'd like to take the pet beast egg now." He planned to secretly contract the Four Seasons deer to prepare for the Nine Nations tournament. Later, if anyone asked about the Four Seasons deer, he could say he gave it away, sold it, or hid it. "All right," the senior nodded. "Sign this liability form, and I'll go upstairs to get the Four Seasons deer's pet beast egg for you." With that, the senior turned to retrieve the egg, leaving a form for Lin Yan to fill out. Before long, the senior came downstairs and handed the box, which contained the pet beast egg, to Lin Yan. "Here, take it," he said. Lin Yan carefully received the box, his heart brimming with excitement. "Thank you, senior." This was his fifth pet beast, and he couldn't afford any mistakes. After bidding farewell to the senior, Lin Yan left the Pet Beast Incubation Building. He took out his communicator and sent a message to Lu Xiaobai, saying he might not make it back tonight, and asked him to check him in for the night. With the pet beast egg box in his arms, Lin Yan left the Martial Arts Institute of Magic City and headed straight for the Beastmaster Association in Magic City. At the association, Lin Yan booked a regular training room. Although the simulated training rooms at the institute were just as secure, they were expensive, and Lin Yan was hesitant to spend the money. He chose a Winda Tribute training room and decided to let Xiao Peng start training as well. Lin Yan thought that since he had spent several thousand Dragon Country coins, he should make the most of the resources, otherwise, he would feel guilty. Lin Yan carefully opened the box, revealing a pale green pet beast egg resting quietly in the center. He gently took out the egg, placed his hand on it, closed his eyes, and whispered, "Fifth pet beast, contract." In an instant, Lin Yan's consciousness entered the spiritual sea. He felt every heartbeat and movement of the life within the egg, gradually establishing a connection. As Lin Yan communicated, the pet beast egg began to link with the spiritual sea through inscriptions. Suddenly, a golden inscription lit up, signaling the contract's success. Lin Yan felt a mysterious bond form between him and the small life inside the egg. At the same time, the creature within the egg was nourished by the spiritual energy of a golden-level beastmaster, eager to break out. Crack! A fissure appeared at the top of the pet beast egg. Lin Yan held his breath, watching excitedly as the crack widened. The little creature inside pushed against the shell, finally opening a small hole. You, came a clear deer-like call from within the egg, making Lin Yan's heart skip a beat. A pair of lively big eyes met his, filled with curiosity and affection. Lin Yan quickly gathered information about his new pet beast. Species, 4 seasons spirit deer. Attribute, wood. Potential, high lord level. Level, servant level 1 star. Skills. 1. Hymn of Life. A group healing skill that can restore a certain amount of life and spiritual energy. 2. Wood Spirit Summon. Summons a wood spirit to fight, with strength depending on its own level. There are 102 evolution paths, including ultimate forms like Baxia, Taizi Changqin, and Xuanwu. Lin Yan extended a finger and gently tapped the little deer's head. You. The little one seemed a bit defiant, but didn't shy away. Lin Yan smiled and said, Yo-yo deer call, feeding on wild apples. I'll call you Baiping. He named the 4-season spirit deer to avoid confusion with Lu Xiaobai. To Lin Yan's surprise, Baiping began to slowly eat its eggshell. As the shell was consumed, Baiping's level gradually increased. After a short while, the shell was entirely eaten, and Baiping's level rose to servant level 3 stars, its size slightly larger, but still retaining its adorable juvenile appearance. Most of Baiping's body was covered in white fur, with green fur at the edges and along its back, making it particularly endearing. Lin Yan considered that the most suitable evolution paths for the 4-season spirit deer were towards Baxia and Taizi Changqin. This would require 3 Lord level wood attribute crystal cores, 2 Lord level water attribute crystal cores, and a bottle of waterwood essence. Lin Yan was contemplating Baiping's evolution path, calculating the materials needed. To evolve towards Xuanwu, he required 3 Lord level wood attribute crystal cores, 2 Lord level gold attribute crystal cores, and a piece of hell goldstone. However, considering Baiping's potential was already at a high lord level, there was no rush to evolve it in the short term. As Lin Yan was lost in thought, Xiao Peng, who had stopped absorbing spiritual energy, was drawn to the new little creature. It approached cautiously, trying not to startle Baiping. Noticing Baiping hiding behind him, Lin Yan chuckled softly. Xiao Peng, this is Baiping, your new little brother. Don't scare it. With that, he released all his other 4 pet beasts. Qiongqi, Xuanwu, Xiao Peng, and Xiao Tian, along with the newly contracted Baiping, made the once spacious training room feel cramped. Baiping curiously observed the 4 imposing beasts, letting out soft calls. Gently stroking Baiping's head, Lin Yan introduced. The Lin family beast group has a new member. Meet your little brother, Baiping. He's your 5th. Qiongqi let out a low growl, bowing its head to greet Baiping. However, its fiery body made Baiping hesitant to get too close. Xiaowu's shell was covered in ice, emitting a chilling aura that made Baiping sneeze repeatedly, forcing it to move closer to Qiongqi. Xiao Tian floated in the air, appearing somewhat indifferent, merely nodding briefly, possibly because Baiping had taken its spot as the smallest. After bonding with his beasts for a while, Lin Yan noticed that the training session was nearly over, so he recalled them into his beast space. He wasn't in a hurry to use the remaining beast slot, as managing 4 pets was already resource-intensive, and 5 were keeping him busy enough. The 6th contract slot wasn't something he could handle at the moment. Exiting the training room, Lin Yan took a cab back to the Martial Academy in Magic City. Upon entering the dorm, he heard Lu Dazhuang's voice. Lin Yan, you're finally back. It's been a while, but you look more handsome. Lin Yan replied with a smile. Really? Maybe it's because I'm too kind-hearted. All he wanted at that moment was to collapse onto his bed and rest. Noticing Lu Xiaobai was absent, Lin Yan speculated. Could he be on a date? But he quickly dismissed the idea, thinking, no, he's probably busy studying. Lu Xiaobai returned later that evening, looking impeccably dressed. Lin Yan immediately sensed something was off. Where have you been? Lin Yan asked. I went to study, Lu Xiaobai stammered. Lin Yan keenly sensed something was amiss. Someone who's deeply focused on studying wouldn't say they went to study. Seeing his cheerful demeanor, it was clear he had been on a date. However, Lin Yan didn't press further. As Lu Xiaobai walked past, Lin Yan caught a whiff of perfume, reinforcing his suspicion. The next morning, contrary to his usual routine, Lu Xiaobai got up early, washed up, and even washed his hair. Meanwhile, Lu Dazhuang reluctantly got out of bed, grumbling as he headed to his early morning class. Lin Yan was the only one left in the dorm, but he also had plans for the day. His brother, Lin Yu, had messaged him, promising a surprise and arranging a meeting. Awakened by his roommate's commotion, Lin Yan dozed off again. It wasn't until noon that he groggily woke up. His phone screen lit up, showing it was 12 o'clock, along with an unread message. Hey little brother, where are you? Lin Yan jolted awake, kicked off the covers, and jumped out of bed. He quickly splashed some water on his face and dashed out of the dorm, hailing a taxi at the entrance of the Magic City Martial Arts Academy. Driver, to the Magic City Literary Academy, step on it. I'm in a hurry, Lin Yan said urgently, plopping down in the front passenger seat. The taxi driver, wearing professional sunglasses, smirked slightly. After taking one last drag of his cigarette, he stubbed it out and rolled up the window. Haven't driven fast in a while, I miss it. As Lin Yan fastened his seatbelt, he warily eyed the driver, instinctively gripping the handle above the window. Who exactly are you? Hold on tight, here we go. The driver barely finished his sentence before the car shot forward like an arrow. 5 minutes later, Lin Yan couldn't help but burst out. Do you even know how to drive? I swear you. The driver rolled down the window, sticking half his body out to shout at other cars. Lin Yan could only try to calm him down. Driver, have some water, take it easy. However, the road was unusually congested, leaving the driver's skills unused, instead resulting in a stream of colorful language. Lin Yan later found out from the news that a beastmaster's pet had gone into heat on the street, attracting a large crowd and causing the severe traffic jam. The video of this incident quickly became the top news on the Magic City News Network for the day. Eventually, Lin Yan arrived at the entrance of the Magic City Literary Academy. The atmosphere here was entirely different from the Martial Arts Academy, with a giant book sculpture standing at the gate. As a student from another school, Lin Yan had to register as a visitor at the security booth and wait for Lin Yu to pick him up. Lin Yan, over here. A familiar figure appeared not far away. It was his brother, Lin Yu. Brother. Lin Yan followed Lin Yu into the academy. As they walked, he curiously took in the surroundings. What's the surprise you mentioned? Lin Yu smiled mysteriously. You'll find out soon. He led Lin Yan through the campus, passing numerous laboratory buildings, far more than at the Martial Arts Academy. The pet incubation building here was even larger than the one at the Martial Arts Academy. Lin Yu explained that this place mainly incubates pets with low potential for ordinary citizens, hence its larger scale. At the entrance of Laboratory 9, Lin Yan hesitated. Brother, is it okay for me to go in? Lin Yu smiled and explained. It's fine. This is a lab I applied for with my mentor. I can use it freely during my time here. Essentially, anyone with a research project at the Literary Academy can apply for a lab. Lin Yu's laboratory spans approximately 500 square meters and is filled with a variety of experimental materials. The most eye-catching feature is a mimicry pond, where a massive ice turtle resides. That's the surprise I prepared for you. Lin Yu pointed at the large turtle, his face beaming with pride. Lin Yan focused intently, silently analyzing. Species giant armored ice turtle, element ice, potential lower lord level, rank servant level 7 stars. Excitedly, Lin Yu explained, I tried many methods and finally discovered that by enhancing the ice attribute bloodline of the glacial turtle and eliminating its water attribute, its overall stats improved significantly. That's amazing. Lin Yan sincerely admired the large ice turtle before him. He understood that his brother didn't have the innate talent or opportunities like the legendary Shanghai Jing, but relied solely on his experiments to evolve a water cannon turtle into a giant armored ice turtle. Lin Yan couldn't help but imagine that if his brother were in their original world, he would certainly be an outstanding student at a top university. So, how big is the surprise? Lin Yu asked, standing tall with pride evident on his face. It's huge. Thanks, bro. Although Lin Yan had already completed Xuanwu's evolution, he genuinely appreciated his brother's thoughtfulness. Lin Yu then explained the detailed method of evolving the giant armored ice turtle to Lin Yan. Brother, what do you plan to do after graduation? Lin Yan asked tentatively, secretly considering that if his brother didn't have a good opportunity, he might invite him to join forces in establishing a breeder association. No special plans, Lin Yu pondered for a moment. I just thought about continuing my research, accumulating some wealth and connections, and then... He paused, clenched his fist, and continued with determination. Avenge mom and dad. Lin Yu's eyes glistened with emotion, recalling both dark and cherished memories of the past. Compared to Lin Yan, he had spent more time with their parents, forming a deeper bond. Their parents' passing had dealt him a significant blow. However, his brother's presence was like a beacon of hope, supporting him to move forward. Despite his lack of talent and resources, and the ridicule he faced, he felt compelled to shoulder the family responsibilities. In Lin Yan's memory, his brother stood like a pillar, akin to a father figure. The phrase, eldest brother as a father, naturally came to mind. Lin Yan stepped forward to embrace his brother. Bro, let's go out and work independently together. Ha ha, little brother, you've got some ambition. Sure, if you need anything in the future, just come to me. Lin Yu noticed his emotional shift and quickly adjusted, returning to his usual cheerful demeanor, patting Lin Yan on the back. The brothers exchanged a knowing smile, their understanding unspoken. Before parting, Lin Yan thoughtfully pointed out the potential evolution direction for the giant armored ice turtle, offering a subtle suggestion. He believed that with his brother's intelligence, if he ever recalled the suggestion during his experiments, it might lead to a major breakthrough. If successful, the giant armored ice turtle could evolve to have monarch-level potential, and Lin Yu would become a rising star in the beast breeding world, a top professor in his 20s. After bidding farewell to his brother, Lin Yan headed straight to the Beastmaster Association to purchase enough servant-level wood attribute crystal cores for Bai Ping, ensuring her smooth advancement to the elite level. As Lin Yan traveled, his thoughts drifted toward the future plans for the Breeder Association. His brow furrowed slightly, and his fingers tapped unconsciously on the car window as he pondered various issues. In terms of funding, with the strong support of Yu Xingyang and the increasing income from his own growing strength, there was little to worry about. A slight smile appeared on Lin Yan's lips, though it quickly faded back to seriousness. The true challenge lay in the composition of the management team. His gaze became deep, as if sketching an organizational chart in his mind. I need people I can trust, he murmured to himself. After all, some things must remain confidential. Lin Yan weighed the pros and cons. He could use people from Yu Xingyang, but not exclusively. He shook his head. If they're all my father-in-law's people, wouldn't I just be a figurehead? He realized clearly that this could lead to disobedience and impact the association's long-term development. The upper echelons should primarily be my own people, Lin Yan resolved. He began to take stock of potential candidates in his mind. His brother Lin Yu was one, but that was not enough. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Ah, I can bring in Yu Fatty, train him well, at least I can trust him. At this thought, Lin Yan's expression darkened. He sighed deeply, a hint of loneliness in his eyes. It's a shame Skinny Monkey is no longer here. His voice was barely audible. Memories surged like a tide. Lin Yan had once fantasized about getting a good position for Skinny Monkey in the Magic City once he became successful. Although Skinny Monkey wasn't highly talented, with a willingness to learn, he might have become a skilled breeder like Lin Yan's brother. I remember saying at the awakening of talents that I would let the two of them enjoy the good life. Lin Yan chuckled bitterly and shook his head. Now I've achieved something. But Skinny Monkey. He didn't finish, but the guilt and regret in his heart were almost tangible, threatening to overwhelm him. I didn't expect to break my promise. Lin Yan murmured softly, his gaze unfocused as he watched the scenery fly by outside the window. Time passed quietly, and the sky gradually darkened. Lin Yan snapped back to reality and said to the driver, "Driver, take me to Jiangnan Manufacturing Bureau." After another hour's drive, Lin Yan finally arrived at the Jiangnan Manufacturing Bureau. With time left before the Nine Nations tournament, he decided to scout the venue in advance. Standing outside the grand entrance of the Jiangnan Manufacturing Bureau, Lin Yan couldn't help but marvel at its vastness. It was once a massive arms factory, repurposed after the fall of the Yaoqing. Even now, its scale hinted at its former grandeur. Due to the preparations for the Nine Nations tournament, outsiders were not allowed entry. Lin Yan could only observe from a distance, unable to gain deeper insight. He noticed large posters already adorning the walls, and various news advertisements were beginning to widely promote the event. Lin Yan mused that the audience seats would undoubtedly be filled to capacity. Suddenly, a group of people not far away caught Lin Yan's attention. Like him, they were inspecting the venue. Listening closely, he could faintly hear a few words in Sakura language. People from Sakura country? Lin Yan squinted, a sense of caution rising within him. Thinking of Sakura country, Lin Yan's thoughts drifted to Sister Peony. Given her speed, she should have reached Sakura country by now. Even if she encountered a beast like the eight-headed serpent, as long as she didn't seek trouble, there shouldn't be any danger. At that moment, a less fluent voice in Dragon Country language came from behind. "Mr. Lin, is that you?" Lin Yan turned to see a familiar face. "Jones." He smiled politely and extended his right hand. "It's me. Long time no see." It turned out Jones hadn't come with his team, but had brought Caitlin to check out the venue in advance, coincidentally meeting Lin Yan. Caitlin smiled at Lin Yan and said, "I feel like you've become even stronger." Lin Yan was taken aback, wondering if this was that legendary female intuition. He modestly waved his hand. "Haha, just a tiny bit of improvement, nothing much." Even though Jones and Caitlin were from America, Lin Yan moved a bit closer to Jones and lowered his voice to ask, "Jones, do you know the general strength of that group?" He gestured toward the Sakura country people. Lin Yan's eyes flashed with a hint of wariness and hostility toward Sakura country. Setting aside the events that previously took place in Chang'an, Lin Yan could never forget the deep-seated hatred from his past life. Though his current powers weren't particularly strong, he could still manage to disrupt their plans within his capabilities. Jones glanced disdainfully at the group from the Sakura Nation, saying, "Them? The Sakura Nation has sent the heirs of their renowned Onmyoji families, but their strength doesn't quite measure up to ours." By ours, Jones referred to both his team and Lin Yan's, representing both the US and the Dragon Nation. Lin Yan nodded in acknowledgement and then asked, "Thanks. By the way, Jones, do you know why they're putting so much emphasis on this Nine Nations tournament?" He was trying to gather more information. Jones looked at Lin Yan with some surprise. "Oh, my friend, don't you know that this competition will open the governor's chamber?" He thought to himself that his friend from the Dragon Nation might not be from a prominent background, hence his limited knowledge. Lin Yan smiled awkwardly and admitted, "I really didn't know. I'm just a freshman at the Magic City Martial Academy." "What's the governor's chamber? Does it have any benefits?" Jones explained. "The governor's chamber is the secret room of your Dragon Nation's Mr. Li Hongzhong. As for its benefits, I'm not sure. He didn't provide a definitive answer, as such information might only be known to the higher-ups of the Nine Nations. The Nine Nations tournament, since its inception, has been a kind of compromise among the Nine Nations. Although Lin Yan only learned about the existence of the governor's chamber, he still thanked Jones. The mysteries of the chamber would likely only be revealed during or after the tournament. Jones added, but I've heard that this might be the last Nine Nations tournament. It won't be held again in the future. Lin Yan wasn't too concerned about this, as he could only participate once anyway. He was more interested in the tournament's rewards. A few days later, Lin Yan and Jones didn't have much to talk about, and their conversations became somewhat strained. After some brief pleasantries, they ended their discussion. After parting ways with Jones, Lin Yan didn't return to the Magic City Martial Academy. Instead, he messaged Lu Xiaobai and Lu Dazhuang, informing them he wouldn't be coming back. Their advisor had already arranged for Lin Yan and Lu Xiaobai to take a month off, allowing them to come and go freely before the tournament. Lin Yan chose to stay at a luxury hotel for the night. The next day, after waking up naturally, he set out on his journey out of the city. This time, he wasn't leaving to complete a mission or collect material cores, but to help Ping level up. As a gold-level beast tamer, he shouldn't encounter any unexpected dangers as long as he avoided deep, hazardous areas. This excursion was also a chance to relax. He didn't bring anyone else along because he wanted to let all his pets have some fresh air. Outside the Magic City, Lin Yan called out, "Come out, Xuanwu, Xiaotian, Ping." Instantly, 3 figures appeared before him, a massive ice turtle, a floating red-scaled python, and an adorable little deer. Lin Yan instructed Xuanwu and Xiaotian to follow him, then encouraged Ping. "Go on, Ping. Believe in yourself." Ping raised its head and let out a soft yu-yu, facing a 2-star minion-level beast ahead. Not far ahead, a frog about the size of a basketball was perched on a large rock by the river. Its skin was a smooth blue, and it occasionally let out a loud rib-bit. Lin Yan silently observed the little water frog, quickly assessing in his mind: species, water frog; attribute, water; potential, high servant level; rank, servant level 3-star. Suddenly, the little water frog noticed Ping approaching. It excitedly croaked a few times and made a nimble leap off the rock, facing Ping directly. The sudden movement startled Ping, causing her to involuntarily step back. "Don't be afraid, Ping. You can do it." Lin Yan encouraged from behind. He maintained a distance where he could both observe the battle and step in to help if needed. Although this was Ping's first battle and she seemed a bit inexperienced, Lin Yan believed that with Ping's potential and strength, defeating the little water frog should be possible. Summoning her courage, Ping took a step forward and lowered her head. A green light began to glow above her head. Gradually, countless small green light dots converged in front of her, forming a vague silhouette. Although the figure lacked facial features, it was clearly a humanoid shape about 1 meter tall, emitting a green glow. Lin Yan was amazed by this peculiar sight. That's incredible. He noticed that Ping's combat style was entirely different from Qiongqi and Xuanwu. Instead of direct attacks, she conjured an elemental being to fight for her. While its explosive power wasn't as formidable as Qiongqi or Xiaotian, it perfectly suited the supportive role Lin Yan had envisioned for Ping. The wood spirit that had materialized did not immediately attack, but waited in place. Seeing Ping cast a skill, the little water frog was naturally unwilling to be outdone. It took a deep breath and shot a water arrow from its mouth. The wood spirit reacted swiftly, raising its hand to conjure 3 or 4 vines from the ground, forming a vine shield in front of Ping. The water arrow struck the vine shield but failed to penetrate it. Seizing the opportunity, the wood spirit launched an offensive, charging at the little water frog with several vines. The vines quickly spread and ensnared the little water frog. However, Ping's spiritual energy seemed to be depleting, and the wood spirit's form began to fade. The little water frog seized the chance and struggled free from some of the entangling vines. In that critical moment, a vine suddenly pierced through the little water frog from behind. It let out a faint ribbit and collapsed. "Well done," Lin Yan exclaimed joyfully as he stepped forward to embrace Ping. Seeing victory within reach, Ping ceased her energy output, and the wood spirit dissipated into the air. Lin Yan was very pleased with Ping's performance in her first battle. Despite being newly born, she already possessed such a reservoir of spiritual energy, truly deserving of her lord-level potential as a pet beast. Unlike his other pet beasts, which had to gradually enhance their potential from lower levels to lord and monarch levels, Ping started strong. Along the way, Lin Yan not only familiarized Ping with combat, but also arranged for Xuanwu and Xiaotian to find opponents of corresponding levels for a few battles. He knew that not engaging in battles for too long would lead to rusty skills, so he insisted on regular training to ensure they wouldn't falter at crucial moments. Despite this, Lin Yan made sure to allow ample time for their return. By around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, they were back in Magic City. Lin Yan could sense that Xuanwu had reached the peak of elite level 8 stars, needing only an opportunity to break through to 9 stars. At the time of the Nine Nations League, Lin Yan's team had already taken shape. A 1-star general-level Qiongqi, a 9-star elite-level Xuanwu, and an 8-star Xiaopeng. This combination gave him great confidence as he pondered how his opponents would respond. Lin Yan strode into the Beastmaster Association and cheerfully booked a high-level ice attribute training room. 3 hours, charge it, he said crisply, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. While waiting for the training room to be ready, Lin Yan suddenly remembered he had been promoted to a gold-level Beastmaster and ought to update his credentials. However, with the Nine Nations League approaching, he decided to postpone the certification. Although leaking this information wouldn't affect the big picture, Lin Yan preferred to surprise his opponents on the field and showcase his true strength. Inside the training room, ice-blue spiritual energy filled the air like mist. Xuanwu bathed in the chill, his momentum steadily rising. Suddenly, with a light bang, the room's temperature plummeted. Xuanwu let out a long howl, finally breaking through to the 9-star elite level. Lin Yan also felt a surge of pure spiritual energy flow into his body, enhancing his resistance to cold. This was the spiritual feedback from Xuanwu, carrying the power of the ice attribute. Due to their soul bond, this energy blended seamlessly with Lin Yan's body, further strengthening his resistance to the cold. After 2.5 hours of intense training, Xuanwu completed his breakthrough as dusk fell. Meanwhile, Ping also made progress, advancing to a 4-star servant level. Although this was of limited help to Lin Yan now, it was still an improvement. Exhausted, Lin Yan returned to the martial arts academy in the Magic City and fell asleep immediately. The next morning, his alarm clock woke him up right on time. Let's go, Xiaobai, it's time to gather, Lin Yan said, stretching. Dazhuang, are you awake? Lin Yan tried to rouse his roommate. What? Dazhuang mumbled sleepily. Get up and go back to sleep, Lin Yan joked. Get lost, Dazhuang grumbled, pulling the blanket over his head. Lin Yan knew Dazhuang had his own routine, an 8 a.m. class, getting up at 7:50, 5 minutes for washing up and breakfast, and 5 minutes to get there, without fail. Soon, Lin Yan and Lu Xiaobai arrived at the training ground. Teacher Zhou was already there, along with several senior students. Before long, Sun Yinshua, and Tang also arrived. Once the time came, Teacher Zhou began speaking. After a period of special training, I'm sure you've all made significant improvements. I hope you'll achieve excellent results in the Nine Nations League. According to internal information, the competition will follow an academy ranking system, with each academy required to battle at least once. Teacher Zhou paused briefly, then continued with a more serious tone. You may have heard that this Nine Nations League is different from before. The competition will be divided into 4 groups: A, B, C, and D. Only the champion team from each group will qualify for the great opportunity, this time the governor's chamber. At this, whispers erupted among the students. Lin Yan turned to Sun Yinshua and quietly asked, Yinshua, do you know what's inside the governor's chamber? Sun Yinshua glanced cautiously at Teacher Zhou, hesitated for a moment, and then replied in a low voice. As far as I know, inside the governor's chamber, there's a rare treasure from the demon Qing era, the three-eyed feather. These past few days, each group has to battle against my pet beasts, and I will personally guide you. As soon as Mr. Zhou finished speaking, he summoned 4 pet beasts, 2 of Lord level and 2 of War General level. The air was instantly filled with a powerful aura, drawing the attention of the surrounding students. Mr. Zhou succinctly arranged the battles. The senior teams would face off against a 6-star Lord-level pet beast, the juniors would take on a 3-star Lord-level pet beast, and the sophomores were up against a 9-star War General level. As for Lin Yan and his fellow freshmen, they were set to challenge a 4-star War General level pet beast. As Mr. Zhou's words settled, each team quickly sprang into action, selecting their areas, summoning their pet beasts, and preparing for an intense showdown against Mr. Zhou's creatures. Seeing this, Lin Yan said to his teammates, let's get moving too. A 4-star War General level? Piece of cake. On the battle platform, Lin Yan and his 4 teammates stood in formation, facing a fierce fire wolf. This fire wolf had a striking red and white coat, with flames blazing on its tail, exuding a menacing aura. Mr. Zhou approached and introduced. This is my first pet beast, the fire-tailed giant wolf. Species, fire-tailed giant wolf. Attribute, fire. Potential, medium War General. Level, 4-star War General. Skills, Fireblade, Flame Claw. Evolutionary path, 101 routes. Ultimate form, Yao. As he spoke, a deep sense of nostalgia flickered in Mr. Zhou's eyes. Lin Yan sized up the fire-tailed giant wolf and suddenly said to Mr. Zhou, Mr. Zhou, I'm afraid this fire-tailed giant wolf won't be much of a training challenge. His words immediately caused a stir among the onlookers. Some upperclassmen mocked Lin Yan's arrogance, while others admired his boldness. A blonde upperclassman sneered, I'll eat dirt if he can beat it. Su Shan quickly tugged at Lin Yan's sleeve and whispered, Lin Yan, are you still half asleep? What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Yan, however, confidently replied, Don't worry, just watch me. Mr. Zhou was taken aback by Lin Yan's statement and, after a moment of thought, said, "Prove it to me. Words mean little. A battle will better demonstrate your strength." "All right," Lin Yan replied with a mischievous smile, and then called out, "Come on out, Qiongqi, Xiaopeng, Xuanwu." No sooner had he spoken than three pet beasts appeared in the arena: a giant flame beast, a golden eagle, and a massive ice turtle. This sudden turn of events not only stunned Lin Yan's teammates, but also captured the attention of everyone present. Su Shan stared in disbelief at the exotic beasts before him and stammered, "Three pet beasts, Lin Yan, have you reached the gold level?" Although Sun Yinshua knew Lin Yan could contract more pet beasts than others, the speed of his advancement still left her in awe. The crowd erupted. "Wow, a gold-level beast master in just the first semester of freshman year? Alas, why was I born if he exists? Where's the guy who said he'd eat dirt? Yeah, Blondie, don't run away." Mr. Zhou was also astonished by Lin Yan's display. Reflecting on past experiences, the strongest freshmen were typically only 6 or 7 stars at the elite level, with 8 stars being considered outstanding at the Martial Arts Academy in Shanghai. Yet here was this young man, already at the gold level, showcasing a talent and strength that were truly remarkable. Wow, this young man is impressive. Even without considering his battle general level pet, the other two are far stronger than most. Mr. Zhou commented approvingly as he observed Lin Yan's performance. He continued, "Although the Martial Arts Academy in Magic City values fairness, you can always discuss any reasonable requests with me. I will consider them accordingly. After all, whether it's our academy or any in the entire Dragon Nation, we operate on the principle of allocating resources to those with ability. History has never lacked geniuses. What it lacks are geniuses with determination and ambition." After a moment of contemplation, Mr. Zhou added, "However, it seems that a 4-star battle general level isn't sufficient. From now on, you'll train Onion with the fire-tailed giant wolf, while the other 4 will have separate arrangements. Let's start now." Before he finished speaking, the fire-tailed giant wolf let out a deafening howl, prompting Lin Yan to become vigilant, focusing intently on the formidable creature. "Good luck, Lin Yan. We're heading out," Lu Xiaobai said, leading the others. "Go. Captain, you're the best." The remaining 3 chimed in as they left the battle stage. "All right, let's go. It's been a while since you 3 worked together," Lin Yan commanded. The 3 pets immediately assumed their positions. Although this would increase the difficulty of the training, it was precisely what he wanted. Having the 3 beasts face a high-level creature was an ideal way to enhance their teamwork before the 9 Nations League. "Evaporate, spread out, you know the drill." Xuanwu quickly conjured a massive, chilling ice dragon in the sky. The fire-tailed giant wolf, not to be outdone, scraped the ground and charged at Lin Yan. Xuanwu's ice dragon and Qiongqi's flames attacked from both sides, while the fire on the wolf's tail flared up, slashing out a fierce blade of fire. Bang! In the explosion, ice shards flew everywhere, and black and red flames intertwined in the air. Xiaopeng seized the moment, leaving 2 shallow marks on the wolf with precise wind slashes. What strong defenses, Lin Yan marveled. It seemed they had to rely primarily on Qiongqi's attacks, with Xuanwu and Xiaopeng providing support. Despite Qiongqi reaching 1-star battle general level and having Xuanwu and Xiaopeng's assistance, they were still at a disadvantage against the 4-star fire-tailed giant wolf, mainly due to the risk of severe injury from a direct hit. Meanwhile, in a luxurious hotel suite, a man in hunting attire sat at a desk, facing a well-dressed man with a mustache and gold-rimmed glasses. "Mr. Weno, how is the task I assigned you?" Mr. Weno immediately bowed. "Sir, the Genesis Society in Dragon Nation was incredibly rude, capturing our representatives and planning to experiment on them. Foolish. Where are the Genesis Society members?" The man shouted in anger, slamming his fist on the table. I don't know." With a swift slap, the man's glasses went flying. After taking a few deep breaths, he calmed down. "We shouldn't act rashly against the Genesis Society for now. There's an old Dragon Nation saying, 'The enemy of my enemy is my friend.' Who would have thought that the Genesis Society in Dragon Nation is full of such madmen, defying common sense?" In the days leading up to the 9 Nations League, Lin Yan's life became strictly regimented. His movements were limited to 3 places: his dormitory, the battle arena, and the simulation training room. The academy granted participating students special privileges, including 2 hours of free simulation training daily, complementing their routine battle exercises. As the competition date approached, Lin Yan's abilities improved by leaps and bounds. His companion, Xiaopeng, successfully advanced to 9-star elite level, and his coordination with Qiongqi and Xuanwu became increasingly seamless. Now, Lin Yan's prowess rivaled that of second-year students at the Martial Arts Academy in Huodou, far surpassing his peers at ordinary martial arts academies. And this was without revealing his other pet beasts. 2 days before the competition, Teacher Zhou announced, "You can take a short rest these 2 days, but don't relax too much to avoid affecting your performance." With that, he turned and left. A senior with slicked-back hair Han Zhan, the captain of the Huodou Martial Arts Academy team in the Nine Nations League, approached Lin Yan. He patted Lin Yan on the shoulder and encouraged him. "Keep it up, Lin Yan. With you in Group D, our chances of winning the championship are high." Han Zhan, not only a fourth-year student, but also a diamond-level beast master, had a pet beast that reached the Lord level, earning him the nickname God of War Han. After the competition, he would embark on a military career, the common path for martial arts academy students. Lin Yan responded firmly, "Don't worry, Senior Han. For the academy and for Longhua." He harbored an unspoken goal to win the coveted three-eyed flower plume from the governor's secret room. While the next 2 days were for others to adjust their states, Lin Yan had other plans. He decided to delve deeper into information about the Jiangnan Manufacturing Bureau, the governor's secret room, and the three-eyed flower plume. Compared to the old families and foreign elites, his knowledge was still lacking. Lin Yan began researching. During the Yaohuang period, Governor Li Hongzhang of Zhili established the Beiyang fleet, built the Jiangnan Manufacturing Bureau, and promoted the self-strengthening movement to seek wealth through strength. However, the Empress Dowager of Yaohuang, Cixi, cut the Beiyang military budget and indulged in lavish banquets. Damn that old hag Cixi. Lin Yan couldn't help but curse. He realized deeply that lagging behind invites aggression, and the corruption of the Yaohuang upper echelons accelerated the downfall of the dynasty. Yet, new hope had already sprouted on this ruin, and a new tower was rising. 2 days later, the Nine Nations League kicked off at the Jiangnan Manufacturing Bureau. The host, riding a flying pet beast and holding a microphone, enthusiastically announced, "Welcome to our friends from all nations. Let's skip the lengthy introductions. The Nine Nations League now begins." The audience erupted in cheers, with national flags waving high, the Longhua flag standing out prominently. Lin Yan and the other participants weren't on the field yet. They were waiting in a separate lounge. Han Zhan went to draw lots as the representative. Soon, the match orders for each group were released. Lin Yan watched the blue screen in the lounge and saw his team's match schedule. Group D, first match, Longhua Huodou Martial Arts Academy versus the Sun Never Sets Empire's Cambridge Martial Arts Academy. The Sun Never Sets Empire. Lin Yan murmured. He had some knowledge of this former maritime empire. As the competition was about to begin, Lin Yan was filled with anticipation and determination. Though time has passed and circumstances have changed, their strength remains formidable. The host's resonant voice echoed throughout the venue via the broadcast. In the stands, the seniors from the Magic City Martial Arts Academy were full of enthusiasm. "Come on. In the first match, show the spirit of the Dragon Nation, show the spirit of the Magic City Martial Arts Academy." Lin Yan stood up, carefully adjusting his appearance. As a newcomer participating in an international competition for the first time, he couldn't hide his inner nervousness. Leading Xiao Bai, Su Shan, Yinshua, and Yuan, the 5 of them walked in single file through the long tunnel. As they advanced, the white light at the entrance grew clearer, and the cheers from outside became increasingly deafening. Upon exiting the tunnel, a massive coliseum-like arena unfolded before them. On the opposite side, the team from the empire on which the sun never sets was already in position. The two teams were about 200 meters apart, a distance that might seem vast for humans, but was ideal for a battle between beasts. In the VIP section, dignitaries from various countries gathered. Major Hubble noticed an elderly man with blue hair dressed in a Zhongshan suit, and remarked in surprise, "Dean Wu, I didn't expect you to personally attend the juniors match." "There's nothing on my schedule today, so I decided to come," Dean Wu responded impassively, his brief words carrying the authority of a king-level beastmaster. A man in hunting attire at the end of the row suddenly suggested, "Just watching lacks excitement. How about placing some bets?" He turned to Wu Bing. "I've heard that Cambridge Martial Arts Academy's freshmen this year are exceptionally talented. I'll bet on the Sun Never Sets team, 1 sea spirit stone. Then I'll bet on my Magic City Martial Arts Academy, 10 drops of water essence." Wu Bing replied confidently, showing his faith in Lin Yan's team. In the stands, the cheers of encouragement were relentless. "Defeat the foreigners. Magic City Martial Arts Academy will win." Although this was the Dragon Nation's home ground with overwhelming support, Lin Yan knew that if they lost the match, they would face even more criticism and insults. The competition followed a best-of-3 format, consisting of 2 individual matches and 1 team match. When the host announced the start of the first individual match, Lin Yan volunteered to fight. Dragon Nation Magic City Martial Arts Academy Team D Captain, Lin Yan. Empire on which the sun never sets Cambridge Martial Arts Academy Team D Captain, Harry Ross. As the whistle signaled the start of the match, Harry immediately summoned his Baxia majestic black horse. Its hooves were ablaze with black flames, leaving scorched marks in its path, and the unicorn on its head signified its extraordinary status. Species, black flame unicorn horse. Attributes, fire, darkness. Potential, lower monarch. Level, elite level 9 stars. Lower monarch. Lin Yan's eyes gleamed with interest. "I have one too. Come forth, Xuanwu." Immediately, a massive ice turtle appeared in the arena, exerting a powerful pressure towards the opponent. An extreme cold dragon turtle. Suddenly, a mechanical voice announced, initiating mimicry. In the next moment, the scene in the arena began to change, with the terrain transforming rapidly. Within seconds, the arena split into two distinct areas, resembling the yin-yang symbol. One half became an icy landscape centered around Lin Yan and the extreme cold dragon turtle, while the other half transformed into a volcanic terrain centered around Harry and the black flame unicorn. The audience gasped in surprise, clearly having never seen such a match before. So advanced, Lin Yan was equally astonished. He hadn't expected the Jiangnan Manufacturing Bureau's arena to mimic environments based on the characteristics of the beasts. This would undoubtedly make the competition fairer, as beastmasters with oceanic contract beasts wouldn't have to worry about their beasts being unable to perform on land. However, such an arena must have required a substantial investment. In the VIP section, a man in a hunting robe from Sakura country was taken aback. However, his surprise wasn't due to the peculiar arena, but rather because the student from Longwa Martial Academy was on par with Harry from the Sun Never Sets Empire. Humph, having the same star level doesn't mean their strength is equal. Xuanwu, Water Tornado, Lin Yan commanded. Currently, Xuanwu's dragon bloodline was thin, so its dragon might didn't have much impact on the enemy. However, attacks imbued with dragon attributes could deal significant damage. Roar! Xuanwu let out a bellow, and a water tornado began to form in front of it. With the added benefit of the mimicry environment, the water tornado carried a hint of ice power. On the other side, the black flame unicorn wasn't just standing idle. Flames encircled its long horn as it gathered power. Once ready, the black flame unicorn charged at Xuanwu with lightning speed. Its flaming horn, like a fiery drill, was unstoppable. But Xuanwu wasn't to be underestimated either. The water tornado was unleashed immediately. Xuanwu, follow up with Ice Dragon Break. Aim for a freezing reaction. Xuanwu quickly began to form an ice dragon to accompany the water tornado. Lin Yan analyzed the combat strength on both sides. He didn't want to reveal his trump card, Qiongqi, in the first round. Although Xuanwu and the Black Flame Unicorn had similar potential and levels, Xuanwu's attributes gave it an advantage over the Black Flame Unicorn. The advantage was his. Sure enough, the Black Flame Unicorn's charge was interrupted by the two incoming skills. The combination of water and ice elements slowed its movements. Seeing the Black Flame Unicorn being suppressed, Harry felt the pressure mount. Losing the first match? No way. Come out, Hedwig. A flying eagle covered in snow-white feathers appeared in the sky, its head feathers arranged in a disc shape. Race, Snowy Owl, attributes, wind, ice, potential, superior lord, level, elite 6-star. The Snowy Owl flapped its wings, stirring up a cold wind and snow around it. The mimicry environment immediately adjusted to a more suitable setting. I don't believe your second beast is stronger than mine, Harry said, adjusting his round glasses and calmly observing Lin Yan. A flying beast? Lin Yan looked up at the Snowy Owl in the sky. What a coincidence, I have one too. And it's at a higher level than yours. Lin Yan smirked and called out, Come forth, Xiaopeng. In the next moment, a golden eagle soared into the sky, spreading its massive wings above the battle arena. The audience erupted into excitement, cheers echoing throughout the venue. Wow, 2 elite peak-level pet beasts, someone exclaimed. Woohoo, Huodou Martial Academy for the win. Long Gua for the win, another voice shouted enthusiastically. Xiaopeng's dazzling entrance instantly ignited the passion of the Longhua crowd. Lin Yan's eyes were sharp as he commanded. Xuanwu, Xiaopeng, go all out. Don't hold back. Before the words were fully out of his mouth, Xuanwu and Xiaopeng launched themselves at their opponents like arrows released from a bow. Harry broke out in a cold sweat, his expression fluctuating between frustration and concern. Damn it, he gritted his teeth. We're completely countered here. How are we supposed to fight? On the field, Xuanwu was using its attribute advantage to steadily suppress the Black Flame Unicorn. As a battle tank pet beast, Xuanwu showed no fear against its assassin-type opponent, with each attack forcing the Black Flame Unicorn to retreat. Meanwhile, Xiaopeng quickly gained the upper hand. Its agile speed made all of the Snowy Owl's attacks miss, moving like a golden lightning bolt through the air. Xiaopeng's Wind Scar and Golden Feather Storm were lethal strikes that the Snowy Owl couldn't evade. After just a few exchanges, the Snowy Owl was covered in alarming wounds. Wu Bing sneered, a hint of disdain in his eyes, as he addressed the man in the hunting attire from Sakura country. Is this what you call a prodigy? Seems like it's a bit lacking compared to our Huodou Martial Academy. The man in the hunting attire retorted defiantly. One person's strength doesn't make a team strong. This is just the first match. What's the rush? Wu Bing crossed his arms, a teasing tone in his voice. I think you're the one who's anxious. Better get that sea spirit stone ready. He wasn't worried at all that the man from Sakura country would back out, especially with a king-level beast master sitting in the front row who would dare make a move. Seeing the favorable situation, Lin Yan immediately urged, Xiaopeng, make it quick. Let's win the first match decisively and set a good example for those who follow. Xiao Peng responded with a loud cry, and in the next moment, countless golden feathers shot toward the snowy owl like a storm. The sound of shoo filled the air as the feather blades sliced through, leaving the snowy owl bloodied and defeated. Once the snowy owl fell powerless to the ground, Xiao Peng swiftly turned to support Xuanwu. The black flame unicorn stood no chance against the combined assault of two elite 9-star pet beasts, especially with one as elusive as the flying beast. Within just a few rounds, a gaping wound appeared on the black flame unicorn's abdomen. Despite the seemingly brutal scene, there was no need to worry about the pet beasts losing their lives. After the match, high-level restorative beast masters would be on hand to heal them. As long as they weren't instantly killed in battle, they could almost always be perfectly restored. Soon, Harry's two pet beasts from the Sun Never Set's empire lay on the ground, unable to continue fighting. The announcer's voice rang out across the venue. Group D, first match, first round. Victory goes to Lin Yan of Longwa's Huodou Martial Academy. The audience erupted with deafening cheers. We won, a great start. Huodou Martial Academy is amazing. Lin Yan is amazing. Go Huodou Martial Academy. Listening to the enthusiastic applause and cheers, Lin Yan couldn't help but smile. Well, what can I say? Lin Yan feigned modesty, raising his hand to wave at the audience, his face beaming with the joy of victory. In stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere on Longwa's side, the audience from the Sun Never Set's empire was visibly upset. Before long, some angry supporters stood up, ripping off their shirts bearing the Cambridge team emblem and throwing them down in frustration, cursing, "Damn it, give me my money back." Lin Yan didn't have time to bask in the victory, as the next match was about to begin. Lu Xiaobai was up next, and Lin Yan earnestly advised, "Xiaobai, try to win this one. If we go 20, we won't need the team match." He was confident in Xiaobai's abilities, thinking that without him, the freshman captain of Huodou Martial Academy would likely have been Lu Xiaobai or Sun Yinshua. Lin Yan calculated that since he had already defeated the opposing captain, as long as Xiaobai won this round, Sun Yinshua and Tang could continue to conceal their strength, saving more surprises for the upcoming matches. Lu Xiaobai from the Dragon Kingdom's magic capital Martial Academy faced off against Victoria Lin from the Sun Never Set's Empire's Cambridge Martial Academy in the Nine Nations League. Victoria, a brown-haired beauty with a face as delicate as carved jade, wore a student robe. As the announcer declared the start of the match, the two beastmasters swiftly summoned their respective pets. Lu Xiaobai's companion was Xuanwu, a skeleton warrior wielding a blue flame-bone sword, at an elite level of 8 stars. Opposite him was Victoria's blizzard cat, entirely silver with glinting vertical pupils, possessing ice and wind attributes, with a potential of High Lord and an elite level of 7 stars. Go Xuanwu, Lu Xiaobai commanded, and Xuanwu dashed towards the blizzard cat like a ghostly shadow. The blizzard cat quickly shook off frost from its body, creating a white mist that enveloped the battlefield. Xuanwu cautiously stopped at the edge of the mist, remaining vigilant. Suddenly, an ice spike shot out from the mist, but Xuanwu deftly rolled to evade and charged into the fog. Blue light flickered within the mist, accompanied by the blizzard cat's cries. Sensing the unfavorable situation, Victoria immediately summoned a second pet, only to be intercepted by Lu Xiaobai's bonefish. The two creatures were evenly matched, resulting in a stalemate. However, the battle between Xuanwu and the blizzard cat had become one-sided. As the mist cleared, Xuanwu was seen relentlessly slashing at the blizzard cat. The cat was covered in sword marks and traces of ghostly fire, showcasing the combat type's overwhelming advantage. In just a short time, Lu Xiaobai emerged victorious. "Well done," Su Shan exclaimed excitedly, standing up. In the lounge, teammates watched Lu Xiaobai's impressive performance on the screen, finally relaxing. The first match of the Nine Nations League goes to the Dragon Kingdom's magic capital Martial Academy, the announcer declared, and the audience erupted in cheers. In the VIP section, a man in hunting attire reluctantly retrieved the Sea Spirit Stone from his storage ring. Wu Bing quickly took it and stored it in his own ring. The man glared at Wu Bing, silently cursing the magic capital Martial Academy. The Nine Nations League follows a 9-3 format, with the Dragon Kingdom, the Sun Never Set's Empire, and the United States in one group. If they defeat the United States, the Dragon Kingdom would advance. Lu Xiaobai returned to the lounge amidst the applause, warmly welcomed by her teammates. Lin Yan gently hugged her, and Tang also praised her with a smile. Lu Xiaobai blushed shyly, unsure of how to respond. Lin Yan reviewed the match order and analyzed. "Our next match is against the United States. We've competed against them before, so advancing shouldn't be a problem." The outer field continued with other matches, and once the advancing teams from Group D were selected, the other groups would compete to determine the champion team from each group. Soon, cheers of victory came from the White Bear Nation. "I think we should keep an eye on the stronger teams from these countries," Lin Yan advised, and the teammates nodded in agreement, preparing for the upcoming matches. Sun Yinshua pointed to the information on several national teams on the table, her expression serious. Lin Yan knew that, coming from a prominent family, she had a broad perspective and was well informed. Her words were worth paying attention to. He focused on the countries Sun Yinshua had highlighted: the White Bear Nation, the German Federation, and the Cherry Blossom Nation. What strength does the Cherry Blossom Nation have? Lin Yan asked in confusion, recalling his past encounter with Abe Shoming from the Cherry Blossom Nation. Even though Abe was a gold-level beastmaster, he ultimately fell to Lin Yan's blade. Sun Yinshua explained, the Cherry Blossom Nation has a famous Onmyoji family, the Abe family. They've sent the most promising descendant in 100 years to participate in the Ding group competition. The Abe family. Lin Yan sneered. Old acquaintances. I'm curious to see how formidable this so-called most promising descendant is. Su Shan, standing nearby with his arms crossed, interjected disdainfully. Exactly. I bet that so-called prodigy is not even a fraction of Brother Yan's strength. Sun Yinshua continued. The White Bear Nation is a warrior nation with harsh environments and various beast tribes within its borders. If they weren't strong, they would have been overrun by alien beasts long ago. The German Federation is unique. A student who failed to get into their art college unexpectedly gained an opportunity and was admitted to the Federation's top martial arts academy without needing to pass the entrance exam. A failed art student. Lin Yan was surprised, noting that this person's story was reminiscent of a certain genius's script. This person might be worth watching. They could really have something special. Hours later, it was finally time for Lin Yan's team to compete. The announcer declared loudly, next up, Dragon Country's Magic City Martial Arts Academy versus America's Ivy League Martial Arts Academy. Let's give a warm round of applause to welcome the contestants from both nations. The Dragon Country audience, who had been eagerly waiting, erupted in cheers. They had bought tickets to see their academy dominate the competition. Let's go, stay steady, and don't get reckless, Lin Yan said calmly, reminding both his teammates and himself not to be careless. Your opponent is the captain of Dragon Country's Magic City Martial Arts Academy's Ding Group, Lin Yan, the announcer introduced. America's Ivy League Martial Arts Academy, Jones. The opposing contestant stated his name. Long time no see, Lin Yan, Jones said with a standard smile. Long time no see, Lin Yan responded calmly. Both Beastmasters are in position. The match begins, the announcer declared. Lin Yan looked at Jones across from him and shouted, do we still need to fight? Jones, aware that Lin Yan had an elite 9-star flame beast pet, saw that Lin Yan had summoned another pet, indicating he had advanced to a gold-level beastmaster. Despite knowing he wasn't a match, Jones chose to fight for the honor of America's Ivy League Martial Arts Academy. We still have to give it a try, Jones replied, mentally preparing himself for a beating. Come on, Xuanwu Xiaopeng. Jones summoned his Golden Lion King and his second pet. Although the Golden Lion King had gained a star since their last encounter on the ship, it still lagged behind Lin Yan's Xiaopeng. Mr. Lin, please go easy on us, Jones whispered, only loud enough for the two of them to hear. Lin Yan nodded slightly, understanding Jones's request. Since the opponent hadn't publicly revealed his gold-level Beastmaster status, Lin Yan decided to show some consideration. Go, give them some face, Lin Yan instructed his pets. In the next moment, Xuanwu unleashed a water tornado towards the Golden Lion King, while Xiaopeng hovered in the air, continuously releasing wind blades, wearing down Jones's second pet. The match proceeded under Lin Yan's control, showcasing his strength while granting the opponent the respect they deserved. As time passed, the aura around Jones's two pet beasts gradually diminished. They struggled to stand, but ultimately collapsed, exhausted and depleted of energy. The host announced loudly, Round 1. Victory goes to Longwa's Huodou Martial Academy. The outcome was as expected. Lin Yan won the match effortlessly. It wasn't that the students from America's Ivy League Martial Academy were weak. Rather, Lin Yan's strength was simply overwhelming. Among his peers, there was hardly anyone who could match him, let alone push him to exert his full power. Lin Yan turned to Xiaobai and said, You're up next. Xiaobai nodded in response, Sure. With that, he confidently strode forward. Xiaobai's opponent was Jack, the young black man he had faced on the ship. Their eyes met, and they nodded to each other in silent acknowledgement. The host announced, Both Beastmasters are in position. Let the match begin. Xiaobai's Xuanwu and Jack's fiery venomous lizard took the stage simultaneously. Although only a month had passed since their last encounter, Jack's fiery venomous lizard had only improved by 1 star. Facing his old rival, Lu Xiaobai, no miracle occurred. From start to finish, the fiery venomous lizard was dominated by Xuanwu. In the end, Xiaobai secured a decisive victory. The host excitedly declared, Let's congratulate the first team to advance, Longwa's Huodou Martial Academy. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the Longwa audience erupted in cheers. Meanwhile, the event was being broadcast live nationwide by Longwa Television, and viewers at home were enthusiastically cheering for Huodou Martial Academy and Lin Yan's team. Our Longwa is truly impressive, advancing with just 2 participants. Huodou Martial Academy rocks, someone in the audience shouted excitedly. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory of Chang'an City Panshir Martial Academy, a ponytailed girl sat hugging her knees on a chair. She wore a loose white t-shirt that covered her shorts. The computer on the desk was streaming the live broadcast of the Nine Nations League. This girl was Ming, and she murmured to herself, "My little Yin is amazing. I have to work harder too." After a moment of contemplation, Ming stood up and turned off the computer, as if making a firm decision. She turned and called out, "Get up, Xiaolon." In bed, a girl with short black hair tinged with blue sleepily sat up. "What is it?" "Let's go sign up for the big wild goose pagoda trial," Ming declared with determination. Xiaolon asked in surprise, "You've made up your mind?" "Yes." Ming nodded in affirmation. With the day's matches concluded, the 3 teams advancing from Group D had been announced. Lone was Huodou Martial Academy, the German Federal Xuanwu Martial Academy, and Sakura Nation's Emperor Martial Academy. With Group D concluded, other groups' competitions were still in full swing. During the tournament, all participants' meals and accommodations were managed by the Jiangnan Manufacturing Bureau to prevent any unexpected incidents. Lin Yan didn't plan to watch the other matches and suggested that his teammates return to their quarters early to rest. The results of the other groups were beyond his control. He could only focus on securing the championship for Group D. 3 days later, the matches in the other groups also concluded, and the advancing teams were confirmed. Unfortunately, the seniors from Huodou Martial Academy's 3rd year didn't advance. However, Huodou Martial Academy still showcased its prowess in other groups, such as Han Zhan from Group A and Lin Yan from Group D. Lin Yan said to Sun Yinshua and Tang, "Yinshua, Tang, you'll be up for the finals." He couldn't be sure if Xiao Bai could secure the win, so he wanted to be prepared for the team event. "Yes." Sun Yinshua responded with determination. The host's voice rang out again. First match of Group D, Lung was Huodou Martial Academy versus the German Federal Xuanwu Martial Academy. Let's welcome the finalists to the arena. Amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the audience, Lin Yan and his team stepped onto the field. "Let's go, let's meet that legendary failed arts student." Lin Yan stood up, brushed the dust off his pants, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Su Shan muttered dismissively, "A mere failed arts student, what's there to fear?" Lin Yan smiled slightly and nodded in agreement. "Well said." The two walked through the narrow passageway and once again entered the Grand Roman Colosseum. On the other side of the arena, the team from the Holy Roman Academy of the German Federation was already in place, exuding an impressive aura. "The first match, please, contestants, step onto the stage." The host's voice echoed throughout the venue. Lin Yan walked forward with his usual confident stride. Surprisingly, approaching him was a burly man, not the legendary failed art student. "Are you the failed art student?" Lin Yan asked, puzzled. "No," the man replied curtly. Lin Yan immediately understood their strategy and thought to himself, "The German Federation likely hasn't chosen their strongest to face me, just like the strategy of racing horses. Good tactic. However, they don't think they can win the team match against us, do they?" Lin Yan simply chuckled, saying no more. In the face of absolute strength, all tactical strategies are but fleeting clouds. "The Beastmasters from both sides are in position. The match begins," the host announced. "Come forth, Xuanwu Xiaopeng," Lin Yan called out, and the ice giant turtle and the golden eagle instantly appeared on the field. However, the burly man across from him unexpectedly raised his hand and shouted, "I concede." Without even summoning his beast, he surrendered directly. The audience erupted in an uproar. People looked at each other in confusion. But among the crowd, some insightful individuals discerned the intention of the German Federation. The first match, the Dragon Kingdom's Magic City Academy team wins. The second match, please, the Beastmasters from both sides step forward, the host announced. Lin Yan returned to his team, thoughtfully glancing towards the German Federation's team. Meanwhile, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed young man cast a meaningful glance at the Dragon Kingdom's team. Their eyes met briefly in the air before quickly parting. Lin Yan understood that the blonde-haired, blue-eyed young man was the rumored failed arts student. After a moment of thought, he said to his teammates, "Since this failed arts student is playing these games, let's go along with it. Su Shan, go up and concede right away, don't waste your energy." Su Shan was stunned for a few seconds, clearly not grasping the deeper meaning, but he resolutely said, "Trust Brother Yan, and you'll live forever." "All right, Brother Yan." With that, he walked unwaveringly towards the battle stage. The German Federation's team sent out that very failed arts student. From the Dragon Kingdom's Magic City Academy, Su Shan. From the Holy Roman Academy of the German Federation, Adolf Miller. The host introduced. "The Beastmasters from both sides are in position. The match begins." "I concede," Su Shan shouted loudly, mirroring the previous opponent's actions. The audience erupted once more with sighs and whispers. Some began pointing fingers. Fortunately, some wise individuals stepped in to explain, calming the crowd's doubts. The host smiled awkwardly and said, It seems today's teams have their own ideas, so let's save time and proceed directly to the team match. Next up is the team match. Lin Yan walked at the forefront of his team, facing the Holy Roman Academy's team. He and Adolf Miller stood face to face. The air between them seemed to spark with tension. As you wish, Lin Yan said calmly. Adolf Miller replied, I just want to see your true strength. The beast masters from both sides are in position. The team match begins. The host's voice resounded throughout the arena. With the announcement of the match's start, both teams immediately summoned their beasts. Five-tailed charm fox, holy queen butterfly, dragon blood vine, peony flower fairy, rock giant, gargoyle, nether fire skeleton, abyssal bone fish. Various powerful beasts instantly filled the entire battlefield, and an epic showdown was about to unfold. Adolf Miller stepped forward and slowly raised his right hand. His arm was held at a 45-degree angle, fingers extended forward with a dignified and commanding presence. As he moved, a terrifying giant beast appeared out of nowhere in the arena. Roar! The beast lifted its head and let out a thunderous roar, its body crackling with dazzling lightning. This was a thunder tyrannosaurus, a dragon and lightning attribute beast with monarch-level potential. It was a mid-level elite 9-star pet beast, possessing several powerful skills. Thunderbolt Strike could inflict area lightning damage on enemies. Dragon's Fury could launch lightning balls imbued with dragon might. And Thunder Mastery could significantly enhance lightning control and damage for a short period. Additionally, it had the ability to weaken enemies with its dragon might. The audience erupted in awe. Oh my god, this pet beast is incredible, someone exclaimed. I wonder if the Magic Capital Martial Arts Academy can withstand it. The foreign spectators from the German Federation were filled with excitement, cheering for Miller. Go Miller! Germany will win. Their shouts echoed throughout the venue. The appearance of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus seemed to ignite a fuse, instantly setting the entire crowd ablaze with enthusiasm. Lin Yan responded immediately. Come on out, Xuanwu and Xiaopeng. He raised his hand to summon his own pet beasts. An ice turtle and a golden eagle appeared, facing off against Adolf Miller's two pet beasts. Besides the Thunder Tyrannosaurus, Miller also had a 7-star elite pet beast with lord potential. However, Lin Yan, Xuanwu, and Xiaopeng were formidable, showing no fear in the Tuntuo confrontation. In no time, the duel between Lin Yan and Adolf Miller reached a stalemate, with both sides evenly matched. The atmosphere in the arena grew even more intense as spectators from various countries cheered for their chosen contenders. You're strong, Adolf Miller said, gazing at Lin Yan with a hint of admiration in his voice. Lin Yan smiled in response. Not bad, but this alone isn't enough to make me show my full strength. In a team battle, it's also about the strength of your teammates. He turned to Sun Yinshua and the others, speaking with composure. I'll handle Miller Heaton. You just do your best, as we've practiced. Got it. Sun Yinshua nodded solemnly. Another teammate said excitedly. Humph, after holding back for so long, it's finally my turn. Go, Xiao-san. A snow-white 5-tailed fox appeared in the arena, its head glowing with an unusual light. The next moment, a pet beast from the Xuanwu Martial Arts Academy suddenly stopped, shaking its head as if struggling to stay awake. Lin Yan sighed. Having undergone extensive training, was not about to miss this opening. The fastest among the 4 pet beasts, Xuanwu, sprang into action. It wielded a blue firebone sword, dashing like lightning toward the enemy pet beast. Meanwhile, the Holy Queen Butterfly and Peony Flower Demon boosted Xuanwu, while other pet beasts blocked enemy support. The 5-tailed fox controlled its target while also disrupting other enemies. Slash. The bone sword cut through, leaving a bloody gash on the controlled pet beast, the edges of the wound singed by blue fire. Yes. The Dragon Nation audience erupted in cheers, celebrating Lin Yan and his team's advantage. Someone remarked in surprise, I didn't expect the other members of the Magic Capital Martial Arts Academy to be so strong. Lin Yan's brilliance overshadowed the other talents. In the VIP section, a German representative smiled and commented, the Magic Capital Martial Arts Academy is truly full of talent this year. This team is exceptional, with a promising future ahead. The principal of the Magic Capital Martial Arts Academy took a sip of tea and replied unhurriedly, your Xuanwu Academy's student is impressive too. That pet beast of yours has a complete evolution path. He paused and added, after all, the headmaster's main battle pet at Xuanwu Academy evolved from a Thunder Tyrannosaurus. This is why Adolf Miller was admitted without examination. By following the Academy's guidance, his future is undoubtedly promising. In the arena, Lin Yan was fiercely battling his opponent, while in the stands behind him, a man in traditional Sakura country attire looked on with disdain. A mere silver-level beast master dares to challenge the genius of the Abe family? On the battlefield, the coordination among Sun Yinshua and her team was flawless. This was no accident. They had practiced extensively with Lin Yan and the fire-tailed giant wolf, honing their team battle skills. With the absence of Qiongqi, Xuanwu perfectly filled its role. The 5-tailed enchantress fox's psychic attacks were as powerful as the opponent's dragon-type beast, catching the Shinra Academy's beasts off guard. The Dragon Bloodvine's control over the battlefield was becoming increasingly effective, putting the Shinra Academy team at a disadvantage. The four members worked in harmony, steadily gaining the upper hand. Meanwhile, the fight between Lin Yan and Adolf Miller continued. It seems your team isn't as strong as ours, Miller suddenly spoke. But the Magic Capital Academy is indeed formidable. We admit defeat. He raised his arm and announced loudly, we concede. Captain, we can still continue. His teammates protested, unwilling to give up after reaching the Nine Nations League. Enough, Miller said firmly, displaying his leadership. We all know our strengths. Let's return and train hard. His teammates fell silent. Yes, Captain. Miller turned to Lin Yan. I hope we meet again at the pinnacle. Agreed. The announcer's voice echoed. Congratulations to the Dragon Nation's Magic Capital Academy for advancing to the finals. In 1 hour, the Nine Nations League Group D Finals. Dragon Nation's Magic Capital Academy versus Sakura Country's Emperor Academy. The audience erupted in cheers. Defeat them. Yan, don't hold back. Teach them a lesson. The simple academy showdown had transformed into a contest of a different level. An hour later, the teams stood facing each other. In the VIP section, Wu Bing provocatively looked at the man in traditional attire. Care to place a bet? Just what I was thinking, the man sneered. Isn't this like walking into a trap? Wu Bing was confident being the director of the Magic Capital Academy. He knew Lin Yan had advanced to a gold-level beast master. Such talent was destined for victory. How about doubling the original stakes? Deal. The first match begins. Contestants, please take your positions. Lin Yan's eyes were sharp against Sakura Country. He would no longer hide Qiongqi. Besides, victory meant access to the governor's secret chamber. Dragon Nation's Magic Capital Academy, Lin Yan. From the opposing side emerged someone strikingly similar to Abe Shomei. Sakura Country's Emperor Academy, Abe Uehara. As the referee gave the signal, Abe Uehara pointed his sword to the sky. Command, Shikigami return, Vampire Princess. A Shikigami with a figure resembling a woman appeared out of thin air, her blood-red bat wings lifting her paper-white body. Abe Uehara quickly scanned the attributes of this vampire spirit. Blood, fairy, potential ruler, mid-level elite, 5 stars. Without hesitation, he immediately summoned a second beast. By my command, return to your true form, Yukiana. With his call, the temperature around them plummeted, and snowflakes began to fall within the area. A snow spirit gracefully appeared, her attributes being ice, fairy, potential lord, mid-level warrior, 1 star. The audience erupted in astonishment. My god, he's a gold-rank beastmaster. How can we possibly win? Someone exclaimed. Damn it. Who would have thought a small country could produce someone like this? Another voice said in frustration. Alas, the heavens do not favor our dragon nation. In the VIP section, a man in hunting attire turned to Wu Bing, a mocking smile on his face. Prepare your stakes. Wu Bing replied disdainfully. The outcome is not yet decided. How do you know your Sakura country will win? The man in hunting attire stopped arguing, thinking that once the victor was determined, Wu Bing wouldn't remain so calm. Actions speak louder than words. On the field, Abe Uehara laughed arrogantly. Ha ha, opponents from the Magic City Martial Institute. What will you use to defeat me? He seemed to already envision the trophy of the Nine Nations League. However, the Magic City Martial Institute remained unusually calm, with no one showing any pressure. Lin Yan curled his lips into a mischievous smile and slowly raised his right hand. You're laughing too soon, little devil. Come forth, Qiongqi. As soon as he spoke, a massive beast engulfed in black flames appeared in front. The scorching heat spread instantly, and the black flames carved out a territory of their own. Its cold, beastly eyes fixed on the Yukiana, like a lord from hell. That's the ancient flame beast, someone exclaimed. Qiongqi's roar echoed throughout the arena, invigorating all the Dragon Nation spectators. The previously quiet stands erupted once more. Look, the flame god is also a gold-rank beast master. Ha ha, I knew the flame god couldn't lose. The flame god is awesome. Magic Martial is awesome. Dragon Nation is awesome. Defeat the devils. Abe Uehara looked at Lin Yan in disbelief. You're also a gold rank. Lin Yan sneered. There's a lot you don't know, frog in a well. Come forth, Xuanwu Xiaopeng. Soon after, an extreme cold dragon turtle and a 9 heavens golden eagle appeared in succession. These 2 9-star elite beasts joined the battle, putting immense pressure on the Imperial Martial Institute. The inescapable sense of oppression wrapped around every cell of Abe Uehara like a constricting snake, suffocating him. To think I'm the greatest genius of the Abe family in a century, yet I fall short of a common student from the Dragon Nation's Martial Institute. What a disgrace. Abe Uehara roared internally. Children, attack with all your might. Lin Yan wasted no time and ordered the battle to commence. At Qiongqi's command, it unleashed a hellfire directly at the Yukiana. She dared not take it lightly and immediately used her skills to counter. As the ice and snow met the hellfire, they turned into droplets, then evaporated into steam. But the layered weakening of the hellfire still managed to strike the Yukiana, burning a large scar on her. The persistent flames continued to spread, and although her ice attributes could suppress the burning from the fire attribute, the erosion of the dark attribute persisted. Damn it, Abe Uehara cursed. Yukiana, blizzard. In the next moment, a violent snowstorm erupted with the Yukiana at its center. The icy winds cut like knives as they swirled through the battlefield. Lin Yan's voice rang out, commanding his battle beasts into action. Xuanwu, support Qiongqi's charge. Xiaopeng, take out the vampire. His orders were precise and decisive, each word laced with tactical acumen. Xuanwu, sharing the same ice powers as the Snow Maiden, sprang into action. It deftly maneuvered across the battlefield, creating openings for Qiongqi's assault. Meanwhile, Xiaopeng spread its wings, eyes locked on the vampire. Although Xiaopeng's potential was inferior to its opponent, its 4-star level advantage allowed it to fiercely suppress the vampire. Lin Yan silently assessed the situation. Abe Uehara, a gold-level beastmaster, likely acquired this mid-potential monarch beast after his promotion. He recalled hearing that Abe Uehara, not being of the main family line, gained favor only after reaching gold-level status, exchanging lifelong service for this powerful beast. Yet now, this formidable creature was easily suppressed by a common beastmaster from Longhua, a scene that brought a slight smirk to Lin Yan's lips. Qiongqi, Xuanwu, execute the meltdown reaction. Lin Yan's command was thunderous. Qiongqi launched a fierce assault on the Snow Maiden, creating a perfect opportunity for Xuanwu's attack. Although Xuanwu's strikes weren't enough to cause significant harm to the warlord-level Snow Maiden, they were sufficient to disrupt her actions and create openings for Qiongqi. As the ice attack landed on the Snow Maiden, Qiongqi's flames followed immediately. Ah! The Snow Maiden let out a harrowing scream, her body convulsing from the excruciating pain. Even as a warlord-level beast, she appeared vulnerable under the explosive damage of the meltdown reaction. In the sky, Xiaopeng used its speed advantage to continually sap the vampire's strength. Despite the vampire's rare dual attributes, it was powerless against the overwhelming disparity in strength. Xiaopeng's golden feathers left deep gashes on the vampire, and although the blood control ability prevented blood loss, the damage steadily accumulated. Lin Yan was determined to end the battle swiftly. He looked disdainfully across at the enemy, his anger intensifying. Evaporation reaction, take down the Snow Maiden. His order was like a hammer strike, heralding victory. Qiongqi roared skyward, its black flames surging as its demonic form fully unleashed. Simultaneously, Xuanwu conjured a massive water tornado, sweeping towards the Snow Maiden. Facing such an onslaught, how could the Snow Maiden withstand it? Within moments, she was covered in wounds, struggling to freeze her injuries with ice crystals to continue fighting. Suddenly, a fiery beast claw tore through the air, striking the Snow Maiden heavily. Boom! The Snow Maiden crashed to the ground like a severed kite. Seizing the opportunity, Qiongqi unleashed another hellfire barrage. I surrender, stop attacking. Abe Uehara finally snapped back to reality, shouting urgently. But it was too late. Qiongqi's hellfire had already descended upon the Snow Maiden. Already battered, the Snow Maiden was unable to defend, and the searing flames consumed her body. By the time Abe Uehara's surrender was heard, one of the Snow Maiden's legs had turned to ash. The healing beastmasters on the field immediately directed their beasts to cast healing skills, halting the spreading hellfire. However, the leg reduced to ashes could no longer be restored. Snow Maiden. Abe Uehara rushed forward, cradling the Snow Maiden in his arms. Seeing her dire state, his heart ached. Damn it, why can't it be restored? He gritted his teeth, glaring at Lin Yan with hatred. This is all the doing of that Longhua person. He wants to kill my Shikigami. Abe Uehara snarled through clenched teeth. Lin Yan, remember this. Today's grievance will be repaid tenfold in the future. With that, he retrieved the Snow Maiden and silently rejoined his team. Lin Yan cast a cold glance at him, thinking to himself, is that all? Next time we meet, I'll send you to join Abe Shomei. In the VIP section, Wu Bing watched the match with disdain and sneered. Is this it? This is supposed to be the Ancient Century genius from Sakura country? Hearing this, the man in the Koriginu lowered his head with a somber expression. Inside, however, he was in turmoil. How could Dragon Country produce such a genius? This person cannot be allowed to stay. With this thought, the man in the Koriginu forced a smile and offered a reluctant compliment. Your magician warriors are indeed superior. I think this young man has the potential of a king-level beastmaster. Dean Wu coughed lightly and responded calmly. A king-level beastmaster requires not only talent, but also the right opportunities. He knew well that a king-level beastmaster was as crucial to a nation as nuclear weapons. The people from Sakura country were exaggerating Lin Yan's abilities to make other countries wary. Their intentions were indeed malicious. The finals of Group D in the Nine Nations League, first match, victory goes to Dragon Country's Magic City Martial Academy. As the referee announced the result, Both the live audience and those watching on TV cheered and applauded for Lin Yan and his team. As Lin Yan walked back, Su Shan rushed forward and hugged him tightly. "Well done, Lin Yan." Lin Yan smiled and patted Su Shan's back, then turned to Lu Xiaobai. "Go on, Xiaobai. Don't let the people of Dragon Country down." Lu Xiaobai nodded solemnly. "All right, leave it to me." After adjusting his jacket, he walked confidently onto the stage. From behind, Tang Yuer cheered him on, and Lu Xiaobai responded with determination. Across from him, a female contestant from Sakura Country in a school uniform and short skirt was already in position. She wasn't very tall, with yellow skin and black hair, and had a decent appearance. Dragon Country Magic City Martial Academy, Lu Xiaobai. Sakura Country Emperor Martial Academy, Mikami Yuya. With the introductions complete, the match officially began. Lu Xiaobai summoned 2 pet beasts without hesitation, while Mikami Yuya shouted, "By decree, Shikigami returned to truth, Kappa King." A large, grotesque creature appeared in the arena: bird beak, frog limbs, monkey body, and a turtle shell, overall about the size of 2 people. Lin Yan quickly assessed its attributes. Species Kappa King, water attribute, potential medium lord, level elite 6-star. He immediately felt at ease. With just lord potential and elite 6-star level, how could it be a match for Xuanwu? "Go, Xuanwu, give it your all," Lu Xiaobai commanded. Xuanwu responded, drawing a bone sword from its back, charging forward, blue flames leaving a long trail on the ground. Seeing this, the Kappa King clasped its hands together, took a deep breath, and then spewed a torrent of water. Xuanwu blocked with its sword. Though the water extinguished the flames on the sword's surface, it only pushed Xuanwu back a dozen meters. Seizing the opportunity as the Kappa King gasped for breath, Xuanwu swiftly closed in and struck down with its sword. The Kappa King barely dodged, and the bone sword left a deep gash on its turtle shell. The pained Kappa King let out an angry croak and lunged at Xuanwu with claws bared. However, how could a mere skeleton be afraid of such an attack? Xuanwu seized the moment, swung its sword upward, blue flames flickered, and one of the Kappa King's arms flew off. "Croak!" The Kappa King screamed in agony. Lu Xiaobai calmly instructed, "Xuanwu, don't hold back." Upon seizing the opportunity, Xuanwu swiftly swung his sword upward as the Kappa King clutched his wound. The sharp blade sliced through the air, and another arm fell to the ground. Blood spurted out, and the Kappa King howled in agony. "I surrender, stop fighting." Mikami Yuya jogged over to her Shikigami, turning to glare at Lu Xiaobai with reproach. "How can you be so heartless?" Lu Xiaobai sneered, casting her a disdainful glance. "Heartless? Huh." Winning both matches meant the championship was within reach. Sun Yinshua jumped up excitedly, cheering, "Yay! We're the champions! We're the champions!" Lin Yan also smiled with satisfaction. A loud announcement echoed across the field. In the Ding Group Finals of the 9 Nations League, the Longwa Magic Capital Martial Arts Academy wins. Let's congratulate the Longwa Magic Capital Martial Arts Academy on winning the Ding Group Championship. As soon as the words were spoken, the audience erupted into deafening cheers. "Magic Wu! Magic Wu! Magic Wu! Lin Yan! Lin Yan! Lin Yan!" The roaring shouts were like waves, unending. Lin Yan and his team smiled and waved to the audience. The television cameras zoomed in on Lin Yan for a close-up. Facing the camera, Lin Yan shouted, "Longwa is awesome." This scene quickly spread nationwide, and even to international media outlets. Countless viewers joined Lin Yan's chant, shouting, "Longwa is awesome," in unison, creating a powerful momentum. Meanwhile, Wu Bing coldly eyed the grim-faced man in the hunting robe, speaking with a harsh tone. "Are you going to take it out yourself, or should I find someone to help you?" The man in the hunting robe snorted, reluctantly taking out the wager from his storage ring, still trying to argue. "It's not the same, just materials of equal value. I'm sure you can see that." Wu Bing accepted the materials, sneering, "At least you know your place." The man in the hunting robe watched Wu Bing's smug and contemptuous expression, thinking to himself, "Laugh while you can, your time will come." In the following days, other group matches continued. Although Lin Yan and his team had already won the championship, they took the time to watch a few senior matches. Unfortunately, another team from Magic Wu didn't win the championship, as the top martial arts academies from other countries proved formidable. Sakura Country's performance in other groups was not as impressive as in the Ding Group, with only one team advancing in the Jia Group, and they were harshly defeated by Magic Wu's captain, Han Zhan. That match was even more brutal than Lin Yan's match against Abu Ahara, with Sakura Country's pet beast severely beaten, much to the audience's delight. After 3 long days of waiting, champions for the other groups were finally determined. The final results were Jia Group Champion, Longwa Magic Capital Martial Arts Academy; E Group Champion, German Alliance, Xuanwu Martial Arts Academy; Bing Group Champion, US Ivy League Martial Arts Academy; Ding Group Champion, Longwa Magic Capital Martial Arts Academy. Notably, the Jia Group's champion was the team led by Han Zhan. After the competition, the The Jiangnan Manufacturing Bureau prepared to open the governor's chamber. In a solemn office, an elderly man with blue hair sat at the head, with Wu Bing standing beside him. In front of the desk stood two young men, Han Zhan and Lin Yan. The blue-haired elder looked at them with satisfaction and said, Han Zhan, Lin Yan, you did very well. Dean Wu gestured, and Wu Bing immediately understood. She carefully took out 3 precious items from her storage ring and placed them on the table. These items were the stakes won from the people of Sakura country, the Sea Spirit Stone, the Holy Light Stone, and the Blazing Flame Crystal. The 3 materials varied in size. The Sea Spirit Stone was only the size of a thumb, while the Holy Light Stone and the Blazing Flame Crystal were as large as an adult's head. Despite the considerable difference in size, their value was equally immeasurable, with each being extremely precious. Noticing the puzzled looks from Lin Yan and Han Zhan, Wu Bing explained, given your outstanding performance in the competition, you can choose one of these 3 materials as your reward. Lin Yan frowned and asked, what about the rewards for the other team members? Wu Bing smiled and replied, don't worry, they will each receive their own rewards. Seeing Lin Yan's concern for his teammates, Wu Bing nodded approvingly, thinking that he was indeed a capable team leader. Relieved, Lin Yan turned his attention to the materials on the table. He suddenly remembered that the Sea Spirit Stone was a crucial material needed for Long Ye's transformation into a dragon. However, the Holy Light Stone was also essential for Xiao Tian's evolution. He found himself in a dilemma. Senior Han, you choose first, Lin Yan said to Han Zhan. Regardless of which one Han Zhan picked, it wouldn't be a loss for him. Besides, with the upcoming entry into the governor's chamber, he might need Han Zhan's assistance. Han Zhan laughed heartily. Haha, then I'll take the Blazing Flame Crystal. My pet beast needs it for its evolution. He pointed to the sparkling red gemstone. Wu Bing nodded in agreement and handed the Blazing Flame Crystal to Han Zhan, then turned her gaze to Lin Yan, waiting for his choice. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yan made his decision. I'll choose the Holy Light Stone. He then looked earnestly at Dean Wu and asked, Dean, could you reserve the Sea Spirit Stone for me temporarily? I will exchange it with an item of equal value in the future. Hearing this, Wu Bing also looked questioningly at Dean Wu. After all, the Sea Spirit Stone was of extraordinary value, not something ordinary. Dean Wu agreed without hesitation. Sure, work hard. He thought to himself, rare materials are meant for talents. Since Lin Yan needs it, keeping it as a future reward is no problem, and it might even strengthen this SS-level talent's sense of belonging to Magic Martial. Thank you, Dean. Lin Yan was overjoyed. With the rewards distributed, Dean Wu continued. Now, on to the main matter. I assume you've gathered some information about the governor's chamber. Although the specifics are unclear, your 2 teams must collaborate. It's certain that in the governor's secret realm, the strongest doesn't necessarily gain the opportunities. Yes, Dean. Lin Yan and Han Zhan responded solemnly. Do you know the significance of opening the governor's chamber this time? Dean Wu asked. Lin Yan hesitated for a moment, then tentatively answered. Is it for the 3-eyed feather? Dean Wu looked at Lin Yan with slight surprise, not expecting him to know such a secret. That's right, he confirmed. The 3-eyed feather is related to the clues of the Beiyang Navy's guardian beast. The Beiyang Navy. Lin Yan gasped, the name stirring a deep sense of familiarity within him. Dean Wu continued to explain. In the year 1894 of the Long Kingdom calendar, on the eve of the First Sino-Japanese War, the Beiyang guardian beast mysteriously vanished, shortly followed by an unannounced attack from the Sakura country fleet. In 1895, the Battle of Weihaiwei erupted. The Beiyang fleet was left isolated and was decimated, marking the failure of the self-strengthening movement. A century later, a group of young people carry an important mission. Your task is to obtain the 3-eyed feather and uncover the clues of the Beiyang guardian beast. Understood, Dean Wu said sternly, his gaze sweeping over the students in front of him. Lin Yan and Han Zhan exchanged a knowing look. This was no longer just about the rewards of the 9 Nations tournament. Finding the Beiyang guardian beast could significantly enhance the power of Longhua. The Beiyang guardian beast? Is it the pet of the Viceroy Li Hongzhang? Han Zhan asked curiously. Dean Wu calmly sipped his tea and nodded slightly. Yes. He replied briefly, a hint of depth in his eyes. 3 days later, the director led Dean Wu, Brigadier General Hubble, and representatives from the Xuanwu Martial Academy to a dilapidated basement. Boxes piled messily in the corner were covered in thick cobwebs. Lin Yan and the others stood in the back, gazing at the tall stone door in front of them. The stone door was intricately carved with scenes of the sea, giant waves, and fleets, with numerous marine mythical creatures vividly swimming among them. There were a few mysterious grooves along the edge of the door, seemingly part of a mechanism. The director turned to the students and said solemnly, according to the agreement of the 9 Nations, only the champion team is allowed to enter the secret chamber. The first half of the chamber is made of special materials that interfere with spatial powers, so you cannot summon your guardian beasts, and storage rings cannot be opened. Remember, only people are allowed to enter. With that, He walked to one of the grooves and carefully placed a sky blue crystal from his storage ring into it. As the director placed the crystals into the grooves one by one, fine sand and dust fell from the stone door's seams, and the sound of gears turning echoed from within the walls. The two heavy stone doors slowly parted, revealing a deep, downward-sloping passageway that seemed bottomless. "When you're ready, you may enter," the director said. "The door will close after you enter, but there are other exits inside." Lin Yan quickly retrieved a specialized flashlight, purified water, and medicine from his storage ring and packed them into his backpack. After a brief discussion among the team captains, it was decided that the two Longwa teams would lead, with the German Federation in the middle and the American team at the rear. As Lin Yan and the others stepped into the passageway, the wall lamps on either side suddenly lit up, the white flames dispelling the darkness. Han Zhan led the way at the front, while Lin Yan followed behind the senior team. Once everyone had entered, the stone doors closed with a thunderous sound. The 20 people walked quietly through the spacious passage, feeling the terrain gradually level out. "We're almost there," Lin Yan whispered to his teammates. Soon, the group entered a magnificent hall. The high ceiling was painted with a majestic starry sky, and a blue glow enveloped the entire space. The floor was divided into 4 areas: Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, each with a stone platform holding a crystal. "It seems we need to stand in different areas," Han Zhan analyzed. William, the Shenluo Martial Academy team captain, urged, "Don't waste time, quickly choose your areas." After a brief discussion, Han Zhan chose the Azure Dragon area, the American team took the White Tiger, the German Federation stood in the Vermilion Bird area, and the weakest team, Lin Yan's, was left with the Black Tortoise area. Lin Yan led Sun Yinshua and the other 3 to the stone platform, carefully observing the crystal on it. Suddenly, a red light shot up from the opposite side, merging into the starry map above. Instantly, the map lit up with a red glow, illuminating the 7 mansions of the Vermilion Bird in the south. "William, what did you do?" Han Zhan shouted towards the Shunluo Martial Institute. William appeared bewildered. "I just touched the crystal, and this happened." The team captains quickly realized that to proceed, they needed to activate the 28 mansions on the star map. Lin Yan and the other 2 captains simultaneously placed their hands on the crystal. In an instant, 3 beams of different colors shot skyward, linking the starry map with the 4 symbols regions. Spiritual energy surged from the ground to the top, lighting up one mansion after another. In just a few seconds, all 28 mansions blazed brightly. The Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise, all 4 symbols, and their 7 mansions were fully illuminated. The ground shook violently, and Lu Xiaobai steadied Tang Yuan, who nearly fell. The area beneath the 4 teams suddenly rose and moved towards the edges, revealing a bottomless pit in the center. Subsequently, a giant sand table slowly rose, filling the center of the hall. This sand table was unique, almost entirely covered in mercury, undulating like a real ocean. There were only 4 small islands made of golden sand, each near the position of a team. Additionally, there were special areas like whirlpools and reefs scattered across it. Suddenly, an ancient voice echoed, as if from a phonograph 100 years old. "Greetings, young ones. I am Li Hongzhang, the governor of Yaoqing." This once formidable figure's voice carried the weight of years and an undeniable weariness. "By the time you hear this, I may already be dust. I wonder how future generations will judge me patriot or traitor." Li Hongzhang briefly recounted his life. Passing the imperial exams in his youth, serving in the military in his prime, founding the Huai army, initiating the self-strengthening movement, building a navy, and negotiating with foreign powers. Yet in his later years, he often became a scapegoat, branded a criminal. His final words, "Oh, Empress Dowager," expressed the helplessness and melancholy of a hero in decline. Li Hongzhang's voice continued. "Below are 4 camps, each led by a team. Every camp has 20 simulated naval beast pets and 5 warships. Place your hand on the crystal and use your mental power to command the fleet. There are 2 special sea areas on the sand table, where every 10 minutes, the battle pets can increase their strength by 1 point. The last person remaining on the sand table will win and receive a treasure, unlocking the entrance to the next level." With a soft sound, the scene returned to calm. The challenge was about to begin. Lin Yan and Han Zhan exchanged a glance, a mutual understanding passing between them. They quickly confirmed that the other was the ally they were searching for. Meanwhile, William cast a meaningful look at the captain of the Ivy League team from America. The situation was clear. The 2 teams from the Dragon Kingdom would inevitably form an alliance. For the other teams to succeed in this competition, collaboration would be the only viable strategy. Without hesitation, Lin Yan placed his hand on the crystal and closed his eyes, beginning to communicate with it using his mental energy. As he channeled his energy, the corner of the sand table where Lin Yan stood began to reveal the outline of a fleet. 5 imposing warships gradually took shape, surrounded by 20 simulated naval pets. These pets were all various types of turtle-like creatures, either lurking underwater or surfacing, forming an impenetrable defense. Lin Yan opened his eyes, satisfied to see he had successfully connected to the 5 warships. Look, the simulated pets of the other teams are different from ours, Su Shan exclaimed, pointing towards several nearby islands. The German Federation's pets were a flock of icy birds ready to take flight, while the American team had fierce tiger sharks. Meanwhile, Han Zhan from Dragon Kingdom's Magic Martial team had chosen 20 massive water pythons as their battle pets. According to the rules, each warship could command 4 pets, but the pets could not stray too far from their controlling warship. Once a warship was destroyed, the connected pets would disappear as well. In the center of the sand table was a vast reef area with complex terrain, navigable only by the water pythons and icy birds. Suddenly, a mysterious sea fog began to spread across the sand table, enveloping each warship and pet at a precise angle. This fog cleverly concealed the positions of all parties, visible only to those controlling them. What do you think? Lin Yan turned to his teammates, seeking their input. After all, collective wisdom often leads to more comprehensive strategies. Tang Yuan furrowed her brows, carefully observing the situation on the sand table. She analyzed. The turtle pets have high defense, but lack in attack power and speed. The reef area isn't favorable for their movement. We might consider heading to the whirlpool area. Why choose the whirlpool area? Lin Yan inquired. Tang Yuan explained. The whirlpool area has strong currents that can affect the movement speed of other pets. Once we take control, we can use the water flow and underwater terrain to ambush enemies. Moreover, the turtle pets won't need the reefs for cover there. That makes sense, Lin Yan mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Senior Han Zhan and his team have likely already headed to the reef area. Not just them, but the Xuanwu Martial Academy might also choose the reef, as their icy birds can truly excel there. Tang Yuan added. As for the American Ivy League team, they have 3 possibilities: stay home, hover around the reef area waiting for an opportunity, or come to claim the whirlpool area. Lin Yan nodded in agreement. Exactly. The most distinctive terrains are the whirlpool and reef areas. Both are close to the islands, and once occupied, they are easy to defend and hard to attack prime strategic locations. If the Americans stay around the islands avoiding conflict, it's only a matter of time before they are overwhelmed as other teams' pets grow stronger. But most likely, they will aim for the whirlpool area. If that's the case, would be a step behind. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yan made a decisive choice. Then let's head straight for the reef area. If going to the whirlpool would mean losing the initiative, we might as well join forces with Han Zhan to take down the Xuanwu Academy. With that, Lin Yan resolutely directed the warships towards the reef area. Although the turtle pets would be disadvantaged in the reefs, they could still serve as shields and occasionally launch surprise attacks. As the warships slowly sailed towards their destination, Lin Yan began formulating the next tactical moves in his mind. As the fleet advanced, the mist gradually cleared, revealing the shimmering water surface. Soon, a rocky area emerged ahead. Lin Yan's attention instantly sharpened. He realized his commanded battle pet was the slowest. Since they had arrived, others must have reached even faster. However, it was puzzling. As the fleet continued, the surroundings remained eerily silent, as if no one had been there. Lin Yan furrowed his brow, and behind him, Tang Yuan also looked puzzled. Suddenly, a possibility flashed through Lin Yan's mind, causing his mouth to twitch slightly. They might have guessed we'd head to the Whirlpool Sea, so they've set an ambush there. And Senior Han Zhan knew their plan and went to support us, Lin Yan analyzed. They think they're on the 2nd level while we're on the 1st. Little do they know, we're already in the stratosphere. What should we do? Sun Yinshua asked, confused. She understood that although they could enhance their battle pet strength here, if their allies were defeated by the enemy's concentrated attack, they would undoubtedly lose. Lin Yan made a decisive decision. Let's go support Han Zhan at the Whirlpool Sea. He didn't linger for the enhancements offered by the Rocky Sea area and immediately directed the fleet towards the Whirlpool Sea. Meanwhile, at the Whirlpool Sea, the tiger sharks from the Ivy League Martial Academy of America had arrived. Known for their incredible speed, second only to the glacial birds, they excelled in killing and had strong bursts of power, but were weaker in endurance and defense, making them most affected in the Whirlpool Sea. In contrast, water pythons had more balanced capabilities. In this underwater battle, although the glacial birds in the sky couldn't assist directly, they could threaten the safety of the warships, forcing the underwater battle pets to surface and engage. Captain Han, could Lin Yan's team have gone to the Rocky Sea area? Someone asked. Han Zhan pondered for a moment. It's possible. That kid is clever. Should we still fight? Fight, Han Zhan said firmly. We've only lost a bit of the initiative, but we have the advantage of the terrain. If we retreat to the Rocky Sea area now, we'll fall behind more than just a little. He ordered. Keep the warships at a distance to avoid detection by the glacial birds. Advance the water pythons from underwater. Although the dense fog obscured his view, Han Zhan couldn't see Lin Yan's direction, but he trusted Lin Yan to sense the anomaly and come to support in time. Then, They would launch a full-scale attack to seize the Whirlpool Sea. The water pythons advanced silently underwater, leaving no trace on the surface. This time, Han Zhan deployed all the battle pets. Considering the water pythons were slower than the tiger sharks, if they were insufficient in number, they wouldn't be able to escape once defeated. So he chose to go all out, showcasing a strategy of complete commitment. The water pythons gradually approached the Whirlpool Sea, where the tiger sharks from the Shinra Martial Academy had already occupied the area, patrolling in groups. Suddenly, a tiger shark was entangled by a water python, and the other water pythons immediately attacked. Under the assault of nearly 10 water pythons, the tiger shark was instantly torn apart. The captain of the Ivy League Martial Academy quickly reacted, directing the squad's tiger sharks to retreat deeper into the Whirlpool Sea. The other tiger sharks quickly gathered towards this location. If the tiger sharks counterattack, we'll fully advance into the Whirlpool Sea and engage them in favorable terrain, suggested the strategist of Han Zhan's squad. Alright, Han Zhan promptly commanded all the water pythons to advance into the Whirlpool Sea, pursuing the fleeing tiger sharks. He wasn't worried about being surrounded, as both sides had similar numbers, making an effective encirclement impossible. The intense underwater battle caused violent waves on the surface, attracting the attention of the Shinluo Martial Academy. They quickly dispatched an Articuno to search the skies for enemy warships, ready to launch an aerial strike if any were found. At that moment, William excitedly shouted, "Found them! Found them!" Meanwhile, Lin Yan successfully located the vortex area and identified the two battling spirit beasts. Without hesitation, he ordered, "Go assist them." Lin Yan swiftly commanded his turtle spirit beast to launch a surprise attack on the tiger shark, forming a pincer movement with Han Zhan's water python. Seeing this, Han Zhan immediately adjusted his strategy. Damn, we've been discovered so quickly. Focus all efforts on the tiger shark. He realized it was too late to retreat and decided to team up with Lin Yan to take out one enemy group first. William quickly gathered his spirit beasts and rushed towards Han Zhan's location. The captain of the American Ivy League Martial Academy watched his spirit beasts disappear one by one and couldn't help but curse. Fu. He understood this meant they would miss out on the rewards this time. Thanks to the seamless cooperation between Lin Yan and Han Zhan, all the tiger sharks were soon eliminated. They swiftly took control of the vortex area and found the American Ivy League Martial Academy's warship, sinking it. However, before the joy of victory could settle, Han Zhan's controlled spirit beast began to sink slowly, eventually disappearing into the golden sands of the sea floor. Seizing this opportunity, William from Shinluo Martial Academy successfully sank Han Zhan's fleet, causing his spirit beasts to vanish. Now, only Lin Yan and William's teams remained on the battlefield, with an equal number of spirit beasts but in different positions. Lin Yan's fleet enjoyed an enhancement within the vortex area, while William's warships were positioned outside. Lin Yan could feel his spirit beasts had enhanced twice and decisively ordered, "Hold the vortex area and locate the Shinluo Martial Academy's fleet." Meanwhile, the environment on the battlefield was changing. The fog gradually lifted, doubling the field of vision for both Lin Yan and William. The water level was also rising slowly, and Lin Yan noticed the enhancement effects from the sea area were waning. William frowned and said, "We can't wait any longer. We need to make a move." He understood that the longer they delayed, the greater the power gap would become. It was too late to head to the reef area. Once the effects dissipated, the Dragon Nation's team would become even stronger. William decisively ordered his fleet towards the vortex area, with Articuno patrolling the skies, expanding their view. Lin Yan, through the turtles he had positioned underwater at the edge of the area, received intel on the enemy's movements and saw the approaching warships. This is the final battle. Lin Yan took a deep breath to remain calm. He commanded all turtle spirit beasts to converge here while directing his warship to sail in the opposite direction to avoid Articuno's reconnaissance. The underwater turtles were already closing in on the enemy warship, and a massive shadow appeared on the water's surface. Articuno released ice spikes downwards, but after passing through the water's resistance, they caused no significant damage to the turtles' backs. "Attack with full force," Lin Yan ordered, and 20 turtles simultaneously rammed into a warship. With a bang, a minor explosion was heard, and several holes appeared in the ship's hull as it slowly sank into the sea. Watching this scene, William thought to himself, "The tide has turned irreversibly." As the battleship sank, several Articuno in the sky suddenly froze. Splash! One by one, the battle pets plunged into the water, disappearing into the sandy seabed. William braced himself against the stone table, sweat trickling down his cheeks. He regretted not choosing to confront the Ivy League Academy fleet in the Reef Sea area, where they might have had a fighting chance to hold the ground and win. However, in this game, no one could predict the opponent's choices. In the end, the outcome was a victory for the Dragon Nation. William's fleet was no match for the turtle battle pets and was completely annihilated. Only Lin Yan's fleet remained on the sand table, and joy filled his heart. Despite not fighting in person, Controlling so many battle pets with mental power left Lin Yan exhausted. Just as Sun Yinshua and others were preparing to celebrate, the scene changed abruptly. Stone walls quickly rose between the four areas, separating the teams. Simultaneously, the ground in each area began to descend. Seriously again? Shang complained. Lin Yan remained calm. It's no big deal. I'm just curious about the reward. He wasn't worried about danger, having just won the Sand Table War. With a loud rumble, the ground stopped descending. In front of them was a stone chamber made of unique materials. Lin Yan looked around and raised his hand to try and communicate with his storage ring. Instantly, a crystal core appeared in his hand. It's not affecting us here, he said, putting the crystal core away. On the table in the center of the stone chamber was a dusty jade box, behind which lay a seemingly endless passage. This must be the reward. Sun Yinshua approached to examine the jade box closely and noticed it was carved with 9 five-clawed serpents. She explained, there's a saying that 5 claws are for dragons, for serpents. But usually, only royal items can be called dragons. Even if someone holds the highest official rank, they can only be referred to as 9 serpents with 5 claws. Lin Yan slowly opened the jade box, and a medicinal fragrance wafted out. Inside was a pill the size of a fist, with a jade plaque inscribed with aptitude pill beside it. Can this aptitude pill enhance talent? Lin Yan wondered, frowning at the pill. It's just so big, it seems hard to swallow. Sun Yinshua gave him a strange look. Isn't it possible that this is meant for battle pets? Lin Yan chuckled awkwardly. Yinshua, you're smart. Who else would think it's for pets, haha. Su Shan nudged Lin Yan's back. Brother Yan, I think you're the only one who thought that. You're talking too much. Lin Yan glared at Su Shan. Now, they faced an important dilemma. With only one aptitude pill, how should they allocate it? For Lin Yan, even though he knew how to evolve his battle pets, the required materials became increasingly expensive. This aptitude pill was undoubtedly a valuable resource. If potential can be directly enhanced, it saves a lot of resources. Lin Yan proposed this idea and then shifted to discuss the distribution issue. Su Shan raised his hand without hesitation, his voice firm. I'm stepping down. I didn't contribute much to this 9-nation league, so it's not suitable for me to compete for such a treasure. I'm already content with the rewards from the Martial Academy. His words reflected humility and self-awareness. Lin Yan nodded in agreement, his gaze sweeping over the others. Suddenly, Lu Xiaobai's eyes lit up as if she remembered something important. Oh right, she said eagerly. I recall reading about a potential pill in an ancient family book. Hearing the term potential pill, Lin Yan was slightly taken aback. He remembered that Lu Xiaobai came from a long-standing family of corpse walkers in Qiongqi, who must have a wealth of knowledge. Oh, tell us more, he asked with interest. Lu Xiaobai explained. The potential pill seems to only be effective on pet beasts with potential below the monarch level, and it can only enhance them by a small stage. Nonetheless, it's an extremely valuable treasure. Tang Yuan immediately suggested. Then let's have the captain's pet beast take it. Lin Yan contributed the most, and his flame beast's potential is likely below monarch, so it needs the enhancement the most. I agree, Sun Yinshua concurred. Exactly. Lu Xiaobai also expressed her agreement. She added, after all, both of my pet beasts have monarch-level potential, so the potential pill is of no use to them. Besides, it was mainly because of Lin Yan that we got here. Lin Yan, with a playful smile, took out the potential pill and pretended to be bashful, saying, well, if you insist, I won't refuse. He glanced around and continued, we don't know what challenges lie ahead, so let's rest a bit and let Qiongqi enhance its abilities. Since there's no longer any seal on the beast space, it implies that we might need to use our pet beasts. So, we should enhance our strength as much as we can before moving forward. Come out, Qiongqi. Lin Yan raised his hand to summon his pet beast. In the next moment, the familiar flame beast appeared in the stone chamber, its intense firelight instantly dispelling the room's darkness, casting a red glow all around. The temperature rose sharply, and everyone felt the heat wave wash over them. Qiongqi, open your mouth, Lin Yan commanded, tossing the potential pill towards Qiongqi. Qiongqi swallowed the pill with a low gulp. In an instant, the flames surrounding Qiongqi surged, the black fire burning fiercely, almost consuming the entire stone chamber. Whoa, Lin Yan exclaimed, hurriedly stepping back a few paces. Being the closest to Qiongqi, he nearly got scorched by the sudden flare-up. The top-grade materials within the potential pill began transforming Qiongqi's body, refining the fire and dark attributes within. The attributes became purer, and Qiongqi's aura steadily increased. Before long, Qiongqi's level had risen by 2 stars. Lin Yan excitedly checked Qiongqi's new status. Species, Ancient Flame Beast. Attributes, Fire Dark. Potential, High Lord. Level, Warrior level 3 stars. Skills, 1. Wildfire AoE skill, powerful fire damage with burning effect. 2. Demon God form enhances all attributes by 50% for a period, followed by a period of weakness. 3. Hellfire single target dual attribute attack skill. Evolution Paths, 24 Ultimate Qiongqi, Huodou, Tengu, Ting. Warrior level 3 stars. Lin Yan was ecstatic, amazed at the potency of the potential pill. Not only did it enhance Qiongqi's potential, but the residual energy even boosted its level by 2. He couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity there's only one of such a treasure. Even if there were more, they might not have the same effect. Lin Yan felt the surge of spiritual energy from Qiongqi flowing into his body, instantly wiping away his previous mental fatigue. He looked at Qiongqi again and noticed its lines were more perfect, and the burning flames more profound, containing a mesmerizing energy. What a treasure! Too bad there's only one, and Xuanwu can't use it. Lin Yan sighed softly, glancing down the narrow passage. Qiongqi was too large to pass through, so he had to return it to the beast space. Let's go, Lin Yan said to his companions. The 4 of them left the stone chamber and continued onward. The restraints in the passage had disappeared, allowing them to summon their pets at will, which gave everyone a sense of relief. Before long, the light of the exit came into view. As Lin Yan and the others stepped out of the passage, a loud crash suddenly echoed behind them. Turning back, they saw a thick stone wall had completely sealed the way back. What do we do now? We can't go back, someone said worriedly. Lin Yan calmly replied, look ahead. From the start, there was no turning back. Emerging from the passage, the sight before them was breathtaking. It was a grand hall, even more magnificent than the previous war game arena, resembling a colossal battle stage. In the center stood a circular platform with a tall silver staff planted in it. Surrounding the hall were lifelike statues of towering battle pets, fierce sea beasts, and armored warriors. Lin Yan quickly spotted familiar faces: Senior Han Zhan and his teammates. On the other side were people from Shenluo Martial Institute and Ivy Martial Institute. The latter looked a bit disheveled, with some even bearing bloodstains, but fortunately, they were all alive. Senior Han, Lin Yan called out in Han Zhan's direction. Han Zhan responded, you finally made it. We thought you might have gotten caught in traps like the Shenluo people. Not at all, it was smooth sailing. Lin Yan replied with a smile, noting that Han Zhan hadn't mentioned any rewards, so he wisely kept quiet about it. Senior Han, what's the situation here? Lin Yan asked. Han Zhan shook his head, not sure. We've been observing since we arrived, but found nothing. At that moment, the silver staff on the central platform rotated slightly, emitting a soft click. Then, the familiar, aged voice echoed again. Younger ones, I have set up a game. The winner will receive what I have left behind. Of course, you can exit the game at any time. The exit is behind the statue to the east. However, if you choose to leave, you cannot return or face the consequences. Now, let the game begin. The overseer didn't waste many words this time, just a brief explanation. What game? How do we win? Lin Yan asked, puzzled, looking at Han Zhan. I don't know either, Han Zhan replied awkwardly. Suddenly, Su Shan behind them pointed fearfully at something not far away. Oh my gosh, what is that? Lin Yan turned to look and gasped. Oh my gosh, the statues are alive. The battle pet statue closest to them shook its body, dislodging dust and small stones. It stretched its limbs as if feeling stiff from a long period of inactivity. Meanwhile, the students from Shenluo Martial Institute were not as lucky. They were facing a ferocious sea beast statue that had already come to life. Bang! A loud noise erupted, sending a spray of sand and stones into the air. When the dust settled, the group was horrified to see the sea beast standing unharmed, its eyes glinting with danger. A battle-hardened peak-level pet beast from the Shenluo Martial Academy was slammed into the ground by a sea beast, its body stained with blood. This shocking scene made Lin Yan gasp in disbelief. He closely observed the surrounding statues, trying to find any clues. These weren't living beings. Could they be mechanical beasts? Fortunately, the statues before them did not attack, but instead fixed their gaze on a sea beast not far away. Lin Yan quickly assessed the situation. There were only 2 battle pet statues, but 5 sea beast statues. The thought of fleeing crossed his mind, but he realized that doing so would mean failing to retrieve the 3-eyed flower feather for Longwa. Let me give it a try, Han Zhan said, stepping forward and summoning his pet beast. In an instant, a giant gorilla engulfed in flames appeared before them. With its powerful arms wrapped in terrifying fire, this creature, known as Blazing King Kong, possessed fire and fighting attributes, a potential of mid-tier monarch, and was at Lord level 4 stars. The Blazing King Kong beat its chest with its massive arms and let out an earth-shattering roar. Lin Yan marveled at the power, recognizing it as top-tier strength in Qing. Was this the might of the top fighter from the Magic Capital Martial Academy? Achieving such a level in just the 4th year of college was truly formidable. Han Zhan pointed at a sea beast and ordered, Kong, test these statues' strength. The Blazing King Kong roared in response, its flame-wrapped arms gathering power as it charged at the target. The sea beast abandoned its pursuit of the Ivy League Martial School team and turned to confront it. The collision between the two was thunderous. A powerful shockwave spread out, sending the nearby Ivy League team flying several meters. The sea beast was only pushed back a step or two, while the blazing King Kong was knocked back dozens of meters by sheer force, its terrifying flames having no effect on the sea beast. Seeing this, Han Zhan's expression turned serious, and he shouted, "Kong, domain activate, immortal flame." The blazing King Kong slammed its arms into the ground, igniting a towering flame within a 10-meter radius around it. Its eyes burned with fiery intensity as it leaped high, arms raised above its head, and smashed down. The ground caved in, forming a large pit. As the dust settled, the sea beast was seen holding up its arms in a stalemate with the blazing King Kong. Suddenly, a crisp sound was heard, and one of the sea beast's stone arms cracked in the middle, breaking off halfway. Han Zhan felt a glimmer of hope, but quickly realized they still faced 5 sea beasts, one of which could even fly. "Come out, Qiongqi." Lin Yan also summoned his pet beast. All the students followed suit, calling forth their own combat forces. Han Zhan made a swift decision. Anyone below Gold Beastmaster, get out. He knew that elite-level pet beasts wouldn't harm the sea beasts and could be killed in a single blow, becoming liabilities. Yinshua, Xiaobai, Su Shan, Tang, you four go first, Lin Yan ordered decisively, preparing for the fierce battle ahead. Qiongqi's level had already risen to a 3-star war general, and Lin Yan's strength even surpassed that of a sophomore from the Ivy League Martial Academy present. As the battle raged on, the strongest warrior from the Teutonic Alliance's Xuanwu Martial Academy summoned a war general-level peak flying pet beast to join forces with other pet beasts against the troublesome seagull beast statues. Han Zhan fully unleashed his domain, with his blazing King Kong facing one statue alone, while 3 other pet beasts combined their efforts against another. The remaining fighters engaged with 2 sea beasts, looking for an opportunity to turn the tide. "Hold on a little longer," Han Zhan shouted, confident that his blazing King Kong, giving its all, would soon defeat its opponent. Once successful, they could concentrate their firepower on the remaining statues. However, the Ivy League team from the United States was struggling to hold on. They had been the first to be defeated in the earlier Sand Table naval battle, and, after being penalized, their pet beasts were badly wounded. Now, under the fierce assault of the sea beasts, they were on the brink of collapse. "Captain, we should retreat," one team member urged. "Staying here won't earn us any rewards, and they'll likely end up in Han Zhan's hands. If we can't win, we should at least stop the Long Nation from winning." Though this suggestion seemed a bit underhanded, from the perspective of national and academy interests, leaving now was indeed the wisest choice. The Ivy League captain glanced at Han Zhan, who was fiercely fighting, and hesitated. "But this will offend Han Zhan from the Long Nation," he muttered. "With Han Zhan's talent, his future is limitless. If we offend him now, how will we get along in the future?" "Captain, the vast Pacific Ocean lies between the United States and the Long Nation. Unless there's a war, how often will we meet?" Another team member advised. "You're right, let's go." The Ivy League captain decided without further hesitation in order to retreat. They fought while retreating, gradually moving towards the exit. Seizing a moment, the captain quickly recalled his pet beasts and led the team through the passage. Surprisingly, the sea beast statues did not pursue them. "We're out," the Ivy League captain sighed in relief. As the other team members prepared to leave, the captain stopped them. "Let's observe the situation a bit more." Sure enough, the sea beasts slowly turned, relocking onto their targets and charged back into the battlefield. "Damn it, America," Han Zhan cursed as he watched the sea beast close in on his blazing King Kong, creating a pincer attack with another statue. By now, nearly half of the participants had left the game. In the central hall, the silver staff began to turn again, and the platform slowly rose, revealing a hidden compartment below. This compartment was small and deep, inaccessible to pet beasts. Inside was a box made of golden Nanmu wood, its exquisite craftsmanship hinting at the priceless items it contained. "Could this be the reward?" Lin Yan asked in surprise. "It should be," Han Zhan confirmed with a nod. At that moment, a strange phenomenon occurred. The aura of several statues suddenly surged, and a heavy punch sent the blazing King Kong flying over 10 meters. "Han Zhan, we can't hold out much longer, let's retreat," William from the Xuanwu Martial Academy shouted. Unlike the Ivy League team from the US, the Teutonic Alliance team members proved to be reliable allies. Han Zhan reluctantly gazed at the golden Nama box. The statues, now in a berserk state, fiercely guarded the box, allowing no one to approach. "Please hold on a bit longer. There will be generous rewards afterward," Han Zhan stated firmly, his expression resolute and calm. Han Zhan turned to Lin Yan, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. "Lin Yan, do you still have that incredibly fast-flying pet beast?" Lin Yan nodded in confirmation. Han Zhan gave a mysterious smile. "I'll create an opportunity for you later. Make sure you seize it." Lin Yan didn't quite understand Han Zhan's intention, but he summoned his flying pet, Xiao Peng, nonetheless. "I'm ready." With that, he nimbly leapt onto Xiao Peng's back. Han Zhan stretched his body and dashed forward. Seeing this, Lin Yan immediately commanded Xiao Peng to take off. Han Zhan stood firmly before several sea beast statues, clasped his hands together, and murmured softly, "Beast spirit, protect me, flaming Vajra." In an instant, a massive Vajra's phantom enveloped Han Zhan. Red, transparent spiritual power formed an impenetrable barrier, shielding him tightly. Witnessing this from the air, Lin Yan couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, that's incredible, like a divine manifestation." He quickly regained his composure and urged, "Go, Xiaopeng. Hurry up. Han Zhan has bought us time. We must get the treasure quickly." Xiaopeng shot towards the center of the hall like a golden lightning bolt. Meanwhile, deafening pounding sounds echoed throughout the space. The frenzied sea beast statues were fiercely attacking Han Zhan, but all were blocked by the Vajra beast spirit. Despite this, Han Zhan, continuously channeling spiritual power, was drenched in sweat. He shouted urgently, "Hurry up!" Lin Yan focused intently. As Xiaopeng flew over the secret compartment, he flipped off and landed with a thud in front of it. Grabbing the golden Nanmu box with one hand and clutching Xiaopeng's claw with the other, he successfully took off again. With the box removed, the round platform slowly descended. With a click, it touched the ground, the silver staff returned to its original form, and the statues ceased their movements. An ancient voice echoed, "The game is over. I wonder who has taken my item." Sigh. The governor sighed, then fell silent. The sea beast statues froze in place. Confirming there would be no more attacks, Han Zhan retracted the beast spirit. The immense exertion left him collapsing to the ground, breathless. A few more hits, and the beast spirit would have shattered. "Mission accomplished," Lin Yan said, directing Xiao Peng to lower its altitude before gracefully leaping down. He cautiously opened the wooden box to reveal a peacock tail feather, adorned with 3 blue-green rings and a gold thread embedded in its shaft. "This is the three-eyed flower plume." Lin Yan was speechless with shock. "I never expected this game to be the ultimate test." Not far away, the flaming Vajra continued to smash the statues that had encircled it, venting its frustration from the earlier battle. With a roar, one of the sea beast statues was shattered into pieces, its components scattering, and its energy core crushed to bits. Lin Yan looked at the destroyed core with regret, temporarily putting away the golden Nanmu box, and approached the wrecked statues. A core that can withstand such attacks must be at least of Lord level. "I hope the Vajra didn't smash them all," he muttered, hesitant to interfere with the powerful flaming Vajra. "There really is one." Lin Yan's eyes lit up as he wiped dust off a concealed core. A water-type Lord-level core, a profit of 4 million. He discreetly pocketed the core. At that moment, his gaze was drawn to a piece of material with engraved patterns beneath his feet. Lin Yan knelt, brushing away the rubble to reveal the mysterious black material. It bore only one character, M.O. Ink. Could it be related to the Mahis school from the spring and autumn period? Lin Yan's thoughts were immediately captivated by this mysterious black material. He recalled the era of 100 schools of thought during the pre-Qing period, where the Mahists, as one of the prominent schools, stood alongside Confucianism, often referred to as either Confucian or Mahist. The leader of the Mahist school, Mozi, was not only a profound thinker but also skilled in the creation of mechanical devices, comparable to the legendary craftsmen Gongshu Ban and Liu Ban. Lin Yan carefully picked up the enigmatic black substance and examined it closely. Unfortunately, there was no one around to solve his mystery. With no other choice, he decided to treat it as a precious keepsake and stored it in his ring. Meanwhile, the Ivy League team from the United States, stationed at the exit, witnessed the entire scene. The team captain sighed deeply and muttered, "This is a real loss. Not only did we let the Dragon Nation take the treasure, but we also offended Han Zhan." A team member nearby quietly suggested, "Captain, why don't we seize it back now?" The captain glanced at him coldly and retorted, "You go and seize it?" Then he shook his head and said, "Forget it. That flaming Vajra, although wounded from a fierce battle, is still formidable. Let's not ask for trouble." Seeing no other options, the Ivy League team decided not to linger any longer and quietly turned to leave. They knew staying would only add to their troubles without any gain. Inside the chamber, after a short rest, Han Zhan managed to regain some strength. He stood up and said to the group, "Let's go, we need to get out of here." Clearly, examining the treasure in such an environment was not wise. It was better to leave the chamber first. Lin Yan followed Han Zhan's team towards the exit, where they found their teammates anxiously waiting. Sun Yinshua, upon seeing them, couldn't help but complain, "That was too close. I didn't expect the Ivy League to suddenly retreat." Su Shan added fuel to the fire. "Exactly, that was so untrustworthy." Lin Yan, however, remained calm and smiled. "It's just a difference in perspective. The important thing is we got the treasure." As he spoke, he raised his hand to reveal the ring. The group agreed to leave this dangerous place as soon as possible. They followed Han Zhan along the upward-sloping passageway, with the Shenluo Martial Arts Academy team trailing behind. As time passed, a faint light began to appear ahead. "We're almost out." Han Zhan exclaimed excitedly, prompting everyone to quicken their pace. Just then, a deafening roar suddenly echoed. The entire passage shook violently, as if it could collapse at any moment. The ground beneath their feet buckled like a bridge in a storm. Damn, is there another trap? Su Shan exclaimed, stumbling and falling to the ground. Lin Yan frowned, staring at the exit ahead and analyzed. It doesn't seem like a trap. It feels like something from outside. Seeing the situation was dire, Han Zhan immediately shouted to everyone, "Get out first. This place won't hold much longer." After a brief moment of calm, the walls around them began to crack and crumble, with fissures rapidly spreading. Although these walls weren't as sturdy as the ones they had encountered earlier, they were still not easily shaken. Lin Yan thought to himself that the force causing this must be at least of a monarch-level beast. Meanwhile, the Ivy League team from the United States had already reached the exit outside the city of Huodou. Representatives from various countries had been waiting there for some time. Upon inquiry by Brigadier General Hubble, the team captain truthfully recounted everything that had happened inside the chamber, including Lin Yan's astonishing feat of obtaining the governor's treasure. The other national representatives were visibly surprised upon hearing this, and they began to discuss. So the Dragon Nation got it? What was William doing? Only the dean of the Huodou Martial Arts Academy remained composed, standing aside with a hint of delight in his eyes. He turned to Wu Bing and instructed, "Very well, since Lin Yan obtained it, let the sea spirit stone be his." In the distance, the man in the hunting robe curled his lips into a meaningful smile. The time had come for the German Confederation and Italy, former comrades in arms. Suddenly, the sky cracked open, and beams of golden light pierced through the clouds like sharp swords, descending swiftly. The holy radiance enveloped the surroundings, as if heaven itself had descended to earth. Following this, the ground shook violently, and rocks crumbled. A massive, terrifying beast burst forth from the earth, letting out a deafening roar. Director Wu's eyes were sharp as he sternly glared at the representatives of the German Confederation and Italy not far away. King-level powerhouses smuggling into the Dragon Kingdom. What are you trying to do? His voice was filled with vigilance and displeasure. From the Italian team, a blonde woman stepped forward slowly. Despite being nearly 40, the spiritual power of a king-level beastmaster kept her charm intact. She smiled and said, "Hee hee, we only want the governor's secret treasure." Director Wu snorted coldly and waved his hand gently. In an instant, another emperor-level beast appeared out of thin air. Now, 3 emperor-level beasts formed a standoff near the exit, and the atmosphere was tense. Lin Yan and his companions had just emerged from the secret chamber when they witnessed this astonishing scene. A 6-winged angel hovered in the sky. A terrifying beast stood on the mountain, and above Director Wu's head was a majestic ice phoenix. "Oh my, 3 emperors!" Lin Yan exclaimed, his eyes full of shock. The blonde woman's sharp gaze turned to Lin Yan, her tone threatening. "Boy, hand over the governor's secret treasure, and I'll spare your life." Director Wu waved his hand, and the ice phoenix immediately charged forward. "Lin Yan, don't be afraid. The director will protect you. Let's see whose power prevails, your angel of judgment or my ice phoenix." The battle was about to erupt. The angel of judgment spread its 6 wings, radiating holy light. The mountain beast roared and charged toward the ice phoenix. The clash of the 3 emperor-level beasts shook the entire world. "Run, Lin Yan!" Sun Yinshua shouted urgently. As Lin Yan lifted his foot to move, a massive hexagram magic array suddenly appeared in the sky. A golden cage descended instantly, trapping him securely. His companions shouted in alarm, "Brother Yan! Little Yan!" The blonde woman looked at the trapped Lin Yan with satisfaction. "Trying to escape? Hee hee." Han Zhan immediately summoned the blazing golden warrior, attempting to rescue Lin Yan. However, no matter how fiercely the warrior attacked, the golden cage remained unscathed. Lin Yan cursed inwardly, caught in a dilemma. Should he hand over the 3-eyed feather to save his life, or hold on to it? Meanwhile, the ice phoenix was retreating under the combined assault of the 2 emperor-level beasts, covered in sword wounds from the Angel of Judgment. Director Wu frowned, realizing that waiting for the Dragon Kingdom's military support might be too late. "Lin Yan, infuse your blood and spirit, and try to summon a guardian beast." Director Wu suddenly shouted to Lin Yan. Lin Yan immediately understood the deeper meaning in the director's words. Without hesitation, he took out the 3-eyed feather, bit his finger, and pressed his bleeding wound onto the feather while channeling his spiritual power. As his blood seeped into the 3-eyed feather, a miracle occurred. Blue light particles, like fireflies, surged from the feather, forming a massive sphere of light that shot into the sky. The entire sky was dyed blue, followed by a gentle blue rain descending. Director Wu watched in shock, muttering to himself, "This kid actually did it." The blonde woman felt an unprecedented sense of danger and involuntarily stepped back a few paces. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning split the sky, followed by a thunderous roar. From above the clouds, a deep and authoritative voice resonated. "Huff, cunning and greedy outsiders. Oh, 8 nations. A commanding yet graceful voice resonated through the forest. From the clouds, a deep-set eye slowly emerged, overlooking the world like a deity. Brilliantly colored feathers flickered through the mist, releasing an aura that made even the ice phoenix step back. Everyone was in awe, never having seen such a noble and magnificent creature. All other flying beasts paled in comparison. This was the Qingmu peacock, an elemental creature of wood with the potential of mid-emperor level, rated at emperor level 5-star. She possessed the domain skill, all things have spirits, allowing her to absorb life force freely from any plants within range. Her ultimate form was the Peacock King, Qiongqi. Lin Yan looked up at the sky with delight, realizing salvation was at hand. This spared him from using his last chance to call upon Lord Dragon for help. The Qingmu peacock's gaze fell on the three-eyed feather in Lin Yan's hand, and she spoke. It seems you, young one, have acquired the master's treasure. Not bad. The bloodline flowing through you does not displease me. In the next moment, green light adhered to the hexagram mark on the ground. With a crack, the hexagram cage shattered and vanished into the air. Thank you, senior. Lin Yan shouted his gratitude, quickly retreating to a safe distance to avoid the impact of the emperor's battle. No problem. The Qingmu peacock replied indifferently, then turned her gaze to the people from the 8 nations, her eyes as sharp as blades, sending shivers down their spines. Next, it's time to deal with you. A blonde woman from Italy stepped back in despair, overwhelmed by the terrifying aura emanating from the Qingmu peacock, far surpassing her own judgment angel. She angrily shouted at the man in a hunting outfit from Sakura country. Damn it, Judgment Angel, hold on. Sakura country, do something. You're all just useless talkers. The man in the hunting outfit, scolded harshly, awkwardly shouted. Pardon, Shikigami return, hundred-eyed ghost. A grotesque creature covered in blood-red eyes, emitting a foul stench, appeared before him. Hold them off. I'll handle the others, he added, frustrated that as a grandmaster level on Myoji, his strongest Shikigami was only monarch level, unable to contend with the Peacock Emperor. Kill that kid first, the man in the hunting outfit ordered, pointing at Lin Yan. He's the one who brought out this peacock. Lin Yan looked bewildered. What did I do to you? The hundred-eyed ghost, following orders, crawled towards Lin Yan, its massive body dripping with an unknown black liquid as it moved. Lin Yan quickly assessed. Species hundred-eyed ghost, attribute darkness, potential high monarch level 9-star. He was shocked to realize that a monarch-level beast was hunting him, a gold-level beastmaster. No choice. If I can't fight, I'll call for help. Lin Yan shouted to the sky. Senior, save me. Suddenly, the ground shook as if something was moving underground. The hundred-eyed ghost closed the distance of several dozen meters, leaping towards him. Lin Yan's pupils focused instantly, his grip on the white phosphorus in his hand damp with sweat. Bang! A thick, thorny vine burst from the ground, instantly wrapping around the flying hundred-eyed demon. Immediately, countless other vines followed, breaking through the earth and encasing the demon in a cocoon of vines. The entwined thorny vines emitted a faint blue glow. Despite the demon's desperate struggles, it was all in vain. Disgusting, kill it. In the sky, the Aoki peacock glanced disdainfully at the grotesque figure wrapped in vines. From the peacock, a green feather shot out like an unstoppable celestial sword, piercing through the vine cocoon. The feather continued, drilling a bottomless pit into the ground behind. Meanwhile, the hundred-eyed demon, trapped in the thorny vines, ceased its struggles. The vines contracted, and black water seeped through the gaps, polluting the land beneath. Ugh! A man in a hunting robe spat a mouthful of blood, collapsing weakly to his knees. The hundred-eyed demon dead? He looked in shock at the puddle of black water. A 9-star monarch couldn't withstand a single blow. Is this the power of a 5-star emperor? In the next moment, another flash of green light. A head rolled to the ground. Thud! The man in the hunting robe fell lifeless to the ground. His severed head bore a look of disbelief, eyes wide open in death. Go! A blonde woman called out towards the direction of the German League. If they didn't retreat now, the Aoki peacock would leave none of them alive. Even if they could hold out a little longer, once reinforcements from the Dragon Nation's military arrived, their fate would be sealed. The representative of the German League nodded. In an instant, several flying beasts appeared on the scene. The German League prioritized the withdrawal of the team inside the secret chamber, while others covered their retreat. Seeing the remaining members of the Sakura Nation preparing to withdraw, the representative from the White Bear Nation decided not to stand by idly. Now was the perfect opportunity to show goodwill. Professor Tom Alronsky adjusted his glasses. Want to leave? He chuckled. Come out, Thunder Bear Tyrant. Roar. A massive white bear blocked the path of the Sakura Nation team, its eyes flashing with lightning as it glared at them. Bang! A thunderous paw struck out, and the Sakura Nation members fought desperately to defend themselves. But with their strongest leader already beheaded, how could they withstand the peak monarch Thunder Bear? In just one encounter, many were left maimed. As the German League and Italy had already withdrawn some of their people, The Aoki peacock intended to intercept, but was blocked by the Judgment Angel's desperate defense. Do you want to die? The Aoki peacock looked coldly at the Judgment Angel. Those simple words sent a chill down the Judgment Angel's spine. Sorry. The Judgment Angel dared not obstruct further. Despite his full-force attacks, the Aoki peacock remained at ease, highlighting the gap in power. Is a simple apology enough? Today, I'll vent the governor's anger. The Aoki peacock sneered, unfurling the fan behind him. In an instant, all the plants in the vicinity began to move without wind, glowing with a green light. Countless light particles floated from the living beings, converging towards him. Leave behind your atonement. As the peacock unfurled its tail, countless azure feathers cascaded outward. The Judgment Angel, knowing there was no escape, raised his sword to meet the attack. A massive phantom of a holy shield materialized before him. His eyes turned golden, and he murmured, "Great God, grant me divine light." In the next moment, a pillar of holy light descended from the heavens, enveloping him. The Judgment Angel was engulfed in sacred flames. The blonde woman below observed the angel's actions, understanding it as a sacrificia unique skill of the angelic race, allowing them to sacrifice their rank, lifespan, or even life itself in exchange for temporary power. Creatures that reach the Emperor level possess intelligence comparable to humans. In battle, they require no guidance, as they understand themselves better than their summoners. The flaming holy shield solidified further, standing firm. Bang, bang, bang. Each azure feather crashed into the shield. Unlike the ease with which they pierced the multi-eyed demon of Sakura Nation earlier, many feathers shattered upon impact. But the attack of the Qingmu peacock was far from simple. As the azure feathers touched the holy shield, blue light spots began to coalesce on its surface. With more feathers, the area covered by the light expanded rapidly, turning almost solid in seconds. Grow. The Qingmu peacock intoned emotionlessly. Instantly, the solid azure area expanded explosively. Countless vines grew wildly. In the next moment, an enormous carnivorous plant swallowed the holy shield whole. The Judgment Angel desperately wielded his sacred sword, slashing with all his might. Even with the power gained from the sacrifice, it paled in comparison to the forces of nature. A continuous stream of life force flowed from the living creatures to the Qingmu peacock. However, this came at a cost. Upon closer inspection, one could see vegetation wilting and flowers withering in many areas. The time required to restore the land to its former vitality was uncertain, much like the devastated Xiangshan consequence of battles between emperors. Soon, the Judgment Angel's rank fell by 2 stars. The power he had gained was now exacting its price. Sacrificing life. Once again, sacred flames engulfed him. But now, at only 2 stars of the emperor rank, how could he prevail against the 5-star Qingmu peacock? At the emperor level, each star requires vast resources and time to achieve. Furthermore, the wood attribute of the Qingmu peacock countered the angel's light attribute. Even with the power from sacrifice, he was no match. Still struggling, the Qingmu peacock ceased holding back, unleashing its full might. Within its domain, countless vines and branches surged skyward, attacking the Judgment Angel. At first, he was unfazed by the encroaching vines. But as their numbers grew, he realized something was amiss. These glowing green tendrils could absorb spiritual energy. In a battle of attrition, he lasted half an hour before his rank plummeted to 1 star of the emperor level. His aura quickly diminished, the backlash from the sacrifice leaving him extremely weak. Seeing the opportune moment, the Qingmu peacock gathered azure feathers into a sword and struck the Judgment Angel. With a slash, the sword embedded halfway, golden blood trickling from the angel's lips. Another strike followed, piercing through his chest. Golden blood splattered, raining down upon the earth. Coughing up blood, the Angel of Judgment leaned back helplessly. His entire body glowed with a golden light. His golden wings ceased to flap, and his golden eyes returned to their usual clear gaze. As life rapidly slipped away, he looked up at the azure peacock in the sky with a sense of peace. "I'm going to heaven," he murmured, reflecting on 500 years that ultimately amounted to nothing. With a smile, the Angel of Judgment slowly fell. As he descended, his body gradually faded, transforming into countless golden butterflies that shattered and disappeared into the air. "Emperor's fall," the blonde woman exclaimed in shock, before dizziness overtook her and she fainted. At that moment, military reinforcements finally arrived. They witnessed the fall of the Angel of Judgment and were utterly shocked. This was a figure renowned internationally, and now he had been slain. The military leader saluted the azure peacock. "Thank you for your intervention, senior. We'll handle the remaining one." With that, he summoned his own Biasta beast of emperor rank. Soon, with the cooperation of the principal of the Magic City Martial Academy, they defeated the remaining enemies. 2 foreign king-level beast tamers were captured, although they could no longer be considered true king-level tamers. The azure peacock flew to the hill where Lin Yan was hiding, using vines to lift him up. Seeing it was the emperor-level entity that had assisted them earlier, the crowd recognized there was no malice and did not interfere. Lin Yan grinned and flattered. Hello, senior. You must be the legendary Northern Guardian Beast? My admiration for you is like the unending flow of the Yellow River. The Azure Peacock replied calmly. No need for flattery. You're from the Dragon Nation and you've passed the Master's test. Now you must make a choice. Lin Yan became more serious. I should naturally hear the governor's last wish. What choice, senior, do you mean? The first choice is that I will be your protector until you grow strong. The condition is to kill a sacred beast of the Sakura Nation to avenge the Master. A flash of ferocity appeared in the Azure Peacock's eyes. A sacred beast? Lin Yan asked, puzzled. Is it Emperor level? The Azure Peacock patiently explained. Above Emperor is the Sovereign. In human terms, it would be the Saint Realm. Above Emperor? Lin Yan was astonished. What? No confidence? If you lack confidence, there's a second choice. Give up the token, and I will find someone else suitable. Lin Yan grinned. Confident? If others can reach the Saint Realm without help, why can't I with help? He thought to himself. He'd long disliked those Sakura Nation folks, but lacked the power to act. If he could reach the Saint Realm in the future, killing a Sakura sacred beast would be a mere pastime. The Azure Peacock added. If you fail, there will be consequences, the specifics of which depend on my mood. Reaching the Saint Realm isn't as easy as just saying it. However, having just awakened, I have some old scores to settle, so I'll give you a 2-year trial period. Become a diamond-level beast tamer within 2 years and summon me with the token. If you fail the trial, I'll find another. Lin Yan nodded solemnly, secretly pleased. With an emperor-level protector, he would no longer fear those powerful families and influential clans. Even if his talent for taming multiple beasts was exposed, what could they do? In 2 years, he aimed to become a diamond-level beast tamer before his 3rd year of college. Understood, senior. You take care. Lin Yan said respectfully. Yes, keep the token safe and strive hard, young man. The Azure Peacock smiled rarely, then soared into the sky, disappearing into the clouds as countless azure light spots. As the Azure Peacock departed, the overwhelming aura of imperial power receded like a tide. Lin Yan exhaled deeply, his shoulders unconsciously relaxing. However, his mind was still racing, calculating his current situation. In his possession were 2 invaluable treasures, the 3-eyed feather and the rosewood pipa. Either of these would cause a sensation in the outside world. Lin Yan was acutely aware that the existence of the 3-eyed feather was already widely known, and with only a gold-level strength, he was ill-equipped to fend off those who coveted it. He understood all too well the saying, a man without a sin is guilty when he possesses a precious jade. He resolved to act with more caution and discretion in the future. At that moment, Hanzhan hurried to Lin Yan's side. The blazing Vajra was clearing away the surrounding vines, creating a path. Hanzhan inspected Lin Yan's injuries carefully, and, seeing that aside from some superficial wounds inflicted during the Angel of Judgment's control, he was otherwise unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Sun Yinshua and Lu Xiaobai, along with others, rushed over. Seeing Lin Yan safe, Sun Yinshua patted her chest and said, "Thank goodness you're okay." She had attempted to contact her family for help, but the distance was too great, and it was too late. She understood that the emergence of such high-level treasures often came with great danger. If not for the timely appearance of the Northern Ocean Guardian Beast, Lin Yan might not have survived. Su Shan gave a thumbs up, his eyes full of admiration. Yan, you're amazing, being able to summon an imperial powerhouse. Meanwhile, the military chief and the principal of the Magic Capital Martial Academy had finished dealing with the aftermath and had arranged for the other national representatives. They walked towards Lin Yan together. The surrounding students respectfully greeted them. Hello, principal. Hello, chief. Lin Yan also greeted them immediately. Hello, principal. Hello, chief. The principal smiled warmly and said, well done. Thanks to you, those thieves didn't succeed. Lin Yan replied humbly. It's really thanks to the imperial elder and you, principal. The principal continued. Since that elder has spoken, you should keep the treasures safe yourself. By the way, you mentioned the sea spirit stone before. This one is for you. With that, he signaled to Wu Bing behind him. Wu Bing took the familiar sea spirit stone from a storage ring and handed it to Lin Yan with great care. Lin Yan was pleasantly surprised and quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, principal. The principal waved his hand. Don't be too quick to thank me. This isn't the real reward yet. You'll receive it along with the rewards from the 9 Nations tournament later. Hearing the word reward, Lin Yan's spirits lifted. After working hard for so long, he was finally about to be rewarded. Moreover, he was still under the scrutiny of the Azure Peacock and needed a lot of resources to enhance his strength. The principal added, but for now, don't leave the Magic Capital Martial Academy. Lay low until the military clears out the remnants. Lin Yan nodded in agreement. Understood, principal. The principal waved them off. Let's head back to the academy. Lin Yan and the others followed Hanzhan back to Magic Capital City. The events that transpired here were not widely known. Only those involved were aware of the situation. Meanwhile, the higher-ups in the Dragon Nation had already begun to address the matter. Those nations responsible for the attack would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. As one of the top 3 powers among the 5 great nations, the Dragon Nation would not tolerate such offenses. The aftermath of the Battle of the Gods caused quite a stir in the city of Huodou. The streets were bustling with traffic over the weekend, and many curious citizens even considered venturing out of the city to see for themselves. However, all they would likely find is a landscape of devastation and might even end up being questioned by the authorities. In a quieter corner of this bustling city, Lu Dazhuang stumbled out of the entrance to the Huodou foot massage parlor, his eyes red with tears. Whoa, poor Xiao Ai, he sobbed, recalling his recent experience. Driven by curiosity under the heavy pressure of his studies and loneliness, he had come here and met a girl unlike any other. Beneath her pure exterior lay a tragic past that evoked sympathy. However, fate had other plans. Just a few steps out, Lu Dazhuang froze in his tracks. A familiar figure before him made his eyes widen. Lin Yan? Lu Xiaobai? Why are you back? Not only Lin Yan and Lu Xiaobai, but also Sun Yinshua, Tang Yuan, and others were looking at him with peculiar expressions. Han Zhan asked in confusion, "Do you know each other?" Lin Yan and Lu Xiaobai almost simultaneously shook their heads, distancing themselves. "No, we don't." Lu Dazhuang panicked and hurried to catch up. "Lin Yan, Xiaobai, let me explain." Explain." Lin Yan raised an eyebrow, half smiling. "Oh, then go ahead and explain." Lu Dazhuang straightened his back, adopting a righteous demeanor. "Well, you don't understand Xiao Ai. She's different from other women. A gambling father, a sick mother, a school-going brother, and a broken her. Who else can help her if not me?" Lin Yan and Lu Xiaobai exchanged glances at a loss for words. The group returned to the familiar Huodou Martial Arts Academy. The student council had already received the news and was busy preparing a welcoming ceremony. Although they didn't know exactly what had happened, the fact that even the dean was personally involved suggested it was something significant. The campus atmosphere was as familiar as ever. At the parting crossroads, Lin Yan turned around with a smile. "Let's go. The 9 Nations tournament is over. I hope we can fight together again someday." Though the tournament had ended, they each had to return to their respective departments to continue their studies. The chance to fight side by side again would likely come only after graduation. Tang Yuan covered her mouth with a giggle. "The captain must be joking. We only recognize you." Su Shan chimed in. "Exactly. We only trust Brother Yan." As for Sun Yinshua and Lu Xiaobai, they were already old friends, and their bond wouldn't fade over a single competition. Lin Yan felt a warmth in his heart, shaking his head with a smile. "Thank you. Then let's work hard together and meet at the top." "Work hard together," they all responded in unison. Getting into the prestigious Huodou Martial Arts Academy was no easy feat, and those who made it were the cream of the crop. Among these top talents, Lin Yan stood out, earning their sincere admiration. Of course, this was just their first year. In the remaining 3 years of academy life, as long as these 5 exceptional students didn't slack off, there would be plenty of opportunities for collaboration. In the future, they would undoubtedly reunite at the pinnacle of their lives. Although Lin Yan had obtained the Sea Spirit Divine Stone, it was too small to be of much use to a colossal creature like Lord Long. However, for beasts below the Emperor level, this stone was still quite beneficial. Even if it were to be devoured by Xuanwu, it would result in a significant boost. But considering the direct usage would lead to considerable loss of spiritual energy, Lin Yan decided to put it away for the time being. 3 days later, in front of the dean's office at the Magic Martial Academy, Lin Yan stood alone before the grand building, gazing up at the imposing structure of the dean's office. The rewards for his other 4 teammates had been distributed the day before, but he had been summoned separately. This is the status of a king-level beast tamer. Lin Yan thought with a mixture of envy and nervousness, determined to advance to a diamond-level beast tamer within 2 years. Pushing open the heavy doors, a luxurious hall came into view, showcasing the abundant resources of the Magic Martial Academy. "Dean, this is Lin Yan," he called tentatively. "Come in." Dean Wu's voice echoed from deep within the building. Following the voice, Lin Yan arrived at a training ground made of special materials. It was 3 stories high and exceptionally spacious. Dean Wu stood on a high platform, guiding a group of powerful pet beasts through training. Lin Yan noticed that the weakest among them had at least a 1-star monarch-level strength. "Hello, Dean." Lin Yan greeted respectfully. "You're here. Summon your beasts," Dean Wu said, retracting his own pet beast and focusing his gaze on Lin Yan. Without hesitation, Lin Yan summoned Xuanwu, Qiongqi, and Xiaopeng. "I heard bits of your conversation with Senior Peacock," Dean Wu said, taking out 2 fruits from a storage ring. "Let me give you a hand." They were 2 bewitching purple fruits, with faint blue veins running through them. "What are these?" Lin Yan asked curiously. "These are purple Spirit King fruits, obtained from the military. They can help elite-level beasts break through to the general level. Give them to your 2 elite pinnacle pet beasts." Without hesitation, Lin Yan took the fruits and fed them to Xuanwu and Xiaopeng. A rich spiritual energy burst forth from the fruits, and the aura around the two beasts immediately surged. With a dragon's roar and an eagle's cry, their presence abruptly broke through to a new realm. The system promptly displayed their new attributes. Species: extreme cold dragon turtle. Attributes: ice, water, dragon. Potential: low monarch. Level: 1-star general. Species: 9 heavens golden eagle. Attributes: wind, wood, gold. Potential: mid-lord. Level: 1-star general. Seeing this, a delighted smile appeared on Lin Yan's face. As the pure spiritual energy flowed through his meridians, Lin Yan could clearly feel it circulating within his body, strengthening every inch of his bones and muscles. He clenched his fists, feeling the surge of power within, and a smile of joy appeared on his face. "Thank you, Dean." Dean Wu, with his hands behind his back, looked at Lin Yan with a kindly gaze. "You deserve it. However, there is another reward, but you'll have to decide if you want it." "What kind of reward?" Lin Yan asked, puzzled. "The ancient battlefield of Julu will open soon," Dean Wu explained. "Due to the spatial disturbances in the war zone, only beast tamers below the diamond level are allowed to enter. Each of the 6 sacred academies has 1 spot, the military has 3, the Beast Tamer Association has 2, and some hidden noble families also have spots. Are you willing to go?" He continued with a detailed introduction. Julu has a long history and has been a strategic point for military conflicts. From the Battle of Julu in the Qing dynasty to the Yellow Turban Rebellion at the end of the Han dynasty, and the Jingnan campaign of Zhou Di in the Ming dynasty, this place bears historical imprints. It is full of opportunities, akin to an independent little world. Due to the numerous battles, the space here has become chaotic. Entering requires the use of heavenly materials containing spatial power to maintain the passage. Beast tamers above the diamond level have energy that is too strong and would be severely injured or even killed by the spatial forces. An ancient battlefield? I'm in. Lin Yan agreed without hesitation. Since even the Sacred Academy has only 1 spot, it must hold extraordinary opportunities. Good, Dean Wu nodded. 10 days from now, Wu Bing will take you there. Other academies are sending senior students, so be cautious and don't act recklessly once inside. Dean Wu had originally intended to give this opportunity to a 3rd-year gold-level peak beast tamer, but considering Lin Yan's contributions, he decided to give the Sacred Academy's only spot to him. Still feeling it wasn't enough, he added, "I will have someone help you find the evolution path for your pet beasts. You just need to focus on leveling up." Lin Yan's mouth twitched slightly. As it happened, he was not short of evolution paths. With a quick thought, he decided to let his older brother take the credit. "Dean Wu, my brother has already found the evolution paths for my pet beasts. Could I exchange it for materials instead?" "Oh, your brother?" Dean Wu was surprised. He knew Lin Yan had a brother in the One Academy in the Magic City, but he didn't expect him to find such precious evolution paths. It seemed a new talent in the beast taming academic field was emerging. "All right, what do you need?" "I still need Lord-level cores of wind, wood, metal, and water attributes," Lin Yan replied. He had already obtained the deep-sea spirit stone from Abe Shoming's storage ring and only mentioned the materials needed for Xiao Peng's evolution. Considering that Dean Wu had already given him a lot, he didn't bring up the evolution materials for Qiongqi and Xuanwu. After all, these evolution paths were too rare and not something he should be able to access at his level. Since he had politely declined Dean Wu's offer to find evolution paths, his request couldn't be too excessive. This was the way of dealing with people. Besides, the total value of Xiao Peng's evolution materials was nearly 20 million Longwa currency. "All right, before you head to the ancient battlefield, someone will deliver these materials to you," Dean Wu agreed. For the wealthy Magic Martial Academy, a mere 20 million was not a problem. "Thank you, Dean. All right, you can head back now." The weekend ended, and Lin Yan's leave from class was over. The familiar 8 a.m. classes once again occupied his life. It wasn't long before a teacher delivered the materials Lin Yan needed to him. During his free time, Lin Yan went to the simulation training ground and booked a training room with 3 elements. Considering the uncertainty of the evolution time, he initially reserved it for 3 hours, planning to extend if necessary. "Come out, Xiaopeng." Lin Yan raised his hand to summon his pet beast. In an instant, the simulation training ground began to operate, and the surging spiritual power quickly filled every corner of the training room. "Open your mouth, Xiaopeng." Lin Yan fed the materials to Xiaopeng as instructed. He thought that after this evolution, Xiaopeng's potential should reach the monarch level. By then, all its abilities would be significantly enhanced, giving them more confidence in facing the upcoming giant deer ancient battlefield. Soon, the aura around Xiaopeng began to rise. Unlike the previous 3 attributes, a brand new power was being nurtured within it. Xiaopeng instinctively performed Xiaoyao, and a faint green light glowed on its body. A blue light emerged beneath its golden feathers. Gold gives birth to water, water gives birth to wood, and the wind attribute evolved from what enveloped them. Gradually, the wind attribute merged into the wood attribute, and the wind around Xiao Peng gradually disappeared. Did the wind attribute disappear? Lin Yan was a bit worried, unsure if reducing attributes was good or bad. He speculated that the mixed attributes might have affected the species' potential, necessitating purification and removal of unnecessary parts. Watching Xiao Peng evolve, Lin Yan suddenly thought that if Xiao Peng could eventually gather all 5 elements, wouldn't it achieve a cycle of perpetual flow, much like the mystical concepts of Yin Yang, 5 elements, and 4 symbols described in fantasy novels? But he quickly realized this idea was premature, and the immediate priority was to elevate his pet beast to the Lord level. Meanwhile, Xiao Peng began to tremble slightly, its golden feathers quivering intensely. It wrapped itself with its wings, tucking its head beneath them. At this moment, the surging spiritual power in its core began working with the deep-sea spirit stone to transform its body. Having undergone several evolutions, Xiao Peng knew that enduring this process would lead to becoming a stronger, more impressive version of itself. So, it endured the pain, filled with anticipation. In the lounge, Lin Yan kept a close watch on Xiao Peng's evolution process. After 4 whole hours, Xiao Peng's evolution was finally nearing completion, and its aura stabilized. It unfolded its wings, which were now half as large again as before. The golden feathers were slightly dimmed, with hints of azure peeking through, and the tips of its tail feathers shimmered with a tinge of blue. Its blue eagle eyes, void of any emotion, stared sharply ahead. Chirp! Xiao Peng raised its head and let out a cry. Lin Yan immediately checked Xiao Peng's new status. Species Cloud Sea Golden Rock, attributes Wood, Gold, Water, Flying, Potential Monarch Low Grade, Level Warrior Level 3 Star. Skills included Cloud Sea Soaring. Domain skill, not yet comprehended. Xiaoyao restores a certain amount of its spiritual power, doubles speed for a set time. Golden Feather Storm, a storm composed of sharp golden feathers. The evolution routes included 4 paths, such as Ultimate Kuanpeng, Golden Winged Great Peng, and others. Monarch Low-Grade Potential, Warrior Level 3 Star. Lin Yan was overjoyed. The spiritual power remaining from the Lord level core successfully pushed Xiao Peng's level to Warrior Level 3 Star. He immediately reviewed Xiao Peng's next evolution routes, preparing for future development. Faced with 2 major paths, Lin Yan had to decide the ultimate evolutionary form for Xiao Peng. The first option was the Kuanpeng evolution route, requiring a water attribute monarch level crystal core, a small piece of sea spirit divine stone, and a pound of cloud whale ambergris. The second option was the golden winged rock route, needing 10 metal attribute lord level crystal cores, 10 pieces of desert gingjin, and 1 fusion gold fruit. Weighing the pros and cons, Lin Yan realized that although the materials for the second route were relatively easier to obtain, the strength of the Kuanpeng evolution was undoubtedly superior. Able to soar through the sky and dive into the sea, capable of anything, he murmured, his eyes shining with determination. I'll choose the first option. The biggest challenge was obtaining the cloud whale ambergris. This miraculous creature, with both water and spatial attributes, had droppings that became a priceless treasure, truly a rarity. Lin Yan gently patted Xiao Peng's head, smiling. Well done, Xiao Peng. As we grow, this challenge will eventually be overcome. Xiao Peng affectionately nudged Lin Yan's hand with its head, as if expressing gratitude for his trust and expectations. Lin Yan put Xiao Peng away, quickly settled the fees for the mimicry training room, and set off on his journey home. Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was the day to leave school. Lin Yan had already arranged for leave with his counselor, and was now in the dormitory, saying goodbye to his roommates. I'm off, Xiaobai de Zhuang, don't miss me, Lin Yan said, pretending to be carefree. Lu Xiaobai earnestly reminded him. Take care, Yan. Lu Dazhuang couldn't resist teasing. Remember to bring back some local specialties, don't come back empty-handed again. His words not only eased the sadness of parting, but also hinted at their deep friendship. Lin Yan laughed and retorted. No problem, just make sure to take care of your little love. Get lost. Lu Dazhuang feigned annoyance, shoving Lin Yan out the door and slamming it shut. So heartless, so cold. Lin Yan mockingly sighed, turning to head towards the dean's office. Knocking and entering the office, Lin Yan found Dean Wu and Wu Bing waiting for him. It's good you're here. Take care on the way, Dean Wu briefly advised, then signaled Wu Bing to depart. Don't worry, Dean. Wu Bing nodded in agreement, then said to Lin Yan. Let's go, Lin Yan. The two of them went to the open space in front of the building, where Wu Bing summoned her pet Biasta massive ice blue bird. In the sunlight, its blue feathers shimmered brilliantly, and the ice crystals on its body refracted dazzling light. The Xiantian ice bird. Wu Bing lightly leaped and landed steadily on the bird's back. The Xiantian ice bird turned its head to look at Lin Yan, seemingly waiting for him to join. A surge of excitement welled up in Lin Yan's heart, recalling his first time riding a high-level pet beast. That was in the ancient city of Luoyang, where he rode Chairman Xiong's purpling radiant gold Pegasus. Now, Traveling on a monarch-level pet beast was an entirely different experience. Alright, Lin Yan quickly jumped onto the back of the Xiantian ice bird. Let's go. Goodbye, Dean Wu. Wu Bing bid farewell to the dean. The Xiantian ice bird spread its wings and soared high, quickly disappearing into the horizon. Dean Wu watched their departing figures, softly murmuring, "Good luck, Lin Yan." The ancient city of Chang'an still exudes a rich historical charm. The towering giant wild goose pagoda stands as a testament to the passage of time. At this moment, students from the Panshir Martial Academy are once again embarking on their trials, their fates unknown to all. An elderly monk paused in front of the pagoda, gazing up at the magnificent structure that had accompanied him throughout his life. He murmured softly, "The giant wild goose pagoda in Chang'an was personally overseen by the great master Xuanzang, imbued with endless opportunities. Throughout history, countless powerful beast tamers have benefited from this place. Li Bai, Gao Shi, Du Fu, Bai Ji. These names are just the tip of the iceberg. The pagoda has 7 levels, and once inside, one is isolated from the outside world. At this moment, on the 3rd level, a young girl with a ponytail was cautiously surveying her surroundings. She wore a slightly oversized sweatshirt and shorts, revealing her long, fair legs. This was Yu Ming, and she whispered to herself, "What trial awaits on this level?" Yu Ming noticed a Buddha treasure in the center of the level, rumored to contain the relics of a high monk. Although she was unsure of the exact nature of the trial, she decided to summon her pet beast as a precaution. With a flash of light, the blood-eyed demon ape appeared beside her. This pet beast had now reached the elite level of 7 stars, thanks to its superior potential and the ample resources provided by Panshir Martial Academy. Despite this, Yu Ming's progress was still outpaced by Lin Yan. As Yu Ming took a few steps forward, the Buddha treasure suddenly emitted a strange light. In an instant, the dim tower was transformed into a scene of resplendent glory. Yu Ming exclaimed, "Is this the Western Paradise?" Her gaze was drawn to a massive golden Buddha statue in the distance, flanked by rows of bodhisattvas and arhats. Yu Ming wanted to approach for a closer look, but found herself unable to move no matter how hard she tried. Is this a dream? Yu Ming had just realized something was amiss when several familiar figures suddenly passed through her body, heading towards the Buddha. She immediately recognized these figures: Tang Sanzang in his monk's robe, Sun Wukong with his monkey face and thunderous voice, Zhou Beiji carrying a rake, Sha Wujing leading a horse, and the white dragon horse carrying their luggage. To Yu Ming's surprise, Sun Wukong seemed to sense something and glanced back at her position. Meanwhile, Lin Yan was riding a monarch-level flying beast from the Magic City to the ancient battlefield of Julu. For a regular convoy, this journey would take at least a week. However, with this beast, they could reach their destination in no more than 2 days. In fact, if it weren't for Wu Bing's concern about Lin Yan's ability to withstand the impact of high-speed flight and intentionally slowing down, they could have arrived within a day. "Do you need a rest?" Wu Bing asked. Lin Yan shook his head. No need. His physical fitness had long surpassed that of his peers, thanks to the spiritual energy feedback provided by his 5 pet beasts. They flew over vast stretches of mountains and forests. The primeval forest, devoid of human presence, was eerily silent. Lin Yan thought that in this expansive wilderness, any beast that could break the silence was either extraordinarily powerful or had already become prey to other carnivorous beasts, such as the harsh law of the jungle. The 2 days of flying passed in the blink of an eye. With the protection of a master-level beast tamer, they encountered no unexpected events along the way. After all, monarch-level beasts are rare, and they possess a certain level of intelligence, rarely seeking trouble of their own accord. Soon, they arrived at an endless vast plain. Lin Yan sat atop the Xuanshan cold iceberg, gazing down at the scene below. Without the cover of tall trees, numerous large herds could be seen foraging on the plain. Before long, traces of human presence appeared in view. A modest city wall stood, tightly guarded by military personnel. The guards on the wall noticed the two approaching on the bird and shouted, "Who goes there?" "Magic Capital Martial Academy," Wu Bing replied steadily. After their identities were verified, he retracted his pet beast and led Lin Yan inside the walls. Lin Yan looked around and asked curiously, "Director, why are there so few people here?" "There are even fewer people in this city than in Qing. It must be unusual," Wu Bing explained. "Only military personnel and their families live here long-term. Because it's near the ancient battlefield of Julu, the military has taken full control. The ancient battlefield of Julu is an important resource for the Dragon Nation, so naturally, it can't be exposed to outsiders. You have to keep your treasures hidden." Lin Yan suddenly understood. "Got it," Wu Bing suggested. "Let's go find a hotel to check in." Clearly, it will take some time before the Julu ancient battlefield truly opens. Just then, a pleasant female voice called from nearby. "Xiao Bing, is that you? Long time no see." Wu Bing turned around, momentarily surprised at the sight of the newcomer. "A Shui, is it really you leading people here this time?" Standing before them was a beautiful woman with long hair draped over her shoulders, nearing 30, yet still full of charm. The years had added a mature allure to her already lovely face and shapely figure. The woman, known as a Shui, retorted defiantly, "Why shouldn't I be here?" She then glanced at Lin Yan with a hint of disdain in her tone. "Is this the one from your magic marshal entering the battle domain? Seems a bit lacking." Lin Yan, hearing this, widened his eyes in surprise. He had intended to quietly be an onlooker, never expecting to be singled out and criticized, feeling awkward inside. He looked to Wu Bing, hoping for some words of support. Wu Bing returned a reassuring look and then waved his hand, sighing. Ah, his family gave too much, so he had to come. A Shui shook her head dismissively. "I didn't expect Magic Marshal to be like this." With that, she turned and left with the young people behind her. Lin Yan felt conflicted, unsure whether to rebut Wu Bing. But on second thought, being perceived as having a powerful background didn't seem too bad. He couldn't help but ask, "Director, aren't you belittling Magic Marshal?" Wu Bing immediately dropped his earlier sighs, straightened up, and declared loudly, "Ridiculous. Who has the right to criticize Magic Marshal?" He then explained, "Do you know who that was just now? She's from Poseidon Martial Academy, and the pet beast of the guy she brought is already at the 8-star warlord level. Saying that to them makes sense. You're just a freshman, already at a disadvantage competing for opportunities. Not drawing attention gives you a chance to pick up the leftovers." Hearing about Poseidon Martial Academy and the 8-star warlord level pet beast, Lin Yan couldn't help but gasp. He thought to himself, this is like a rookie stumbling into a high-level game. Wu Bing took Lin Yan to book a hotel and then let him out again. As they walked, he introduced, "The Julu ancient battlefield opens every 3 years, and during that time, there's a grand event here. On one street, you'll find all kinds of treasures, pet beasts, materials, information, and more. After the battlefield closes, there's also an auction where you can deal with any unneeded battle domain treasures." Wu Bing led Lin Yan through the residential area, and soon they arrived at a winding alleyway. They passed through a wide archway, walking on an ancient cobblestone street that seemed to stretch endlessly. "Let's go. It's just ahead," Wu Bing whispered, continuing to lead Lin Yan forward. As they ventured deeper, the road gradually became wider and brighter. An old-fashioned archway stood in the distance, with 3 large characters elegantly inscribed on it, Shenhan Street. Shenhan Street, Lin Yan murmured to himself, gazing up at the sign. Entering Shenhan Street, a bluestone road stretched before them. Various shops lined the street, with numerous street vendors on the side. The street was already bustling with people, mostly beast tamers. Among them were personnel from major martial academies, military departments, beast tamers associations, as well as independent beast tamers drawn by fame, and merchants hoping to trade for treasures from the battlefields. Moreover, some members of mysterious noble families mingled quietly in preparation for the upcoming ancient battlefield of Julu. Lin Yan closely followed Wu Bing through the bustling crowd, arriving at a secluded little shop. This shop had no signboard and appeared quite ordinary, making it easy to overlook. However, Lin Yan noticed people coming and going, neither buying pets nor purchasing materials, which seemed rather mysterious. "Director, what is this place?" Lin Yan asked curiously. "A place to buy information," Wu Bing replied succinctly, then pushed open the shop's door. Inside, the lighting was dim and the atmosphere mysterious. The space consisted of just a counter and a few chairs. Behind the counter, empty bottles of various famous wines were displayed, hinting that it might be a tavern. "Hello, what do you need?" The clerk at the counter, wearing a jacket, asked lazily. "One sunset dove," Wu Bing said calmly. Upon hearing the code, the clerk immediately perked up. "Right this way." He stood up and opened a concealed door for them. Wu Bing and Lin Yan entered a small private room. The walls were made of special soundproof materials to ensure privacy. As soon as they sat down, a man with an extraordinary demeanor entered. "It's you, long time no see," the man greeted Wu Bing with a handshake. "Long time no see, beige," Wu Bing responded with a smile, then introduced. "This is our magic martial kid, Lin Yan." "Hello, brother Beige," Lin Yan greeted respectfully. Beige sized up Lin Yan, admiringly saying, "So you're the talented one who's shown in the 9 Nations League, impressive." "You're too kind, brother," Lin Yan replied humbly with a smile. Beige turned to the main topic. "All right, let's get down to business. I assume you're here to inquire about the ancient battlefield of Julu." Wu Bing nodded in confirmation. "Yes, we need some useful intelligence." Beige explained, "I have information categorized into 4 levels: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, with prices varying from high to low. Which one do you want?" "What are the prices?" Wu Bing asked. "The usual rates," Beige said. "Heaven level is 50 million dragon country currency, earth level is 20 million, mysterious level is 5 million, and yellow level is 1 million. After hearing the prices, Wu Bing remained unperturbed. For Magic Martial, these prices were reasonable and could be fully reimbursed, as long as they stayed within budget. For a large institution like Magic Martial, a single beast clearing mission outside the city could easily earn that amount. "We'll take them all," Wu Bing said boldly. A hint of surprise flashed in Bei's eyes. As expected from Magic Martial Academy, truly generous. Lin Yan, standing by, was secretly astonished, thinking, did they just spend tens of millions like that? Although he knew Magic Martial was wealthy, he didn't realize they were this extravagant, spending nearly $1 billion just for some information. Lin Yan sighed in frustration. If I had known, I would have asked for more back then. It's so painful. Bai Gu cleared her throat and composed herself, speaking with utmost seriousness. Let's start from the lower tier and work our way up, so listen carefully. She took out a map from her storage ring and handed it to Wu Bing. Yellow tier information. There's an artifact from the Wu Ming period in a forest on the southeast side. It's valuable, but not immensely so. This was sold by someone who came out of the ancient battlefield of Julu, with a credibility of 60%. Wu Bing examined the map closely, furrowing his brows. It resembles the battlefield I know. It's likely true, but the person selling the information might have abandoned it due to lack of strength or time constraints. Bai Gu then placed a small booklet gently on the table. Black tier information, a roster of all major forces entering the ancient battlefield of Julu this time, including information about their publicly displayed pet beasts. Lin Yan eagerly flipped to the page about the Magic Capital Martial Academy, finding his own name prominently listed, complete with a photo from the Nine Nations tournament. He read his introduction with interest. Magic Capital Martial Academy. Name, Lin Yan. Rank, Gold Tier Beastmaster. Pet Beast Information. Flame Beast, War General level 3 stars. Nine Heavens Golden Eagle, Elite level 9 stars. Extreme Cold Dragon Turtle, Elite level 9 stars. Strength Evaluation, a newly advanced Gold Tier Beastmaster with low-level pet beasts and weak strength, yet selected for the Julu ancient battlefield, indicating some inside connections. Speculation, has potential, here to gain experience, not a significant threat, could be worth befriending. Lin Yan pondered, realizing the information on the roster was still from after the Nine Nations tournament and the conclusion of the governor's secret chamber battle. Bai Gu pulled out another simple map and continued. Earth tier information. 3 years ago, an unknown pet beast egg was located on an altar within the Julu ancient battlefield, but it couldn't be taken. An anomaly occurred before the person left, but they couldn't form a contract or move it, so they had to leave it behind. Wu Bing frowned and asked, what about the heaven tier information? These pieces of information were of little help to Lin Yan. As a gold tier beastmaster, his 3 pet beasts were already complete. If he could take more, great. If not, his hopes rested on the heaven tier information. Bai Gu, no longer withholding, solemnly stated, heaven tier information. Within the Julu ancient battlefield, relics from the Shunhan period are about to be revealed. Shunhan relics? Wu Bing exclaimed, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Bai Gu smiled slightly. Yes, exactly what you're thinking. Is it credible? Wu Bing pressed. Personally verified and professionally analyzed, with a credibility of 100%. Bai Gu replied confidently. Lin Yan looked bewildered, watching the exchange between the two, and couldn't help but ask, wait, what are the Shunhan relics? I'm about to enter, and I don't even know. Wu Bing, realizing he hadn't explained it to Lin Yan, smiled awkwardly and said, the Shunhan relics are related to a renowned top-tier beastmaster, General of the Heavens, Zhang Jiao. Zhang Jiao. Lin Yan murmured softly, conjuring up the image of this historical figure in his mind. Zhang, the great virtuous teacher, the celestial general, founder of the Way of Peace, and leader of the Yellow Turbans. After Wu Bing completed the transaction with Bai Gu and paid in full, he led Lin Yan out of the small room. As they walked, Lin Yan flipped through the newly acquired booklet and suddenly noticed a discrepancy. Director, what's going on with these Taoist sects? There's no introduction to them in the register, Lin Yan asked with a frown. Wu Bing replied calmly. Taoist sects typically remain hidden during prosperous times and only emerge to help during chaotic times, so it's naturally hard to find useful information about them. As he spoke, he furrowed his brows, seemingly lost in thought. However, if the Taoist sects are coming out now, perhaps they know something in advance. It's rumored they have methods to predict heavenly secrets, though who knows if that's true. Wu Bing shook his head, as if trying to clear away these complex thoughts. Never mind, this is something for the dean to worry about. Let's go see if there's any material you need. If it's not too expensive, I'll reimburse you. Lin Yan's eyes lit up. Thank you, Director. He understood that not too expensive was relative. As long as he didn't pick something expensive just for the sake of it, he could get the right things. At this moment, Lin Yan was calculating in his mind. Xiao Peng's evolution material was only a sea spirit stone, and he had no leads on materials for his other pet beasts. Wu Bing took Lin Yan to a large materials store. The store was filled with all sorts of strange and rare items, including priceless treasures. Unfortunately, none of them were what Lin Yan needed at the moment. Suddenly, Wu Bing's blue ring chimed. He glanced at it and frowned. You browse around on your own, I have something to deal with. Okay, Director, take care, Lin Yan replied. Once Wu Bing was out of sight, Lin Yan headed straight into a pet beast store he had noticed earlier. The store was quite large with 2 floors, and bright lights illuminated every corner. Many young people from afar were selecting pet beasts. At this time, any young person who could come here was not ordinary. The status of Shinhan Street had risen accordingly, and even the lowest level pet beasts in the store had the potential to become warlords. This was unimaginable in other cities. Even before the ancient battlefield of Julu had begun, treasures were everywhere. One could only imagine how precious the auction items would be later. Lin Yan secretly hoped. I hope there's something suitable. He carefully examined the pet beast eggs in the store, searching for his 6th pet beast. Although there were rumors of a mysterious pet beast egg in the ancient battlefield of Julu, it was too uncertain and could end up being a waste of effort. In comparison, there were plenty of good things on Shinhan Street, and the quality of the pet beasts was top-notch. If he found something suitable, he couldn't pass it up. Just then, a voice came from behind him. Hey there, are you also here to choose a pet beast for your 4th beast slot? Lin Yan turned around, greeted by a strong herbal scent. He glanced at the speaker, a handsome young man who seemed about his age. No, I'm just browsing. Lin Yan shook his head, not revealing that he was looking to contract his 6th pet beast. After all, he was just a newly promoted gold-level beast tamer. All right, the young man said thoughtfully, looking at Lin Yan. Judging by your appearance, you must be heading to the ancient battlefield of Julu as well. Lin Yan smiled and nodded. Yes, I'm Lin Yan from the Magic City Martial Institute. And you are? I'm Li Xuanfang, a student from the Imperial Medical Academy. The young man introduced himself with a cupped fist gesture. The Imperial Medical Academy? Lin Yan was taken aback, recalling that the register mentioned it briefly. He only knew it was a historically prestigious medical school, renowned for cultivating beast tamers who specialized in plant-type healing pet beasts. Many unique mystical beasts, passed down through generations, have preserved the abilities of the Yao family. Although the Imperial Medical Office isn't known for combat prowess, its healing capabilities are among the best on the continent. Pleasure to meet you, Lin Yan exclaimed with a smile, extending his hand to Li Xuanfang. He was eager not to miss such an opportunity. Li Xuanfang studied Lin Yan's face, furrowing his brow as if trying to recall something. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. The magic warrior Lin Yan? Are you the one who shone brightly in the 9 Nations tournament? Indeed, that's me, Lin Yan replied with a smile. Brother Lin, you are truly exceptional. Li Xuanfang praised sincerely, dominating the talents of 8 nations in the tournament. Your strength rivals that of Han Zhan back in the day. You're too kind, Brother Xuanfang, Lin Yan said modestly, scratching his head. Are you here to choose a mystical beast? Li Xuanfang asked. Yes, I'm about to advance to the diamond level, so it's time to choose my 4th mystical beast, Lin Yan replied, his gaze wandering over the mystical beast eggs on either side. What type of mystical beast are you looking for, Brother Xuanfang? Lin Yan inquired. After a moment's thought, Li Xuanfang replied, a plant type would be good. The Imperial Medical Office has a special training program for plant-type mystical beasts. He already had combat, support, and defense-type beasts, so his 4th only needed development potential. Lin Yan nodded in understanding, considering contracting a plant-type mystical beast himself. He currently lacked a beast capable of full field control. Although Bai Ping might evolve to have this ability, for now, it only had healing skills. Guided by a store attendant, they arrived at the plant-type mystical beast section. On either side were neatly arranged seed-sized eggs, waiting for a beastmaster's spiritual power to awaken them. We'll just look around ourselves. Li Xuanfang indicated for the attendant to leave and then placed his right hand gently on a seed. A faint green glow emanated from his palm as he closed his eyes to sense something. Lin Yan quietly observed, his gaze falling on the seed. A Kirin tulip, would attribute, with mid-level lord potential. He recalled the wild tales told by professors at the Magic City Martial Academy, legends of Yao Sheng Li Shizhen's Compendium of Materia Medica, which detailed the abilities, talents, and evolution paths of most plant-type mystical beasts. Unfortunately, it had been lost to time. It reminded him of the classic of mountains and seas he had, both containing profound knowledge. Watching Li Xuanfang use secret techniques to test the mystical beast's potential, Lin Yan couldn't help but feel he still knew too little about this world. After a moment, Li Xuanfang opened his eyes and shook his head in disappointment. What's wrong, Brother Xuanfang? Is this mystical beast unsuitable? Lin Yan asked. No, let's look at the next one, Li Xuanfang replied. Li Xuanfang then turned his attention to the seed beside him, repeating the action of assessing its potential. He gently placed his palm on the surface of the seed and closed his eyes to feel its energy. Among all the pet beast seeds displayed in the small shop, the highest potential was only at the High Lord level. If there were a monarch-level seed, the shop owner would have likely kept it hidden away. Suddenly, Li Xuanfang's eyes snapped open, and a gleam flashed in his pupils. This unusual reaction immediately caught Lin Yan's attention, and he leaned in to examine the seed in Li Xuanfang's hand. Species, Luo Shun fragrant concubine daffodil. Attributes, water wood. Potential, High Lord. Ultimate form, goddess of springs. Daffodil. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow at Li Xuanfang. This guy's got a good eye? Not only does it have high lord potential, but it also has an ultimate form evolution. Boss, how much in Dragon Country currency? Li Xuanfang asked. The shop owner quickly approached with a beaming smile. This one is 50 million Dragon Country currency. Hearing the figure, the corners of Lin Yan's mouth twitched, and Li Xuanfang was visibly taken aback. It's well known that plant-type pet beasts are generally cheaper than other species due to their mobility issues, single attributes, and susceptibility to being countered. Seeing Li Xuanfang hesitate, Lin Yan nudged him with his elbow and whispered, "Buddy, haggle a bit." Li Xuanfang suddenly realized and cleared his throat. 25 million Dragon Country. Deal. The shop owner almost jumped at the offer, eager to close the sale before they could change their minds. The two exchanged looks, realizing they might have overpaid. Blue ring? Card? Or cash? The shop owner expertly pulled out the payment machine. Blue ring. Li Xuanfang stammered as he extended his right hand. With a beep, the front desk announced, "Beast treasure payment of 25 million. Would you like it packaged?" The shop owner asked, holding the Luo Shun fragrant concubine seed. "Pack it." After completing the transaction, the shop owner's eyes turned to Lin Yan, clearly considering him another potential big customer. But after glancing around, Lin Yan shook his head. Although there were several lord-level pet beasts in the shop, few had an ultimate form evolution, and none were stronger than his current pets. Besides, he didn't have Li Xuanfang's ability to casually spend 25 million, and such an expense wouldn't be easy to justify to Director Wu Bing. Moreover, he had already chosen a lord-level pet beast at the Mo City Martial Arts Academy after the freshman competition. Lin Yan, see you at the giant deer ancient battlefield. See you at the ancient battlefield. A few days later, various factions gathered, and the leaders finished discussing the opening of the ancient battlefield. On the third day, everything was ready. Lin Yan followed Wu Bing, riding her Xiantian ice bird to the plains outside the small city. Just as they were about to proceed, they were blocked by two massive exotic beasts. "Who are you?" "We're from the Magic City Martial Academy." Wu Bing replied respectfully to the military officer as they registered. Despite the prestigious status of the Magic City Martial Academy as one of the 6 great academies, they maintained humility before the military. Even though the 6 academies together might rival the Dragon Nation's military, both sides are essentially working towards the same goal for the nation's future, without any fundamental conflicts. "All right, proceed," the officer commanded, and the soldiers and large pet beasts on either side quickly made way. "Thank you." Wu Bing expressed gratitude, and then led Lin Yan swiftly towards their destination. In the distance, an ethereal high wall stood tall, reflecting countless fragmented mirror-like lights under the sun, towering into the sky with no visible end. Just then, an unsuspecting bird flew into the space wall, instantly shattering into countless pieces. Strangely, not a drop of blood was spilled. The fragments continued to disintegrate within the layers of space, ultimately vanishing into the unknown depths. This is the power of space. Lin Yan watched in awe, thinking of his pet beast, Xiaotian, who also possessed spatial attributes, and couldn't help but feel hopeful for the future. "Don't worry, as long as you go in and out within the allotted time, you'll be fine," Wu Bing reassured him. The site was bustling with various factions. The academy sent 6 representatives and 6 students. The military lined up separately, and there were also Taoist figures in robes forming seals, representatives from the Imperial Medical Bureau, and some reclusive noble families. A military commander approached the crowd and solemnly announced, "All parties are present. The ancient battlefield of Julu will open in half an hour. A reminder, beastmasters above diamond level are prohibited from entering. Violators bear their own consequences. You have 1 week inside and must exit within that time. The spatial force is most stable during this period, while at other times, spatial storms may rage, so don't plan on staying long. Once inside, you'll lose contact with the outside world, so rely on yourselves. Good luck." "Lin Yan, stay safe," Wu Bing advised. "Thank you, Director, I understand. Beware of more than just the beasts. People too," Wu Bing said in a lowered voice. "People? Yes, the most unpredictable thing in the world is the human heart, and the most complex is human nature. For the sake of profit, some may disregard the law, commit murder and arson, or harm others to steal treasures. Especially since there's no contact with the outside world in the ancient battlefield." "Got it," Lin Yan nodded thoughtfully. Crash. The sound of a mirror shattering echoed across the sky. The thick clouds above shifted unpredictably, at times resembling jagged mountains, at others, turbulent waves, and sometimes a dense pattern of fish scales. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from the battlefield, knocking several unsteady youths to the ground. In the blink of an eye, a massive rift opened in the space before them. The surrounding walls of space still refracted a blurred light, but this gap offered a clear view of what lay beyond. The commander's voice rang out, announcing that the ancient battlefield of Julu had been opened, and participants could exit through this gap within 7 days. As military and Taoist personnel entered first, it was then the turn of the members from the 6 Great Academies and the Beastmaster Association. Lin Yan watched the group of peak gold-level Beastmasters ahead, took a deep breath, and silently encouraged himself. Director, here I go. He followed closely behind the seniors from the other 5 academies, stepping toward the battlefield entrance. Despite it being their first entry into the ancient battlefield of Julu, others couldn't hide their nervousness, cautiously observing the spatial walls around them. However, seeing the military personnel enter with calm expressions, their worries slightly eased. As Lin Yan crossed the threshold, a wave of dizziness hit him. He quickened his pace, stepping into the ancient battlefield, where the discomfort gradually faded. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself on a barren plain, devoid of life. In the distance, jagged rocks and deep ravines were visible, with a fierce wind carrying spiritual energy and yellow dust toward him. Only by looking further could one vaguely discern a hint of green. The leader from Qing Martial Academy turned to the 5 people behind him and suggested, "Shall we each seek our own fortunes?" The representatives from the other academies readily agreed. He added, "If danger arises, the 6 great academies should support each other. You all understand that those representing the academies here are no ordinary individuals. They're either high-ranking or strong figures from various factions, often seen together. Besides, here, only by joining forces can we rival the 6 from the military." With that, the noble-looking man from Qing Martial Academy raised his hand. Instantly, a colossal figure appeared before them. Roar! The deafening roar of a dragon echoed through the sky. Lin Yan watched the dragon in amazement, quickly assessing mid-tier monarch potential, species, crimson flame dragon, attributes, fire, dragon, potential, mid-tier monarch, level, 9-star battle general. This dragon was covered in crimson scales, its broad wings unfurled, exuding an imposing presence. It held its head high, eyes reflecting disdain for all beings. "I'll go ahead." The Qing Martial Academy man smiled slightly, leaping lightly onto the dragon's back. In an instant, the massive wings flapped, and the red dragon soared into the sky. The other academy representatives also summoned their own beasts, beginning their search for personal fortunes. "Come out, Xiaopeng," Lin Yan called his pet beast, climbing onto Xiaopeng's back. Xiaopeng flapped its wings vigorously, riding the wind upward. From high above, Lin Yan looked down at the yellow earth and ravines below, then consulted the map in his hand. "The closest is the treasure from the Wu Ming period. Let's check it out first." He directed Xiaopeng toward the marked location on the map. The wind howled, and yellow sand filled the sky, making it difficult to avoid the dust even while flying, leaving him looking disheveled. Lin Yan checked the map again, gazing at the canyon ahead, ready to begin his exploration of the ancient battlefield of Julu. "They've arrived." He raised his hand to summon his pet beast, instructing Xiaopeng to patrol the skies. "Come forth, Qiongqi." In the next moment, a wave of heat surged, and a massive beast of flames stood before him. "Let's go," Lin Yan called to Qiongqi. With a roar, man and beast stepped into the canyon. Looking up, only a white line was visible. The sunlight couldn't illuminate the entire canyon, making it somewhat dim. Qiongqi was like a small sun, lighting the path. "Is there really nothing here?" Lin Yan was puzzled. Typically, there would be a guardian beast near treasures, wouldn't there? A pebble fell, and Lin Yan instinctively took a cautious step back, eyeing the spot where the stone had just fallen. He glanced upwards, but nothing seemed amiss. Strange. Roar. Qiongqi seemed to have sensed something, adopting an aggressive stance. Lin Yan's gaze followed Qiongqi's. Cracks were spreading across the rock wall, and countless stones were falling. "Qiongqi, strike first, hellfire," Lin Yan commanded immediately. In the wild, he wouldn't give the enemy time to prepare. With such a long wind-up, it was asking for trouble. Hearing his master's order, Qiongqi didn't wait any longer. A ball of black fire formed in its mouth. Hiss! The black fireball shot out, striking the source of the disturbance. Boom! In an instant, the rock cracked, and debris flew. A cloud of dust rose, obscuring the scene within. "Don't stop," Lin Yan said calmly. Several more fireballs flew out. Meanwhile, Lin Yan summoned Xuanwu to prevent any unexpected events. When the dust settled, a beast made of rock lay quietly there, its shattered limbs barely recognizable as a creature. Species, stone golem. Attribute, earth, potential, high commander, level, commander rank, 1 star. "Xiaopeng, come help," Lin Yan called out to the sky. Since a stone golem appeared here, there would be a second, a third. Screech. Xiaopeng lowered its altitude, golden feathers slicing through the stone golem's body. Before it could fully adapt, Qiongqi and Xiaopeng destroyed its core. "Well done." Lin Yan stepped forward, sifting through the rubble, and found an earth attribute crystal core of commander rank, which he casually fed to Qiongqi. Lin Yan observed the surrounding cracked walls, the fissures spreading wider. "Damn, is this really just yellow level information?" At this moment, the stone golems above the canyon began closing the gaps, preventing Lin Yan from escaping on his flying pet beast. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, stone golems leaped from the cliffs, kneeling on the ground. The number of commander rank beasts was significant, and Lin Yan felt the pressure. Species, stone golem. Attribute, Earth, potential, high commander, level, commander rank, 2 stars. Species, stone golem. Attribute, Earth, potential, medium commander, level, elite rank, 8 stars. Then let's go all out. Lin Yan waved his hand. Come out, Xiao Tian by Ping. Immediately, a floating thunderfire serpent glared fiercely at the stone golems before it, exuding a violent aura. It had already reached elite rank, 5 stars. Bai Ping elegantly stepped in front of Lin Yan, facing the enemy. After all this time, with a continuous supply of the same attribute crystal cores and Lin Yan's Shanghai beast space, Bai Ping had reached servant rank, 9 stars, just a step away from elite rank. Lin Yan faced the 9 stone golems with only 5 pet beasts at his side. Undaunted, he shouted, "Let's go, give it all you've got." Xiao Tian charged forward first, with 2 protrusions on its head gathering a fierce power of thunder and fire. A 1-star warrior-level stone golem approached, underestimating this 5-star elite beast. Suddenly, there was a bang, and the red flame thunderstorm exploded, the shockwave flattening the dust. The thunderfire attack, infused with spatial power, directly shattered one of the stone golem's arms along with its shoulder. Lin Yan was amazed by Xiao Tian's demonstration of the fusion of thunder, fire, and spatial powers. Bai Ping followed closely, with a green light glowing above its head, casting a life-boosting spell. Xiao Tian was enveloped in a green glow, replenishing some of its depleted spirit energy. Although it was minimal, any bit helped. Lin Yan quickly devised a strategy. Xiao Peng, disrupt the stone golems, spread them out. Xuanwu, Qiongqi, you two work together, take them one at a time. Although the 9 stone golems were on par with Qiongqi in terms of level, their potential was far inferior. As long as they avoided being surrounded, victory was within reach. Moreover, Xiao Peng, as a cloud sea golden rock, was naturally adept at countering stone golems, capable of handling multiple foes with ease. The 4 pet beasts charged at the stone golems. Despite their formidable strength, these elemental beasts lacked intelligence. To defeat them, their core, which housed their crystal nucleus, had to be destroyed. Xuanwu and Qiongqi worked in perfect harmony. The ice dragon struck the stone golem, rapidly spreading and freezing half its body. Qiongqi's black flames followed, causing a melting reaction that dealt massive damage. Water tornadoes and hellfire bombarded in succession, triggering evaporation reactions. Although evaporation had limited effects on stone golems, this seamless combo successfully shattered an elite-level golem. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian had already dealt with the 1-star warrior-level stone golem. With its superior attributes, it easily overcame the challenge. It immediately turned to find its next opponent. Xiao Peng engaged 2 4-star warrior-level stone golems. It was perfectly immune to their attacks, and only needed to hold these high-level foes off until reinforcements arrived. Xuanwu and Qiongqi tore through the stone golems one by one. Their massive bodies stood side by side in front of Lin Yan, forming an unbreakable shield. Although Bai Ping was not of a high level, it still tried its best to cast spells, hoping to contribute. Lin Yan patted Bai Ping's head with satisfaction, encouraging, "Great job." Bai Ping proudly raised its deer head, letting out a cheerful yu-yu sound. Once the lower-level stone creatures were completely defeated, Xuanwu and Qiongqi joined Xiao Peng in attacking the 2 4-star, general-level exotic beasts. Before long, all the stone creatures from the crevice were cleared, leaving scattered rubble of various sizes on the ground. The 5 pet beasts, exhausted from the intense battle, lay on the ground panting for breath. Lin Yan surveyed the surroundings and stepped forward to carefully search through the pile of rubble. His eyes lit up as he discovered several earth element crystals. He fed these crystals to his weary pet beasts to help them recover more quickly. After a brief rest, Lin Yan put Xuanwu and Bai Ping away, considering that Xiao's slow movements and Bai Ping's low level might render them more of a liability than an asset in a dangerous situation. The canyon stretched on for a long distance, and Lin Yan proceeded cautiously. Occasionally, 1 or 2 stone creatures would leap out from the rock walls, evidently awakened by the intrusion into their territory. Some of these stone creatures were high-level, but fortunately, Lin Yan and his pet beasts managed to navigate these encounters safely through their well-coordinated efforts. After walking for quite some time, Lin Yan stopped to check the map again. By all accounts, he should have reached his destination, yet there was no path forward. He frowned in thought, wondering if he had missed something. Lin Yan carefully examined the surroundings. The scene before him resembled a vast rocky sinkhole rather than a canyon. Steep rock walls rose high, leaving only a narrow gap as the entrance and exit the very path Lin Yan had taken to arrive. He exited the canyon and walked toward the center of the rocky sinkhole. Suddenly, he stumbled and nearly fell. Turning his head, he exclaimed in surprise, "Whoa, a skull!" Regaining his composure, Lin Yan bent down to take a closer look. Before him lay a field of bones, resembling a massive ancient graveyard. Though the sunlight cast a golden hue over the yellow earth, the sight sent chills down his spine, filling him with an eerie sense of foreboding. The bones, long buried by time, were mostly covered by the earth. Not only human bones, but also large animal remains protruded from the ground, silently bearing witness to a fierce battle that had taken place here long ago. Lin Yan walked to the center of the rocky sinkhole and retrieved a shovel from his storage ring. Just as he was about to start digging, he noticed Qiongqi pawing at a skeleton nearby. With a stern expression, he called out, "Qiongqi, come here." Qiongqi, hearing the call, curbed its curiosity and obediently approached Lin Yan. Lin Yan drew a circle on the ground with the shovel and tersely commanded, "Dig." Reluctantly, Qiongqi complied. Using the most familiar and efficient method, it knew digging like a dog. Although it looked ungainly, the method was highly effective. Thanks to its powerful physique, Qiongqi quickly excavated a large pit, stopping only when it hit solid rock. As the yellow soil was cleared away, the truth buried by time began to emerge. A skeleton clad in armor knelt on one knee, a sword deeply embedded in the rock. A long stone spike pierced through the back of the armor, pinning the figure to the ground. The drifting sand settled, adding a layer of fine dust to the desolate scene. Lin Yan jumped into the excavated pit and carefully picked up a tag hanging from the skeleton's waist. It bore the name Lu Xiangxing. This name stirred Lin Yan's memory of the ancient battlefield of Julu. He recalled the brutal battle of Zhezhuang during the Chongzhen era of the Ming dynasty, a testament to the dynasty's impending downfall. Lin Yan's gaze fell on the rock in front of the skeleton, where 8 bold characters were etched. "The divine way is just, sparing no loyal ministers." The inscription was signed, Wu Ming Yu Fei Lu Xiangxing. Standing before the remains of this loyal and valiant general, Lin Yan was rendered speechless. He stepped forward and carefully took the iron broadsword from the skeleton's grasp. Even after being buried for centuries, the sword gleamed with a chilling light under the sun. As soon as Lin Yan grasped the heavy iron broadsword, he immediately felt a chilling aura spreading from the hilt. He quickly summoned his inner spiritual power, concentrating it in his right arm, which eased the sensation significantly. Observing a massive rock nearby, Lin Yan held the sword with both hands, focused his gaze, and struck with all his might. Bang! A loud crash echoed as a deep crater appeared on the rock's surface. "Wow, not bad," Lin Yan exclaimed, delighted as if he had found a treasure. This would make extracting the crystal core from beasts with tough scales much easier. However, he realized that his own strength in wielding the broadsword was nowhere near as powerful as his pet beast's attacks. The sword might be impressive, but it wasn't very practical. If he could contract a pet beast like Xuanwu or a goblin sword master, the iron broadsword would be more useful. At that moment, an unusual sound came from above. Different from when the stone golem had appeared earlier, it sounded more like bones. What was that sound? Lin Yan glanced upward, didn't hesitate, and leaped out of the pit. To his surprise, skeletal remains on the ground began to stand up miraculously, not just human skeletons, but also the massive frames of beast skeletons. Race, heroic bone man attribute. Ghost potential, upper class battle general level, battle general 9 stars. Race, battlefield bone beast attribute. Ghost potential, lower class lord level, battle general 9 stars. Battle general 9 stars. Lin Yan was shocked. If there were only one, he might manage to fight it. But now, more and more bone men and bone beasts were assembling and standing up. "Xiaopeng," Lin Yan called, summoning Xiaopeng, and quickly retrieved Qiongqi and Xiaotian before mounting Xiaopeng's back. "Fly fast." In the next moment, Xiaopeng flapped its wings, carrying Lin Yan upwards toward the top of the pit. "Watch out." Lin Yan's pupils contracted as a bone spike shot toward them, grazing Xiaopeng's body and leaving a bloody gash that dripped continuously. "Damn it, Xiaopeng, full speed ahead." Lin Yan glanced back at a flying beast skeleton, yellow flames burning within its bones, keeping it aloft. Another battle general 9 star. This bone beast was similar to Lu Xiaobai's Xuanwu. There were only 2 ways to kill them: completely destroy their bones or extinguish the soul fire burning within them. High-level superpower attribute beasts had an absolute advantage over them. Lin Yan forced himself to stay calm. The 3 flying bone beasts were all battle general 9 stars, and he couldn't defeat them. However, Xiaopeng's current speed only matched that of the battle general 9-star beasts, given the difference in total spiritual power and physical strength. "Xiaopeng, fly into the forest." Lin Yan directed Xiaopeng toward a patch of green in the distance. Aimless flying would eventually deplete their spiritual power, leading to a fall and being surrounded by the 3 battle general 9-star bone beasts. Only by entering the forest, using the tall and lush trees as cover, could they hope to separate the beasts and defeat them one by one. With a cry, Xiaopeng dived into the forest. Lin Yan immediately retracted Xiaopeng and darted into the narrow woods. In the chaos, branches and leaves tore at his clothes. leaving him in tatters. But with pursuers on his tail, he couldn't pause to fix them. Shadows passed overhead, circling above him, while sunlight filtering through the leaves was repeatedly obscured. Damn it, why aren't they leaving? Lin Yan cursed under his breath. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.